Brother Tongzi, I have a question, the elegantly robed demon inquired. Please go ahead. This is the world of Jackie Chan adventures, correct? Where are my talismans? In what form do I currently embody? Talismans? Isn't that the most fundamental aspect? As for you, you are the illustrious demon of the moon, having traversed into the form of the moon demon. Zhou Lan commenced his legendary journey. Chapter 1. Zhou Lan. If there exists a realm suffused with eternal despair, devoid of past, future, and hope, where might it be? Is this hell? Zhou Lan awoke amidst a seething expanse of molten crimson. This must indeed be hell. The final image of his life lingered, frozen upon the words Yi cheat. If his eyes did not deceive him, he had met his end in the comedic manner of colliding with a semi-trailer truck. How absurd it was to conclude his life in such a farcical fashion. Zhou Lan found himself at a loss for words. Ever since his only kin, his father, had passed away, he had wandered aimlessly, ultimately succumbing to a traffic mishap. Now, awakening to find himself not in a sterile hospital room, it was evident he must be in hell. To think that hell truly exists, Zhou Lan exclaimed in astonishment. Surveying his surroundings, he noted naught but the flowing crimson akin to magma. No sky, no earth. As he pondered this, a sudden voice resonated within him. Congratulations, host, you have successfully bound to this system. A traversal gift package has been dispatched, identity determined. Task, ascend to the moon. The voice resonated swiftly before vanishing. Yet, Zhou Lan, who had been momentarily dazed, suddenly felt a surge of excitement. IT had arrived the essential system for traversing worlds. However, this system appeared somewhat aloof, merely providing brief notifications regarding information and tasks before lapsing into silence. There was no introduction at all, but perhaps that was for the best. He was not particularly adept at communication. After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Lan swiftly accepted this reality. After all, being unencumbered, he could begin anew. A second chance at life was undeniably a boon. However, the immediate concern was to ascertain his whereabouts. Who knew where the system had transported him? Furthermore, what was this new identity he had assumed in this life? With that thought, fatigue dissipated, and he prepared to scrutinize his surroundings when a sudden, sharp dispute drew his attention. Master, I have endured enough. Do not think you can deceive us again. A feminine voice rang out. Master? Zhou Lan was taken aback. Could this possibly be Jackie Chan adventures? He quickly regained his composure. The source of that female voice could only be the water demon, Basha. So this place, what a revelation. It truly was hell. The scene before him became strikingly familiar. Indeed, this was the very location within the Jackie Chan Adventures universe where the 8 immortals sealed the 8 great demons. A veritable void of heaven and earth hell. No, sister, trust me one more time. The master's hoarse voice echoed through the inferno, sounding both sincere and tormented. Humph, trust you. A bolt of lightning flashed, illuminating the robust figure hidden within hell. Then, the master's anguished wails ensued. It was the thunder demon, Zhong Su. Beneath the lightning's glow, 6 floating stone platforms revealed terrifying forms. These were the 6 great demons. Yet, aside from the huddled, semi-transparent form of the master, it seemed one demon was conspicuously absent. I think we should perhaps heed the elder's counsel. The wind demon, Xiaofeng, suggested. I concur. The figure of the demon of the west, Shimu, darted past, wielding the power of the skies. The 6 great demons exchanged glances, seemingly in agreement. They all averted their gazes. Even the semi-ethereal master cast a pitiful look in Zhou Lan's direction. All eyes turned toward him. Zhou Lan's heart skipped a beat, and he found himself inevitably meeting their gaze. Silence enveloped hell, a moment of unspoken tension. Neither he nor the other 7 demons uttered a word, merely observing him in silence. He suddenly sensed something amiss. It was evident that the 7 great demons had discovered his presence, yet they remained silent. Could it be that the identity bestowed upon him by the system was that of a demon? Realization dawned as he extended his hand to examine himself, suddenly pausing. This form was that of the elder among the 8 great demons, the moon demon, Zhou Lan. At long last, after a brief waiting period, the restless Shimu could no longer contain himself. He unfurled his wings and soared toward Zhou Lan. His speed was astounding. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Zhou Lan. Zhou Lan instinctively raised his hand, attempting to keep Shimu at bay. Yet, in the next moment, Shimu collided with an invisible wall, hurtling backward as if struck by an unseen force, crashing into the robust form of the earth demon, Bogan. Zhou Lan, what are you doing? Shimu exclaimed in exasperation. Letting out a long breath, a flood of memories surged into Zhou Lan's consciousness. After a moment of silence, he spoke. I merely dozed off and have just regained my senses. He abruptly realized his voice had transformed, now deep and resonant, as if honed through the annals of time. Everyone has been waiting for you, Shimu retorted. Oh, is that so? Zhou Lan smiled, attuning himself to the power coursing through this body. In hell, a magnificent stone platform slowly ascended. The ultimate demon, adorned in a robe of crimson and purple, hovered above the platform. Behind him, his long, purple-black hair cascaded like a waterfall. Its ends defied gravity. Floating gracefully at his feet, two slightly smaller aids rested upon his chest, exuding an aura of mystery and elegance. As if defying gravity, he manipulated the forces of attraction to rise. Within, Zhou Lan's emotions surged. He could scarcely believe that the identity the system had granted him was this. In hell, he suddenly erupted in a low, mirthful laughter. How splendid, truly splendid. This was his most cherished character in Jackie Chan adventures. There could be no better reincarnation. I believe Zhou Lan has lost his mind. I knew it. How relentlessly erodes our intellect, beginning with the eldest. Ha ha ha. Zhou Lan's laughter gradually subsided, and in an instant, he embraced his identity with joy. He had thought the system had not bestowed upon him a golden finger. Who would have imagined that his rebirth was the greatest golden finger of all? In that moment, he comprehended the system's task, ascend to the moon. The moon demon, Zhou Lan, possessed the power to alter and control gravitational forces. This power, in the original narrative, reached its zenith when Zhou Lan stood upon the lunar surface. It appeared he was to tread the path of a sovereign, vanquishing the righteous. After a brief contemplation, Zhou Lan swiftly grasped the entirety of the situation before him. To fulfill the system's task, two essential elements were required. First, to eliminate any interference from Jackie Chan and his companions. Second, to engage in a battle of wits with his siblings, endeavoring to escape this infernal realm. His gaze sharpened, instantly fixating on the master below. As sharp as a blade. Chapter 2. Perhaps you need a guardian. Though time had passed, Zhou Lan retained vague memories of the narrative. His crimson eyes fixated silently on the master. Under his gaze, the master, in his soul form, shivered involuntarily. Strangely, he sensed that Zhou Lan seemed somehow changed. The 8 great demons. They stood at the pinnacle of evil power in this realm, at least during their prime. Their strength is so formidable that to maintain the balance of yin and yang in the world, it is imperative to conjure 8 immortal deities to equilibrate the forces. Among these 8 demons, the sovereign stands undisputed as the foremost. He possesses not only immense power and a robust physique, but also embodies the essence of a demonic sorcerer. Following him in rank is the elder among the 8 demons, Zhou Lan. There is no contention here. Any power associated with the 4 primary forces pales in comparison unless the wielder is inept. Yet, at this moment, the situation has undeniably shifted. The sovereign had previously escaped from hell alone, only to be vanquished and forced back by the protagonists. Presently, he exists merely as a spectral form of his former self, easily manipulable by anyone. It is no wonder that, under these circumstances, the other 6 demons seek Zhou Lan's counsel. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Lan comprehended the gravity of the situation before him. The sovereign's demeanor was imbued with sincerity, as if he were seeking atonement for his earlier treachery, willing to endure whatever punishment was meted out. However, having witnessed the original narrative, Zhou Lan could not be deceived by the sovereign's nature not merely as a man, but as a dragon. It is well known that the sovereign is untrustworthy and utterly unreliable. Zhou Lan's current imperative is to escape hell, a task made urgent by the oppressive silence that momentarily enveloped them. As he pondered, a faint recollection surfaced. Subsequently, the other 7 demons would collectively cast a spell upon the sovereign, compelling him, upon his departure from hell, to liberate them as well. Failure to comply would result in eternal confinement within the host he had possessed. Constrained by the spell, the sovereign dutifully fulfilled his obligations, possessing Valong to locate the Panga treasure box and sequentially unsealing the demons. Yet, one by one, they were thwarted by the protagonists, led by the extraordinarily fortunate Long, and ultimately re-enslaved within hell. Zhou Lan surveyed the surroundings, observing that the other demons were poised to execute such a plan, merely seeking his input. However, now that he had grasped the situation, how could he acquiesce? He had no intention of being released merely to serve as a pawn, only to be sealed away once more. Moreover, he could not afford to wait indefinitely. Even demons are susceptible to the relentless passage of time and the desolation of hell, which could erode their wisdom. Furthermore, the consciousness inhabiting this body is Hisa, 20-something transmigrant. Zhou Lan was uncertain whether he could endure such an existence. He must escape hell as swiftly as possible. It must be said that only Zhou Lan, having just recently transitioned and yet untouched by hell's torment, could maintain his composure. As the saying goes, a fresh mind is a powerful asset. Observing the other demons growing increasingly impatient, Zhou Lan rose slightly and descended before the sovereign, casting a glance at him before speaking in a deep, elegant voice to the assembly of demons. Perhaps it is time for a change in leadership. What do you mean? The other demons questioned in confusion. Unperturbed, Zhou Lan continued, Sovereign, you have failed too many times, not only betraying us, but also being defeated repeatedly by humans in the realm of reality. How ironic. Your relentless adversaries were once merely our servants a millennium ago. His voice resonated with a melancholic reminiscence, prompting the other demons to reflect on their storied past. At this juncture, my disappointment in you is insurmountable. Please, grant me another chance. The sovereign, realizing the gravity of his situation, implored fervently. Zhou Lan regarded him with a dispassionate glance before turning away, leaving behind only the silhouette of his elegance. Opportunities are reserved for those who are truly worthy. The sovereign was about to offer further justification when Zhou Lan's next words interrupted him. Clearly, you do not qualify. With those words, it felt as though a death sentence had been pronounced. Yet, the sovereign suddenly seemed to recall something, hastily exclaiming, My brother, I know you harbor grievances regarding my past actions, but I assure you, this time, I will ensure your release. He then turned to the other 6 demons, earnestly stating, Only I, in my current spectral form, can depart from hell. Trust me, I shall not fail this time. The sovereign spoke with unwavering conviction, refraining from contesting Zhou Lan's earlier assertions. However, he had inadvertently highlighted a crucial point. It is only in his present spectral form that he can leave hell. Zhou Lan, in his current state, cannot hope to escape. This is the formidable power of the immortal deities that once roamed the earth, unmatched by any, even by ultimate demons like them. The sovereign gazed at Zhou Lan and remarked, Brother, I understand that you have suffered too long under the despair of hell and wish to escape, but in your present form, you are utterly incapable of doing so. To these words, Zhou Lan fell into silence, realizing he had overlooked this vital detail. However, the sovereign's previous statement sparked an idea in Zhou Lan's mind. The spectral form, was there a force, or perhaps a means to forcibly separate the body from the soul, thus entering the spectral form? Suddenly, a spark of insight illuminated Zhou Lan's thoughts. Yes, indeed, there exists a method to forcibly transition into a spectral form, and the demon capable of facilitating this is not far away, but within reach. Zhou Lan smiled at the sovereign, his voice tinged with barely restrained excitement. It is not that I do not wish to believe in you, but rather that you have faltered too many times and betrayed us repeatedly. I believe you require a guardian. A guardian? The other demons, including the sovereign, paused in surprise. Precisely, to ensure your honest fulfillment of the promise to release us, Zhou Lan openly shared his thoughts with the other demons. He would also assume a spectral form to escape hell. The key to this endeavor lies within the unassuming sigil among the 12 manifestations of the sovereign's power sigil, capable of liberating one's soul from the corporeal realm. Upon hearing Zhou Lan's proposal, the other 6 demons exchanged astonished glances. Yet, ultimately, they concurred with Zhou Lan's suggestion. The eldest among the demons would depart hell in spectral form to oversee the sovereign to be candid. Zhou Lan was somewhat astonished by how swiftly the demons embraced his idea. However, he soon realized that the primary catalyst for their agreement was the sovereign's profound unreliability. Often, trusting him felt less reliable than believing in the resurrection of Qin Shi Huang. In contrast, Zhou Lan appeared to lack such a tarnished reputation. As the eldest demon, his credibility seemed relatively intact. Meanwhile, the sovereign, caught in the crosshairs of scrutiny, curiously regarded his demonic brother. Strangely, he sensed a change in Zhou Lan. Had the interminable confinement in hell truly dulled his wits? Why did Zhou Lan seem more formidable than before? Yet, the demons had already devised their plan, leaving no room for rebuttal. The sovereign sighed, seemingly resigned to the dismal fate that awaited him in the future as he prepared for his role. The pivotal step of the upcoming plan hinges solely on that sigil. Chapter 3. The Power of the Sheep at the Entrance of the Bank. Often gazed despondently at the 3 talismans cradled in his palm, his expression tinged with discomfort. Not long ago, Valong had summoned them to embark on a new venture, the resurgence of the Black Hand Gang. There were Reizu, Zhou, and himself, of course, alongside Afu. A formidable individual. Aside from Afu, he and the others had long been partners, their collaboration seamless, or so he believed, having undertaken numerous significant undertakings together. As for Valong, Offing genuinely regarded him as a commendable leader, driven by a singular ambition for wealth, endowed with skill and cunning, and possessing an indomitable spirit. Yet, it often seemed that a touch of fortune eluded him. This time, however, should have been the most promising of all. Valong had procured 12 talismans for individuals, each assigned 3. It was well known that such power transcended ordinary limits, incomparable to any mortal. If only he hadn't received these 3 inconsequential talismans. Boss, Offing implored, clutching the talismans and glancing at Valong, who was poised for action. Don't you think our distribution is somewhat flawed? Dressed in a green suit, with flowing white hair. Valong cast a brief glance at Offing and the talismans in his hand. Why do I always end up with these worthless trinkets? Offing voiced his dissatisfaction. Yet, it was evident that Valong had no time to entertain his grievances. Zhou stood at the forefront, the power of the dragon talisman erupting in his hands, instantly obliterating the bank vault. Beside him, Reizu was equally relentless, channeling the power of the pig talisman through his eyes, piercing through an armored cash transport, revealing its trove of dollars. Each individual appeared as divine beings descended from the heavens. Afu, meanwhile, was unparalleled, a martial arts master whose agility rendered him untouchable even by bullets. In mere minutes, the heavily fortified bank succumbed to the onslaught of the Black Hand Gang. Except for him, Offing felt utterly ineffectual. Yet, his comrades had already begun stuffing money into sacks. Soon, the shrill wail of police sirens pierced the air as vehicles and armored cars rushed into the financial district. Concurrently, a familiar figure emerged before them, Jackie Chan. Upon sighting him, the Black Hand Gang members chorused in unison. Offing glanced at the talismans in his hand, stepping back a pace to shield his comrades. Although he possessed the power of the talismans, he was acutely aware of the formidable opponent he faced in Jackie Chan. It was well known that Jackie excelled at 2 things, disarming talismans and borrowing without returning. Moreover, the talismans Offing currently held were particularly lackluster. In an instant, conflict erupted. A barrage of bullets and talismanic forces collided, creating a cacophony of explosions throughout the financial district. Just as Offing prepared to find a safe refuge, a blue figure zipped past. It was Jackie. He barely registered Jackie's flying kick before he was sent sprawling back, clutching his abdomen. He was too swift. The talismans fell to the ground, and as Jackie reached for them, a sharp command rang out. Kick him, mule. Afta launched a flying kick that interrupted Jackie's intentions. The two were soon entangled in a fierce struggle. The scene devolved into chaos. Jackie was nothing short of superhuman. Offing managed to rise unsteadily, contemplating whether to assist, when a familiar voice echoed in his ear. Waste. Who is calling me? Offing was taken aback. For a moment, he mistook it for Valong reprimanding him. But it was evident that Valong was preoccupied. Of course, I'm speaking of you. The voice resounded again. Offing turned to the nearby wall. The sleek glass facade of the financial district reflecting a figure he hoped never to see again. Saint Master. Offing stammered, astonishment rendering him nearly incoherent. What are you doing here? You were supposed to be dead. Offing's reflexes were swift. He promptly presented the 3 talismans to the Saint Master, his expression reverent. I have safeguarded your power all along. He then glanced at Zhou and Reizu, who were engaged in combat with Jackie. The other talismans are with them. They have nothing to do with me. You see, the dragon, rabbit, pig, ox, and rooster, those potent talismans are with them. Those are unimportant. The Saint Master interrupted, his malevolent gaze fixating upon the talisman in Offing's grasp. I am here for that. As the Saint Master spoke, the sheep talisman in Offing's hand began to levitate, transforming into a beam of pure light that vanished in an instant. After a moment, silence enveloped the space. Offing slowly raised his head to the side. The Saint Master had disappeared. What could he possibly want with the power of soul projection? Offing pondered. Yet, the Saint Master would not explain. He could only hasten to inform Valong of the news regarding the Saint Master's resurrection. At the bank entrance, the skirmish had reached a temporary halt. No matter how formidable Jackie was, he was, after all, but one man. The Black Hand gang had filled several sacks with cash and jumped into their vehicle. Often, as the car sped away along the designated escape route, Afu pulled him aboard. What were you doing just now? Valong inquired, somewhat displeased. Reza, Zhou. And Afu put in a lot of effort. Feeling Valong's scrutinizing gaze upon him, Offing swallowed hard, his expression filled with dread. He has returned. Who? Valong instinctively sensed a wave of danger. It's the Saint Master. He has been resurrected. He took the sheep talisman. The car raced along the highway, while, simultaneously, a certain demon returned to hell. 7 towering stone platforms formed a circle, and the demons looked down upon the Saint Master below. I told you. This time I shall not deceive you, my brothers and sisters. The Saint Master wrapped himself in a circle, casting a pitiable gaze at the 7 great demons above. And this time, I will not fail. Each of you shall have the opportunity to pass through the gateway to hell left by my martyrdom, to return to the human realm. As he spoke, the Saint Master's gaze fell upon the highest stone platform. Demon Zhou Lan, elegantly resting his hands, quietly regarded the Saint Master. To be frank, Zhou Lan had not anticipated such swiftness in the Saint Master's actions. Perhaps the absence of Jackie's interference played a role? After all, they were demons, and repeated failures were indeed unbecoming. However, my demon brethren, you must understand that the power possessed by a soul form is limited. The Saint Master warned Zhou Lan. In response, Zhou Lan slowly shook his head. My sacrifice is for the freedom of my fellow demons. With that, he further endeared himself to the other demons. He raised his finger, directing a beam of emerald light towards the Saint Master. The other demons similarly followed suit. What is this? The Saint Master roared. The binding spell. It will keep you imprisoned within the first person you inhabit until you release all our brethren. All right, then. It seems I have a target. The Saint Master's eyes reflected Jackie's figure. Chapter 4. The seizure of the body as the sun dipped below the horizon. Casting a yellow hue, the bank's cash transport sped along the highway. Inside, the members of the Black Hand gang wore solemn expressions. The Saint Master has been resurrected? Why didn't you say so sooner? The long chastised Offing. How was I to know? He took the sheep talisman and vanished. Offing replied defensively. Besides, it was the Saint Master. What could he possibly do? The fact that he could even speak was already remarkable. What does he want with the sheep talisman? Valong pondered, a sense of confusion creeping in. It was common knowledge that all 12 talismans were manifestations of the Saint Master's power. If he had truly returned, he should have reclaimed his strength at the first opportunity. Yet, this time seemed different. The Saint Master had only taken the most insignificant talisman, the sheep. Perhaps he no longer wishes to engage in any endeavors and simply desires to embark on a soul projection journey on Earth? Zhou speculated. It is impossible. The malevolence of the Lord is well known to us all, Valen retorted. However, there was no time for contemplation, as a shrill siren echoed from behind. Turning to look, the familiar figure of Jackie Chan was seen clinging to the armored truck, and upon being discovered, he flashed an awkward smile at the members of the Black Hand gang. In an instant, he sprang into action, racing atop the speeding truck with the agility of a superhero, his pace unwavering. Jackie. Afu lunged forward like a fierce tiger pouncing on a helpless lamb. Jackie sidestepped, causing Afu to tumble onto the truck's roof. He turned around, exclaiming, "Monkey steals peaches." Startled, Jackie exclaimed, "How devious. Let us get to work." Inside the armored truck, Valen was issuing commands, while Afun and Zhou brandished talismans as they made their way out. With La Su continuing to drive, Little Pig is about to unleash her fury. Zhou raised his sunglasses, directing his electric gaze at the police car behind them. An explosion resounded as the police vehicle flipped over, crashing into the guardrail. Zhou's electric gaze reignited as he searched for Jackie within his field of vision. Wow. Put on your glasses. Unexpectedly, Jackie's voice echoed beside him. Zhou felt darkness envelop him as Jackie deftly placed the sunglasses back on his face. With a laser explosion, Zhou shielded his eyes, tears streaming down his cheeks. In a swift motion, Jackie had already clung to the window, grappling with La Su for control of the steering wheel. Like an immovable mountain yet aggressive as fire, he was nothing short of a superhero, twisting and turning as he single-handedly faced 4 opponents. La Su was unable to contend with him. The steering wheel turned sharply, causing the armored truck to tilt dramatically. Coughing, Valen brushed off the dust before Jackie's head popped out from the truck, looking somewhat dazed. Jackie, he shouted in anger. Simultaneously, the ethereal form of the Lord, also shouting Jackie's name, hovered in the air. Beside him, Zhou Lan, arms crossed, observed the scene quietly. The sheep talisman was indeed effective. Due to the binding spell, the Lord temporarily fulfilled his promise. Zhou Lan was able to return to the earthly realm in his spiritual form. Clearly, the ethereal Lord sought to possess Jackie's body. Not that he was worried. Zhou Lan, with memories from his past life, knew the Lord would not succeed. As expected, the moment the Lord lunged toward Jackie, Valen made his move. Having remained passive until now, he suddenly dashed forward, propelling himself toward the dazed Jackie with force. A stylish flying kick struck Jackie like a cannonball, sending him flying, and Valen laughed heartily. This time, I win. In the next moment, Zhou Lan heard the Lord's despairing roar. No, Valen, you useless fool. The Lord dove into Valen's body. There was a moment of distortion, and Valen's eyes reflected the dragon form of the Lord. It was a bit hard to bear, but Zhou Lan managed to suppress it. He rose elegantly, descending from the heavens toward Jackie. It appeared that the Lord would not be able to enjoy this superior vessel. It was his to keep. With this thought, Zhou Lan felt a stirring excitement. With the protagonist's halo enhancing his physical form, the completion of his system mission was undoubtedly secured. Accelerating, Zhou Lan glided gracefully toward Jackie, moving with remarkable speed. What was that? Not far away, a short-haired girl was wobbling in the air, aided by the latest flying apparatus developed by the 13th District. Xiaoyu, she had come to assist Jackie. Of course, this was her own decision. Suddenly, a purple figure streaked past her eyes, darting toward Jackie. Alarmed, she made a decision. Uncle Dragon, I'm here to help you. The nitrogen boost behind her flying device activated instantly, and Xiaoyu imitated a flying kick toward the purple apparition. Xiaoyu? Jackie, unsteadily rising, exclaimed, I think I heard Xiaoyu's voice. In the next instant, Zhou Lan felt a kick land on him, followed by a wave of comfort coursing through his soul. He had successfully possessed her. He opened his eyes. Wait, how was Jackie standing in front of him? What was he saying? Xiaoyu, what are you doing here? Jackie looked at Zhou Lan with a hint of displeasure. Xiaoyu? Zhou Lan murmured. In an instant, thoughts flooded his mind. No. How could it be Xiaoyu? He had possessed the wrong body. Yes. It was indeed Xiaoyu. He was safe. Zhou Lan felt a mix of surprise and joy. By a twist of fate, he had possessed Xiaoyu's body. Her combat power on paper was nearly negligible compared to Jackie's. Yet, it was well known that in times of prosperity, one looked to Jackie, in adversity, to the old man, and in dire straits, to Xiaoyu. Her protagonist halo was truly extraordinary. The fact that she could descend into the depths of hell and return unscathed spoke volumes of her luck and potential. Zhou Lan couldn't help but smile. He remained silent, hiding away. Uncle Dragon, Xiaoyu swayed her dizzy head. I'm here to help you. Just now, someone tried to ambush you, but I scared them off. Xiaoyu, who was there? Jackie replied in his usual tone, the authoritative voice of an adult admonishing a child. Before long, he keenly noticed that the other members of the Black Hand Gang were also regaining consciousness from the accident. La Su, Ah Fun, and Zhou held talismans in their hands, while After rubbed his head and stood up. Life or death? Jackie, effortlessly tucking Xiaoyu under his arm, dashed toward the center of the road. With a swift motion, he casually summoned a truck as if hitching a ride. The driver of the truck, momentarily stunned, couldn't comprehend who this effortlessly magnetic figure, hanging onto his vehicle at 60 miles per hour, was. As Jackie, one arm holding Xiaoyu and the other exerting incredible strength, called out to him, San Francisco. I'll pay you. Meanwhile, Valen stood still, his eyes glowing crimson, his hoarse voice sounding desperate and grotesque. Valen. The Lord gradually calmed down, silently watching Jackie's retreating figure, his gaze falling upon Xiaoyu. It seems I and my brethren have failed, He murmured to himself, "Boss." The members of the Black Hand, regaining their composure, looked toward Valen, who was in an unusual state. "Your boss has already fallen asleep." The Lord's sinister gaze shifted to the Black Hand, "And now, I am the one who takes his place. It's the Lord. We're doomed." Chapter 5, The Resurrection of the Lord in San Francisco. At Old Man's antique store, a figure busy with collecting items moved about the shop. "Jackie, be careful with my vase," the bespectacled old man reminded while reading the newspaper. "I'll be careful," Jackie responded, catching a falling vase while packing his backpack. "Xiaoyu, you should be heading to school." He glanced at the little girl nestled on the sofa. "Uncle Dragon." Xiaoyu's tone was filled with lament. "Valen robbed a bank, and Sheriff Blake found me. I need to help out. Xiaoyu, you stay here. You are not allowed to run around this time." Jackie pointed a warning finger. "Okay." Xiaoyu quickly agreed. With a creak, Jackie stepped out the door. "Xiaoyu, you should go to school," the old man continued. "I want tea, old man. Uncle Dragon told me to stay here and not run around, so I don't have to go to school." Xiaoyu played with words. In the next moment, a flash of red light crossed her eyes. "I'll just stay home and read." She surveyed the antique shop, taking in the thousands of books in her view. "Oh dear, the old man smells the scent of dark magic." The old man suddenly stood up, muttering to himself, "Could it be that another demon has been released?" "But the Lord is already dead," True said, moving boxes and wiping sweat. "That is precisely the issue." The old man tapped him lightly. "The 8 great demons seeking to escape from hell. With the Lord's death, the void of dark magic will surely give rise to another extremely powerful demon. I must conduct some research, True. Keep an eye on Xiaoyu." With that, he closed the door and began his solitary study. True was about to advise Xiaoyu to be more obedient, but in the next moment, Xiaoyu obediently stood up and declared, "I want to read, True. There is a wealth of knowledge here." Her tone was subtly nuanced. "Oh, very well," True replied, somewhat foolishly, as he continued to lift the cargo. Zhou Lan gazed at the bookshelves in his father's antique shop. Regardless of the earlier fright from his father, it was a promising start. Xiaoyu's body was still youthful, and her soul was equally tender. Zhou Lan could easily seize the initiative without disturbing her, akin to the seamless transition between two distinct personalities. Reading was his suggestion. Unlike the playful Xiaoyu, Zhou Lan recognized the significance of knowledge. In this world, the phrase knowledge is power was not mere rhetoric. The strength of the master stemmed from two fundamental aspects: his demonic essence and the wisdom of the once mighty demon sorcerer. The same could be said for Zhou Lan. Demons possess an inherent advantage in learning magic. The moon demon Zhou Lan was once a demon sorcerer himself. However, both he and the master had their wisdom eroded by thousands of years of stagnation in hell, completely forgetting the dark arts. It was precisely for this reason that Zhou Lan's father had repeatedly utilized energy magic to defeat the master. Yet, times had changed. The master's next plan involved traveling to Tibet to retrieve the Panga treasure box and open the hellish gate sealing the 8 great demons. At this moment, Zhou Lan should have possessed someone to assist him, fulfilling his supervisory duties promised in hell alongside the other 6 great demons. However, he bore no binding spells. As is well known, demons are notorious for their unreliability. Zhou Lan chuckled softly, immersed in a sea of books. As the sun set, time slipped away. Zhou Lan rose from the towering pile of spellbooks. He had spent the afternoon absorbing all the knowledge contained in the tomes. Even with his demonic constitution, he found this feat astonishing. The knowledge of energy magic presented itself to him with such clarity that it felt as though he had activated a cheat mode. It was unfathomable to imagine how grand the 8 great demons must have been during their reign. The magical knowledge of later generations appeared trivial in their eyes, easily grasped, and even used to reverse engineer dark magic. During this time, Cheng Long returned, bringing with him grim tidings. The master had resurrected. He had taken over Wolong's body and was already on a plane to Tibet, plotting who knows what. Cheng Long had booked a flight and again warned Xiaoyu not to wander off. Zhou Lan refrained from manipulating Xiaoyu's response. He was confident she would refuse on her own. Indeed, after Cheng Long and his father departed, Xiaoyu made a phone call. The slender, tight-clad thief, Xiao Shi, along with the young boy Parker and his guardian, the bull warrior, knocked on the door of the antique shop. True had also been swayed by Xiaoyu. "Dragon Squad, assemble!" Xiaoyu exclaimed with immense excitement. "I think it should be the bull squad. The bull warrior is the strongest." Parker interjected. "Of course, it's Uncle Dragon." Meanwhile, in Tibet, the Black Hand gang indeed succumbed to the master's overwhelming presence. In the inn, 11 talismans were respectfully presented. The master, Wolong, casually pushed aside the talismans, returning the sheep talisman he had taken with him. The talismans are insignificant, he emphasized. Insignificant? But this is yours. One of the Black Hand gang members protested. I have already stated, the talismans are of no importance. The master bellowed. The members of the Black Hand gang recoiled, silently awaiting further instructions. I need you to help me find the Panga treasure box, open the gates of hell, and welcome my brothers. You have brothers? Zhou Lan murmured. Of course. My brothers have been trapped in hell for thousands of years. It is time for their return. However, he paused. One of them has already returned to the mortal realm, just like me. The members of the Black Hand gang gasped in shock, wondering which unfortunate soul had been possessed. He will soon appear and assist us. In the meantime, take these talismans and stop Zhou Lan. All to your command. They replied. No, my money. It's all gone. Wolong suddenly regained control of his body, roaring in frustration. Money is inconsequential. The master retorted, reclaiming dominance. Money is everything. Wolong insisted defiantly. Money is not important. Do you think I wish to cooperate with you? You worthless fool. Once the gates of hell are opened, money will be plentiful. Until then, everything is under my command. After a heated exchange, the master forcibly subdued Wolong, who yielded once more, having been bested by the master too many times to resist this instance. I can feel it. My brothers are near, the master suddenly declared, his crimson gaze fixed outside as a gust of wind flung the wooden door open. A timid figure appeared behind the door. Scratching his head awkwardly, I wasn't he eavesdropping on purpose. It was Zhou Lan. Catch him. The Black Hand gang sprang into action, distributing talismans. Only Afu, skilled in martial arts, leapt directly at Zhou Lan Cobra, Oyster Shell, and Black Mamba Elbow Strike. Afu charged ahead, showcasing his newfound techniques. In the next instant, the door was kicked open, and several figures emerged. Dragon Squad, assemble. Chapter 6. This door is left open for me. The once quiet erupted into chaos. 12 powerful talismans changed hands multiple times between the Dragon Squad and the Black Hand gang. The room, once elegantly furnished, was now riddled with destruction. The innkeeper rushed over, promptly prostrating himself on the floor as a searing beam of light passed over his head. He gazed at the gaping hole in the ceiling, his face filled with despair. I took out a 30-year mortgage to buy this house. Yet, no one cared for his plight. Cheng Long had no time to ponder why Xiaoyu had brought the Dragon Squad to Tibet amidst this dire situation. At least with the bull warrior, Xiaoxi. In true present, he was not at an immediate disadvantage. The battle intensified as the master rose from his bed, a blazing flame gathering in his mouth. My brothers. You have finally arrived. He exclaimed. Who is he speaking to? Zhou Lan dodged off Fu's flying kick, puzzled as he glanced back. Xiaoyu, don't stand in the doorway. He chided while fending off attacks. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Wolong howled in agony as the flames from the master extinguished rapidly. Useless Wolong, such a feeble body. The master roared. Restricted by Wolong's human form, his soul could not unleash its true power. Meanwhile, Zhou Lan found himself nearly laughing at the master's foolishness. Why didn't you just say, brother, hello to my face? After hiding for so long, you nearly revealed yourself with that one sentence. Thankfully, Zhou Lan remained composed. I'm about to take flight, and I have lightning eyes. Afu clutched the chicken and pig talismans, slowly rising toward the ceiling. True, as strong as an ox. Lunged at him, forcibly snatching the talismans from his grasp. No, I'm out of ammo. Afu fell clumsily. Talismans in hand, don't engage the master recklessly. Zhou Lan urged, retreating with the talismans. Then let us withdraw. Xiaoxi smiled alluringly, gradually becoming invisible under the power of the snake talisman. The 4 unfortunate members of the Black Hand gang stood in a line, afraid to raise their heads, having lost all the talismans. Zhou Lan, fearing to provoke the master's ire, lowered his voice. How many times must I say it? The talismans are insignificant. The master roared. Zhou Lan has yet to realize my intentions. We must quickly obtain the Panga treasure box. Meanwhile, Zhou Lan's father arrived tardily, just disembarking from his flight. Father, we have once again defeated the master, and we have seized all the talismans. Zhou Lan cheered. Clap. Zhou Lan's father tapped his forehead with 2 fingers, his expression serious. No, the talismans are not important. Not important? But we worked so hard to take them. Old man paced back and forth with his hands clasped behind him. Although the Holy Lord had perished, he had left behind the portal to hell. The sole reason for his arrival in Tibet must be the Panga treasure box. Panga treasure box? What is that? Drew asked, perplexed. Long ago, 8 immortal deities sealed away 8 great demons, Old Man murmured slowly. While the bull warrior and little snake struggled to stay awake, he concluded, it is the key to unlocking the gates of hell. We must stop the Holy Lord and prevent him from releasing the other 7 demons. Then let us go now, Little You exclaimed eagerly. No, Little You, you must return. And you too, Parker, this is not an amusement park. Jackie pushed the 2 children away. Stopping the Holy Lord is our duty, and your task is to study diligently. Understand? He placed his hands on his hips, adopting a typical adult demeanor. This is precisely why I find him tedious, Little Snake sighed in resignation. The next day, a car sped down the highway. Little You, in a state of boredom, glanced at the bull warrior and Parker beside her. They were being personally driven by Jackie to the airport. The bull warrior snored loudly, clearly fast asleep, while Parker incessantly recounted the bull warrior's heroic feats. Little You. The bull warrior is the strongest. He once defeated all the gladiators single-handedly. A flash of red light darted through Little You's clear eyes as she coldly retorted, No, Parker. I am the strongest. You're lying. You clearly said Jackie was the strongest last time. Parker huffed indignantly. Do you want to see? Little You extended her hand towards the window. Sure, you're just like me. Before Parker could finish his sentence, the window beside him suddenly shattered with a loud bang, sending shards of glass flying. Before he could comprehend the situation, Little You had already leaped out of the window. Little You. Parker quickly leaned his head against the window. You won't fall to your death, will you? Before he could finish his words, his eyes widened in shock as he saw Little You standing gracefully in midair, palms facing downward. Even jumping from a car traveling at over 80 miles per hour posed no challenge for her. Huh, what is happening? The bull warrior suddenly awoke. Parker. She flew away. Parker pointed at the window, panic-stricken. What? The bull warrior leapt from his seat in fright. A flash of purplish-black, demonic energy flickered past. Zhou Lan elegantly manipulated gravity to glide close to the ground. In his spiritual form hidden within Little You, his power was likely less than 1/10,000th of its potential. Yet, just as the Holy Lord could breathe fire without the dragon talisman, the fundamental abilities of gravity and repulsion were instinctively at his command as the demon of the moon. Even if he were to be obliterated in hell for another 1,000,000 years, he would still wield these basic abilities. Calculating the time, Jackie should have already confronted the Holy Lord by now. He needed to reach the temple housing the Panga treasure box swiftly. According to the original storyline, even if he did not intervene, the Holy Lord could take the Panga treasure box. However, Zhou Lan was growing impatient. The villainous Holy Lord would soon release his demonic siblings one by one. But without exception, due to Old Man's presence, all would fail. This was an inescapable truth. As long as he found the deific tokens that sealed the corresponding demons, he could effortlessly utilize magic to send each demon back to hell. The Holy Lord had made this foolish mistake, successfully allowing the protagonist group to anticipate the sequential release of each demon. In this scenario, Old Man merely needed to seek the divine tokens and craft corresponding exorcism spells. Zhou Lan came to shatter this vicious cycle. He intended to be the first demon released and would never be sealed again. This was his sole opportunity to escape hell. Otherwise, according to the original trajectory, the return of the demon of the moon would only exist within the demonic energy absorbed by the little dragon. With a thought, he maximized his gravitational pull. Brothers and sisters, this singular portal to hell has been reserved for me, the demon of the moon. Chapter 7. The Demon's Resurgence at the Temple. The Holy Lord gazed intently at the Panga treasure box before him. It was a magnificent blue artifact, intricately inscribed with spells, indirectly controlling the passage between the human realm and hell. At the entrance of the temple, Jackie, Old Man, True, and Little Snake appeared. Holy Lord, we have come to stop you. Black Hand Gang, thwart them. With a command, the beleaguered Black Hand Gang surged forward. The Holy Lord reached for the Panga treasure box. A surge of electric pain coursing through his body. Damn it, the box is inscribed with righteous magic. He roared. Jackie, seize the box. Old Man directed. He then produced a spiked porcupine imbued with magic and unleashed its power against the Holy Lord. Struck by the magical blast, the Holy Lord was thrown back. He turned to see the 4 members of the Black Hand Gang being overwhelmed by the spell-empowered Dragon Team. Their misfortune only compounded against the might of the Dragon Team, further disintegrating their ranks, especially with Old Man's support as a ranged mage. For useless fools, the box bears righteous magic. I cannot touch it directly. Seize the box. The Holy Lord bellowed. Hearing this, the Black Hand Gang rushed towards the Panga treasure box en masse. A shadow descended from above, True stood like a mountain in their path. Meanwhile, the Holy Lord engaged in a magical duel with Old Man while attempting to indirectly lift the Panga treasure box. In the blink of an eye, the 4 members of the Black Hand Gang had been defeated and lay sprawled on the ground. While he was surrounded by the Dragon Team and Old Man Holy Lord, "You have failed," Jackie declared resolutely. "No, I have not." The Holy Lord clutched the box, roaring, "My brother, how much longer will you remain a bystander?" "Brother?" Jackie questioned, bewildered. In the next moment, a torrent of purplish-black energy struck him, sending him crashing into the wall. Zhou Lan hovered at the temple entrance, untouched by the ground, a blinding light radiating from behind him. "Little you," Jackie gasped, but he lacked the strength to rise. "Little you, weren't you supposed to be on a plane?" Drew asked, confused. "I'm not a crow, besides." "It's you who should be on a plane." Zhou Lan raised a hand, unleashing a repulsive force against True. Even his hulking figure couldn't withstand such power. He was instantly hurled against the wall, landing on Jackie. "No, you are not Little You. Who are you?" Little Snake asked, fear evident in her voice. "He is not Little You." Old Man's expression turned grave, filled with an uncontainable dread. He had become possessed by a demon, another demon altogether. The spiked porcupine fired a magical beam towards Zhou Lan. "Monsters, begone! Monsters, begone!" Old Man stomped the ground, channeling his magic to its fullest potential. Zhou Lan flashed him a mocking smile, flipping his wrist to conjure an identical spiked porcupine. "Magic? I can do that too." With those words, 2 even more robust beams of energy surged towards Old Man, obliterating everything in their path. "Ah, the demon has stolen Old Man's abilities." Little Snake, who bore the snake talisman, barely had time to react before Zhou Lan's second magical blast sent her flying. Inside the temple, the space was hollow. The 2 demons stood on opposite sides, exchanging smiles. "My brother, I knew you would appear at the most critical moment," the Holy Lord remarked, touched. Had Zhou Lan not known his character, he might have been deceived by this performance. "At this point, I must eliminate Jackie to prevent them from hindering me." Zhou Lan's eyes glinted with malice. He was no foolish villain from a children's cartoon. As a demon, eradicating future threats was the only sensible course of action. Before the Holy Lord could react, he began to conjure a second wave of magical energy. Under the wall, True shook his head, regaining his composure. As he gazed upon the approaching magical incantation, he swiftly reacted, the rabbit talisman gradually illuminating. Like a gust of wind, he hoisted up Qing Long and his father, tucking the Little Snake under his arm, and dashed out at great speed. The protagonist halo? Humph. Zhou Lan set down the pufferfish, hands in pockets, casting his gaze upon the Panga treasure box that the Lord had displayed from his sleeve. "My brother, you just reminded me of our splendid times from millennia ago. Hell could not extinguish your wisdom and valor. Even I find myself somewhat intimidated by you." The Lord spoke slowly. His eyes filled with trepidation as they rested on Zhou Lan, even though the figure before him appeared to be a girl of less than 1.40 meters. The overwhelmingly potent aura evoked memories of past glories. In hell, they had been polished too much, having long lost the arrogance that once defined them as demons. All their actions and demeanor were mere imitations of their former selves. The true power of the 8 immortal deities lay in this reality. Even if a demon could momentarily escape hell, it would merely be a weakened version of itself. Once ensnared in hell, one could only live eternally in the shadow of their past. Yet Zhou Lan's presence did not convey such a feeling to the Lord, even in his ethereal form. Even as he resided within the body of a little girl, the grace and poise he exhibited made the Lord feel as though he beheld the true moon demon, who once ruled the moon. It seemed he had not changed. The worth of the elder only increased. Concealing the fear in his eyes, the Lord declared, "Now, let us thoroughly examine this artifact and liberate our brothers and sisters to bask in the glory of the mortal realm." In his fervor, his hand accidentally brushed against the Panga treasure box, causing a jolt of electricity to course through him, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. He fumbled with it for a while, yet remained perplexed. This unparalleled treasure was nearly a complete enigma to him. Zhou Lan floated gracefully in the air, gliding towards the Lord. With a gentle gesture, he wielded gravitational force to draw the Panga treasure box closer to himself. There was no hindrance. The box's justice magic had no effect on him. Thus, I assert that one must trust the wisdom of the elders. Reading more is always beneficial. Gravity enveloped the Panga treasure box, the runes on its exterior illuminating one by one, as effortlessly as a scholar solving a Rubik's Cube. The box subtly rotated, revealing the hexagram before him. It appeared the first opportunity had been bestowed upon my sister, the mountain demon Bogan. The Lord's eyes sparkled with excitement. Zhou Lan smiled coldly. maintaining the gravitational influence on the Panga treasure box. The hexagram representing mountains and rivers gradually twisted and dimmed. The spell blew. The Lord was momentarily taken aback, calling out the true name. In the next instant, the can hexagram emerged, a spectral image of the moon instantly filling the temple. Zhou Lan whispered softly, "It seems Bogan cannot come, then the opportunity belongs to me." His gaze was piercing as he looked at the Lord. Chapter 8. 9 Masks. What do you intend to do? Within the temple, the Lord appeared to catch a glimpse of Zhou Lan's intentions. As the one exerting the most effort, should not the first door's opportunity belong to me? Zhou Lan chuckled lightly. The Lord's eyes shifted, a smile tugging at his lips. You are correct. He was no fool, instantly deducing Zhou Lan's thoughts. After his martyrdom, only one door to hell remained, and it could only permit one demon to enter or exit. This was an unbreakable law. Thus, only one demon could pass through the Lord's door. Zhou Lan had claimed the first opportunity for himself, seizing what was rightfully Bogan's due to his advantage of arriving in the mortal realm in a spiritual form. The Lord understood this all too well. Undoubtedly, this was a blatant betrayal, especially considering Zhou Lan had not made such assurances to his brothers and sisters in hell. Yet, what did it matter to him, an old dragon who had already met his end? Since ancient times, they had each ruled over different domains, and demons had no affection for one another. Should he truly oppose Zhou Lan for an ephemeral belief? Don't be absurd. It would be more prudent to devise a way to turn the tables. Such had always been the Lord's style. How splendid, my brother. My thoughts mirror yours. Opportunities are always reserved for the prepared demon, the Lord exclaimed. Zhou Lan cast a knowing glance at him, fully aware of the Lord's intentions. In a sense, he perhaps understood the Lord better than the Lord understood himself. Just as the two demons engaged in conversation, 4 members of the Black Hand gang slowly rose, scratching their heads. Chung Long had slipped away, and they had finally regained their senses. Their timing was impeccable. Little Yu, Zhou, adjusting his glasses, suddenly noticed Zhou Lan standing before the Lord. Don't be afraid, boss. We've come to save you. Often seemed eager to seize the moment. It appears your dragon uncle no longer needs you. Reza chuckled foolishly. The group hurried towards Zhou Lan, intent on claiming this achievement. As they approached, their movements were abruptly halted. They found themselves floating. My body, Ah Fu exclaimed, helpless in midair. Withdraw. The Lord barked angrily at them. You fools. Have you not realized yet? The 4 floating figures cast confused glances at Zhou Lan. Boss, what are you saying? This is Little Yu, is it? Zhou Lan murmured softly, a low chuckle escaping him. And what about now? As the words left his lips, he was enveloped in a shroud of purple-black, demonic energy, his previously diminutive form suddenly towering over the 4 members of the Black Hand. An overwhelming surge of demonic energy erupted, filling the entire temple. He released his gravitational hold, causing the 4 to tumble to the ground. A demon, a demon. Zhou lay sprawled on the ground, trembling in fear. Boss, so this is your brother? Why does he look just like Little Yu? Reza questioned, bewildered. Fool. Because he resides within this body. The Lord found himself exasperated by these simpletons. I see. Then someone is bound to be in tears. Ah Fu chuckled, a reflection of Chung Long appearing in his eyes. Father, is there any way? Little Yu has been possessed by a demon. We must hurry. In the antique shop, Chung Long was in a frenzy. He could hardly believe that the Little Yu he had been protecting had been possessed by a demon without him noticing. Do not panic. Father is also devising a plan. His father's expression was grim, yet years of experience urged him to remain calm. The antique shop was shrouded in mist as he prepared the altar, seemingly employing magic to gauge something. First, it was imperative to ascertain which demon had smuggled itself out of hell. His voice grew increasingly ethereal, rising fervently in a moment. Father has discerned it. It is the moon demon Zhou Lan, he exclaimed. But father, how did Zhou Lan return to the mortal realm without passing through the gate of hell? True inquired, puzzled. Fool. Father lightly tapped his forehead, stating slowly. He must have taken a shortcut. He then grew serious. The appearance of 2 ancient demons together must serve a singular purpose, to unleash other demons upon the world. The Lord's theft of the Panga treasure box aligns precisely with this objective. However, Little Yu remains in their grasp, Chung Long added. To reclaim Little Yu, we must vanquish the moon demon. Yet we have no knowledge of their next move. Demons are inherently selfish, remember? When Little Yu was in Father's shop, she spent an entire day reading. That was not her usual behavior. It must be Zhou Lan. He has already learned how to utilize the Panga treasure box. So Zhou Lan enjoys reading? Cheng Long was utterly befuddled. The old man, frustrated by the situation, tapped Jackie Chan on the head, expressing his disdain. Demons are inherently selfish. They yearn to return through the gates of hell, yet there exists but one portal. It is apparent that Zhou Lan desires to be the first to pass through. Thus the initial demon we must confront is undoubtedly Zhou Lan. One must concede that experience brings wisdom. The old man's analysis nearly deciphered Zhou Lan's intentions. True. The immortal deity capable of subduing Zhou Lan is Xian Gu, her token being a lotus flower. Quickly, prepare the incantations. The old man intends to banish the demon back. His expression turned grave, and in that moment, he bore an uncanny resemblance to a grand sorcerer, unyielding in the face of impending peril. But where shall we search for them? Jackie pondered, stroking his forehead. The old man gazed upward at the ceiling. A steadfast determination reflected in his murky eyes. The gates of hell shall open in the territories once ruled by the demons. In ancient times, Zhou Lan governed the moon. We must venture into space. At the aerospace base, the Apollo manned rocket is scheduled to launch tomorrow morning at 8. This time, we have invited several affluent individuals to jointly experience the allure of space travel. In front of the camera, staff members in uniforms meticulously introduced the details of the aerospace plan. Behind them, Valen donned an impeccably tailored suit, exuding an air of opulence. My lord, if we were to use this money for ourselves, we could live comfortably for a lifetime, Valen lamented internally. Not long ago, they had returned to America and once again plundered a vault. Yet the Lord had invested all the funds into the space agency, securing an opportunity to ascend into the cosmos. Valen witnessed this with a heavy heart. Valen, your perspective is too narrow. You fail to grasp that wealth is merely transient. What we are about to witness is a grander endeavor, the Lord admonished in a hoarse voice. Meanwhile, in the world's most secure Zone 13, another crisis was brewing. Sheriff Blake, we have discovered this across various locations in Japan. The staff of Zone 13 presented photographs captured by frontline personnel to the sheriff. What is this? A mask? Sheriff Blake queried, perplexed by the exquisite and ornate visage depicted in the images. He paced back and forth, but time was of the essence. More pressing matters awaited. Regardless, we must retrieve this mask to Zone 13. However, Sheriff Blake, there are not just one, but 9 masks. Chapter 9. The ultimate darkness across the vast ocean. A cargo ship sliced through the waves. Within its containers, a ghostly warrior mask lay quietly amidst the cargo. Simultaneously, in various locations, trucks sped along highways, and Airbuses soared through the skies. A total of 9 masks were being transported back to Zone 13 by diverse means. They had successfully crossed into the territory, all heading towards a singular destination. At the entrance of Zone 13, accompanied by a slight distortion in space, a red mask adorned with a white beard suddenly manifested. Though merely a mask, it could manipulate expressions at will. In that moment, its face bore a look of confusion. As the general of the Shadow Legion, Terra had awakened. Centuries prior, he and his 9 subordinates ruled during Japan's feudal era. Time had passed, and their epic had long since faded, now awakened. He was determined to reclaim all that was once his. However, he never anticipated such unimpeded progress. There was no need for struggle. His senses detected the 9 masks converging upon a single location. It was almost too effortless, leaving him perplexed. In the cosmic balance of yin and yang, typically one would expect some opposition to emerge at this juncture, yet the 9 masks were allowed to convene unchallenged. Did the present-day humans possess such ignorance? Or was there an entity that disrupted the original order of this world? After much contemplation, Terra could only arrive at one conclusion. This Earth was a realm that the Shadow Legion could only reluctantly accept. Meanwhile, at the aerospace base, the Lord suddenly approached Zhou Lan. Brother, I have sensed something unusual. His expression turned grave. Zhou Lan awaited further elaboration. Perhaps you are unaware, but prior to being sealed by Lo Pei, a human sorcerer, I had pilfered a fragment of power from an island, enabling me to command shadow soldiers at will. Zhou Lan's brow furrowed. He understood what the Lord was alluding to. To clarify, the Lord gestured and whispered, "My soldiers." In an instant, the shadow beneath him began to writhe, transforming into the shape of a ninja. Yet, almost as quickly, the ninja soldier dissolved like water. The rightful owner of this power had returned, severing my connection to the shadows. In the past, I would have had a multitude of methods to resolve this issue. However, I am now confined within this corporeal form, the Lord recounted, evidently conveying a critical message. Terra had returned. Zhou Lan's expression turned quizzical. Logically, the 8 great demons and the Shadow Legion should not exist within the same timeline. Both, as embodiments of dark forces, were formidable entities resistant to defeat. Unless, of course, his arrival had altered the very fabric of this world. As this realization dawned upon him, Zhou Lan's brow deepened with concern. He suddenly conceived a more chilling possibility. In the chronicles of Jackie Chan, the forces of justice and evil, yin and yang, are in equilibrium. Just as the 8 great demons wreaked havoc in ancient times, the 8 immortals would appear to seal them. Just as the Lord once escaped hell, the saint warrior Lo Pei emerged to seal him, scattering his original powers into 12 talismans. Zhou Lan's arrival had unknowingly fractured this balance. Now, the world teetered on a precipice where darkness prevailed over light. Thus, a more extreme solution was adopted to elevate evil to its zenith. What would the outcome be? Undoubtedly, a more formidable force of justice would arise to meet the challenge. In essence, if one cannot manage the situation, then amplify it to a monumental scale. Once it reaches a certain magnitude, intervention becomes feasible. A chilling sensation coursed through Zhou Lan's body. At this moment, he comprehended that his adversaries were not merely Jackie Chan or the old man. What he was up against was the immutable and eternal laws of this world. And at this juncture, the impending emergence of a righteous force capable of quelling all darkness seemed less significant. Whoever this entity may be, they would return with the power to seal all. Akin to a bolt of lightning. Zhou Lan, he must discover a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, the only fate awaiting him would be the unending torment within hell. In the antique shop, the old man sat solemnly before the altar. Clad in a white sorcerer's robe, his demeanor was profoundly solemn. The fragrant white sandalwood incense swirled around him. As the 9 masks drew ever closer, the grand sorcerer's authority intensified with each passing moment. In his mind, the vast compendium of magical tomes surged forth like a tidal wave, enveloping him in an indescribable radiance, nearly blinding in its brilliance. When the 9 masks converged, the ultimate darkness capable of engulfing the earth would descend. At that moment, perhaps the light emanating from him would be fierce enough to shatter the encroaching darkness. Jackie, I sense an unnamed dark force spreading through Zone 13, he declared solemnly. Zone 13? That is the safest place. And aren't we supposed to be heading into space to confront Zhou Lan? Jackie questioned. No, my master has communicated with me through a dream. 9 masks are converging. Once they unite, the entire earth will be consumed by darkness. Alas, what misfortune! I must inform Sheriff Blake. No, return. There is no time left. We must first stop Zhou Lan. The old man intervened, halting Jackie. However, the demons are far more perilous than the masks. As he spoke, Jackie Chan suddenly sensed an intensified aura emanating from his father. In District 13, the staff were busy transporting collectibles from the front lines into the vault. What are these? A worker questioned, holding a ghostly mask in his hands. Some items from Japan. Who knows? If there are more, let us hang them all on the wall. One by one, masks were extracted from the crates and affixed to the walls of the vault. 9 masks were finally arranged in a row. In the next moment, the space trembled and the shadowy general, Terra, materialized. He laughed maniacally, proclaiming, "It seems you have made a grave mistake." The 9 masks suddenly quivered in unison, shattering into countless fragments, from which dark shadows emerged. My soldiers, the time to shroud the world in darkness has come, Terra declared passionately. The 9 ghostly generals solidified, and their shadowy legions emerged from the gloom. The vault of District 13 instantly fractured. Countless diverse shadow legions gathered from the heavens and the earth, casting an enormous shadow over the entire world. Under Terra's command, the 9 generals traversed the realms in all 4 cardinal directions. Wherever they tread, everything fell into the dominion of the Kingdom of Shadows. The ultimate darkness had descended. Chapter 10. Through the gates of hell the rocket ascended slowly. The lunar mission was almost within reach. Yet, Zhou Lan's expression betrayed no joy. He too sensed the surge of dark power. The greater this force, the colder his heart became. It was easy to imagine the kind of justice that such formidable evil would spawn. It was certainly beyond his capacity to withstand. Since the moment the Lord informed him of this news, he had been lost in contemplation. This was nearly an unsolvable conundrum. The world was watching him, intent on his destruction. Even though he had once been a demon, he found it equally challenging to resist this pressure. Every step he took was deliberate. First, he possessed the character with the strongest fortune, Xiao Yu, to avert unforeseen troubles. Next, he followed the plan to seize the Panga treasure box, reserving the first gate for himself. In just a few days, every move was nearly impeccable. Yet, no matter how he maneuvered, He seemed unable to escape the fate that lay before him. Victory appeared to be within grasp, but at that moment, Zhou Lan's mind was consumed by a singular thought. Should he continue to fight? Could he truly prevail? The Lord seemed to sense the shift, remaining silent. After all, he had already failed countless times. Justice would not annihilate him. Rather, it would give birth to an even more formidable demon. Justice would merely seal him away, diminishing his power and preventing the emergence of new evils. The curse of the moon demon, Lan, was no different. It was a cycle akin to an Ouroboros, where good and evil intertwined, and none could escape. Yet Zhou Lan had lived only a brief 20 years, once sealed back to hell. His consciousness and soul would surely vanish completely. As thoughts spiraled, at the most critical moment, Zhou Lan suddenly smiled. He looked at the Lord, questioning his silence. The Lord, possessing the form of Valron, suddenly bore a weary smile. My brother, amidst my eternal struggle, I have long seen through it all. No matter how many chances this world grants me, they are but fleeting illusions. What you are about to face, he paused, then clarified, is no different. So, you already knew, Zhou Lan replied with a wry smile. Indeed, I have long known that the Panga treasure box is not a beacon of hope. Even if I could release all your brethren, it would merely be a fleeting encounter. I have spent a demon's lifetime, and still cannot escape this twisted cycle. His gaze fell upon Zhou Lan. Yet I am pleased that you realized this reality upon your first departure from hell. Your wisdom far surpasses ours. As the rocket reached space, the reflection of Valron's eyes appeared in the aerospace glass, where an ancient dragon resided. His gaze turned toward the stars. The fierce ferocity of a demon completely faded, replaced by a weariness that had never belonged to him. This is fate, my brother. Open your door. For the first time, Zhou Lan encountered a different aspect of the Lord. This ancient dragon had fought within the inescapable circle of fate for far too long. He was weary, scarred. Even at this moment, having once wielded immense power, he appeared more fragile than Xiaoyu, the young girl Zhou Lan had possessed. Indeed, the ancient demon. Having escaped hell multiple times, the sole ruler of ancient Asia, how could he be a fool? He had long since realized. Yet unexpectedly, he still fought. Time and again. In battle after battle, this demon merely sought to glimpse the glory of the past. The Lord Zhou Lan softly called his name. This world seeks to destroy us. I have long been aware, he replied. Justice and evil are irreconcilable. Zhou Lan pointed toward Earth, which was now gradually enveloped by thick darkness. That ultimate darkness was meant for us. It has always been so. Haha, standing at both extremes, what do you think of my alliance with them? It would lead to defeat, the Lord replied mercilessly. I think so too. Zhou Lan seemed to have anticipated the answer and opened his mouth. The words that followed causing the Lord to tremble slightly. Therefore, I shall annihilate them. Zhou Lan's voice thundered. The Lord shuddered, incredulously turning to look back. Lan, have you lost your mind? No, I have not. Zhou Lan's expression was nuanced. Despite the moment of despair, he wore a confident smile. Our thoughts can never escape the cycle of yin and yang, nor can good and evil ever coexist. Who said they were eternally opposed? Is evil not born from the same source? Since ultimate darkness gives rise to ultimate justice, then I shall not allow it to reach its zenith, shall I? Zhou Lan explained eloquently, leaving the Lord in astonishment. What do you mean? I intend to tear away the darkness enveloping the earth, thus stifling the growth of justice, granting us all a fair contest. If the world sought to use extreme measures to cultivate the forces of justice, then Zhou Lan would prevent it from succeeding. Everyone's logic had become ensnared in the Ouroboros cycle, yet by simply stepping outside this circle, the problem could be resolved. With a resounding noise echoing within the landing module, the rocket carrying two ancient demons touched down on the moon. Clad in spacesuits, Zhou Lan slowly floated out of the module. The Pangu treasure box hovered in his palm, gradually twisting. A turquoise light burst forth, and in the vastness of space, a scroll materialized. Towering high, entirely green, it was priceless. The lower end of the scroll gradually descended. It was a door, a portal from hell to the mortal realm. Within the door, immense magical energy twisted into a vortex, the crimson hue reflecting the unchanging visage of hell for millennia. And now, this door finally opened. The true form of the ancient demon was about to arrive upon his once loyal territory. Zhou Lan gazed downward. Earth was nearly consumed by darkness, with 3/4 of its land submerged within the kingdom of shadows. Should this continue, the entire planet would be dragged into that realm, lost for eternity. Naturally, the forces of justice would not permit such a scenario. Just then, another landing module descended toward the lunar surface. The hatch slowly opened. and Jackie Chan and his father emerged, clad in spacesuits. They had caught up, as was inevitable. Zhou Lan's gaze fell upon his father. Suddenly, he chuckled softly. "So, you are here." Golden light flickered within his father's spacesuit, and the white robe he wore was imbued with the power of incantations. In Jackie Chan's hand was a vial of green potion. The item was imbued with a curse, a means to return his true form to the— "At last, you have arrived," murmured Zhou Lan softly. In the vastness of space, their voices were inaudible to one another. "Hurry, finish with the curse. We must return to contain the ultimate darkness." Curse Blue, detach from Xiaoyu. Cheng Long roared, charging fiercely towards them. Although Zhou Lan could not hear his words, he parted his lips in silent agreement. In an instant, he separated from Xiaoyu, his soul racing toward the gates of hell. Simultaneously, a tremor emanated from within the gates. A colossal pressure surged forth. The demon of the moon, clad in a robe of crimson and purple, slowly materialized from the threshold. Towering several meters high, his purple-black hair cascading divinely. The majestic aura he exuded should have drawn countless deities to worship at his feet, yet now, only the desolate earth remained. His skeletal hands rested gently on his knees, while smaller hands were clasped before him, exuding a semblance of composure. He closed his eyes, his countenance solemn. His voice emerged as if echoing from eons past. "This is the realm of demons," he commanded the void. He spoke, traversing through the gates of hell. Chapter 11. To the Moon. The fusion of spirit and flesh. Zhou Lan opened his eyes. Beneath him, the Holy Lord stood on the lunar surface, gazing with a complex expression. On the other side, Cheng Long and his father were poised, eager to re-imprison him. "Demons, begone! Demons, begone!" His father mumbled incantations. The curse of Qi was activated. Cheng Long gripped a potion in his left hand while clutching a lotus bud in his right. From every angle, it appeared as though Zhou Lan was on the brink of demise. Yet, he remained unperturbed, equally invoking the curse of Qi, attempting to counter his father's power. Simultaneously, he wielded repulsive forces to send the approaching Cheng Long flying, keeping him at bay several dozen meters away. In his own domain, he was not so easily vanquished. "Cheng Long, hurry," his father urged anxiously. "I know, father, you must nullify his power." "Nonsense. Curse Blue also wields sorcery. It won't be easy for you." Though he spoke thus, Zhou Lan could distinctly feel the mounting pressure upon him. It was a manifestation of his father's strength in the Grand Mage state. As a formidable demon, he found himself nearly unable to contend with a mere human. Such was fate, he chuckled wryly. Yet, soon, the demonic energy beneath him surged, merging with the lunar surface. The purple-black aura began to envelop the moon, and his power steadily escalated. "Hurry, Cheng Long. Curse Blue is absorbing the moon's gravity. He must not succeed." "Understood, father." "Demons, begone." Cheng Long swam through the void, propelling himself toward Curse Blue. He needed to approach Zhou Lan first to merge the potion infused with the curse and the lotus bud to send Zhou Lan back to hell. Before him, Zhou Lan raised a hand, the gravitational force swiftly drawing the unconscious Xiaoyu from her spacesuit. She lay suspended in the air, her brows furrowed. "Xiaoyu." Cheng Long's expression turned frantic. "Dare to approach, and I shall banish her beyond the moon." Zhou Lan threatened. "What shall we do, father?" "The demon seems to be using Xiaoyu as leverage against us." Cheng Long's face was etched with concern. "He is treacherous." His father fumed. Two fiery gazes bore down upon Zhou Lan, yet he remained unfazed, responding coolly, "I am the villain, am I not?" Meanwhile, he relentlessly absorbed the moon's gravity. At that moment, 2/3 of the moon was shrouded in demonic aura. His strength was gradually restoring, yet the pressure upon him intensified. Looking up, he saw that only the uppermost part of Earth remained unconsumed by the ultimate darkness. His father's curse grew increasingly formidable. Zhou Lan rose slowly, his gaunt arms pressing against the lunar surface as he exerted every effort to hasten the absorption. He was on the verge of success. Once he absorbed all the moon's gravity, he would reclaim his zenith. Moreover, Xiaoyu remained in his grasp. But in the next moment, his vision blurred. Cheng Long's speed suddenly escalated, and the figure of Xiaoyu, who had been shielding them, vanished in an instant. Cheng Long gently returned Xiaoyu to the landing module, revealing the talisman in his hand and a triumphant smile, the powers of the chicken and the rabbit. "Father, I have always said the talisman is crucial." He tightened his grip on the talisman, merging the potion laden with the curse and the lotus bud, a blinding light erupting forth. The chicken talisman allowed him to stretch freely in space, while the rabbit's swiftness rendered him extraordinarily fast. Cheng Long activated both talismans, his hand firmly grasping the lotus bud, shooting towards Zhou Lan like a streak of light. Curse blue, your doom has come. At that very moment, the absorption of the moon's gravity was nearing completion. Just a little more. It was always like this. A flicker of despair crossed Zhou Lan's heart. His father's power was nearly equal to his own, and it continued to rise. The talismans and divine tokens were firmly in Cheng-Long's grasp at every critical juncture. He seldom faltered. Is it over? A thought flickered through Zhou Lan's mind. Not yet. A roar resounded, the Holy Lord responding to Zhou Lan. He sprang upright, his body taut and poised, seemingly anticipating the confrontation with Zhou Lan. Cheng-Long's arm, clutching the lotus bud, collided against him, sending him hurtling backward uncontrollably. Simultaneously, the lotus bud, tainted with the curse and radiating a soft glow, fell. It floated mid-air, gradually descending under the pull of gravity. My brother, I shall assist you. The Holy Lord was propelled by overwhelming inertia, tumbling across the ground, nearly rolling off the lunar edge. Zhou Lan's pupils constricted. The Holy Lord. But in the next moment, the lunar gravity was fully restored, the ancient demon's glory returning in an instant. A wave of indescribable comfort coursed through him. He raised his head slightly, unable to refrain from exclaiming, I am now lacking nothing. The system's voice did not echo. Indeed, to the moon was not as simple as it seemed. He needed to eliminate all obstacles to succeed. No, father. Cheng-Long cried out in despair. There is still a way. Let me confront him. Zhou Lan returned to his pinnacle, the world's malevolent forces nearing an apex at that moment. Yet his father grew increasingly confident. He formed a hand seal, a stream of spiritual light descending from above. This light stemmed from an ancient text he may have glimpsed, or perhaps never encountered. Yet the strange, yet familiar runes began to manifest in his mind. This was an ancient spell, inscribed with the mysterious power to seal the demon of the moon into a statue. At this moment, the runes of the spell gradually infused into him, imparting understanding. His father assumed his stance, the radiance of a holy warrior enveloping him. Zhou Lan was at a loss for words. So, we are not even pretending anymore. He spread his arms wide, a torrent of magical energy erupting forth, but not directed at his father. The Holy Lord had secured him an opportunity, regardless of past grievances. At least now, at this very moment, he accepted that bond of brotherhood. The demonic energy, which had enveloped the entire moon, coalesced in Zhou Lan's palm, absorbing all light like a black hole, dark and unfaceable. He flicked his fingers, sending the demonic energy toward a certain direction. It was Earth. On the other side, Terra stood atop Mount Everest, his gaze ablaze with fervor as he beheld the world. He was on the brink of success. The last fragment of Asia was about to be enveloped within the Shadow Kingdom. At the mountainside, 9 shadow generals strode through the wind and snow, their steps unyielding. They were but a step away from achieving this grand endeavor. Yet in truth, their strength had grown to an unfathomable magnitude. Terra's voice thundered through the tempest, proclaiming, The great undertaking of the Shadow Legion is complete. No one shall thwart us henceforth. The ultimate darkness has descended. 9 shadowy generals had reached the precipice of victory, with the sky and earth, lakes and mountains, grasslands and valleys, now just a step away. His voice reverberated across the world. Had he truly succeeded? A diminutive, dark orb descended silently from the heavens, landing upon the peak of Mount Everest. It hung there, motionless. Terra gazed at the still black sphere, a moment of sheer horror washing over him. Chapter 12. My brother, pursue your freedom. The crimson mask of Terra was suddenly etched with terror. The 9 shadowy generals were so close, yet could advance not a step further. The orb emitted a subtle repulsive force, isolating their lifelong hopes beyond reach. They raged, weeping and wailing, countless shadows converging to assault this repulsion. Yet the black sphere remained unmoved, impervious to all, even as the world's shadows amassed against it, firmly pinning the shadowy legion beyond the barrier. Unshakable. This was a magnificent power. Terra, in despair, stared at the orb, sensing an aura of malevolence emanating from it. Why? Why? There was no explanation, no forewarning. The orb trembled slightly, as if stretching. Initially, it exerted a feeble repulsion, pushing Terra and the 9 generals away from the summit. Then, in an instant, the orb expanded explosively. An irresistible, colossal repulsion swept everything away. The ultimate darkness? Merely a fleeting illusion trapped within the minds of a few shoguns on an isolated island. Even at their zenith, they had only ruled a corner of Japan. Nothing more. If they encountered the ancient sovereign who once ruled all of Asia, the 9 masks would be relegated to his treasure trove, too fearful to unleash even the so-called ultimate darkness. Fortunately, they had avoided crossing paths with the sovereign at their peak. But alas, at this very moment, they collided with complete cursed blue. In the blink of an eye, the darkness enveloping the earth was torn away. The repulsion effortlessly stripped it away, as simple as unwrapping a candy. The shadowy kingdom that nearly engulfed the globe vanished in an instant. Shadows born from the masks dissipated like shattered fluff, sealed back within their broken visages. The remnants of masks swayed, reassembling into ghostly figures. A chorus of despairing howls echoed, unable to reach the moon. Terra's vision turned crimson. His grand ambitions extinguished in the blink of an eye. Even he was firmly pressed back to the ground by the tremors of space, unable to rise. Simultaneously, the ancient incantations within the old man's mind began to retreat. The radiant light behind him was but a step away from completion. Yet the ultimate darkness's separation obstructed this journey. The ancient spell stuck on the final character, unable to manifest. Why? The old man's face reflected astonishment. The will of the world operated like a machine, adhering strictly to its programming. Zhou Lan chuckled lightly, casually gesturing toward the cosmos. The demonic energy he had released to Earth was effortlessly retracted, as if merely passing through. In an instant, the demonic energy flowed with ease. This was the ultimate form of an ancient demon. He had achieved completion. Nothing in this world could hinder him any longer. If the world wished to brew justice anew, it would require time. A slight miscalculation could lead to monumental consequences. My brother, you have indeed succeeded. The sovereign lay upon the lunar surface, gazing at Zhou Lan with astonishment. How could he not perceive Zhou Lan's current state? Millennia ago, the demon who had once ruled the world alongside him was precisely like this. No, he was still a step away. Zhou Lan's gaze was piercing. He awaited a message. In the next moment, a merciless mechanical voice echoed in his mind. The lunar mission has been completed. In 1 minute, the host will depart this world in complete form. Before him, an hourglass appeared, counting down from 1 minute. What is this? Both the sovereign and the old man were momentarily taken aback. Zhou Lan raised his hand, drawing the sovereign from the lunar surface before him, allowing him to float effortlessly. His voice was elegant and untroubled. My brother, I am about to leave. And I believe you will succeed. The ancient dragon's eyes widened in shock, fixated on Zhou Lan. His joy was indescribable. Simultaneously, a pang of envy surged from within him. The cursed blue had succeeded. Perhaps he could as well. As grains of sand fell, 30 seconds had already passed. The old man was still striving, his magical energy reaching unprecedented heights. In the next moment, the entire lunar surface trembled, a wave of clarity rippling through. What is this? Zhou Lan suddenly glanced at the lotus bud he had long forgotten. At this moment, the bud was enveloped in a spell, its petals slowly unfurling. A phantom figure gradually emerged, materializing into reality. Goodness! Zhou Lan couldn't help but exclaim. This world was truly beyond pretense. After the ancient spell had been interrupted by Zhou Lan's method of repelling the ultimate darkness, the world would inevitably react to his impending completion. Yet, he never anticipated such a swift response. If the previous moment was devoid of pretense, this was even more blatant in its disregard. The immortal deity, Gu. She slowly unfurled from the lotus bud, her exquisite visage emerging from the verdant glow, as if awakening from a deep slumber. With delicate brows and almond-shaped eyes, she bore no makeup yet resembled a celestial being, draped in gossamer, exuding an ethereal aura. Upon awakening, her beautiful brow slightly furrowed, the azure light swirling around her like rippling waters. This was the true immortal deity, long vanished from the annals of time. The eternal celestial who single-handedly sealed the complete demon of the moon, Gu. This astonishing scene left all present wide-eyed in disbelief, especially the sovereign, who hurriedly glanced around, seemingly fearful of an approaching figure wielding a sword. Cursed blue. As soon as she awoke, Gu called out its name, seemingly aware of what had transpired. She extended her delicate wrist, gently twisting it. A lotus bud radiating with multicolored light appeared in her palm, drifting slowly towards cursed blue. Simultaneously, a green scroll unfurled in the cosmos. The gates of hell swung open in an instant. A scarlet vortex twisted grotesquely, a tremendous pull surging towards Zhou Lan. Her strike was decisive, with a singular purpose, to restore order. In that moment, Zhou Lan truly panicked. He had not expected this world to be so unforgiving. Seeing the denizens of the present as ineffective, it had opted for an overwhelming approach. The lotus bud floated towards him like ripples in water. Zhou Lan commanded the demonic energy, attempting to keep it at bay. Yet the radiant lotus bud merely swayed gently. piercing directly through the purple-black demonic energy as if entering a realm unimpeded. It seemed to be an immutable law inscribed within the chronicles of time, an eternal axiom. Unobstructed. Unchangeable. The undulating lotus bud appeared to transcend millennia, advancing with the same authority as before. This was his nemesis. She had sealed and suppressed him in such a manner thousands of years ago. Realizing that resistance was futile, Zhou Lan could only cast his gaze upon the hourglass. It was close. Only a second remained. Success. A look of exhilaration spread across his face as the final grain of sand fell silently. The lotus bud landed upon him, its multicolored radiance instantly binding him. Xiangu gently raised a delicate finger, yet her eyes betrayed a hint of confusion. She found herself unable to thrust the cursed blue entity back into the gates of hell. Frowning, her delicate face reflected a sense of urgency as she rose to her feet, placing her palm upon Zhou Lan. I must personally capture you. Just as in days of yore, she exclaimed with indignation. As the final grain of sand fell, a radiant golden portal instantaneously swung open. Mission accomplished. Please return, host. The irresistible power of the rules enveloped Zhou Lan, drawing him toward the golden gateway. Filled with delight, Zhou Lan turned back and teased, "Ha ha, Xingu. I shall take my leave first." With his hands clasped behind his back, his figure appeared ethereal and spirited, exuding an ineffable nonchalance. "How dare you?" Xingu fumed. Summoned by the will of the world, she vowed to capture Zhou Lan as she had in the past. Seeing the demon about to escape, she could not allow it. With her skirts billowing, she pursued Zhou Lan like a celestial maiden ascending to the moon. Knowing she would not succeed, Zhou Lan sighed with a smile. Why pursue with such fervor? There is no need for further farewells. Xiangu was his arch-nemesis, but what did it matter? He had already graduated. What could possibly withstand the power of the system? Absurd. At that moment, a flame surged forth, blocking the path between Zhou Lan and Xiangu. The Holy Master acted again, merely wishing for Zhou Lan to depart this realm. The being residing within Valong appeared far too feeble compared to Zhou Lan and Xingu. Yet the gaze of the ancient dragon in Valong's eyes was unwavering. The golden portal gradually closed, and Zhou Lan finally attained his freedom. As he glanced back through the last sliver of the opening, he beheld the Holy Master standing alone and silent upon the lunar surface, wearing a hint of relief. While the enormous magical beam of his father surged toward him, that was the sealing spell from 900 years ago, traceable back to the Saint Warrior Loeb, who had once sealed the Holy Master. Faced with his father now, the Holy Master had no means to evade. This was an inevitable radiance. Compared to Zhou Lan, the Holy Master evidently bore many more vulnerabilities and adversaries. Yet at this moment, he simply raised the corners of his mouth, indifferent to the curse that had once incited his deep loathing. He awaited his destined conclusion with serene acceptance. As the last sliver of space closed, a final voice emerged. Hoarse and forlorn. My brother, go pursue your freedom. This dragon, of poor reputation and notorious for his unreliability, had kept his only promise in 900 years before Zhou Lan. Chapter 13, The Elder Never Lies. Gazing at the hollow expanse, Zhou Lan felt a sudden pang of loneliness. This was the system space, a realm without constraints. His demonic essence floated serenely in the heavens. Yet his gaze betrayed a hint of melancholy. Armed with the memories of a traveler, he believed himself to understand everyone, including the Holy Master. Yet in truth, the figures on the television screen were merely archetypes. Only through first-hand experience could one grasp that each individual was a being of flesh and blood. Had the Holy Master not intervened, he would have long since been cast back into hell by either his father or Xiangu, forever trapped. That fellow. A long sigh echoed in the emptiness of the sky. Every experience inevitably leaves behind its ties. Even now, Zhou Lan did not believe the Holy Master had altered his nature, yet he had undeniably aided him. At least in the end, that heartfelt declaration of brotherhood was genuine. He had always held firm to a belief. To discern a person's true nature, one must not heed their words, but rather observe their actions. Looking back, the once resplendent golden portal had long since vanished. Please select your reward, echoed through the space. A line of phantoms flickered before his eyes, representing the rewards for completing the challenge. As Zhou Lan's gaze swept over one of the items, he immediately locked onto it. With a flick of his finger, he confirmed his choice. There was nothing in the entirety of the Jackie Chan adventures that could rival this reward. There was simply no need for hesitation. Selection confirmed. Reward dispensed. The Panga treasure box. The extraordinary artifact, radiating a soft blue glow, gently descended into Zhou Lan's palm, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. As a reward from the system, the righteous magic upon the Panga treasure box had been dispelled. It simply hovered in Zhou Lan's hand, indescribably wondrous. Panga treasure box possesses the power to open the gates of hell in any world and summon projections of the 7 great demons. The strength of the summoned demon projections is influenced by the original world's demonic state, mirroring the power of the current demon body. Note, at any given time, only one gate to hell exists, allowing for the summoning of a single demon projection. This was an immensely powerful treasure, and Zhou Lan was thoroughly satisfied. However, upon closer inspection, he discovered that the currently selectable demon projections from the Panga treasure box numbered only 6: the thunder demon Su, the water demon Basha, the wind demon Xiaofeng, the mountain demon Bagong, the earth demon Dequai, and the sky demon Shimu. 6 demon projections flickered before him, yet one was conspicuously absent. System. What of the fire demon, the holy master? Zhou Lan inquired. The demon projections summoned by the Panga treasure box are influenced by the current timeline's demonic strength. After assisting the host escape, the Holy Master has been re-imprisoned by your father using Lope's sealing spell, losing all power, thus rendering his projection unsummonable, the system explained. Zhou Lan's eyes trembled slightly. That fellow had indeed been sealed once more. The glance he cast before departing had revealed the sealing spell, which had successfully locked the Holy Master away. For some inexplicable reason, a wave of sorrow washed over Zhou Lan's heart. Regardless of the circumstances, the Holy Master had aided him in his escape, yet he now faced such a fate. As it stood, even his demon projection could not be summoned. He extended his hand and brought the Panga treasure box close, filled with myriad questions. Why had Xiangu appeared? This was the question that intrigued him the most. Logically, the 8 immortal deities should have vanished into the river of time by now. Zhou Lan could comprehend the world will's intervention in bestowing wisdom upon his father to curtail the forces of evil, as this was the rule within the realm of Jackie Chan adventures. Justice and evil, yin and yang, exist in a dynamic balance. Yet, Xiangu's sudden emergence completely contradicted this logic. Because the host has restored full strength, Xiangu has thus appeared, the system elucidated. Zhou Lan's gaze shifted, as if a thought had struck him. In other words, if one were to liken the world to a computer, demons would be akin to viruses, while the immortal deities serve as the real-time antivirus software loaded onto the system. The host is quite astute. The system confirmed Zhou Lan's hypothesis. As the past begets the future, when the 8 great demons reach their zenith, the 8 immortal deities will emerge. This is a rule etched within the annals of time. The annals of time. Zhou Lan's heart jolted. If there were any treasure that could surpass the Panga treasure box in value, it could only be this item of rules. All that has transpired, is transpiring, and will transpire, whether realized or unrealized, is inscribed within the annals of time. This is the most powerful entity within Jackie Chan adventures. Moreover, it possesses a self-correcting function. Even if someone attempts to alter its contents, it will rectify itself. Isn't that insurmountable? Zhou Lan pondered deeply. No, that cannot be. If it were so, I should have been sealed by Xiangu by now. Could it be that the rules inscribed within the annals of time merely document the process, with demons and immortal deities corresponding one-to-one, yet whether they would be re-imprisoned remains an unknown? Correct. I understand now. Zhou Lan's mind steadied. I must return and rescue that old dragon. He spoke each word with unwavering determination. Aside from the Holy Master, my other brothers and sisters are also here. This world is so wondrous. How could I not allow them to experience it as well? Furthermore, I did indeed make a promise before them on the very first day I entered hell, with the Panga treasure box in hand. Endowed with the capability to replicate the strength of demons one-to-one, Zhou Lan felt a renewed sense of confidence. As the other 7 great demons grow in strength, he too reaps the benefits. Host, please ponder carefully. Should you choose to return to the world of Jackie Chan adventures in your current form, the immortal Xiangu will certainly appear at the very moment of your arrival. Moreover, the other 7 immortal deities will undoubtedly become obstacles. Zhou Lan gathered the demonic energy, an ineffable Taoist aura swirling around him. A faint smile graced his lips as he mused. I believe we will find a way. Will we not? With a serene expression, he acknowledged the presence of the system, which rendered this endeavor highly feasible. With the host having decided on a goal, the system would exert its full capabilities, infiltrating different worlds to assist the host's growth. Excellent. Zhou Lan's gaze was piercing. The system's function was straightforward, the ability to traverse various worlds at will. This was precisely what he required. Having long been a deceased individual, He had fortuitously become the demon of the moon, and he was determined to carve out a remarkable legacy. The first step, of course, was to conquer the world of his original self. However, before that, he must possess sufficient power to resist his adversaries. With the complete memories and abilities of the cursed blue fused within him, he was acutely aware of the strength of the immortal deity, Gu. Just moments ago, he had nearly been sent back to hell by her once more. With a thought, a radiant golden portal materialized before him. This was a gateway to other worlds. Without a moment's hesitation, the gravitational pull gently guided his true form toward the portal. He smirked, murmuring to himself, "My brothers and sisters, the elder never speaks falsehoods. One must simply wait a little longer." Chapter 14. Ascending to the moon in Fuyuki City, an indescribable ripple shattered the fabric of space. Above the night sky, the luminous moon seemed to dim momentarily. Full, 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 full. No, was it repeated 4 times or 5? In the darkened room, Ryanosuke Akutagawa scratched his head, utterly perplexed. He shook off the thought. It seemed to be 5 times. The television nearby was broadcasting news about a recent serial killer, dipping his toes into the blood. He etched a summoning circle on the floor. Unexpectedly, Ryanosuke, who had discovered an ancient tome on summoning demons at home, had been chosen as a master by the Holy Grail in his ordinary human guise. He was preparing for the summoning ritual of his servant. Yet in the next instant, a powerful wave surged forth, crashing into his rented apartment. A brilliant golden portal abruptly opened. Ryanosuke gazed at the door in confusion. He scratched his head. His summoning ritual had not yet been completed, so why was there feedback already? From within the portal, Zhou Lan silently floated out. He surveyed his surroundings. An abundance of information pertaining to this world flooding into his mind. Was this the 4th Holy Grail War? He closed his eyes in contemplation. The Holy Grail War. 7 masters chosen by the Grail summoned their respective servants of various classes to vie for the Holy Grail, a universal wish-granting device, thus igniting a war. Of course, Zhou Lan knew this was a misleading description. In the worldview of the Holy Grail War, the Grail is not omnipotent, but it does possess formidable power. Although it cannot directly resurrect the Lord, if it can be used as a tool to harness its immense magical energy, that would indeed be advantageous. After all, in the face of Gu and other potential immortal deities, he truly needed to draw some strength from beyond this world. Having grasped everything, he turned his attention to the person before him. Ryanosuke Akutagawa, at this moment, was staring at Zhou Lan in a daze, bewildered by the unfolding events. "I recall that the servant should appear here," Ryanosuke said, pointing at the ritual circle on the ground, his face a mask of confusion. "Who are you?" Confronted by this being emanating immense pressure, his body involuntarily trembled. Zhou Lan had some recollection of him, a madman obsessed with the art of death and a participant in the 4th Holy Grail War. If he recalled correctly. At this point in time, the other party seemed to be preparing to summon the magician, another historical serial killer. "Me?" Zhou Lan's tone was ambiguous. "You need not know." His gaze shifted to Ryanosuke. "Could you transfer your master qualification to me?" Ryanosuke raised his hand to glance at the command seal on the back of it, the mark of a master participating in the Holy Grail War. "You can go find someone else. I want to play this game." He refused Zhou Lan, perhaps out of ignorance. "Very well." Zhou Lan shrugged helplessly, lightly beckoning with his fingers, and an irresistible gravitational force enveloped the room. Half a second later, a rain of blood began to fall within the apartment. Since he had declined, Zhou Lan saw no reason to waste words. He would simply seize it. After all, one must always remember the admirable qualities of a villain. As purple-black magical energy gently coiled, a dark pattern imprinted itself on the back of his hand. With this, he had secured his entry ticket to the competition. Zhou Lan smiled faintly, his gaze turning to the floor of the room. Aside from the ritual circle, there was a child bound, evidently captured by Ryanosuke. With a flick of his fingers, the 2 doors of the room swung open, and the gravitational force propelled the little boy out into the street. He had no interest in the child, nor did he concern himself with the dark childhood shadows that might linger. Zhou Lan's gaze slowly returned to the ritual circle on the ground. This was a necessary step for summoning a servant. Each master chosen by the Grail could summon with a catalyst linked to a holy relic. Generally, the target is random, closely associated with the holy relic. 1 master, 1 servant. This is the standard configuration. And Zhou Lan had just acquired the status of master. Speaking of which, wasn't he a bit overly powerful as a master? Having restored to his peak after absorbing the complete lunar gravity, his strength was at least stellar grade. The summoning ritual circle was only missing the final step. With a glance, the former demon sorcerer could discern its essence. Indeed, he was eager to see which servant he would summon. He channeled his magical energy, completing the final step, and awaited in silence. Adapting to local customs, Zhou Lan inclined toward handling matters according to the rules here. The ritual circle illuminated, and a beam of white light surged forth. Without a holy relic, or rather, the holy relic was the magical energy he used to connect the final stroke. From memory, this should belong to a compatibility summoning. The ground, inscribed with the ritual circle, trembled as an overwhelming magical energy filled the entire room. Something was about to reveal itself. Within the ritual circle, winds from other worlds began to swirl. Another world. In Asia, within an ancient underground palace, a golden disc statue silently leaned against the wall. The sealed lord, lost in thought, had been struck by his father's sealing spell, returning him to a state of powerlessness. Not again, not another failure. The lord had grown accustomed to it. But the only good news was that Curse Blue had successfully escaped hell, even leaving this world. Within, he felt neither joy nor sorrow. If given another chance, the Lord was uncertain what choice he would make. Yet in that fleeting moment, he suddenly felt that he should step forward to assist Curse Blue. Perhaps it was the conversation in the rocket pod before landing on the moon. He sensed a change in Curse Blue. This elder among the 8 great demons seemed to have returned to the impression he had 1,000,000 years ago, when they unified the world. If there were an opportunity, one that did not belong to him, helping Curse Blue succeed might also be a commendable choice. As for his present self, it was merely another failure. Throughout his long dragon life, he had experienced too much, enough to find peace in the current circumstances. This world is like a serpent eating its own tail, a strange cycle from which he could never escape. In the dimly lit underground palace, silence reigned supreme, disturbed only by the presence of the statue, now sealed once more. It was a deathly stillness that seemed to stretch into eternity. Here, where knowledge remained unblemished, the atmosphere was akin to that of hell itself. Yet, inexplicably, in the next moment, the Holy Lord felt a faint pull. The statue stood still. Yet this allure directly engaged his very soul. He steadied his mind, prepared to resist this enigmatic force. However, in the next instant, a faintly familiar essence wafted through the pull, cold and obscure. This scent was achingly familiar to him. In the underground palace, he murmured softly, "My brother." Chapter 15. The mightiest servant. A blinding white light shone brilliantly, only to be extinguished in the next heartbeat. A tremendous pressure descended upon them. Zhou Lan smiled, surveying the servant he had just summoned. The servant's green form was muscular and sinewy, with crimson eyes that glinted with malevolence, bearing a dragon's head upon a human body. At this moment, flames enveloped him, akin to a baptism into a new world. Zhou Lan locked eyes with him, and they shared a wicked smile, as if they were kindred spirits. "My brother," the Holy Lord whispered hoarsely, surveying his newly remade, robust body. Zhou Lan had successfully summoned his servant, the demon of fire. The Holy Lord. Upon the arrival of the servant, all useful knowledge in this world would be instinctively acquired by them. In an instant, the Holy Lord comprehended the situation. His gaze flicked over to the command seal, glowing with magic power in Zhou Lan's hand, establishing a potent connection between them. "Tell me, brother, how did you accomplish this?" he inquired, stretching his form that concealed terrifying explosive power. His soul had been drawn from the statue in the underground palace, reshaping itself in this world. Though the summoned servant was limited by the constraints of his original form, the current incarnation of the Holy Lord remained among the most formidable of servants. The 12 sigils, the Shadow Legion, and the arcane wisdom of the demon sorcerers. These once forgotten powers returned to him in this moment. Zhou Lan recounted, "My brother, the Holy Lord, I still remember your final grandeur. The 8 great demons share a bond. Although I have gained my freedom, I shall not forget you. This is my promise as an elder, the demon of the moon." "Ha ha ha, how splendid!" the Holy Lord exclaimed, reveling in the moment. "Now, let us seize the Holy Grail and take the first step towards our grand demonic enterprise," Zhou Lan declared confidently. "No, my brother," the Holy Lord intoned softly, moving his feet to admire his perfect physique. "It has been a long time since I experienced this. The current me reminds me of my past self. Let me indulge in some merriment." After their summoning, the servants would comprehend the true essence of the Holy Grail War, realizing they would compete against 6 other servants, summoned from different eras. They were heroes or renowned figures from various times, destined to clash for the Holy Grail. Clearly, the Holy Lord was intrigued and playful. Zhou Lan's somewhat smaller aides stood before him, Their eyes narrowed, exuding an air of calm elegance. He spoke softly, of course. In the narrow, dark chamber, too deep. Sinister laughs echoed. In this hidden place, the mightiest master had drawn the strongest card. Meanwhile, within the Tosaka estate, the final master had appeared, and the magician had descended. The 7 participants were now assembled. Tosaka Tokiomi received the news, his heart heavy with concern. In the dead of night, he swirled the red wine in his glass, gazing out the window at the fleeting golden light. Tonight was a trap he had devised to mislead his adversaries. Just moments ago, his servant, the archer, had slain the intruder Hassan at the estate. Of course, this was merely a ruse in collaboration with his disciple, Kiritsugu. The Holy Grail War had been a deception from the very beginning. The so-called Holy Church, responsible for overseeing its fairness, had colluded with the referee priest, Kiritsugu's father, to ensure that this Holy Grail would have but one master. Kiritsugu himself, having just entered the fold, was also chosen by the Holy Grail, working alongside his servant Hassan to enact their charade. Such alliances were typical among middle-aged men who reveled in intrigue. In the dimness of the living room, golden light began to coalesce, revealing the golden-haired, golden-armored servant with an air of haughty nobility and striking features. King of heroes, Gilgamesh, he reproached Tosaka Tokiomi. You have interrupted me over something so trivial. I am most humbled. King of kings, Tosaka Tokiomi bowed deeply, his demeanor respectful. A glimmer of joy flickered in his eyes. As one of the top 3 classes, the archer he summoned, Gilgamesh, was extraordinarily powerful. As the king of Uruk from Mesopotamian mythology, he was revered as the oldest hero. Tosaka Tokiomi's elation stemmed from having allied with the Holy Church as a referee, while also drawing the mightiest servant. The outcome of this Holy Grail War had already been determined the moment he summoned Gilgamesh. He had that confidence. However, in the next heartbeat, Gilgamesh's expression shifted dramatically. He seized Tosaka Tokiomi, disregarding his astonishment, and fled the living room. In an instant, a colossal column of flame surged from afar, engulfing half the estate in a sea of crimson fire. The raging flames climbed like demonic tendrils from the depths of hell upon the ruins of shattered walls. In the distance, the Holy Lord stood upon a high slope, a wisp of green smoke dissipating from his dragon claw. Dragon's eruption, this was his power. Is it over? Zhou Lan inquired with a smile. It matters not, the Holy Lord shrugged. It was merely a spontaneous ambush, also serving to help him acclimate to his new form. Zhou Lan and he had reached an agreement. There were no formalities, merely a promise to ensure the acquisition of the Holy Grail while allowing the Holy Lord to indulge himself. As for tonight's provocation, it was simply the nature of demons. In the clearing beside the estate, Tosaka Tokiomi's hair was disheveled, the surprise still evident on his face. His expression was now one of panic. His earlier composure vanished, and his heart raced. He had come so close. Had it not been for Gilgamesh's timely reaction, he would have perished on the spot. How could this be? I had arranged familiars to monitor the vicinity. The enemy was there. Gilgamesh's face darkened as he pointed to a more distant area, one that the familiars could not observe. At this distance? Tosaka Tokiomi shook his head in disbelief. And how audacious. Was that a provocation, or the act of a pathetic insect daring to disturb me? Gilgamesh furrowed his brow, clearly displeased. Just as he prepared to pursue, Tosaka Tokiomi obstructed him. Without information, we must not act recklessly. He was always cautious by nature. Upon seeing the command seal faintly glowing on the back of his hand, Gilgamesh understood that if he pressed on, Tosaka would undoubtedly use the seal to command him to halt. He scowled. His gaze shifted toward the source of danger. Wretch. Do not let me catch you. As his words fell, another searing column of flame descended from the heavens. The same direction, the same signature. The scalding fire expanded rapidly within his line of sight. Chapter 16. Tosaka Tokiomi felt a twinge of anxiety. Zhou Lan was undoubtedly aware of whose estate he had just attacked, Tosaka Tokiomi, a middle-aged man prone to folly. The man remained indifferent, yet the opponent's servant piqued his interest. Gilgamesh, colloquially known as the Golden One, was, in his recollection, the most formidable servant in this Holy Grail War, characterized by an unparalleled sense of pride and aloofness. He cast a glance at the master beside him, who was reveling in delight. Given that servants are restricted upon their arrival, it was indeed hard to ascertain who held greater strength between the current master and Gilgamesh. Nevertheless, Zhou Lan leaned towards supporting the master. For with the existence of 12 talismans, the master was akin to a versatile warrior. Yet, harboring a desire for entertainment, Zhou Lan found himself hoping to witness their clash. Thus, his initial choice was the Tosaka family. The outcome mattered little to him. As long as the master enjoyed the battle, that was sufficient. After all, the servant's capabilities were limited, whereas he, as the master, faced no such constraints. The moonlit demon, Blue, had descended into this world in his complete form and entirety. Zhou Lan gazed upward at the luminous moon hanging in the sky. At that moment, he found the moon to be irresistibly charming and delectable. However, seeing that the master seemed disinclined to prolong the amusement, he turned and floated down, his feet barely touching the ground. The master, towering over 3 meters, followed him. Upon stopping, he rasped, "Shadow Legion." From the shadows on the ground, several shadowy soldiers took form, darting into the thick night. They had been discovered. When? A wave of surprise coursed through Kiritsugu Amiya as he peered through Hassan's eyes. His servant, Hassan, known for his myriad forms, was not merely one. The first to be slain by Gilgamesh was but a distraction. From Hassan's eyes, shadows flickered in succession, quickly followed by a flurry of shurikens expanding in his line of sight. He turned rigidly. In an instant, dozens of shadowy warriors had encircled him. Who were they? Silence ensued, accompanied by the palpable tension of impending danger that blossomed quietly in the night. From this moment forth, the bizarre Holy Grail War had commenced its prologue. Kiritsugu, are you suggesting that these two peculiar entities ambushed us? After scrutinizing the image presented by Kiritsugu, Tosaka Tokiomi found himself momentarily taken aback. This was the visage of their adversary as seen through Hassan's eyes, an odd green-skinned creature with a dragon's head and a human body, exuding a terrifying aura even in portrait form. Tosaka Tokiomi felt a twinge of fear. To prevent a recurrence of last night's incident, he had deliberately relocated their base. Fortunately, he had already sent his wife and daughter back to the countryside. Otherwise, the losses from last night would have been far graver than he had imagined. With the image in hand, he paced along the wall, while Kiritsugu remained silent, contemplating in the opposite direction. Indeed, aside from last night's fiery column of magic, this Holy Grail War seemed to possess the ability to summon familiars. Kiritsugu analyzed, similar to Hassan's abilities, a certain type of ninja, individually weaker than Hassan, yet greater in number. Tosaka Tokiomi lifted his head, his expression grave. He racked his brain for a figure capable of connecting these abilities. After a lengthy pause, he shook his head. No, such a being had never been recorded in history. Their abilities and appearance were utterly unprecedented. The footsteps continued without pause, and Kiritsugu's expression darkened further. He hesitated. Perhaps you should take a look at another image. Another image? Indeed, if all goes as expected, it should be the master. Kiritsugu's expression instilled in Tosaka Tokiomi a sense of foreboding. Once a representative of the church, Kiritsugu had encountered numerous heresies and was far from inexperienced. Yet even he wore a serious expression before this master. Tosaka Tokiomi laid the second image before him. In an instant, he was taken aback. Was this a human? Or something else? The image depicted a being whose appearance defied description, silently suspended in the air, clad in exotic attire resembling a ceremonial robe. It exuded an air of nobility and grace, with purple-black hair defying gravity. Though Kiritsugu's artistic skill was formidable, merely a glance at the image filled Tosaka Tokiomi with an unprecedented sense of dread. That was not a human face. The aura emanating from the image was far from human as well. Through the paper bearing the image, Tosaka Tokiomi felt as though he was locking eyes with the entity. This suggested that the creature, resembling a demon, had already detected the prying gaze. Yet it exhibited no concern, its demeanor calm and unhurried, as if it had unearthed a long-buried ancient evil, bringing forth the echoes of bygone ages. A powerful sense of oppression and crisis surged forth, causing the typically cautious Tosaka Tokiomi to halt abruptly. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. What manner of adversary was this? Was it truly human? The once assured Holy Grail War suddenly became shrouded in uncertainty and obscurity. I cannot comprehend it all. Tosaka Tokiomi pressed his forehead, confusion washing over him. This matter had entirely surpassed his expectations. Supporting himself against the table, he hesitated, informed Kiritsugu, as the arbiter. The priest has the right to know the identity of each participant. He was now in a state of panic. He had to resort to this method to uncover the identity of the unknown foe. Otherwise, each night ahead would be fraught with peril. Understood. Kiritsugu's silhouette vanished into the darkness at the corridor's end. Golden light coalesced into a humanoid form as Gilgamesh took the images, scrutinizing them with a serious demeanor. After a lengthy moment, he suddenly smirked. It seems this tedious conflict has finally provided me with an opponent capable of eliciting genuine enjoyment. As the King of Kings, this adversary may prove to be exceedingly troublesome. Tosaka Tokiomi bent down, fervently wishing to hear some reassuring words from Gilgamesh, his powerful servant. Are you questioning me? Gilgamesh inquired, setting down the images and pouring himself a glass of red wine. I would not dare, Tosaka Tokiomi replied, alarmed. Gilgamesh raised the wine glass, taking a delicate sip. His expression proud, embodying the confidence of the ancient hero king, having always been so as the protagonist of the world's oldest known epic. He was the original hero king, and as a servant, his power was indisputable. A mere mongrel, unearthed from some grave, dared to compete with the sun. Next time we meet, I shall take matters into my own hands. Chapter 17. You should feel honored the church? Kiritsugu? Zhou Lan silently mulled over these two terms. Now serving as a master, he had firmly resolved to participate in this fourth Holy Grail war. Thus, the invitation to meet from Kiritsugu, the nominal arbiter, seemed rather reasonable. However, this news bore a slightly different significance for Zhou Lan. Last night, Hassan had likely seen through everything, and Tosaka Tokiomi was in collusion with Kiritsugu. Consequently, Zhou Lan raised an eyebrow, sensing that Tosaka Tokiomi was frightened. Was he attempting to use this method to probe into his information? Master, Zhou Lan softly called. I am here, the master responded. His robust form gradually materialized, a manifestation of the servant's ability to render himself invisible to the physical world. Through their discussions, Zhou Lan had gained a rough understanding of the master's current capabilities. As a descended class, his primary abilities, bolstered by the 12 talismans, were somewhat diminished, which was unavoidable. Yet, on another front, his prior knowledge and abilities as a demonic sorcerer had significantly returned. Zhou Lan inquired about the information regarding his noble phantasm. And indeed, it differed slightly from his expectations. In the Holy Grail War, the mage class excels in constructing strongholds to gain an advantage. And it was evident that the summoned lord had abilities leaning in that direction. It seemed he needed to slightly alter his appearance, Zhou Lan murmured. This was the most fundamental ability of a demon, to temporarily assume a human form. In the eyes of the Lord, Zhou Lan's ethereal body was enveloped in a layer of purple-black magical energy, gradually transforming into a height resembling that of a normal human. As the magical energy dissipated, a man, appearing to be around 26 or 27 years old, materialized in his place. He was still clad in an elegant robe, his visage lean, with eyes sparkling with divine light. His long face and short beard gave off an air of celestial grace. The Lord observed his brother with keen interest. Even in human form, Zhou Lan's aura remained unchanged, though the innate pressure of his demonic essence was now subdued, rendering him intriguingly enigmatic. How do I appear? Zhou Lan asked, a smile gracing his lips as he flicked his broad sleeves. The Lord chuckled. My brother, you know I have always been pleased with you. A demon clad in human skin. This sensation is quite delightful. Excellent, Zhou Lan replied, placing his hands behind his back as he strolled towards the cathedral. The towering spires of the church loomed ahead, and Zhou Lan's gaze casually swept the surroundings. Although the cathedral publicly upheld absolute impartiality and rejected the surveillance of other masters, there were inevitably disobedient masters who cast their eyes this way. Kiritsugu Amiya was one such individual. As one of the participants in the Fourth Holy Grail War, known as the Mage Killer, he was also a formidable contender in this conflict. After all, as a master, he would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. Having summoned one of the three strongest classes, King Arthur, with a thought, Zhou Lan gracefully approached the cathedral. This marked his official debut, and there was no need to be overly ostentatious. Upon entering the grand doors, a man nearing 50 stood in the dim hall. He was of modest height, garbed in a robe, squinting at the newcomer. Please, take a seat. Yin Fengganyu extended his hand politely. You must be the master. Indeed, Zhou Lan confirmed. Yin Fengganyu scrutinized this foreigner, deducing from his attire that he was likely from the neighboring country. He was surprised that this Holy Grail War had attracted such a magician from abroad, yet the composed demeanor of the other suggested he had some backing. Sighing, Yin Fengganyu seemed to advise, the Holy Grail War is not merely a contest conducted in plain sight. What transpired last night may have harmed the innocent. I hope you can exercise restraint, for this is a matter of the magicians, and I wish to avoid collateral damage. Generally, masters and their servants share the same position. Although the old fox, Yin Fengganyu, spoke of the name, it was undeniably directed at Zhou Lan. However, Zhou Lan did not directly respond to his inquiry, but instead expressed mild curiosity. I heard that earlier today, a master sought refuge here at the cathedral. Has he already been eliminated? Yinfeng Ganyu was momentarily taken aback, unsure why the other had suddenly brought this up, but he nodded affirmatively. A faint sense of pressure washed over him, although Zhou Lan's human form was far less threatening than his demonic essence. His height of over 6 feet coupled with his composed demeanor still unsettled Yinfeng Ganyu. Then, why did I encounter Hassan last night? Was he not already dead? Or perhaps, as the righteous arbiter of the cathedral, your vision has faltered? Zhou Lan spoke as if discussing an inconsequential matter. Yinfeng Ganyu froze, his teeth clenched slightly. You must have mistaken him. After all, Hassan indeed perished at my hands, and that cannot be false. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhou Lan subtly extended his hand. In an instant, a shadowy figure twisted and struggled in the ceiling's darkness, forcibly pulled from the abyss. One of the myriad forms of Hassan was now ensnared within Zhou Lan's magical energy, suspended in the air, stripped of all means and strength. This, Yinfeng Ganyu was momentarily speechless. This was a blatant slap to the face of the cathedral. Zhou Lan's expression remained unfazed as he gently pinched his fingers together. Hassan's form began to contort and fracture, the sickening sound of cracking bones resonating incessantly. In the blink of an eye, a pool of blood and flesh fell in the center of the cathedral. Zhou Lan then tilted his head slightly, a faint smile dancing on his lips as he regarded Yinfeng Ganyu. He wiped his hands clean, though his bony, pale palms bore no trace of uncleanliness. Standing before Zhou Lan, Yinfeng Ganyu was momentarily immobilized, hesitant to move or speak. In just one day, the conspiracy they had concocted was unraveled by this master before him. What was even more terrifying was the nature of the magic he wielded. Telekinesis? Or some other extraordinary technique? Throughout, Zhou Lan had merely extended his hand and pinched, effortlessly. Had it not been for the command seal on the back of his hand signifying his status as a master, Yinfeng Ganyu might have believed Zhou Lan to be a servant. In any case, this individual seemed more fitting in that role. In the dark, silent cathedral, the sound of Zhou Lan's footsteps echoed. He slightly raised the corners of his mouth. You should consider yourself fortunate, Yinfeng Ganyu. I have disregarded the uncleanliness of the ground to personally attend this meeting. What do you mean? Yinfeng Ganyu's voice trembled as he suddenly sensed a hint of horror. From the moment this man appeared, the entire event had veered off its original course. Was he a demon? Chapter 18. Joining the fray. Do not be afraid, father. Zhou Lan smiled at Yinfeng Ganyu. At your age, how can you still hide your emotions so poorly? Am I truly that terrifying? It was merely a simple display of power. I had no intention of ending your life today. This old man has his own destiny. Of course. Another reason is that I have more important matters to attend to tonight. The Lord is already urging me. Should I miss the gathering? It would rob me of the entertainment. With his hands resting in front of him, tucked within his wide sleeves, Zhou Lan began to retreat slowly. Yinfeng Ganyu, still in shock, had yet to react when the man who instilled fear in him had vanished. In the desolate cathedral, a faint scent of blood lingered, and Yinfeng Ganyu found himself panting uncontrollably. Footsteps approached from behind him. Do not provoke him prematurely, Kiritsugu, Yinfeng Ganyu warned. I understand, Zhou Lan mused, quietly calculating the current time. The other 6 masters and their servants had likely gathered in Fuyuki City by now. Since earlier, a subtle aura had begun to emanate not far from Fuyuki City, drawing his gaze. This was a scent unique to servants. Someone was deliberately enticing other servants. After a brief recollection, he deduced that this was likely Kenneth El Meloy Archibald, a master from the clock tower in Britain. He had summoned the hero known as Diarmuid Ue Duibni, the chief warrior of the Knights of the Round Table. Tonight would herald the Grand Assembly. In the original narrative, all servants, except one, would make an appearance. Of course, this time would not be an exception, for the Lord was already restless. My brother, in this 7-day war. Apart from last night, we have 6 days remaining, the Lord rasped. Zhou Lan seemed to grasp the implications of his words. 6 days, 1 for each day, a delightful prospect. The Lord burst into hearty laughter. Zhou Lan nodded slightly. As long as the Lord enjoyed himself, even 6 a day would not trouble him. My brother, since you have made your arrangements, I shall undoubtedly support you, Zhou Lan replied nonchalantly. Then let us commence, the Lord laughed with wild abandon. In the vicinity of the docks in Dongmu City, a multitude of containers lay scattered about, resembling a battlefield preordained for conflict. The striking servant turned to glance at the companion, who followed closely behind him. His master, Kenneth, had instructed him to utilize his aura to lure other servants, and indeed, some had taken the bait. At this very moment, countless eyes were fixated upon this scene. Yet, he remained unfazed, adhering to the chivalric code. Combat was his sole obligation. He cast his gaze upon the beautiful woman behind him, clad in shimmering silver armor and a flowing skirt, her light golden hair framing a determined visage, indicative of her class. In the distance stood a silver-haired woman, indicating that the main players had already arrived. Zhou Lan found himself in a rather precarious position. As far as he knew, all masters had gathered, whether overtly or covertly. It seemed others had secured advantageous positions ahead of time. He murmured to himself. Fortunately, he had procured a ticket for the boat. The pull of gravity cradled his form as he drifted silently towards the sea. He floated nonchalantly above the water's surface, the dark waves roiling beneath his feet, influenced by gravitational forces. The ethereal form of the Holy Lord required no further elaboration. He possessed the might of talismans. In the midst of the battlefield, clashes had already commenced. Zhou Lan surveyed his surroundings. Master Kenneth lurked in the shadows, observing the unfolding events, while Master Kiritsugu Emiya and his assistant were stealthily preparing their firearm. Kiritsugu sought an opportunity to deliver a lethal shot to Kenneth. As for the silver-haired woman standing behind, Alice Feel, she served as a tool to draw fire, being Kiritsugu's wife. His gaze shifted to a low shadow not far away. It was Hassan. Zhou Lan's stare was unabashed. Or rather, he concealed nothing. Hassan felt the weight of that gaze. Despite wearing a mask, Zhou Lan surmised that the expression concealed beneath must have been quite revealing. Indeed, Hassan began to slowly shift, disappearing behind the buildings. Feeling the pressure of being scrutinized, Zhou Lan turned his attention elsewhere. Kiritsugu, he has discovered us, his assistant, Mia, promptly reported. Through the scope of his sniper rifle, how could such a distant figure evoke vigilance? There were no familiars present, nor any detectable traces of magic. Meanwhile, Kiritsugu adjusted his rifle, directing it towards Zhou Lan, who floated serenely upon the sea. Simultaneously, Zhou Lan shifted his gaze, locking eyes with him through the scope. Indeed, master, Kiritsugu affirmed, the news of the ambush against Tasaka Tokiomi must have spread. From Zhou Lan's tranquil face, he perceived no hint of emotion. Should we fire? Mia inquired. Their target was meant to be Master Kenneth, yet a new, audacious target had emerged. Strangely, Kiritsugu felt a chill in his palm. His finger trembled slightly on the trigger. Sensing that the opponent seemed unperturbed, perhaps possessing some form of assurance. A powerful mage, perhaps? Yet, who could withstand the bullet of a sniper rifle? Kiritsugu was known as the slayer of mages. After a moment's contemplation, he opted for caution. Continue searching for our master, he commanded. In the turmoil of battle, two servants had already recognized each other's identities. The legendary King Arthur of Britain had unexpectedly encountered difficulties in the skirmish. A misjudgment regarding her noble phantasm, or perhaps a deliberate misdirection, had led to her injury. The dynamics of the battlefield appeared to be shifting. Upon a lamppost, a golden radiance coalesced into a figure. Gilgamesh looked down disdainfully at the two opponents who upheld the chivalric spirit. On the ground, a dark silhouette emerged like a malevolent specter. The berserker, controlled by Kariya Matu, made his entrance. A sudden clap of thunder signaled the arrival of the conqueror, Iskander, accompanied by his master, Waver, to mediate the conflict. In this fleeting moment, all servants had converged. On the obsidian sea, Zhou Lan bore a smile, turning to his side to inquire, have you made your selection? The Holy Lord's robust form gradually materialized, his crimson eyes fixating on the golden figure atop the lamppost. I have made my choice, he replied, revealing a grin. Zhou Lan lightly tapped his forehead, seemingly exasperated. One must commend the Holy Lord for instantly choosing the mightiest servant as his adversary. On the lamppost, Gilgamesh looked down with contempt upon what he referred to as mongrels. The next moment, an intensely familiar searing flame surged forth. He leaped from the lamppost, evading the explosion of the dragon's breath. In that instant, rage consumed him. Time and again, such affronts to his dignity as a king. In the heart of the battlefield, amidst the roar of explosions, the smoke began to dissipate, revealing the fearsome form of the Holy Lord. I told you, the main characters usually appear last, do they not? Mr. Kiritsugu? Zhou Lan remarked to his side. When? Kiritsugu trembled involuntarily. The master, who had just been on the sea, how had he arrived at his side? Chapter 19. Look at you, so anxious. Do not be alarmed. I merely sought someone to accompany me in observing the spectacle. Faced with Kiritsugu's suddenly redirected gun, Zhou Lan slightly curled his lips in a smile. Should you move again, I shall fire, Kiritsugu coldly warned. He trusted no one. Zhou Lan shrugged, his expression one of resignation. You see, you are anxious again. In his line of sight, he made no move. Yet, the sniper rifle in Kiritsugu's hands abruptly twisted. He instinctively pulled the trigger, but the firearm contorted into a helix in an instant, all its components rendered inoperative. With a clatter, it fell to the ground. Kiritsugu silently regarded the man before him, clad in foreign attire. He had witnessed countless individuals and events throughout his life, even in the act of killing. He would not so much as blink. Yet, in the presence of Zhou Lan, he felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. Had Zhou Lan's magic targeted him rather than the rifle, it was likely that what lay on the ground now would be his own self. Kiritsugu did not believe his bones were sturdier than that weapon. Zhou Lan smiled gently, appearing amicable. You see, I merely sought someone to join me in watching the play. It is rather tedious alone. Moreover, my objective this evening is not you. His gaze directed toward the heart of the battlefield, where the Holy Lord now confronted the gleaming Gilgamesh. Who do you think will prevail? He inquired. Kiritsugu had no inclination to respond to Zhou Lan's question. He found the actions of this master utterly inscrutable. Even Gotham's Joker had his motives. Yet this man was entirely opaque, as if governed solely by whim. Clearly, they were all adversaries, and the logical course of action would be to eliminate one another by any means necessary. Kiritsugu had always thought this way. Suddenly, a possibility dawned upon him. He gazed at Zhou Lan in shock. Unless this man had been confident from the outset, entirely dismissing all other masters and servants, thus rendering his demeanor frivolous and self-assured. He was like a wolf amongst sheep, with everything within the pen as potential prey. Choosing which to have for lunch was merely a matter of whim. Hence, he could effortlessly drape an arm around the shoulders of other sheep, engaging in light-hearted conversation. For, in essence, the two were fundamentally different. This thought took root in Kiritsugu's heart like an indelible seed. A voice crackled through his earpiece, calling his attention. Kiritsugu, what is the matter? Mia inquired, her tone laced with urgency. It's nothing, he replied. Meanwhile, Zhou Lan continued to float beside him, his gaze keenly observing the unfolding drama. As if he truly were merely seeking a companion to share in the spectacle. Kiritsugu's eyes darkened. In his embrace lay a firearm, tucked away in the pocket of his trench coat. This was his contingency weapon, prepared for emergencies. Having undertaken numerous missions, his experience was profoundly seasoned. And there always came a time when a backup plan was imperative. And now, it seemed, was that very moment. Zhou Lan's gaze showed no inclination toward this direction. As long as he moved with subtlety, he would remain undetected. He excelled in the art of slow, deliberate actions, and apart from Wumi, no one was privy to his habit of concealing a miniature handgun. Even his wife, Alice Phil, was unaware, let alone the man who suddenly appeared before him. He had been too careless. Even a cunning wolf, completely dismissing a lamb, would eventually falter. Amiya Kiritsugu was merely an ordinary man. Yet, he had taken the lives of numerous magicians. Known as the Magician Killer, he rarely missed a mark at crucial moments. With his coat buttons undone, this habit afforded him a slight advantage. His eyes fixated on Zhou Lan, his hand gradually delving into the depths of his coat. He moved so slowly that not even the sound of fabric rustling could be heard. Zhou Lan remained focused on the stage below, his carelessness evident. His hand reached into the coat, cautiously exploring the inner pocket. He was so close, just a little more. With the reflexes and agility of a seasoned agent, drawing and firing at this distance would afford the opponent barely half a second to react. That was sufficient. Amiya Kiritsugu's hand sprang into action, reaching for the inner pocket of the coat. Zhou Lan remained motionless. Excellent. He grasped the object within the pocket, a miniature handgun. In an instant, Amiya Kiritsugu froze. He fumbled within, only to discover something that did not resemble a firearm at all. His heart raced as a wave of despair washed over him. Slowly, silently, he extracted the item from the inner pocket of his coat, a crumpled iron ball. It had been a miniature handgun until Zhou Lan had appeared. When had this happened? It had been pressed against his chest. How had he failed to notice? A bitter smile suddenly crept across his weathered face. Only then did Zhou Lan turn his head to regard Amiya Kiritsugu. The calm smile that had graced his features from the beginning remained unchanged, even now, as he faced the flustered Amiya Kiritsugu. See, I told you so, Zhou Lan remarked with a hint of reproach. You simply refused to believe. He shook his head in resignation, suggesting that if he was truly unconvinced, he might as well examine the dagger concealed in his calf. Amiya Kiritsugu was momentarily taken aback. He seemed to lose himself for a fleeting moment, then resignedly shook his head. No need. This man was far too powerful for him, both in strength and intellect. He had lost utterly. His innermost thoughts had likely been laid bare before his opponent. That dagger, if it could even still be called such, had probably already been crushed to dust. With a sense of desolation, he murmured, "Wumi, put away the gun," ignoring the puzzled inquiries from the earpiece. Embody then turned his gaze solemnly toward his master. Following Zhou Lan's line of sight, he looked downward. Was it a battle against the servants? Despite his apprehension toward the man before him, the information he possessed made it difficult to express optimism. As a magician, facing a proficient archer alone without having established a favorable position was akin to confronting the opponent's strengths with his own weaknesses. Even the mightiest of servants would find themselves at a disadvantage. Were he in this situation, he would never proceed so recklessly. Yet, one had to wonder, was Zhou Lan's nonchalant demeanor indicative of an overwhelming strength that required no crutch? At this moment, Zhou Lan finally spoke, a small reminder. As the master supplying magical energy, my magical capacity, he smiled, is virtually limitless. Chapter 20, The Divine Lock. Zhou Lan's voice reverberated within inquired's mind. His eyes widened in shock as he pondered the implications of Zhou Lan's words. Once a servant was summoned to the present, their every action, even in battle, required the master's magical support. If one were to liken this to a duel, the magical energy provided by the master would serve as the servant's lifeblood. What did limitless magical energy entail? Inquired understood all too well. His gaze slowly descended, landing upon the grotesque figure of the master at the center of the battlefield. This meant that this creature, with a dragon's head and a human's body, was essentially a monster capable of infinite expansion. Inquired felt a sharp pain in his head. He gently rubbed his forehead. He had completely lost his grasp on this game. Meanwhile, on the battlefield formed by shipping containers, Gilgamesh's voice rang coldly. "Bastard. Although your actions disgust me, I grant you the privilege of stating your name." He stood atop a lamppost, arms crossed, exuding arrogance. Typically, servants would keep their identities concealed during combat, as revealing their true names could easily expose their abilities. However, for Gilgamesh, allowing the opponent to state their name seemed to be a mark of his endorsement, a point of honor. Nearby, leaning against the container with arms crossed. Since his master Kenneth had issued no orders, he simply observed the unfolding drama. High above, Kenneth, secretly observing everything, felt a twinge of confusion. With nearly all the servants present, he did not wish to become the first target of concentrated fire. On the other side, clutching her wrist and standing before Alice Phil. The wound inflicted by the noble phantasm known as the deadly yellow rose could not be healed by ordinary healing magic. She surveyed her surroundings, realizing that the moment was no longer about her duel with the knight. Receiving a message from inquired, she commanded a temporary retreat. The berserker, shrouded in black smoke, stood silently at the edge of the battlefield, while his master, Matuyenya, appeared to be waiting for the spectacle to commence. Yet, when faced with the situation, Matuyenya seemed somewhat off, forcing herself to suppress her unease. "Well, even I am at a loss now." The conqueror King Iskander scratched the back of his head. Somewhat sheepishly, his intention was to make a grand entrance befitting a king among so many servants and heroes, while also attempting to mediate the conflict. However, while the conflict had indeed been averted, it seemed poised to erupt once more. Although he wished to implore them to spare him, this adversary appeared formidable. "Bastard?" The master curled his lips in a sneer, straightening his hunched back. Standing at over 3 meters tall, he could meet Gilgamesh's gaze even while grounded. "You are the first human to dare address me so." As he gathered his breath, a formidable power surged, raising the temperature around him. In the next moment, a blazing column of fire erupted forth. Gilgamesh, with his hand already raised, pressed it downward slightly. Behind him, space shimmered with a golden hue, rippling like water. Hundreds of weapons materialized. This was his royal treasury, reputed to possess all the world's precious treasures. In an instant, swords, spears, and massive axes hurtled toward the column of fire. A tremendous explosion erupted in midair. Gilgamesh's figure flickered as the master's powerful arm lashed out, uprooting the lamppost beneath him. Possessing divine strength akin to the bull of heaven, uprooting a lamppost was no more challenging than pulling weeds. The battle ignited in an instant, with the precious weapons from the royal treasury raining down like a relentless barrage. The majestic figure of the Holy Lord exuded no sense of clumsiness or sluggishness. He flickered across the ground, leaving only afterimages in his wake. Pillars of flame erupted, and 2 golden beams of concentrated light pierced through the smoke of the explosion. Sweeping across the area, a container was sliced open horizontally, its edges melting into molten iron. At this moment, the other servants wisely kept their distance. The scale of the battle between the two was simply too vast. A careless misstep could lead to unintended casualties, and it would be futile to intervene in a 1-against-2 scenario. In the distance, Zhou Lan pondered thoughtfully, stroking his chin. Judging solely by the Holy Lord's current performance, he was far from his peak condition. The Shadow Legion had no effect on Gilgamesh. The Holy Lord could only summon the most basic shadow soldiers, which were no more resilient than paper against the onslaught of the king's treasure. Moreover, the power of the 12 talismans, which the Holy Lord relied upon, was currently underwhelming. Indeed, it was inferior to the state depicted in the adventures of Jackie Chan. In other words, the Holy Lord, as summoned in this world, had seen a reduction in the potency of his 12 talismans. For instance, the talisman of the Undying Dog, when summoned in this realm, could not achieve true immortality. Otherwise, there would be no need for battle. The Holy Grail could simply grant it to you. The power of the remaining talismans had also been proportionately diminished. After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Lan began to grasp the rationale behind this. It was entirely reasonable, after all. The Holy Lord had been summoned through a ritual array, conforming to the rules of this world. Therefore, he must obtain commensurate power according to these regulations. Were the Holy Lord to be summoned at his zenith, to be frank, this world would not be able to accommodate such a feat. It was akin to a bucket. It could only contain water up to its own capacity. The same principle applied to servants. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, he was still stronger than the statue of the Holy Lord in his current form. Zhou Lan could see that he was fully immersed in the thrill of battle. At this moment, Gilgamesh felt a twinge of annoyance. Even with the enhancement of the rabbit talisman, the Holy Lord's speed was still excessively swift. The king's treasure found it exceedingly difficult to lock onto him. Even when struck by the vast area of bombardment, inexplicably, the injuries upon the Holy Lord seemed to heal on their own. Healing magic? Yet, he sensed no magical fluctuations. His brow furrowed as the area of influence of the king's treasure expanded, engulfing the entire dock. Since his opponent was relentless, he decided to continue the game. The weapons housed within his king's treasure were nearly limitless. A torrential downpour of blades and arrows rained down upon him. Part of it was intercepted in midair by the explosive force of a dragon, turning to ash, while another portion was deftly evaded by the Holy Lord's elusive form. Gilgamesh's eyes flickered. Now was the moment. He summoned forth the legendary chains he possessed, the chains of heaven. Behind him, the indestructible chain shot forth toward the Holy Lord. He proclaimed, "It is over, mongrel." Chapter 21. The Release of Noble Phantasm. The Glory of the Ancient Demon. The Chains of Heaven. One of Gilgamesh's unique noble phantasms. The stronger the divine nature of the target, the more potent the binding effect of the chains. From the high platform, upon seeing the chains lashing toward the Holy Lord, Zhou Lan raised an eyebrow. The chains of heaven were a near-legendary noble phantasm. As far as he could recall, whenever it was unleashed, it was nearly always effective, especially against entities of high divinity, serving as an absolute suppression. Once bound, the victim would be subjected to an unending onslaught from the king's treasure. In midair, Gilgamesh wore a victorious smile. Although the Holy Lord appeared monstrous, therein lay the similarity. His power and appearance bore a striking resemblance to many deities and their human descendants from legends. After all, aside from having limbs, he was almost entirely divorced from humanity. The more one was imbued with divinity, the harder it was to escape the grasp of the chains of heaven. Gilgamesh's thoughts were clear to Zhou Lan, who was observing from the sidelines. However, the question of whether the Holy Lord possessed divinity was indeed intriguing. As a being of pure evil, did he possess any divine essence? Soon enough, the Holy Lord provided his answer. His fearsome form trembled slightly, and the chains of heaven effortlessly slid off him. Impossible. Gilgamesh's pupils constricted. In this state, this creature exhibited no divine nature whatsoever. To him, the chains of heaven were no different from ordinary chains. "Mongrel, you have no divinity? How surprising," Gilgamesh murmured. "Divinity?" The Holy Lord suddenly laughed heartily, extending his hand to examine his nearly flawless physique. "I am a pure demon. Divinity? What is that?" His voice rang out with malevolence, resonating with the essence of evil from every ounce of his marrow, even his soul, flowing with demonic conviction. The concept of divinity was as foreign to him as fish to a bicycle, completely disparate realms. "It seems your noble phantasm has no effect on me." The Holy Lord chuckled softly. His towering form began to tremble with overwhelming pressure. "Now, it is my turn," he declared, unleashing a raucous laugh. In the distance, Zhou Lan appeared as an excited audience member, his heart racing. Was it about to happen? After being summoned to this world, the Holy Lord was about to unveil the noble phantasm bestowed upon him according to his class and experiences. Such anticipation was exhilarating. Kiritsugu Amiya could not comprehend Zhou Lan's train of thought. He silently collected all the information exposed by the participants thus far. Nevertheless, the imminent release of the Holy Lord's noble phantasm was indeed intriguing. At the center of the battlefield, the Holy Lord's muscular arms spread wide, then drew together in front of him, his laughter resounding with reckless abandon. His wicked voice echoed throughout the harbor. Noble phantasm release, the glory of the ancient demon. In the instant his words fell, a massive dragon head with crimson eyes flashed before everyone's eyes. In a heartbeat, the fabric of space began to ripple violently. Like a scroll unfurling, all were drawn into his unique domain, accompanied by the grand orchestral score imagined by Zhou Lan. Opulent structures from ancient times appeared to be summoned by an invisible hand, assembling into a magnificent palace, revealing a glimpse of the majestic Asian court of yore. The sky overhead turned blood red, a hue reminiscent of the depths of hell. As the pathway of the palace extended, the view receded infinitely, and thousands of humans clad in blue servant attire resurrected within the domain. The slaves jointly bore a grand and ornate dragon palanquin, its purple gold curtains embroidered with dragon motifs, radiating the unmistakable aura of the ancient demon. The Holy Lord sat regally upon the dragon palanquin. Behind him, the colossal and imposing palace loomed. Hundreds of dragons roared as they descended from the unique domain, clinging to the palace's summit, their terrifying eyes radiating malevolence. This was the Holy Lord's moment of utmost glory in ancient times. The master of Asia, the pinnacle of demons, the emperor of demons who commanded vast territories. This is the conqueror king? Iskander marveled in awe. This creature was indeed a former king. Ha ha ha, how delightful it is to encounter such an intriguing opponent. He clapped his hand on the back of his master, the Princess Weber, jolting her from her shock. The Night King, Artoria Pendragon, was similarly stirred. No one had anticipated that the figure before them was also a king. The unique domain unleashed by the Holy Lord's noble phantasm had ensnared all opponents within. Kenneth remained silent, and Kiritsugu Amiya was equally quiet, merely observing Zhou Lan, whose face displayed admiration. The Holy Lord's strength exceeded his expectations. Lightly applauding, Zhou Lan wore a satisfied smile. He was thoroughly pleased with his brother's performance, the Holy Lord. However, this was far from over. Extending from both sides of the ancient palace, the slaves wielding staffs collectively murmured as the crimson ceremonial instruments clattered to the ground, resonating with a powerful sound akin to a battle hymn. The Holy Lord sat high upon his dragon carriage, his scarlet gaze piercing through the curtains, scanning all adversaries with a bare and unflinching stare. This was his past, tangible and undeniable. He once wielded the monumental power to traverse mountains and seas, a dominion that has long since dissipated, lost to the annals of history. Yet, that glory remains untainted. Thousands of years have passed, every fleeting moment of this millennium. He has yearned for this very instant. The demons confined to hell are obsessed with their bygone days. Once, glory was abundant. Now, it is but a handful of sand. The blood-red sky above reflects this illusion, yet even in its falsity, it wields supreme power. Submit, or perish. Initially, the whispers were soft, but as they spread, the voices grew increasingly fervent, akin to a decree. He extended his hand, embodying the grand ambition of the first emperor as he wielded his sword against the drifting clouds. The grotesque dragons behind him roared as they swept across the sky, their wings obscuring the sun. The dragon's assault nearly enveloped everyone ensnared within the established barrier. Except towards Zhou Lan's direction, the followers began to engage the dragons with their swords. This Holy Lord, having liberated his noble treasures, began to overwhelm his foes. Far from the opulent palace, upon the path to meet the emperor, Gilgamesh stood in quiet contemplation. He surveyed the established barrier with an appreciative gaze. Like Zhou Lan, he gently applauded, his tone imbued with unmatched confidence. "It seems you are indeed worthy of my admiration," he remarked, as the dragons unleashed their fiery breath towards him. Gilgamesh made no unnecessary movements, merely extending his hand, palm upward. "You too are deserving of the respect that befits a king," he smiled, exuding calmness. A golden ripple emanated from his palm, and in the blink of an eye, a meticulously crafted golden key materialized in his grasp. "Stop him," Zhou Lan suddenly commanded in a low voice. From the dragon carriage, the malevolent emperor darted forth like a flash of lightning, personally descending onto the battlefield. Chapter 22, a fair match of 6. The moment Zhou Lan's words fell, the Holy Lord sprang into action. His speed was unparalleled. Although the advantage lay with him in this moment, he did not fully comprehend why. Yet, the Holy Lord trusted this brother of his, believing in the words of the elder. Meanwhile, Zhou Lan observed quietly as the distant sword was about to manifest in Gilgamesh's hand. This noble treasure was indeed impressive. It was the reason he believed Gilgamesh could restrain the Holy Lord after learning of the Holy Lord's own noble treasure. The distant sword is a treasure of the realm, almost exclusively designed to counter established barriers. Distant sword, rank, type, realm treasure, Genesis level. This sword symbolizes the dawn of creation, possessing the immense power to tear through the laws of the world. It is a specialized weapon aimed at the world or its loss. From an attribute standpoint, it completely counters the Holy Lord's ancient demon glory. However, it is not without its vulnerabilities. Gilgamesh must charge the distant sword, a process that can be interrupted. Just as it is now, the Holy Lord had already descended before him like a bolt of lightning, forcibly disrupting his intention to wield the distant sword. The treasures of the king rained down like droplets, bombarding the Holy Lord as he sped through the explosions. Even now, he firmly held the advantage. The capabilities of the established treasure, the ancient demon glory, were not merely about summoning a legion of dragons. Its information floated before Zhou Lan's eyes. Ancient demon glory, rank, type, established barrier range, 3 kilometers in radius, maximum capture, 9999 magic consumption, extremely high core effect. Glory summons approximately 100 servant-level spirit dragons, retaining all their magical abilities and physical strength from their lifetimes. Characteristics of the established barrier: environmental control, materializes the grandeur of a 1,000-year-old Asian palace, instilling psychological dread in foes and diminishing magical resistance. Indomitable legion, consumes magic, deceased spirit dragons can be summoned anew. King's sacred body, when within the established barrier. The Holy Lord possesses the ability to elevate the basic 12 sigil capabilities to noble treasure level for a one-time effect. With the assistance of the system, the Holy Lord's noble treasure capabilities were laid bare before Zhou Lan. Undoubtedly, the true strength of the ancient demon glory does not merely reside in the indomitable dragon legion within the established barrier. The enhancement known as King's sacred body is exceedingly fearsome. Without liberating his noble treasure, the Holy Lord's 12 sigil powers are but a diminished version. However, once he deploys his established barrier, all abilities receive a one-time amplification effect. Although it may not reach its zenith, it suffices for the moment. With this ability, at the instant Zhou Lan issued his command, he augmented the speed of the rabbit sigil to noble treasure levels. In nearly half a second, he flashed from the dragon carriage to stand before Gilgamesh. Few noble treasures can be countered by speed. Ironically, the distant sword is one of them. Recalling the events of the Fifth Holy Grail War, within Shiro Amiya's established barrier of unlimited blade works, he had prevailed over a complacent Gilgamesh with his rapid projection speed and close combat, preventing him from utilizing the distant sword to dismantle the unlimited blade works. Dare to charge, and I'll sever your hand. At this moment, Gilgamesh faced such a dilemma. The Holy Lord's speed was too swift. Even though the noble treasure-level rabbit sigil had a duration, as long as the Holy Lord was still bolstered by the speed enhancement, he had no opportunity to charge his power. He could only rely on the treasures of the king to barely hold his ground against the Holy Lord. The deluge of noble treasures from the king bombarded relentlessly, as dragons fell from the sky, their wings torn asunder. Yet, in the blink of an eye, new dragons were reborn, seemingly endless. Each dragon's loss and rebirth required a significant amount of magic. Normally, the magic necessary to resurrect a single dragon is vast, something an ordinary magician could scarcely provide. Yet, the Holy Lord's master is Zhou Lan. With each dragon that fell and revived, he simply observed the depletion of his magic. Quite well. He felt no difference at all. It was as if someone had scooped a cup of water from a vast ocean. The magic consumption was so minuscule it could almost be disregarded. If a master could strike their servant, Zhou Lan's motto would be, "Fear not, Holy Lord. The moon's magic shall always accompany you. A trifling amount of magic, use it freely. I have more than enough." His gaze swept across the battlefield, taking in the other servants. As a king, the Holy Lord was exceedingly domineering. The established barrier ensnared as many foes as it could, targeting them all at once. The conqueror king, Iskandar, shouted as he drove his chariot, charging forth within the established barrier. He appeared utterly exhilarated, while his master, Waver, huddled within the chariot. The situation was no better for the two of them. They had only recently been adversaries. And now they were trusting each other's backs while battling the dragons that roared through the sky. The berserker, enveloped in a shroud of black energy, rampaged through the palace like a beast, seizing a pillar and crashing a dragon from the air. Surprisingly, he was quite formidable. The most unfortunate, however, was undoubtedly Hassan. Zhou Lan and the Holy Lord, this pair of demon brothers, seemed to share an unspoken bond, or perhaps the Holy Lord inherited Zhou Lan's commendable traits. As a result, Hassan found himself in a rather dire predicament. He was not adept at confronting other servants. His strengths lay in gathering information and remaining concealed. At this moment, he was being pursued by two dragons. Scorching flames rained down from above, transforming the ground into a sea of fire. Hassan, one of the many faces, struggled amidst the blazing inferno. A few seconds later, a handful of black charcoal fell desolately to the ground. Hassan had perished once again. On the chariot, Weber lamented, "Fool, why did you not employ your noble phantasm against him?" He was somewhat frightened, as they were being chased by a colossal dragon. The situation was evidently one where a single creature, no, a dragon, was taking on all six of them. However, with Hassan now gone, that number had dwindled to 5. Regardless, it was paramount that they united to eliminate their foe. "Fool." Iskandar struck his own head forcefully, his gaze resolute. "This is a war of kings. Fairness must be upheld. As the conqueror king, how could I intervene?" He drove the chariot, his eyes fixed on the relentless battlefield in the distance, seemingly exhilarated. "Behold, this is the war of kings. If a battle must ensue, it is only right that I duel the victor among them." He erupted into hearty laughter. As the dragons flapped their massive wings in pursuit, racing within the bounded field. "Scoundrels!" Gilgamesh's furious roar echoed within the bounded field. At present, he found himself in a precarious position, tightly ensnared by the Holy Master, akin to a parasite. He grasped the handle of the sword, Caliban, multiple times, only to be sent sprawling by the Holy Master once more. The haughty ancient king felt an inexplicable sense of frustration. Chapter 23. Is it truly over? I think not. The heavens trembled. The Holy Master faced 6 foes alone, skewering dragons with a single thrust as he received commands from his master, Kenneth, to prioritize his attack. His gaze swept across the battlefield, rushing toward the area of fiercest combat. The opulent palace crumbled piece by piece, almost dismantling the royal residence. He hoisted a column and charged at the Holy Master. "Scoundrel, this is a war of kings." Gilgamesh seemed exceedingly displeased with their interference. Yet, the servants acted solely on the commands of their masters. In the blink of an eye, a righteous 3-to-1 situation had formed. At this moment, the Holy Master undoubtedly became the primary target of all. His arrogance was overwhelming, and the enhancement from the noble phantasm slowly waned. His combat style was even wilder, resembling that of a pure beast. "Excellent, it should be like this." The Holy Master cackled, unfazed. "Let me see just how far you can go." The enhancement from the noble phantasm finally dissipated, yet he continued to charge forward, his body quaking with power. The air around his formidable figure swirled, a shadow flickering above him. He extended a hand, gripping the column that came hurtling towards him. A primal roar escaped his lips. When summoned by his master, Madhukariya, he had been imbued with the effect of frenzy, losing his ability to speak and much of his rationality. Nevertheless, he retained his complete combat instincts, along with an augmentation of strength and agility. His noble phantasm, a knight does not fall to bare hands, allowed him to transform any weapon or object he touched into his own noble phantasm. At this moment, he roared, pressing down with tremendous force. His strength was terrifying. Even the palace crumbled under his reckless might. Yet in this moment, the Holy Master bore an evil smile. He effortlessly held the now transformed column aloft, his expression relaxed, raising it with ease. His body revealed defined muscle contours, his already towering figure growing taller still, until it reached over 5 meters before gradually halting. This was the enhancement of the noble phantasm of the ox, bestowing upon the Holy Master, the Lord of Strength, pure power capable of splitting mountains and parting seas. He clenched his fist, shattering the massive column into fragments. With a swift kick, he sent debris flying, carving deep furrows into the ground. Unbeknownst to the others, Madhukariya spat blood in the shadows. The magical energy sustaining his combat was rapidly depleting, for his power was already insufficient, having been artificially augmented through the use of the insect curse. His vision blurred, he gritted his teeth, forcing himself to focus. Sakura, I will rescue you. Meanwhile, Gilgamesh raised Caliban high. The moment had finally arrived for him. Even in his arrogance, he understood that he was not facing an ordinary servant. No matter how powerful he was, the king of heroes, Gilgamesh, had to summon every ounce of focus. It ends here, scoundrel, he roared. From the treasury of the king, dozens of weapons surged forth, targeting the Holy Master's colossal form. If he could just delay him, even for a moment, a tremendous force was coalescing before him. The Holy Master clenched his fist. In the next instant, his imposing figure, which had captivated all eyes, vanished without a trace. Not even a hint of magical fluctuation lingered. Gazes swept across the battlefield as he seemingly evaporated, leaving Gilgamesh's treasures to strike air. Just how powerful is this being? Shock filled their eyes. From earlier to now, the Holy Master had showcased an array of extraordinary abilities. Was he truly omnipotent? Such a question arose in the hearts of all present. Strength, speed, stealth, bounded fields. Summoning legions, magical assaults, he seemed to possess every skill. Had there ever been a king like him in history? Gilgamesh, wielding Caliban, felt an acute sense of danger. His charge was not yet complete, yet the concealed Holy Master had already appeared before him. The treasures of the king could not lock onto a target, which was an inevitable consequence. But in a fleeting moment, a flash of yellow light flickered and disappeared. The Holy Master emitted a low cry of pain as a magnificent spear embedded itself in his back. At this moment, he still maintained the posture of throwing the noble phantasm, the exterminating yellow rose. In his view, the weapon appeared as though it had pierced the very air. He had anticipated the Holy Master's intentions and movements. Though it contradicted his knightly spirit, a bitter expression crossed his face. This was his master Kenneth's command. One he could not defy. The exterminating yellow rose, a short spear of exquisite design, inflicted wounds that could not heal, impervious even to regenerative abilities or healing magic. Leaping into the air, he grasped the short spear with both hands and forcefully yanked it down. The wound widened further. Even the mighty King Arthur of Britain would be hindered in battle by a wound to the wrist. It is over, Diarmuid sighed deeply. He turned, and the Holy Master's form gradually materialized before him. A massive gash, spanning from shoulder to shoulder, bled profusely, narrating tales of torment. Even his concealment could not be maintained any longer. Shaking the blood from the short spear, a glimmer of sorrow flashed in his beautiful eyes. As a knight, he respected every warrior, especially one as formidable and defiant as this. On the chariot, the Conqueror King Iskandar's previously tense visage relaxed slightly, as he remarked, "The knight's spear bears a curse. It seems he is destined to fall. Such a grievous wound will surely impede his mobility, let alone contend with the other two servants. This is an impossible task." On the fractured ground, the Holy Master hunched over, breathing heavily. His body was gravely injured. Beneath his green skin, flesh was torn and grotesque. The now distant Gilgamesh extended his hand, weapons gleaming from the treasury of the king. The overwhelming force capable of annihilating worlds coalesced once more. "It is over. It seems I am to be defeated," muttered Kiritsugu Emilia from afar. He could not fathom why Zhou Lan's countenance remained as serene as ever, undisturbed from the outset. With the servants falling, no matter how powerful a magician he was, victory remained a distant dream. Indeed formidable, yet the curse of that marksman has already taken effect. Unless he is slain or that weapon destroyed, the curse shall forever haunt him. However, this is a false dilemma, for no one would assist him in his defeat. Zhou Lan's calm gaze met his, her expression unruffled as she inquired, "Is it over?" He chuckled softly, "I think not." Chapter 24, The Miracle of the Saint in the Ancient Demonic Glory. Within this awe-inspiring inherent barrier, the saint bowed low, the scar upon him visible enough to instill fear. From the despairing treasures of the king, countless weapons rained down upon him. The hero King Gilgamesh possessed an arsenal nearly limitless in scope. Delumudo cautiously retreated to avoid being caught in the onslaught. Just as he lifted his foot, his pupils suddenly contracted in astonishment, exclaiming, "Impossible!" Before him, the saint's lowered form gradually rose, the horrifying wound visibly healing at an alarming rate. No, rather than healing, it seemed more akin to erasure. "Impossible, impossible!" Delumudo was utterly shocked, gazing at the inevitable yellow rose in his grasp. The short firearm remained intact, and he was still alive. The curse of the unhealable wound persisted. Unless one of the two was destroyed, the saint's injuries could not mend. Within the inherent barrier, even the already concluded Conqueror King Iskandar wore a grave expression. Wasn't it said that the wound inflicted by that gun could not heal? Then what is happening now? Weber stood frozen, murmuring, could it be regeneration? Yet, such abilities should be countered by that weapon. Iskandar scratched his head, perplexed. The wound, as if at the moment of its infliction, reversed and vanished from the saint's body. This was not mere physical regeneration nor a healing spell. It resembled something more, a definitive erasure on a fundamental level. In the distance, Zhou Lan arched an eyebrow, a faint smile gracing her lips. The noble steed can dispel all external forces. The noble phantasm-level horse talisman can eliminate all negative states and injuries inflicted upon the saint. Clearly, its rule far surpasses that of the inevitable yellow rose. Delumido's grip on the noble phantasm trembled. The saint stood tall once more, his rising figure reflecting in Delumido's eyes, instilling dread. Simultaneously, hundreds of swords descended from the heavens, the enhancement of the noble phantasm-level rabbit talisman dissipating. The saint neither dodged nor evaded, allowing the blades to pierce his body. In but an instant, he was transformed into a hedgehog, his form firmly pinned to the ground. Like a guilty sinner, a thought emerged in everyone's mind. This time, he must surely perish. The abilities exhibited by the saint were utterly unfathomable. He was a master of all trades, even possessing the capacity for what could be deemed absolute self-healing. A veritable miracle, a monster. On the cart, Weber expressed his apprehension. Gilgamesh, wielding the sword of rupture, observed the saint, now impaled by myriad swords, with a composed gaze. With the sword of rupture in hand, confidence surged within him. This nameless king was undoubtedly the most formidable opponent in this Holy Grail war. Yet, he was now pierced through by the king's treasures. Such wounds could hardly be classified as mere injuries. His body lay in tatters. Even the strongest of physiques could not heal under such conditions. Yet, the saint merely lowered his head and extended his hand. He suddenly surged upward, the multitude of wounds tearing even deeper, yet he appeared utterly unconcerned. A tremendous force erupted, shattering the weapons that had pierced him into a shower of stardust. I am immortal. His hoarse voice echoed across the realm, malevolent and commanding, like a tempestuous storm. As he stomped down, the earth shattered and cracked, fissures resembling dragons and serpents emerging as they spread. He instantly returned to his peak, restored to his complete form. As long as this demon remained within the inherent barrier, as long as the ancient glory continued to shine upon him, the powers of the noble phantasm-level dog and horse talismans would operate without interruption. This was the enduring passive aura enveloped in ancient demonic glory. Perhaps he was not simply immortal, but at this moment, none of the injuries he experienced could breach the threshold of his destruction. This was the ultimate synergy between talismans. A perfect collaboration. Golden light cascaded from above, entering his eyes, blindingly radiant, akin to two blazing suns. The saint slightly turned his head. A robust golden laser swept across the battlefield. Coming to his senses amidst the astonishment, Iskandar brandished both a long and a short firearm, forming a defensive stance. His chariot ravaged the distance, displaying exceptional driving skills to evade the sweeping onslaught of light. The saint's gaze, however, was fixed upon Gilgamesh. A surge of immense power surged forth, the strength of the noble phantasm-level pig talisman possessing formidable piercing capabilities. Opposite him, the hero king Gilgamesh lowered his brow slightly. He had always scorned defense. For his foes to withstand his assault was already a considerable honor. Yet, what lay before him warranted his respect. Demon, or king of demons? Anonymous king, regardless of your identity, you have earned my respect. The armored arm-clad in gold shot forth, a shield slowly emerging from the treasury that collected all weapons in the world, landing before him. The seven-layered shield of the burning heaven, he intoned solemnly. The 7 layers of exquisite defensive light walls unfolded instantly, isolating them from the golden radiance. This was the shield utilized by the hero Ajax during the Trojan War, theoretically capable of withstanding city-level noble phantasms. At this moment, the shield summoned by Gilgamesh from the treasury was its true prototype. The brilliant light walls layered in succession. The full 7 layers of defense sprung forth instantaneously. Just at this moment, the golden beam emitted from the saint's eyes descended upon the outermost light wall. The overwhelming pressure swept away everything around them, even the ground being stripped away. In the shock, the first layer of the light wall shattered. The golden radiance, undiminished, surged forth. Next came the second and third layers. In a mere half-second, the 4th layer of the light wall disintegrated into stardust. The golden beam reached the 5th layer, breaching the defense merely a matter of time. Yet at this moment, Gilgamesh gently raised the ultimate noble phantasm, its crimson patterns gleaming. It was the boundary-breaking noble phantasm capable of annihilating all. He proclaimed, "It is over. Awaken, for the stage befitting you has been prepared." In his hand, the sword of rupture began to whirl, an unstoppable power coiling around his arm. In an instant, the world changed color. He pointed the noble phantasm forward, bellowing, "Behold, the rupture of heaven and earth, the star of creation." In that fleeting moment, the noble phantasm-level pig talisman had yet to fully breach the seven-layered shield of the burning heaven. A force capable of annihilating worlds reverberated forth. The inherent barrier ancient demonic glory trembled uncontrollably. Chapter 25. Do you not know the sky is my domain? The earth split apart, the damaged palace beginning to collapse. Above, the heavens reflecting hellish hues ruptured with a massive fissure. This world was disintegrating into chaos and destruction. All power emanated from the boundary-breaking noble phantasm, the sword of rupture. In the hands of the hero King Gilgamesh. This was precisely why Zhou Lan, upon learning of the saint's noble phantasm, remained skeptical on both fronts. The sword of separation wielded by Gilgamesh exerts a suppressive force against the inherent boundary. The Holy Master, descending in his class, concentrates nearly half of his power within the realm of his bounded field. Yet, one cannot fault him. His abilities were irrevocably defined at the moment of his arrival. Without the sword of separation, he would undoubtedly be the strongest. The earth crumbled inch by inch, great fissures gaping like the jaws of an abyss, consuming all in their wake. Palaces and slaves alike perished within the engulfing chasms. The wings of the dragon legion, bound, plummeted from the skies. The might of the sword of separation surged towards the Holy Master, as he beheld the ancient palace, once again collapsing before his eyes. The Holy Master exhibited neither sorrow nor joy. The radiance faded entirely as he stood at the center of this crumbling world. In times past, he might have roared hoarsely, uttering threats or aspirations, as was his custom. But inexplicably, in this moment, his heart became tranquil. This was but an illusion, was it not? He had already traversed this history once before. Demons are flesh and blood beings, and as the sixth among the 8 great demons, his former temperament was far from virtuous. Each time he was sealed by Lofi or thwarted by Chenglong, his exit was always a disgrace. Yet, this time, he had clearly failed once more, vanquished beneath the very sword that countered him. Surprisingly, his heart remained as calm as a still lake. Why was that? Standing amidst the shattered world, his gaze drifted towards the distance, landing upon a figure clad in noble robes. Perhaps it was due to the presence of this individual. Having escaped hell countless times, fighting alone, he had grown accustomed to such feelings, even forgetting the 7 suffering brothers behind him in hell. His dragon lineage was of the lowest quality. Betrayal was merely a trivial matter for him, whether against demons or humans. But this time, he felt immense relief for having made the right choice. He had aided Zhou Lan in departing from the original world. The consequences of this decision were evident. After a lifetime of solitude, he finally stood alongside a brother, an elder, a brother unique to the 8 great demons, an existence they collectively referred to as brothers since their inception. Now, he could accept his failure with equanimity, for he understood that the cost was no longer enduring a century of solitary confinement. "My brother," the Holy Master smiled faintly, calling out softly, "Zhou Lan, I am here." The Holy Master glanced around at the remnants of his former palace, now consumed by dust. He jested, "It seems I have learned a bit of composure from the elder." "You have learned well," Zhou Lan replied. The overwhelming power of the sword of separation loomed ever closer, and the Holy Master parted his jaw, unleashing the power of a treasure-grade dragon spell. This was his most primal ability as a demon of fire, amplified within the bounded field to match the might of the Covenant of Victory sword. Flames surged forth, blocking the oncoming tide of destruction. From afar, Zhou Lan cast one last glance at the ravaged world before turning away. "It is over. It seems we have lost." AnficRecap hesitated. He had grown accustomed to reading no emotion or expression on Zhou Lan's face. This being evoked a sensation akin to the moon in the sky, eternal, unchanging, and perpetually indifferent. Regardless of how dire the situation appeared to him, no matter how dark the night named danger, the moon remained quietly suspended in the heavens. Zhou Lan stretched his ample sleeves, smiling as he shook his head. "When I say it is over, then it is truly over." "What do you mean?" AnficRecap glanced at the distance. The bounded field of the treasure had collapsed entirely, and even his servant was embroiled in the throes of conflict. Was the situation before them not clear enough? Zhou Lan disregarded his confusion, his form hovering gradually backward. The Holy Grail War is a battle between a master and a servant against other masters and their servants, is it not? What do you mean? AnficRecap seemed to grasp something, but hesitated to believe it. Zhou Lan's figure dissipated into the dust of the world's destruction, leaving only his final words echoing in the air. It is my turn to take the stage. AnficRecap's expression shifted, his pupils quivering. It was night. After the collapse of the bounded field named the glory of ancient demons, all who had been ensnared within returned to the familiar dock. Gilgamesh stood aloft, the sword of separation gradually ceasing its rotation in his hand. He regarded the Holy Master, who stood resolute at the heart of the battlefield. He had not perished. His breath merely waned. What resilience! Even Gilgamesh could not help but commend. Though his treasure had been shattered, and he had withstood the impact of the sword of separation, the Holy Master remained upright upon the battlefield. His condition appeared even better than that of the other servants, as the servant closest to the center of the battlefield. Despite exerting every effort to evade the strikes from the Holy Master and Gilgamesh, he remained battered and bruised. Healing magic radiated from his form. While the one who had battled the Dragon Legion gasped for breath, she had sustained an irreparable injury to her wrist and had to protect the vulnerable Alice Fire behind her. On the contrary, the Conqueror King Iskandar and his master Weber had remained aloof from the battlefield from the outset and now appeared relatively unscathed. To have battled to this extent, I have acknowledged your will and strength. You call yourself a demon. Now, demon, it is time to bring this to an end. Gilgamesh raised the sword of separation once more. In the center of the battlefield, the Holy Master lifted his gaze, sensing Zhou Lan's footsteps, his expression unfazed. In the next moment, Zhou Lan floated down beside his massive form with unhurried grace. Demon, are you calling me? Zhou Lan smiled, looking at Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh's pupils contracted for a moment. He gazed solemnly down at the figure beside the Holy Master. The command seal upon the back of the opponent's hand revealed his identity, Master of the Holy Grail. Mongrel, he frowned. To appear before this king now is too late. He accepted the Holy Master but did not acknowledge this master. Zhou Lan smiled, slowly extending his hand. The Holy Master may have been indifferent, but it did not mean he would tolerate others shouting at him. Noisy, he said blandly. In the next instant, a colossal beam of purple-black light descended, striking Gilgamesh in an instant. There was no time for response. With unstoppable might, it struck him from above, driving him into the ground until his golden armor sank into the earth. With one hand, he thrust the sword of separation into the ground, his pupils shifting dramatically. An overwhelming force descended upon him, yanking him from the sky with such ferocity that rising was an unattainable aspiration. Who permitted you to stand above and speak to me? Zhou Lan waved his hand lightly. The repulsive force ignited instantaneously, violently embedding Gilgamesh into the ground, propelling him away from the dock until he plummeted into the sea. It felt as if he had been struck head-on by a 100-ton truck on a national highway. The sound of water splashing rang out, neither heavy nor light. The participants who had just emerged from the bounded field stood frozen, as if time had solidified, their gazes fixated on the horrifying chasm in the ground. Hey, is this a joke? Weber murmured in terror. Chapter 26, The Mightiest Master? The emotion of fear fermented at the dock. But demons, by their very nature, are beings that instill fear in others, are they not? Zhou Lan's light touch left the scar of that chasm etched deeply in the hearts of all present. A multitude of astonished gazes fixated upon him, the master cloaked in flowing robes, suspended in the air. Indeed, he was a master, and I had not erred in my observation. Yet, has there ever been a master of such formidable strength in history? Or, to rephrase, has there been a magician of such extraordinary prowess? Undoubtedly. Zhou Lan is a magician, but is it truly plausible for a magician to possess such overwhelming power? He could tear servants apart with ease. In the night sky, Zhou Lan appeared quite satisfied with his entrance. He gently brushed away non-existent dust from his robe, his long, dark purple hair nearly blending into the darkness. How do you feel? He inquired of the saint. The latter's aura seemed somewhat subdued. Zhou Lan raised a finger and lightly tapped. A verdant glow infused the saint's being. This was elemental magic, a domain he had fully mastered. For beings of demonic essence, measured in millennia, once they learn something, forgetting it becomes a formidable challenge. In an instant, the aura of the saint surged dramatically. He stretched slightly, the power within his grotesque form amplified, returning to the pinnacle of his corporeal existence. Much better. He smirked. Zhou Lan's gaze swept across the battlefield, disregarding the astonishment of all present. The outcome of this Holy Grail war had been determined from the very beginning. He merely intervened to unveil this reality, nothing more. Abomination. In the obsidian waters, a golden light burst forth, and Gilgamesh's face contorted in extreme fury. As the king of heroes, he could not tolerate such disdain. It was absolutely unforgivable. Emerging from the depths, he raised his noble phantasm, nearly roaring, "Destroy everything." A tremendous force propelled thousands of tons of seawater aside, the might of this noble phantasm surging toward Zhou Lan directly. "Are you angry?" Zhou Lan chuckled, his fingers still poised in the air. A resonant hum echoed, as if the overwhelming force had collided with an invisible wall, rippling through the atmosphere. Thus, it was thwarted. Unable to advance, he could actually block a noble phantasm. In the distance, Weber rubbed his eyes in disbelief. That formidable, mysterious artifact had obliterated an entire bounded field in an instant. Such power was nearly at its zenith. Yet, it was easily halted by this master. "Hey, you're a magician too. Why aren't you this powerful?" Iskander queried his master. Weber hung his head, drained of hope, responding, "If I were that powerful, what use would I have for you all? I could win on my own." Even among recorded magician families, it seemed unlikely that someone of such terrifying ability had ever existed. Weber thought this, and his mentor, Kenneth, a participant in the Fourth Holy Grail War, was even more astonished. He was not a common man unfamiliar with the world. As one of the 12 lords of the Clock Tower in England, he was renowned even in the global magician community. Yet, the current situation, he had truly never witnessed anything like it in his lifetime. This transcended humanity, surpassing the very concept of magic, didn't it? This was sorcery. In an instant, Zhou Lan's tranquil silhouette, floating in the night sky, took on an utterly terrifying aspect in Kenneth's eyes. This individual had completely surpassed the limits of a magician. He might have even reached the root. Kenneth's mind surged with chaotic thoughts, as if spiraling into madness. The power Zhou Lan displayed could hardly be explained by magic. Ultimately, magic was merely a human technique imitating sorcery. The strength he exhibited was likely genuine sorcery. It was power obtained after touching the very essence of existence. The root, an ultimate goal and truth sought by all magicians, a craving deeply embedded in their souls. Yet, what meaning and purpose does the pursuit of the Holy Grail hold for one such as him? If he had indeed reached the root, comprehending and acquiring the ability to manipulate the essence of the world, why would he still seek the Holy Grail? Kenneth found himself unable to comprehend this. The impact was overwhelmingly profound. He knelt, bloodshot eyes gazing vacantly at the night sky. Zhou Lan, of course, remained oblivious to Kenneth's concealed state. Even if he were aware, it would matter little to him. The ultimate ambition of all magicians in this world is to reach the so-called root, the ultimate realm known as the beginning and end of all things. Zhou Lan had not reached this so-called root. However, if the ability to manipulate the essence of the world is regarded as one of the indicators of having touched the root, then he indeed possessed this capability. After all, the powers of attraction and repulsion are elemental to the very nature of this world. The power he wielded was never mere magic. It was true sorcery. This power was inscribed in his blood, his marrow, and his very soul. It had flowed through every inch of his being since the moment of his birth. With a cold snort, he raised his hand to suppress the annihilating might of the Sword of Rupture, once again forcing Gilgamesh back into the depths of the sea. Noble phantasm? Huh. Zhou Lan scoffed. Come back to me when you can truly obliterate a moon. In the dark seabed, Gilgamesh gathered strength once more. Preparing to break the surface, Zhou Lan slowly pressed down with one hand. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. The birds gliding through the night sky became motionless, suspended in time. No, it was not merely frozen. The birds flapped their wings desperately, yet they could not advance a single inch. All around, above and below, an invisible force firmly confined everything within its reach. There was no way up to the heavens, no entrance to the earth. The golden light beneath the sea had just begun to glow, only to dim instantly. Even the wind dared not stir. Chapter 27. Come before me. What is it? In the heart of the suspended battlefield, Zhou Lan slightly raised the corners of his mouth, surveying all present. His voice was soft, imbued with elegance and composure, mysterious and magnetic, as though refined through the currents of time. It's merely a slight intervention. Do not be alarmed. He lifted his right hand, and the decree that enveloped the heavens and earth was finally lifted. Birds streaked across the night sky, finally liberated. He exuded an air of commanding authority befitting a ruler. His gaze swept over the seabed, and he shook his head helplessly. It seemed that Fellow was still unwilling to give up. The saint stepped forward, blocking the way. He had fully recovered. Gilgamesh was his opponent. Go. Do not worry about the consumption of mana, Zhou Lan gestured lightly. The saint strode boldly toward the surface. Within the battlefield, every heart concealed a matter. Master, what should I do? D'Armuid quietly inquired of his master, Kenneth. He was an exceptional knight. After a long pause, Kenneth finally replied. I do not know. His servant, D'Armuid, clenched his noble phantasm tightly. He sensed an unexplainable significance. His master, Kenneth, seemed to have changed. The master was usually decisive and exuded immense confidence, yet now he appeared hesitant and wavering. Was it due to the overwhelming master before him? What do you see in him? Act according to your heart's desire, Kenneth commanded. A command spell on the back of his hand dimmed and vanished. He had used a precious command spell, typically reserved for compelling a servant. Yet, the command he issued was to allow his servant to act freely. So strange, too strange. What should I do? D'Armuid questioned the depths of his own heart. Each servant possessed a compelling reason to strive for victory, a wish that must be fulfilled deep within. Without exception, now, the most formidable competitors had emerged. From the very beginning, they had not stood on equal ground, nor on the same level. Regardless of whether the answer was correct, there was but one undeniable choice. He tightened his grip on the lance and advanced toward Zhou Lan. Only by defeating him and his master could there be a glimmer of hope in this Holy Grail war. This transcended the knightly spirit of duel and will. They faced adversaries unprecedented in ferocity. Gilgamesh had been detained, and he believed others shared this sentiment. Weber whispered that this was their sole opportunity. Ah, indeed, what a monster. His servant, the conqueror King Iskander, sighed. Yet you, my friend, are quite decisive when it matters. He patted Weber on the back. As a king, retreat is not an option. With a roar, he swung his whip, the chariot swirling violently in the night sky, restlessly pawing at the ground as it faced the adversary firmly entrenched in the center of the battlefield. This was an opponent worthy of everyone's utmost effort to defeat. Make your move, commanded Emilia Kiritsugu. To secure victory, this was the only course of action, uniting all participants to vanquish him and his master. Otherwise, they would see no hope of triumph. If they could not even achieve this, then from the very outset, this Holy Grail war had been destined to be of no concern to them. A roar resounded as he lunged forward in a frenzy. It seemed his master harbored the same idea. Bang! The deep sound of a gunshot echoed at the dock, just as Emilia Kiritsugu issued the command. His assistant Mia had already fired the first bullet, as if sounding the charge. The bullet cut through the night, trailing a graceful line. With countless assassination experiences, missing was not an option. In almost an instant, the bullet was aimed at Zhou Lan's head. Mere centimeters from him, it was stripped of all momentum. Firmly immobilized before Zhou Lan, casually surveying the bullet suspended in the air, Zhou Lan smiled. With a gentle breath, he dismantled the bullet's kinetic energy, transforming it into sparkling copper shavings that scattered into the air. He then raised his hand, reaching toward the bullet's origin. A painful crunch immediately resonated as the container where Mia concealed herself was crushed into a wrinkled iron sphere, quietly hovering in midair. Zhou Lan released his grip, and the iron sphere plummeted to the ground with a dull thud. From the crumpled surface, a stream of crimson blood oozed forth. Emilia Kiritsugu's pupils dilated. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to remain calm, understanding that opposing such a terrifying master meant all sacrifices were anticipated. Zhou Lan certainly knew whom he had slain, Emilia Kiritsugu's assistant. But so what? This was war. Death was merely an interlude in the conflict. Now, he seemed to have become the target of all hostility, the murderous intent cascading toward him. This was the inevitable outcome. Silently smirking, he raised his hand and forcefully shoved the oncoming shockwave deep into the container. Many appeared oblivious to the meaning of villain or perhaps did not comprehend the essence of a demon. A demon acts solely according to its own whims, or rather, to achieve results that bring it pleasure. So be it. Come forth and pay homage to me, he thundered. As within a radius of several meters from him, the ground buckled under pressure, instantly collapsing into a pit. It had been a long time since he had unleashed his full power. The current situation brought him a sense of delight. Suspended in the air, he released his restraints, allowing the other servants to attack. From the deep pit created by the container, a beautifully ornate red lance shot forth, slicing through the air. This was one of his noble phantasms, known as the Red Rose of Demon Breaking, possessing the ability to disregard magical defenses. Were it not for the inability to approach, he would not need to hurl his weapon. This was a desperate measure. The red lance flashed like a meteor, rapidly closing the distance. Zhou Lan raised his left hand, gently sweeping it aside as an unseen force surged forth. The red lance was violently yanked off its course, spinning as it plunged into the cold earth. He turned, waving his hand, facing the figure clad in blue armor, King Arthur, Altria, who had approached him. She raised her sword high, yet suddenly an irresistible gravitational pull ensnared her. In an instant, she was dragged into a nearby container, forming a second black hole. The iron of the container twisted and creaked. Thunder rumbled in the sky as the conqueror King Iskandar's chariot, known as the Distant Devastation, descended. Zhou Lan pointed a finger into the air, and subtle ripples instantly spread outward. The relentless momentum was abruptly extinguished. He gently pushed his palm, launching both the rider and chariot skyward. The ground trembled with murderous intent as a dark, menacing figure dragged a streetlight from beneath. With a soft huff, he forcefully pressed his arm downward. The immense pressure fell like a meteorite, driving the foe into the earth, rendering them unable to rise. Thus, for murderous intents were utterly extinguished. Not even the closest could approach Zhou Lan. Amiya Kiritsugu glanced at the time. From then until now, had merely 2 seconds passed? Chapter 28. We Are Demons. Despair festered. The hazy pale moonlight illuminated Zhou Lan, casting him in an aura of unparalleled grandeur. Throughout, he had not shifted an inch. He remained suspended there, at the very center of the battlefield, calm amidst the chaos. Sounds echoed from all directions as those daring enough to challenge the sovereign continued to rise. Zhou Lan's lips curled slightly. A flicker of pleasure spread from within. His current form could not bear the full extent of his power, yet even in this state, he was sufficient to overshadow the masses. His gaze fell upon the enemies approaching like lightning, and he continued to raise his palm leisurely. It seemed that was all that was necessary. Meanwhile, Gilgamesh freed himself from confinement, leaping from the sea to land. Anger, resentment, and hatred could not adequately describe his current emotions. Since his arrival, he had never felt so beleaguered. His status, identity, and power had built a wall of arrogance within him. Undoubtedly, he had ample reason for such pride. Yet Zhou Lan, with a mere push of his palm, he had shattered that wall of arrogance. His fury did not stem solely from Zhou Lan's terrifying might. As a servant, strength varied inherently. His true anger lay in Zhou Lan's displayed nonchalance. It was as if he cared for nothing at all. To him, the people before him were mere fleeting shadows, unworthy of concern. Indifference, simplicity, elegance, and composure, only by adopting such an attitude could one appear so unruffled. He seemed utterly devoid of rage, as if everything around him was a mere jest for his amusement. Such a detestable sight. Just a day prior, he had been that very insufferable being. Yet in a fleeting moment, their standings had reversed. He had been cast down from the heavens of the exalted, so utterly disheveled. Only a sovereign deserved to stand atop all, to be gazed upon by the lesser beings. Yet he had fallen to the mortal realm. As a king, he could not tolerate such provocation. The moisture clinging to his body evaporated with power, and he roared. The next moment, a colossal figure materialized before him. Gilgamesh fixed his gaze intently upon the silhouette that obstructed his path. "What are you looking at?" The holy master spoke in a low voice. He cast a sidelong glance behind him, where Zhou Lan stood gracefully enveloped in the soft glow of the moonlight, evoking a sense of awe even in the demon. "It seems my elder brother has managed to irritate you." A subtle smile graced his lips. Elder brother? Gilgamesh paused momentarily, mulling over the ambiguous implications of that term. This grotesque creature, who referred to himself as a demon, claimed to have a brother? Servants emerged from the legends of history. If Zhou Lan is indeed his brother, then which monstrous figure has leapt forth from the annals of time? Is he immortal? Yet, it is undeniable that he is a being of perfection, is he not? The Lord shrugged and took a step forward. Regardless of how others perceived him, from his perspective, Zhou Lan was indeed a flawless demon. The hierarchy of the 8 demons was predetermined by age, an immutable fact. However, demons are inherently proud, and the Lord was no exception. Yet, Zhou Lan's recent demeanor was, without a doubt, perfect in his eyes. It reminded him of the days before they were sealed in hell. During that time, Zhou Lan reigned over the moon, detached from the trivialities of the mortal realm. His calm and composed demeanor mirrored that of the present. The Lord had always believed that only the Zhou Lan of that era deserved to be called elder brother. The moon demon, imprisoned in hell for countless millennia, was merely a hollow shell, a mere shadow. Of course, it was not just Zhou Lan. They all shared this fate. Hell relentlessly eroded their intellect. Yet now, that elder brother had returned like a flash of lightning. He made a promise as an elder to rescue all his siblings, just as they had on the first day of their descent into hell. Only such a being could rightfully be deemed the Lord, the elder brother of the 8 demons. "What exactly are you?" Gilgamesh posed his first question. "We?" The Lord chuckled softly, his laughter quickly escalating into a wild and unrestrained roar. He stood firmly before Gilgamesh, his formidable form brimming with power. His arms crossed before him as the world unfurled like a canvas. He bellowed with glee, "Weird demons. The inherent boundary. Ancient demon glory descends once more." Zhou Lan looked up at the shifting heavens. The Lord unleashed his inherent boundary again, drawing everyone into its fold. With Zhou Lan, a master whose magical capacity was nearly boundless, as his support, he could revel without restraint. The ancient demon glory unfolded. The blood-red sky of hell returned in an instant. Palaces reconstituted, great dragons swept through the heavens, and servants sang sacred hymns. Before him, King Artoria, bent slightly, gasping for breath, while Diarmuid knelt on the ground. Yet, there remained a frenzied attempt to breach the invisible gravitational wall surrounding him. "The inherent boundary returns," Weber murmured. The magical energy required to activate an inherent boundary type, noble phantasm, was nothing short of terrifying, and to unleash it twice in such a short span, while appearing to do so with ease, was bewildering to Weber. However, when he turned his gaze to his master, Zhou Lan, clarity washed over him. If he was indeed the source of the magical energy, then everything fell into place. In his mind, Weber had relegated Zhou Lan to the realm of the inhuman. He was utterly convinced. This was beyond what a mere human could accomplish. Excluding all impossible answers, the remaining one, no matter how extraordinary, would be the singular truth. His master was a monster, and they were challenging this very monster. The moment the ancient demon glory unfolded, the Lord's aura surged to unprecedented heights. Only here could he unleash his utmost power. The power of the noble phantasm grade 12 sigils soared to its zenith. Zhou Lan's presence attracted an overwhelming amount of attention, causing everyone to momentarily forget, or perhaps overlook, another terrifying existence in this holy grail war. His piercing intent was directed at the hero king, Gilgamesh. The latter had been his chosen target from the very beginning. Zhou Lan had kindly entrusted him to handle this matter. It was a battle between kings where only death could bring an end. Chapter 29. The world has been destroyed thousands of times. Demons are never reluctant to face multiple foes. The notion of a nightly duel is, at best, absurd. For such beings, targeting is inherent. They stand against individuals, against groups, against the world itself. For demons, this is a form of affirmation. Zhou Lan traversed the battlefield as if it were uninhabited, firmly grasping the upper hand and relentlessly suppressing all. Meanwhile, the confrontation between the Lord and Gilgamesh was fierce. As the hero king, Gilgamesh was far from a mere jester. He emerged from his defeat, his expression gradually settling into calm. A king must possess the capacity to embrace all, even failure. Failure is not to be feared. What is truly terrifying is the loss of the kingly spirit. In other words, he pulled himself back from the brink of being shattered by Zhou Lan's overwhelming presence. At that moment, he resolved to cast aside his usual arrogance and confront this war with the true demeanor of a king facing a worthy adversary. The blazing seven-layered celestial ring unfurled before him, serving as a defensive line against the Lord. The treasures of kings rained down, tearing the ground for miles. Behind all this, he placed his hopes in his most powerful noble phantasm, the Sword of Rupture, capable of shaping the world and embodying the might of creation. Annihilate everything. Light surged forth, the earth once again rending apart. As his master, Tosaka Tokiomi had many shortcomings, but he was also a competent mage. Although the magical energy he could provide was not vast, it stood as the most exceptional among masters, at least when Zhou Lan, this anomaly, was excluded. The full power of the noble phantasm grade 12 sigils was unleashed, and the Lord moved with the agility of a superhuman. Within the ancient demon glory, bound by the noble phantasm grade dog and horse sigils, it was exceedingly difficult for Gilgamesh to annihilate him entirely. He could only demolish the Lord's inherent boundary without inflicting mortal harm. There were many abilities at play, and they merely coincidentally collided at this moment. The Holy Grail War is a symbiosis between the servants and their masters. From beginning to end, the master providing magical energy is an indispensable role. In this regard, Zhou Lan undoubtedly surpassed Tosaka Tokiomi by leaps and bounds. If Tosaka Tokiomi's magical energy was but a droplet, Zhou Lan could easily be likened to an entire ocean. The heavens trembled, history repeated itself, and the ancient demon glory faced imminent destruction. Yet, the sinister smile upon the Lord's face never wavered. With the support of his elder brother, he had ample reason for confidence. As darkness fell, all returned to the harbor. Before they could react, The blood-red sky once again blanketed the world. The Lord unleashed his inherent boundary anew. Both were kings in their prime. He was firmly suppressed by the onslaught of the king's treasures and firepower. Yet, drawing upon the strength of the 12 noble phantasms, he pressed onward. The blood-red sky was both dark and luminous, as the world was annihilated and reborn. All of this unfolded like the tides, drawn by the moon's gravitational pull. Receding and surging anew, the world fluctuated, but the one constant was the solitary march of the Lord. With each destruction of the ancient demon glory, he drew closer to the imposing hero king before him. He moved forward, as if strolling upon the snowy peaks. Determination is a quality that demons must never be underestimated. Time and again suppressed by righteousness, sealed by the adversaries of various epochs, the Holy Master finds himself ensnared in an eternal cycle of good and evil. Akin to the Ouroboros. But I ask, has he ever relinquished hope? Not even for a fleeting moment. Though battered and bruised, his corporeal form shattered. He resolutely chooses to advance, never wavering. Who can truly comprehend? Even now, his primordial visage exists merely as a lifeless disc statue. Ensconced in a dim underground palace of another realm, leaning against a dust-laden wall. Despite the loss of power, his soul endures the relentless torment of time, day by day, year by year. Yet the demons still yearn to escape from hell, to tear apart the blood-red cage, and bask once more in the glory of yesteryears. The dichotomy of good and evil is but a construct of the world's design. Break free from these constraints. What constitutes good? What defines evil? The monstrous claw of a dragon descends heavily, while the Holy Master stands resolutely before the King of Heroes, confronting the cataclysmic radiance of annihilation. The world has been obliterated countless times, yet the indomitable spirit of demons is not a novel occurrence. His fearsome hand clenches into a fist, channeling years of pent-up resentment, which at this moment erupts like a torrent. Golden armor shatters into fragments, transforming into a cascade of twinkling stars. Gilgamesh is sent hurtling through the air, crashing to the ground, blood-staining his form. You have lost, the Holy Master proclaims, his towering figure eclipsing half the sky as he gazes down upon him. On the opposite side of the battlefield, the crimson streak of blood that had been flung through the air undoubtedly captured everyone's attention. If even the mightiest among them have fallen, the outcome of this battle is sealed. However, the heroes emerging from the annals of history shine with a resplendent brilliance precisely because of this. Faced with Zhou Lan and the looming defeat, not a single soul retreats in this moment. Throughout history, among the heroes of the world, who does not possess a heart of a warrior? Each individual has something worth fighting for. They do not falter in adversity, nor flee from the strong. At this moment, they embody this spirit in its purest form. Arthur Pendragon, Altria, she stands with sword in hand, her gentle radiance illuminating her exquisite visage. Flecks of golden fireflies rise from all directions. An unseen wind lifts her golden hair, rendering her supremely sacred. Zhou Lan raises his hand, silently unleashing a force that propels him forward. His elongated silhouette lunges toward the center, only to be violently repelled. D'Armoid is thrown heavily to the ground. Wiping the blood from his lips, he calls out, "Ah, unleash your noble phantasm." The earth trembles. The city-level noble phantasm, the sword of promised victory, radiates an unparalleled brilliance. Her clear voice resonates across the battlefield. In an instant, a blinding beam pierces the arena, enveloping both Zhou Lan and the Holy Master within its embrace. The ground fractures and collapses, as holy light pierces the heavens. This is her noble phantasm, the embodiment of Arthur, the hero of Great Britain, representing an unyielding resolve. This strike, imbued with immense power, decisively halts the Holy Master's advance toward Gilgamesh. Simultaneously, it engulfs Zhou Lan. Ah, what a beautiful woman! Gilgamesh struggles to rise, clutching his noble phantasm once more. His gaze sweeps over her striking profile, then returns to his own palm. He coughs slightly, his form momentarily becoming ethereal. The brilliance dims. Before him, the Holy Master emerges from the fading light, having endured the full force of the sword of promised victory. Even he feels its impact. The noble phantasm's enchantment traces back through his body. Gilgamesh's eyes gloss over, as if he has resolved upon something profound. The next strike, delivered by the hero King Gilgamesh, will embody his ultimate essence. Chapter 30. The first eliminated contestant bowing slightly, she breathes heavily. In the extinguished light, her clear aquamarine eyes reflect Zhou Lan's noble form. Indeed, it seems that a single strike has not sufficed. Zhou Lan emerges from the glow, his gaze gradually descending to the servants before him, ultimately resting upon Altria's face. His skeletal hand brushes gently against the hem of her robe, a corner of her luxurious garment crumbling into ash. From the beginning of this conflict until now, this is the first time he has sustained damage. Though merely a fragment of her robe, it is a testament to her strength and determination, which he acknowledges. He gazes at her, recognizing her as a rare beauty. Her visage is lovely, her gaze resolute, resembling a flower on a distant peak, unyielding to any storm. Yet, regrettably, she stands before him as an adversary. And Zhou Lan is not the type to gather a harem like a typical anime protagonist, perhaps influenced by the amalgamation of the memories and life of the cursed blue. He has become a demon, and this truth is starkly evident. With a solemn demeanor, he intones, "My friends, your will indeed brings me joy. And this determination has earned the respect of me, the demon of the moon." As his words resonate, his form ascends under the weight of gravity. "This is both your fortune and misfortune." He gradually spreads his arms, an ineffable aura swirling around him. Is the master angry? Weber whispers nearby. No, the king of conquerors. Iskandar observes with a grave expression, his experience allowing him to sense something different. He solemnly states, "It is not anger. Rather, it is a form of pleasure." Pleasure? Indeed. It seems he is reveling in it. Zhou Lan's figure rises to the zenith, suspended beneath a blood-red sky. The current form cannot unleash his full power, after all. It is merely a fabricated human guise he has conjured. Though handsome and exuding an ethereal aura, it pales in comparison to his true self. He glances downward. The Holy Master's form is in the process of reconstruction, while the sword of separation bursts forth with unprecedented might. That is the final strike of Gilgamesh, wagered upon his honor. He comprehends the battlefield's dynamics. However, this lengthy night must soon draw to a close. His voice reverberates like thunder, sending ripples through the air. A circular, dark purple moon, nearly black, gradually materializes behind him. In an instant, it expands, exuding a faint aura of pressure as it hangs in the sky. Within the inherent boundary, the moon appears. He closes his eyes. The human form slowly recedes, akin to submerging into a lake, retreating into the moon's phase, stirring gentle ripples. 1 second, 2 seconds. Time seems to stagnate. Amidst the tightly held breaths of all present, a towering demon gradually emerges from the moon's reflection. This is his true form. He sits cross-legged, 5 hearts directed skyward, exuding an ineffable nobility. One pair of smaller hands gently clasped at his chest, while another pair rests upon his robe, palms facing upward. His right hand opens, revealing the Pangu treasure box, glowing with a faint blue radiance, floating uncertainly in his palm. He remains utterly still, yet merely by existing there, it seems to absorb all light. He opens his eyes, revealing the crimson gaze unique to demons. At this moment, he finally drifts out from the moon's visage. On the ground, a profound silence reigns. Is this a change of person? This is a monster, a demon, absolutely not human. Weber stammers. Despite having speculated about Zhou Lan's identity in his heart, facing his true form evokes a sense of dread. Perhaps this is how this being was always meant to appear. In the distance, Kenneth gazes at the moonlit scene, astonished. The demon's appearance defies conventional beauty. Yet there exists a presence that cannot be measured by mere appearance. In the moment of confrontation, mere visual observation became utterly inadequate. The only thing that could stir within was the most primal instinct of a living being. "Kneel," commanded the entity. Thus, gravity jubilantly executed its decree. The air weighed down like solid mountains. The ground sank, and the command instantaneously permeated every inch of the inherent boundary. The entire world descended in the blink of an eye, stretching the distance to the entity in the heavens by several meters once more. The master and the servants knelt on one knee, their bodies engulfed by the sinking earth. This command was executed unconditionally upon everyone, adapting to varying strengths. The inherent boundary was cleaved into blocks of different gravitational pull. Yet, without exception, the same outcome ensued. Everyone was firmly suppressed, forever unable to attain the reality of rebellion. Regarding his powers, Zhou Lan could almost discern every intricate detail. At his pinnacle, he possessed absolute control over gravity that did not exceed his limits. Just as he did at this moment, upon encountering the sovereign, it was only natural to pay homage. This was an unalterable rule. In the distance, Gilgamesh was momentarily pressed down, the brilliance entwined around his sword nearly extinguishing. Yet, in an instant, he was liberated from his constraints. He comprehended immediately and offered a slight bow towards Zhou Lan in the sky. This was a necessary respect for an existence that, despite possessing overwhelming strength, still chose to honor the battle of kings. He raised his sword and roared as he swung down. The Holy Master had long since recovered from his injuries, howling as he charged forth, supported by all the might of noble phantasms. The magical energy bestowed upon him by Zhou Lan reached its zenith, available for his taking. This was a clash of kings from another realm. In that instant, waves of destruction overwhelmed everything, light surpassing all. Following the dazzling collision, the world returned to silence. The night was tranquil as water, the dock lay desolate. In a distant mansion, within a concealed basement, Tosaka Tokiomi suddenly faltered over the desk. A wave of dizziness striking him unexpectedly, followed by a series of sharp pains. His palms were sweaty as he gripped the unfinished letter tightly, his expression one of horror. The link he had with his servant was severed. Chapter 31. I am merely an ordinary demon sorcerer passing by Fuyuki City. Weather today, rain. In the corner of a comic shop, an old television was playing news about a gas explosion near the docks last night. Fortunately, aside from economic losses, there were no casualties. It's ridiculous that such a significant event has no clear cause. What are these officials even doing? The shop owner exclaimed, turning off the television. He glanced at the two customers seated by the glass. One of them, engrossed in a comic, appeared tall and robust, likely standing nearly 2 meters high, dressed in a deep green suit with a low-cut collar that boldly revealed half of his bronzed chest. He squeezed his muscular frame into the seat, seemingly captivated by the youthful, spirited comic in his hands. The other individual looked distinctly unique. From behind, his long black hair cascaded like a waterfall, and though modern, he was clad in an ancient Chinese robe, exuding an air of nobility in every movement. At this moment, the man slightly turned his gaze towards the rain. The two were clearly together, their rapport apparent. Perhaps they were television actors, the owner mused, noting their refined demeanor, so unlike those who toiled daily for a living. Zhou Lan's gaze shifted from the rain to the Holy Master before him. This fellow had grown too lazy to conceal his true form. Imitating Zhou Lan, he had crafted a human body. To be frank, he bore a striking resemblance to a fitness celebrity from the 1980s television shows. If memory served, after the battle last night, the Holy Master had inquired if there was any way to recover the wisdom lost to the abyss. As a demon of fire, he had once been a formidable sorcerer. Zhou Lan's answer was simple: read. As a vessel of knowledge, books were the most direct means. With demonic abilities, he could easily comprehend simple magical texts. Zhou Lan had prepared himself for the worst, ready to scour the archives of various magical families to procure ancient tomes for the Holy Master to enhance his knowledge. However, the Holy Master completely disregarded convention. Not long ago, they had passed by this comic shop, and upon glimpsing the shelves brimming with books, he insisted on entering. Although fully aware that these items lacked substantial value, Zhou Lan acquiesced. The result? Just as now, he had become utterly engrossed. A nearly 2-meter-tall, free-spirited, handsome bodybuilder nestled in a chair, perusing a comic smaller than his palm. The scene was indescribably bizarre, evoking a sense of incredulity akin to witnessing Elbu forsake his halberd to wield a needle and thread. Zhou Lan lightly tapped the table, reminding, Holy Master, we have already squandered 3 hours. The Holy Master lifted his head, perplexed. Is that so? Zhou Lan was certain that when this fellow assumed his form, he had undoubtedly taken inspiration from Valong's appearance. His medium-length white hair, chiseled features, and even his aesthetic matched the same deep green suit. Just moments ago, 2 young girls with umbrellas had paused outside the glass wall, fixated on his exposed chest, contemplating whether to approach him for contact information. My brother. The Holy Master suddenly flipped the comic over, pointing at the scene where the protagonist confronted an adversary, inquiring, what does it mean to have our bond? Zhou Lan glanced at it. It was merely a cliché narrative where the protagonist's group, battered and nearly defeated, suddenly proclaimed, this is our bond, and turned the tide. He shook his head and shrugged. A certain connection between people? The Holy Master nodded thoughtfully, his head drooping once more. This fellow was truly insatiable in his fascination. With Zhou Lan as his elder brother, he had completely relaxed. Alas, a hint of helplessness crossed Zhou Lan's face. This fellow had been sealed for nearly a millennium, either trapped in hell or transformed into a disc-like statue, unable to move beyond speech. He had either been sealed or was on the path to being sealed. When it came to modern experiences, he might not possess as broad a perspective as Zhou Lan, who had lived over 20 years in his previous life. It was entirely normal for him to develop an interest in other things. Yet, Inexplicably, Zhou Lan sensed a subtle change within him. Demons had existed for thousands of years. Yet their current dynamic resembled that of an ordinary brotherly relationship. Did he truly place such trust in himself? The crisp chime of the doorbell rang out, followed by the sound of polished shoes tapping against the wooden floor. Zhou Lan did not turn around. He knew who had arrived. He raised a finger, and a chair moved on its own, as if lifted by an invisible hand, settling smoothly beside the table. "Please, take a seat," he said subtly. "Mr. Tosaka Tokiomi." "Thank you." Tosaka Tokiomi, wearied and worn, cautiously took a seat, his eyes shifting carefully towards Zhou Lan. This master inspired no inclination for rebellion within him. He raked his disheveled hair and lamented, "You know it is me. Of course, your familiar has nearly glued its eyes to me today." Zhou Lan chuckled, scrutinizing him. He looked utterly disheveled. His once presentable suit was stained and rumpled, his tie askew, and his face was adorned with stubble, making him appear as if he had aged a decade in an instant. Zhou Lan reclined comfortably in his chair and remarked nonchalantly, "You came to find me? Are you not afraid that I might kill you?" Suddenly, Tokiomi Tosaka coughed violently, struggling to contain his breath. "How could I die? I am already out of the game. This conflict no longer pertains to me." "Then what is the reason for your arduous journey, braving the downpour to seek me?" Tokiomi Tosaka's lips tightened, and his facial muscles quivered slightly, revealing his profound tension. He lifted his gaze from the table, locking eyes with Zhou Lan, whose expression was as placid as a still lake, threatening to engulf him. Clenching his teeth, Tokiomi managed to squeeze out each word. "May I ask, have you ever reached the root?" Upon finishing his question, he seemed to expend all his strength, slumping back in his chair. As the head of the Tosaka family, his network of information was extensive. As a magician, his desire for the root was palpable. Ultimately, his sole purpose in participating in the Holy Grail War was to attain victory and wish for access to the root through the Grail. Now, a magician who might have already surpassed everyone else stood before him. Even though his servant had perished, he felt compelled to risk angering his opponent to pose this question. This was the lifelong aspiration of a magician, the root. Zhou Lan lightly drummed his fingers and smiled. "What is that?" Tokiomi Tosaka was momentarily taken aback, his pupils trembling in disbelief. "No, it cannot be. How is that possible?" he stammered. "Tokiomi Tosaka, I believe you are mistaken." Zhou Lan shrugged, teasingly remarking, "I am merely a passing, ordinary demon magician." Chapter 32. Diarmuid's elegant exit. Tokiomi Tosaka departed, his figure radiating a sense of loneliness. In merely 2 days, he had transformed from a spirited middle-aged man to one reflecting the weight of age. Not everyone could accept defeat with the composure of Gilgamesh. That man indeed possessed the heart of a king. Reflecting on this, Zhou Lan inquired of the master, "What did he say before he vanished?" Upon hearing the question, the master raised his head and replied, "He said he had a wonderful time." "Was it that brief?" Zhou Lan asked. "Indeed, it was that brief," the master confirmed, shrugging before lowering his head once more. With Zhou Lan as a guarantor, supported by his nearly boundless magical power, the master was not destined to lose in last night's turmoil. The combination of a noble phantasm-grade horse and the dog talisman proved exceptionally formidable. It could only be said that Gilgamesh's defeat was not unwarranted. In his recollection, had Zhou Lan not intervened, Gilgamesh could have attained a corporeal form in this Holy Grail War, thereby influencing the Fifth Holy Grail War. However, Zhou Lan's appearance undoubtedly altered this trajectory. As for whether this would create a butterfly effect, he could not be bothered to care. After all, it was not his concern. On a different note, he wondered if Gilgamesh had managed to impart any joyful knowledge to Kirai Kodomai. If not, that individual might suppress his desires until his dying breath. If that were the case, Tokiomi Tosaka should indeed be grateful to him, for he had indirectly saved him from being slain by the treacherous disciple Kirai Kodomai. Regarding Tokiomi Tosaka's inquiry, Zhou Lan was a demon who acted solely according to his whims. He had never reached the root of this world and had no interest in doing so. His sole objective remained fixated on the Holy Grail. He rose and addressed the master. "Let us depart. Many eyes are upon us." The master stood, naturally slipping the comic into his suit pocket. At the door, he chuckled. "I expected at least someone to chase after us, uttering some foolish words about payment." Zhou Lan replied, "Tokiomi Tosaka has already settled the bill for us." "Is that so?" The master paused, losing interest. "It seems we have missed out on some amusement." The two stepped into the rain. On the street, a girl waiting for the tram swiftly tapped her companion, exclaiming, "Did you see that? Those two didn't have umbrellas." Her companion, puzzled, asked, "So what if they didn't?" But it seems like the rain is avoiding them. How strange. The girl hesitated. Perhaps you misinterpreted. Impossible. I saw one of them floating in the air. Today marked the third day of the Holy Grail War. The streets were not particularly crowded, especially as Zhou Lan approached the corner, where the road lay desolate. He halted and extended his hand. An invisible magical force dispersed, and suddenly, the sound akin to shattering glass echoed in the air. Come forth, he commanded. At the corner, Kenneth appeared, holding an umbrella. His expression was peculiar, instinctively about to speak. However, Zhou Lan interrupted, You haven't seen me before. Kenneth's expression froze, caught off guard. The words he intended to say had been anticipated. Zhou Lan felt a twinge of exasperation. These magicians were consumed by thoughts of the root. Yet, it was not entirely incomprehensible. Humans yearned for higher powers, fantasizing about an existence that comprehended everything, capable of explaining the ultimate truth. Anyone with ambition and pursuit could hardly escape this belief. Regrettably, Zhou Lan did not subscribe to such a notion. Simultaneously, his and the Master's presence plunged many Masters into doubt and despair. In this Holy Grail war, they saw no hope. Kenneth was one of them. As one of the 12 Lords of the Clock Tower, he could not fathom the magician before him. Undeniably, he was a genius. Having become one of the 12 Lords at a young age, a powerful magician, even qualified to teach at the Clock Tower. Yet, before Zhou Lan, he was entirely inadequate. The barrier he had prepared for so long shattered effortlessly at the mere raise of Zhou Lan's hand. In the mundane sense of the term, could any genius ever reach the threshold necessary to stand before this individual? Kenneth did not know. What he could ascertain was that the other's power was so immense that it could obliterate everyone as easily as crushing insects. Such strength should not reside within a magician. Yet, the reality he witnessed confirmed otherwise. Kenneth clenched his fist slightly, calling out, D'Armuid. D'Armuid appeared by his side, holding a spear, bowing slightly, Master. Kenneth whispered. Raising his hand as two command seals gradually faded, I grant you a fair opportunity for a duel, to challenge the one before you in the name of a knight. Master. D'Armuid's pupils trembled. His prowess was now widely known. At this moment, he was no match. But in the next instant, a realization dawned upon him. And a smile of enlightenment crossed his handsome face. Slightly bowing, D'Armuid addressed Kenneth. I understand now. Thank you for granting me a splendid exit. His master, Kenneth L. Meloy Archibald, set aside his pride, also respecting D'Armuid as a knight, honoring his knightly spirit. With a flourish of his spear, D'Armuid proclaimed with fervor, As a warrior of the Fianna Knight Order, in the name of D'Armuid Ua Duibni, I challenge you to a glorious knightly duel. Zhou Lan slowly drifted backward, allowing space for the master. He understood Kenneth's intentions. The other's heart had succumbed to despair. They had attempted to unite, but the outcome was that even the formidable had perished. Facing an insurmountable adversary, since the ending could not be altered, it was better to embrace defeat with grace. At that moment, the master stood with hands in pockets, his human form exuding a languid air, yet the aura of malevolence never strayed far. He scoffed. You are no match for me. D'Armuid smiled. I understand, but to duel and perish against an opponent such as you is an honor. The Holy Master shrugged. It seems you are prepared to face death. Of course. Unleash your noble phantasm. D'Armuid's voice thundered. He was well aware that the Holy Master in his current state was not at his peak. If he struck now, he might gain a slight advantage. However, as a knight, his honor forbade him from acting. A duel between knights must be conducted with full and fair strength. This principle had been engraved in his bones, embodying the chivalric spirit he had always upheld. D'Armuid Odinia was precisely such a man. More importantly, that powerful master was willing to grant him this opportunity. Otherwise, given his strength, standing here at this moment would have been utterly impossible. His gaze shifted slightly as he silently bowed deeply to Zhou Lan. Excellent. The Holy Master moved his body slightly, indicating that today's choice had been made. He extended his arms, and in an instant, the ancient demon's glory unfolded. The world changed colors in a heartbeat, then returned to its natural state. This was a battle devoid of any suspense. It was merely a knight charging at an unbeatable foe, thus willingly embracing death. Chapter 33. No need to search. They have arrived. All power is not without roots. The Holy Grail. This legendary wishing machine, capable of fulfilling desires, draws its power not from thin air. When a servant perishes, their soul returns to the Holy Grail. Only when the Grail has absorbed all magical energy can it truly be called a wishing machine. At present, two servants had already exited the battlefield. Their magical energy had nourished the Grail, yet it was still insufficient. That night, within the Church of the Holy Grail, Kirai Kodomine paced anxiously. As the referee, he certainly understood what was transpiring. However, since last night, his ally, Tosaka Tokiomi, had almost severed all communication. His son, Kirai, who had originally apprenticed under Tokiomi during the Holy Grail War and moved into the Tosaka residence to strategize, had now been summoned back. The once indomitable alliance had suddenly crumbled after Tokiomi's servant had fallen. Kirai, he called. Emerging from the shadows of the church, Kirai Kotomine replied solemnly, I am here. What is your perspective on the current situation? Kirai Kotomine inquired of his son. After a moment of contemplation, Kirai responded. One of the Hassan's servants was killed by the Holy Master within the bounded field from the very beginning. And my mentor, Tosaka Tokiomi, has not uttered a single word. The only news I have gleaned from him is that the Master is formidable, possibly even stronger. Presently, he, like Kirai Kotomine, knew only the outcome, not the process. Tokiomi has betrayed our alliance, but do not forget, Kirai, you too are one of the participants, Kirai Kotomine remarked. Kirai quickly discerned the implication in his father's words. His unease palpable. Hassan is not adept in direct combat, and while I have not seen that master in action, they are indeed powerful. Kirai, the Holy Grail War is not a one-on-one game. Neither the mage families nor our church will permit the Grail to fall into the hands of an unknown outsider. He murmured, the war is not over. Those masters who remain should be better known to you than to me. Kirai nodded, analyzing. Emiya Kiritsugu is a powerful man. Ruthless yet meticulous, and his servant is equally formidable, none other than Alexander the Great, who conquered the continents of Europe, Asia, and Africa. He possesses immense strength, while his master, Waver Velvet, is merely an inexperienced student. However, I know little about him. Kirai Kotomine surveyed his son with satisfaction. Gesturing dismissively, that master is the boy from the Matu family. Before the Holy Grail War began, his magical capacity was substandard, merely enhanced by a parasitic insect. Just keep an eye on him. By the way, he suddenly interjected, he has already been eliminated. His master, Kenneth L. Malloy Archibald, is preparing to leave Fuyuki. He has withdrawn rather decisively. Kirai Kotomine pondered. Without witnessing the battle firsthand, I cannot ascertain the true extent of their strength. Do we have any information from Hassan? He asked. Kirai shook his head in resignation. I too have my grievances. Hassan's stealth and infiltration abilities are exceptional, yet they are utterly undetectable to Zhou Lan. Time and again, just as Hassan approaches, he is crushed from a distance. At this rate, he will soon eliminate all the Hassan avatars. Perhaps we can attempt to let him engage first while you secure the Grail, Kirai Kotomine proposed decisively. Father, Kirai hesitated. Kirai, our neighbors have an ancient saying, when the clam and the snipe quarrel, the fisherman benefits. The Grail is of utmost importance. I hope you understand my meaning. Kirai Kotomine sighed. Send Hassan out to continue acting as our eyes. Understood. Kirai nodded, commanding. Hassan, emerge from the shadows of the church and continue monitoring the other participants. Aside from your master. Hassan nodded and stealthily moved towards the door. If you can observe from a distance, do not miss the opportunity, Kirai muttered to himself. Unaware of his current location. At that moment, Hassan suddenly froze at the doorway. Seeing Hassan's immobile figure, Kirai's face reflected confusion. Just as he was about to speak, Hassan's face abruptly turned to him, as if a clock hand had shifted. We should not need to search any longer, he stated. What do you mean? Kirai Kotomine inquired in bewilderment. Hassan pointed toward the entrance, his voice trembling. He is right here. Impossible. The area outside the church is teeming with familiars. He could not have approached without us noticing. Kirai gazed out the window, his next words caught in his throat at the sight before him. Outside the church lay a forest. Looking up, the shadowy army of ninjas filled every inch of space. On the ground and among the trees, the masked ninjas stood in silence, as if merging with the air and the dark night. A glance revealed thousands of ninjas standing like statues. An unsettling sight that sent chills down one's spine. Kirai moved swiftly, surveying his surroundings. The shadowy army formed an impenetrable black wall, surrounding the Church of the Holy Grail. When had this happened? Hassan had completely failed to notice. His pupils trembled. With a thud, Kirai fell back, collapsing to the ground. His face quivering with disbelief. No, it cannot be. There are at least 10,000 of them. I have never heard of a servant with such summoning capabilities. In the face of such numbers, even the once proud Hassan would be rendered insignificant. Is there a way to break through? Kirai trembled as he questioned. Kirai shook his head, a bitter expression crossing his face. He knew this was the ability of the enemy. That night, the Hassan responsible for surveillance had met a similar fate. But he never anticipated the scale would be so vast. Such numbers could not only besiege the church, but could wage a significant war in ancient times. The night wind stilled. Blocked by the dark wall, it could not enter the church. Thousands of ninjas from the shadowy army surrounded the church, silent as lifeless wood, seemingly awaiting a command. When had they appeared? No one knew. But one thing was certain, they were in a dire situation with no escape. What were they waiting for? A trembling question resonated from within the church. The clock's hands ticked softly, gradually approaching midnight. Chapter 34. The Church Waltz inside the Church of the Holy Grail. An eerie silence prevailed. One after another, various manifestations of Hassan emerged from the realm of spirit, either seated or standing. Yet, it was indisputable that there was no escape from this place. How audacious it was for him to brazenly confront the Church of the Holy Grail. Such an act was indeed a violation of rules. Yinming Lizheng, recovering from his terror, exclaimed in anger. Yinming Qili, however, remained silently poised in the center of the church, not uttering a word. The so-called rules had been broken from the very beginning, had they not? Their alliance with Tosaka Tokiomi had been orchestrated under the watchful eye of the arbiter, Yinming Lizheng. In the world of adults, rules held no weight, only power mattered. Through the window, he gazed serenely at the shadowy legion, murmuring to himself, "How formidable indeed! Even I cannot suppress my curiosity. Who are you, truly?" He understood that the master possessed a noble phantasm that was a bounded field and had the capability to summon the shadowy legion, knowledge gleaned through Hassan's eyes. However, the scene before him was entirely contrary to what he had anticipated. Summoning such a multitude of familiars in the real world was an entirely different concept from doing so within a bounded field. Moreover, while the individual combat prowess of these ninjas might slightly pale in comparison to Hassan, their sheer numbers were utterly terrifying. How much magical energy did this individual possess to squander? Suddenly, the image of Zhou Lan flickered in his mind, and he instantly comprehended. It must be that fellow. He had never encountered a magician capable of such feats. Silence enveloped both inside and outside the church. The shadowy legion had already made their appearance, but remained motionless, creating an oppressive atmosphere. This was an unbearable torment. Now, Yinming Qili and Hassan had become fish on a chopping block, yet the executioner's blade was yet to fall. This was undoubtedly a form of torture. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, marking a cruel and agonizing weight. As silence reigned, the other sounds within the church became conspicuous. Tap, tap. Yinming Qili placed a hand on his chest. Was it his heartbeat? Was he afraid? No. Glancing back, he noticed the clock on the wall emitting a faint sound. The hands pointed to 11:59. A ludicrous possibility suddenly struck him. Yinming Qili grinned, taking 2 steps back, and began to laugh oddly. So, it is like this, ha ha ha. Master, you truly are an intriguing person. Qili? Yinming Lizheng called out his name. Yet, Yinming Qili was already lost in his own world, no longer observing the darkness outside the church, instead focusing on the clock. The hands moved steadily, as if in a stop-motion animation, inching towards midnight. Is this your way of seeking pleasure? Yinming Qili murmured. Yinming Lizheng looked at his son in confusion, bemused by his unexplainable laughter and self-talk. He was likely mad. At that moment, Yinming Lizheng felt that their earlier discussions regarding strategies were utterly laughable compared to the densely packed shadowy legion outside. While they had unwittingly conspired, the enemy's familiars had already surrounded the church completely. And here they were, brazenly plotting for the Holy Grail. Qili, what are you looking at? Following Yinming Qili's gaze towards the clock, the hands pointed directly at midnight. Yinming Qili spread his arms wide, as if embracing divinity, exclaiming, "They are waiting." Waiting for what? Yinming Lizheng was taken aback. Now, as soon as the words fell, the windows of the church suddenly erupted with a deafening crash. Overwhelmed by the multitude of black shadows that surged in, shattering glass into countless fragments, the shadowy legion had mobilized. In that instant, the moonlight, previously obstructed by the legion's dark wall, finally flooded into the church. The moonlight reflected off the myriad of shards, casting a reflection of Yinming Qili's face. He closed his eyes, a smile gracing his features. Thousands of shadowy ninjas, in that singular moment, acted in unison, storming into the church. In the distance, Zhou Lan floated serenely in the air. He lifted his gaze. The post-rain night sky was remarkably clear, Even the moonlight shone with exceptional brilliance. His keen eyesight fell upon the church illuminated by the moonlight, which was nearly engulfed in darkness. At that moment, the cacophony within the church failed to reach his ears. Only the splattering of bloodshot lines emanating from within could be perceived. From the already shattered window frame, a Hassan adorned with a white mask suddenly thrust out half of his body. Following closely were countless shuriken, striking his forehead, neck, waist, and abdomen. He perished almost instantaneously. Half of his body hung limply from the window ledge, gently swaying in the moonlight. Yinming Qili stood in the center of the church, surrounded by the black shadow ninjas who darted about, slaughtering his servants. He offered no resistance, merely closing his eyes. The din was overwhelming. Footsteps, screams, and the whistling of blades slicing through the air coalesced into a chaotic symphony. He closed his eyes and listened, akin to a symphony in a concert hall. Suddenly, Yinming Qili felt a flicker of delight. Opening his eyes, a pitch-black shadow loomed larger in his vision. In the night sky, Zhou Lan turned and drifted away. It was over. He seemed in high spirits, humming a tune as he floated away. The post-rain night was tranquil, bringing a sense of peace. The towering figure of the master strode upon the ground, following his path. Wave after wave of shadows sped back towards the church from the ground, merging with the master's silhouette beneath the moonlight, like rivers flowing into the sea. He appeared to be in good spirits as well. The objective for today had been accomplished as the clock's hands moved past midnight. Thus, the third participant was eliminated. In an unremarkable room, Weber Velvet watched the screen with a grave expression. Beside him, the robust conqueror King Iskandar sat on a small bed. The television broadcasted news of a tragic incident at the church in Fuyuki City last night. They'd been eliminated. It was certainly done, Weber asserted. A flicker of fear crossed his face, and he added, "That level of power is beyond our capability to confront. Perhaps we should seek an alliance, but alliances seem futile." He spoke to himself, anxiety etched on his face. Bang! The conqueror King Iskandar slammed him back onto the bed. "What are you doing?" he wailed. "Fool! Even if the enemy is unbeatable, as a king, you must raise your sword." His voice resonated powerfully as he questioned, "My master, Weber Velvet, what is your purpose in participating in the Holy Grail War?" "Purpose?" Weber shrank back. "I just want to prove myself to that arrogant teacher." Iskandar rose, exuding confidence. "Excellent. Then you have already won. Why? Because your arrogant teacher's master has been eliminated before you." "All right." Weber's eyes suddenly lit up. He realized the logic behind it. As a teacher, being eliminated before one's own student was indeed a source of disgrace. Scratching his head, he remarked, "Though a fool, you do have a knack for offering comfort. Why don't we?" Before he could finish, the conqueror king stood tall, his booming voice declaring, "I shall challenge my fellow kingly opponent." "Eh? You'll die." Chapter 35. Cursed Blue. Brother. Boss. Weber Velvet could hardly restrain this man, who was tall and robust, often talking to himself and proclaiming himself a king, occasionally slapping Weber awake. Even now, he could not prevent his decision. "If you go like this, you'll die," Weber hurriedly urged. Iskandar turned around, his gaze piercing like a torch. "Can we truly claim victory by simply hiding here?" he questioned. Upon hearing his words, Weber immediately deflated, slumping against the bed as he murmured, "But surely you must have a compelling reason to seek the Holy Grail, a wish that must be fulfilled. Isn't it a painful thing to admit one's own failure?" With a loud smack, a hand struck Weber's back. "Fool, how many times must I repeat? Acknowledging one's failures is an essential part of life." Iskandar lifted his head, seemingly lost in thought. "Even as a king, I have not always sailed smoothly. One must accept failure with grace." He turned to Weber, his voice resonating. "Fool, your character still requires refinement. This is something you should learn from your mentor." "That arrogant fool," Weber muttered, retracting into himself. "An arrogant fool would easily accept defeat and retreat from battle." "Weber Velvet, perhaps you should take a lesson from your mentor." Iskandar rubbed his forehead, exasperated. "As my subordinate, I truly worry about what will become of you in my absence." "Why are you worried about me?" Weber asked, puzzled. "Fool, should not a king be concerned for his subjects? In truth, as a master." Weber's dynamic with his servant was distinctly different from his mentor Kenneth's. After a lengthy admonishment, Weber seemed to grasp the resolve of his servant, Iskandar. He murmured, "Then what about your wish?" Though his primary aim had been to prove himself, after spending considerable time together, he still perceived Iskandar as a brutish fool who often resorted to slapping. Yet, every participant harbors their own aspirations. The conqueror king, Iskandar, What could his desire be? Suddenly, Iskandar burst into boisterous laughter. Aha! As a heroic spirit descending upon this world, my wish. His voice grew soft and contemplative. Since I can no longer reach the ends of that world, to once again manifest as a heroic spirit and compete against the historical champions is indeed my vision. Weber stared at him, taken aback. In his memory, Iskandar was always wild and unrestrained, proclaiming his intent to conquer this world once more, even once setting the current president of America as his target. However, never had he seen such a profound sense of dejection in Iskandar's eyes. Yet, at that moment, the aura of a king emanated from him more powerfully than ever. The image of the unruly brood in Weber's mind slowly dissipated, revealing a true king. I am willing to fulfill your wish, Weber declared earnestly. He sprang from the bed, fervently proclaiming, "Let us challenge our enemies." With a thud, Iskandar's broad hand patted his shoulder once more, praising, "Excellent. Weber Velvet, now you are showing some promise." Weber shrank back, grumbling, "What was that for this time?" "Ha." Iskandar sheepishly scratched his head. That was the king's approval, acknowledgement. At the street corner, in a comic book store, Zhou Lan had come to terms with the Holy Master. If the child wished to read comics, so be it. The Holy Grail War had reached its midpoint, with only a few days remaining until this game concluded. After that, the Holy Master would temporarily revert to the weakened statue. Soon, there would be no opportunity to read at all. "Have you chosen your next target?" Zhou Lan asked casually. The Holy Master leaned back in his chair, his feet propped up on the table, appearing relaxed. He raised his head slightly, smiling. "Of course, my brother." So far, 3 servants had been eliminated at their hands. Aside from the Holy Master himself, only 3 remained. The situation was quite clear. It was simply a matter of completing daily tasks as per usual. With this thought, a smile crept onto Zhou Lan's face as he probed, "Holy Master, could it be that you were worried about finishing too quickly and hastily returning, hence your leisurely demeanor?" Upon hearing Zhou Lan's words, the Holy Master hurriedly pressed down the comic book, exclaiming, "That's not the case at all." "It seems I was correct," Zhou Lan shrugged. "What? Do you not wish to return?" Zhou Lan inquired with a smile. The Holy Master scoffed lightly, replying, "My current form is trapped in an underground palace in Asia, hidden from the sun, with 12 powers seized by Chung Long, reverted back to a statue. If you were in my position, would you wish to return?" Zhou Lan nodded in understanding, recalling the last glimpse he had of the Holy Master being sealed by a magical curse. "However, I must thank you, my brother, for bringing my soul to this new world, even if it is only for 7 days." The Holy Master seemed resigned to the fact that he would soon return to his seal. Zhou Lan lightly tapped his fingers on the table. Speaking calmly, "What if I told you I possess a method to save you, to rescue our brothers and sisters?" Upon hearing this, the Holy Master sprang to his feet, his gaze intense. He understood that Zhou Lan was powerful, capable of traversing worlds, and had inadvertently revealed that he could also return to his original realm. However, to speak of having a solution was an entirely different matter. "Do tell." The Holy Master was suddenly invigorated. Zhou Lan emitted a light hum, his tone cryptic. The Holy Master laughed heartily, scratching his head, and then spoke earnestly. "The elder of the 8 siblings, Zhou Lan. Big brother. Leader." Chapter 36. The self-redemption of the weak Kant Yenya was a most unfortunate individual. Zhou Lan's impression of him was not entirely negative. As a master, his magical prowess was far from adequate. He had only managed to participate in the Holy Grail War by forcibly enhancing himself with a cursed worm. Yet, Zhou Lan did not feel sympathy for him. Everyone knew this world was cruel and realistic, whether in low magic, mid-magic, or high magic. Even in Zhou Lan's past ordinary world, weakness, in itself, is a sin, especially the result of one's own weakness, stemming from indulgence and inaction. To possess hopes for a better world while being weak is a pitiable expectation. This conclusion was not drawn from Zhou Lan being a demon of the moon with immense power. He never considered himself particularly strong. Nor did he hold the notion that the strong should impose their will upon everything. That too is a fallacy. There will always be those stronger than you. Even he has opponents he cannot easily match. He admired the knightly spirit and royal heart of Diarmuid and Iskandar. Those with steadfast hearts are different. Much like Zhou Lan, who, thousands of years ago, was sealed by an immortal deity, and after finally finding a chance to return to his pinnacle, almost fell into hell once more, narrowly avoiding disaster. The unexpected appearance of Xiangu nearly thwarted his efforts. Although he ultimately escaped from Cheng Long's adventure, could this be considered a failure? Certainly. Zhou Lan never concealed his shortcomings. Just as the Holy Master, he is both a king and a demon. Compared to ordinary people, he is unfathomably powerful, yet even so. He was still dethroned by El Dongbin, had his power dissipated by Luo Pei, and was thwarted by Cheng Long from meeting his end. However, as Zhou Lan contemplated, demons possess a demon's heart. It is permissible to lose, but one must never relinquish hope. Accepting failure is a requisite lesson for demons. While not succumbing to failure is the ultimate essence of a demon. As a villain, one often bears more burdens than protagonists. This world has never been fair. Justice may falter countless times, but a villain's single failure often yields immeasurable consequences. Hell is a living testament to this. The gaze gradually shifted as Zhou Lan withdrew her thoughts and looked at the motionless Kanto Yinya sitting before her. She spoke softly. I am quite surprised that you came to find me. Surprised? Hasn't Tosaka Tokiomi already visited once? Kanto Yinya replied, gritting his teeth in pain. The drawback of forcibly enhancing his magical power with the imprint worms lay precisely here. He had to endure constant agony while accepting his dwindling lifespan. Zhou Lan could easily sense the worms coursing through his body. The flow of magical energy was distinctly clear. His face contorted in agony. Yet he still attempted to maintain his composure, a necessary respect he had preemptively advised himself to show in Zhou Lan's presence. Enduring the pain, he stated gravely, I am willing to forfeit this Holy Grail war. At that moment, Zhou Lan almost discerned his intention, yet she remained silently poised, awaiting his further elaboration. However, as a condition for this exchange, I hope you can offer me assistance. As expected, Zhou Lan replied nonchalantly, let me guess, you witnessed my power firsthand, which ignited a glimmer of hope in you. Thus, you wish to enlist my aid to rescue the girl suffering in the worm-infested lair beneath the Kanto household? Upon hearing this, Kanto Yinya trembled. His pupils quivered as he stared blankly at Zhou Lan, feeling as if he had no secrets left before her, which sent a chill down his spine. Ah, you've guessed it correctly. Kanto Yinya managed a dry laugh. I now believe you have truly attained the ultimate truth that all magicians yearn for. Zhou Lan waved her hand lightly, dismissing the flattery. Such compliments hold no significance for me. From the very beginning, I have only one purpose for participating in the Holy Grail War, to save that child. Kanto Yinya's bitter smile revealed the depth of his pain. The woman he loved, Aoi, had married Tosaka Tokiomi and bore him 2 daughters, Tosaka Rin and Tosaka Sakura. Yet, Kanto Yinya had once been an unreliable individual, detesting the dark magic of his family, and had run away, rendering himself unworthy as an heir. With no hope for the Kanto lineage and adhering to the tradition of magical families passing on their legacy to a single successor, they adopted a child from the Tosaka family. This child was Kanto Sakura. Now, she had been cast into the underground worm repository by the head of the Kanto family. Kanto Zongyan, her father, enduring the torment of the worms while undergoing bodily modifications to adapt to the Kanto family's water attribute magic. That child had never done anything wrong. She did not deserve this fate. She used to smile at me, but ever since she entered the worm pit, she has changed entirely. As if her soul had been lost, her eyes devoid of color, Kanto Yinya murmured in agony. Zhou Lan lightly tapped her fingers against the table, her expression neutral. You could very well do it yourself. You possess the means, do you not? If it were him, Kanto Zongyan, that old man would not have survived even a second after his summoning. For ordinary individuals and magicians alike, he was powerful enough to wipe out entire families overnight. It seems you lack the courage to rebel against your father, Zhou Lan remarked. No, it's not like that. Kanto Yinya insisted hastily. The child's entire body has been altered by the imprint worms. Even if I rescue her, I cannot resolve her physical issues. His gaze was intense as he locked eyes with Zhou Lan's calm demeanor, pleading, if it is you, with your great power, you must have a solution, right? Present your sincerity, Zhou Lan replied softly. I can offer my life. Kanto Yinya declared without hesitation. He revealed 3 command spells in his hand, as if he had grasped a lifeline. 1 is not enough, then 2. If 2 are insufficient, I'll give you 3. As long as you are willing to act, I can do anything. He could not bear to watch Kanto Sakura gradually descend into despair before him. That was more painful than death. Whether it be my life or my loyalty, I can stand before you as a pawn. Zhou Lan glanced at him. He was nearly on the verge of kneeling. With an imperceptible sigh, Zhou Lan reflected on the cruel reality of this world. Each individual must atone for the choices they had made in the past. If Kanto Yinya had not chosen to run away in his youth, becoming the heir of the Kanto family, Sakura would not have fallen into such a tragic fate. Nevertheless, the fate of the Kanto family was immutable. Kanto Zongyan, That old man who had lived for hundreds of years had always sought merely a vessel to fulfill his desire for immortality. Whether it was Kanto Yinya or Kanto Sakura, one of them had to bear the weight of this consequence. Chapter 37. Why so gloomy? Smile a little, won't you? I can grant your request. Upon hearing Zhou Lan's words, Kanto Yinya suppressed his pain and stood tall. However, this is not out of sympathy. I do not possess such emotions, Zhou Lan stated. From you, I sense a flicker of potential that brings me joy. What do you mean? Kanto Yinya asked, puzzled. Let us go. Zhou Lan tapped the table, prompting the master to set aside his comic book. Where to? Are we going to eliminate this little brat? The master inquired, confused. Kanto Yinya trembled all over. Isn't your next target? Zhou Lan exclaimed cheerfully. My brother, we have a show to witness. Zhou Lan chuckled heartily. I delight in interesting affairs. The master slowly rose to his feet. That night, within the Kanto estate, Kanto Yinya entered the mansion, his expression twisted and tense. Zhou Lan had made a request he could not refuse. He could assist, but only if he, as the protagonist of this tale, could deliver a performance worthy of the occasion. That guy is undoubtedly a demon. Kanto Yinya felt a surge of dread. Yet, he had no choice but to comply. Even making a deal with a demon was far better than watching the hope of seizing the Holy Grail slip away from him. He could not help but seek out Zhou Lan. So powerful was he, and as his master, Zhou Lan was utterly despairing. This was his only opportunity. Fortunately, he had managed to seize it. Shaking from pain and internal turmoil, Kanto Yinya rushed into the mansion. The commotion he caused quickly drew the attention of Kanto Zanyan. His father, the old man, was ugly and short, and his mastery of dark magic was repulsive. Perhaps he had once been a respected figure adhering to ideals of justice in his youth, but he had become a loathsome creature, lost in his obsession with immortality. Yinya? You should not be here, Kanto Zanyan admonished sternly upon seeing his swaying son. Then where should I be? Kanto Yinya raised his head, his face contorted in pain. The Holy Grail War. Don't you want to save Sakura? Or have you, as always, never changed, remaining a coward who only knows how to flee? Flee. Ha. Kanto Yinya suddenly burst into laughter, his expression deranged. Yes, you're right. I only know how to run away. Because of my cowardice, always daughter suffers. I am scum. A coward. A selfish wretch. He began to berate himself. Yinya? Kanto Zanyan suddenly sensed something was amiss. But old man, you are at fault too. The one who is most at fault is you. Kanto Yinya suddenly pointed at him, hatred surging across his face, like twisted worms crawling beneath his skin. You only ever sought to satisfy your own desires. I just didn't want to become your vessel. What crime have I committed? His voice thundered. A lightning bolt cutting through the night sky. Footsteps echoed as another descendant of the Kanto family appeared from behind the wall. What are you doing? Kanto Shinji, drawn by the commotion, looked at the two quarreling men in confusion. Shinji, don't mind him. He's just a madman, Kanto Zanyan snapped. Not far away, shrouded in the night, Zhou Lan and the master observed the unfolding scene. Kanto Shinji, the child will likely bear psychological scars in the future, won't he? Zhou Lan chuckled, her face betraying no hint of concern. What a wicked sense of humor. The master revealed a sinister smile, unexpectedly finding pleasure in the situation. You shall handle it shortly, Zhou Lan commanded indifferently. Before her, it seemed that the fates of all gathered were but threads dancing in her palm. The dagger of vengeance rightfully belonged to the avenger. The audience, comfortably seated, merely needed to critique the performance. To involve oneself in the play would be to invite disgrace. Within the mansion, the quarrel raged on. Matu Zengyan appeared to tremble with fury, the muscles of his face twitching as he shouted. Yinya, I do not know what madness has seized you. But if you wish to uphold our agreement, continue the Holy Grail War with your own. Otherwise, do not blame me for disregarding our familial ties. Matu Yinya's form suddenly stilled, as if grasping an essential point, murmuring, yes. Haha, indeed. He abruptly opened his arms, his twisted visage contorting as he let out a furious roar, seemingly emerging from the depths of his teeth. A shadow enveloped in black mist slowly materialized. Matu Zongyan's expression changed drastically, disbelief flooding his features as he exclaimed, Yinya, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Meanwhile, Matu Shinji, sensing impending doom, retreated several steps, his pupils trembling. Matu Yinya pointed unwaveringly at his father, a command seal gradually fading from view. Gritting his teeth, he declared, obey your master. Matu Yinya's act of rebellion. With a beast-like roar, he stumbled and crushed the floor, seizing a nearby chair to forge it into his weapon. He dashed forward, the grotesque figure clad in armor suddenly filling the old man's vision. Yinya, what are you doing? Have you gone mad? Killing me won't save. With a swift motion, blood and flesh erupted from beneath him. Then, in a frenzy, he raised the chair and brought it crashing down. The sickening sounds of bone cracking and flesh tearing echoing relentlessly. Mata Shinji, horrified, collapsed to the ground, unable to suppress his instinct to crawl backward. Tears and snot staining his face. Uncle Yinya has gone mad. He has killed the old man. I must flee. Though he crawled desperately, he found himself utterly powerless. After a long moment, the violent sounds ceased. He turned to glance behind him, the scene a chaotic ruin, leaving only a pool of bloodied remains on the floor. His gaze shifted, locking onto Matu Yinya's ghastly face. Uncle Yinya, I did nothing wrong. I am a good person, he cried in terror. Matu Yinya remained silent. His head bowed as he made his way toward the insect chamber, howling as if possessed. Having just slain Matu Zongyan, he teetered on the brink of madness, wholly indifferent to the chaos around him. At the entrance of the chamber, he paused for a moment. Inside, there was no sound. Matu Sakura had grown accustomed to the gnawing of the insects, even her cries silenced. This was what Matu Zongyan had told him, extending his hand to rub his face. Matu Yinya forced himself to suppress the twisted expressions of anguish and the physical pain racking his body. In an instant, a radiant smile broke through. Sakura, it is all over. Uncle has come to see you. With faltering steps, his forced grin shattered upon catching sight of the tiny, lifeless body covered in countless imprinting insects. Tears fell as he knelt, extending his hands despite the gnawing pain to cradle Matu Sakura's vacant face. It's all right, Yinya, you foolish boy. Everything is over. He wiped his tears, mustering a smile once more as he lifted her from the chamber, murmuring, Really, Sakura, why do you look so lifeless? Please smile for me. Won't you? His shoulders quaked as he sobbed. This feeble man was crying again. He cradled Mata Sakura and slowly ascended the stairs. The sounds of chaos erupting above. Inevitably, madness had taken hold. When he was summoned by Mata Yinya, he had already been imbued with the effects of berserk, teetering on the edge of uncontrollable rage. Inside the mansion, Mata Shinji crawled in terror, having never witnessed such a horrifying scene. A stream of foul yellow liquid trickled down his pant leg. He was utterly terrified, only thinking of escape. Uncle Yinya's servant has killed the old man. Soon it would be his turn. He had completely lost his sanity. For a girl who did not belong to the Mata family, why go to such lengths? Matu Yinya was a madman. At that moment, a tremendous pressure descended from above. Matu Shinji looked up, his eyes quivering as he beheld yet another monster. The master resumed his demonic form, towering over 3 meters in height. His next intended target had always been this beastly figure. The show had run its course. It was time to conclude. He grinned, the ancient demoness radiance descending in an instant. The crimson heavens swiftly enveloped the world. The sacred sound resounded as dragons unfurled their wings, descending in a torrential assault. Roaring, he forcibly tore down a pillar, swaying it as he charged forward. Yet, the master's speed outpaced him. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before him, soaring upward. With an outstretched palm, he crushed the pillar in his grasp. He held it down, akin to Godzilla seizing Mothra in a deadly embrace. The dragon's sigil spell surged to its zenith. He opened his jaw, an explosive torrent of flames erupting forth without pause. This was an outburst of power comparable to the Sword of Victory, a noble phantasm of King Arthur. The scorching beam of flame enveloped him, dispersing the swirling black mist surrounding him. The pitch-black armor shattered in the master's mouth, dissolving into ungraspable stardust. Moments later, the master flicked his arm, sending the remnants crashing to the ground. Now unencumbered by armor, his true form was revealed. Undoubtedly, the master was a master at calming the berserk. Before him, the clarity returned to his eyes as he shed the madness under the master's outburst. Kneeling upon the ground, Lancelot of the Lake, alas, your wish shall not be fulfilled. Beside them, Zhou Lan gently applauded, having witnessed the entire spectacle. In the face of the master, Lancelot stood little chance. As Matu Yinya, the master, lacked sufficient magical energy, he had effectively abandoned him in this moment. Although he possessed a noble phantasm that rendered knights impervious to unarmed attacks, unless he could somehow defy gravity and grasp the earth, he could conceive no means of victory. Lancelot knelt, on the verge of annihilation, trembling as he uttered, "What a terrifyingly powerful being." He tilted his head back, gazing at the blood-red firmament above, whispering, "King Arthur." In the next instant, his form disintegrated into ashes. Zhou Lan turned, whispering softly, "Another seeking redemption, burdened by guilt for their betrayal. The Knight of the Lake, who had engaged in a forbidden love with King Arthur's wife, Guinevere, would forever remain unable to attain true salvation, longing for King Arthur's judgment. He ultimately fell here. Return, Zhou Lan softly commanded. Let us grant that fellow, Matu Yenya, a fleeting moment of happiness. Chapter 38. Zhou Lan's Wish. Your life flickers like a candle in the wind. This was Zhou Lan's first utterance upon seeing Matu Yenya again. I know, Matu Yenya replied, suppressing his pain. A bitter smile gracing his lips. The erosion of the imprinting insects had caused multiple organ failures within him. He had long prepared himself for death following the conclusion of this war. He glanced at the vacant-eyed Matu Sakura in his arms, a glimmer of hope illuminating his gaze. He tilted his head upwards, gazing at the figure floating in the air, yearningly imploring, "You promised me." Sakura's body is gone. He has lost the chance to continue fighting, and Kirai Kodomine was commanded to kill her himself. This family is on the brink of ruin. Yet everything has been worth it. Aoi's daughter is right here, saved by him. Kirai Kodomine deserves to die, and he too can perish. But Sakura is innocent. Zhou Lan fell silent for a moment, slowly descending before him, her gaze cast downward. Kirai Yagami knelt on the ground, cradling Sakura in his arms, gradually lifting his upper body. His eyes brimmed with hope, resembling a wretched soul awaiting divine mercy. At that very moment, Zhou Lan was his deity. The parasitic insect relentlessly reformed her body. Zhou Lan delicately curled her fingers, and a repulsive worm writhed out from within Sakura, bound by gravitational forces. It was grasped in the air by Zhou Lan. It contorted and twisted, yearning to return to its previous host. With a flick of her fingers, the creature burst into a pool of viscous matter under the weight of gravity. I must say, your father is far more astute than you, Zhou Lan remarked with a sigh. What do you mean? Kirai Yagami's gaze flickered with shock. Your agreement was a farce from the outset. That old man has long regarded this body as merely a vessel. Are you implying he has a backup plan? Kirai Yagami was taken aback. He could not discern it at all. Although he was a descendant of the Kodomine family, his understanding of insect magic was scant. Portions of Sakura's nerves had been altered to withstand Kirai Kodomine's will. Indeed, even if you were to kill Kirai Kodomine, his consciousness would not dissipate. With a single glance, Zhou Lan perceived Sakura's current essence. She had been transformed into a mere container. Every fiber of her being could not escape the gaze of the demonic sorceress. Hearing this, Kirai Yagami's expression contorted. He clenched his teeth, hatred palpable as substance. In Kirai Kodomine's eyes, there was no trace of familial affection or humanity. Everything was merely a means to achieve his insatiable desire for immortality. My powers are not suited for assistance or healing, Zhou Lan stated coolly. Kirai Yagami bowed his head heavily, his voice low. You must have a way, right? I have fulfilled your request. Of course, Zhou Lan interrupted him, smiling, after all. I am a demonic sorceress. Like the renowned painting The Creation of Adam, she pointed her finger downward, a faint green glow cascading into Sakura's curled form. A magical incantation. A power starkly different from the sorcery of this world. Zhou Lan felt fortunate that the first day she escaped hell in her soul form was spent perusing her father's antique shop. What she had told the Lord was not mere rhetoric. Reading was not only a means to learn the magic of this realm, but also a way to recall the fragments of wisdom obliterated by hell. Although its effect was not overwhelming, it sufficed given the foundation of ancient demons. With a single finger descending, she whispered, "Dissipate." The modern sealing incantation, the banishment spell, and the ancient reorganization spell in her mind intertwined, transmitting magic imbued with a subtle aura of immortality. Sakura furrowed her brow as a tragic chorus of insect cries resonated from within her. As the green light swept over her, Sakura suddenly awoke, struggling to break free from Kirai Yagami's embrace, bending down to vomit. Zhou Lan retracted her magic, her hands casually tucked back into her voluminous sleeves. She remarked nonchalantly, "Keeping promises is a fundamental lesson for demons." At that moment, the lord beside them, previously bored, raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean? Are you pointing at him?" He spread his hands, mimicking Zhou Lan's indifferent tone as he responded softly, "It is well known that this is indeed the case." "Sakura! Sakura!" Kirai Yagami cried, overwhelmed with joy, clutching Sakura and questioning her incessantly. "Uncle Yagami?" Zhou Lan turned, slowly drifting toward the Kodomine residence's exit. The performance here had concluded. Kirai Yagami would not have much time left, and their future affairs were no longer her concern. Although Kirai Yagami was not particularly likable, he at least acted with discretion. Even aware of his dwindling time, he still did not shamelessly plead with Zhou Lan to resolve his parasitic insect problem. Looking back, he had set Sakura aside and turned toward the underground insect repository. Zhou Lan heard his murmurs. What a magical family. I must end the Kodo Mine family's insect sorcery. Sakura, once uncle is gone, please burn me clean, all right? In the pitch-black night, a great fire blazed at the Kodo Mine residence. On the way back, Zhou Lan slowly began to speak. The master has conveyed news. His servant, Iskander, wishes to challenge you to a duel of kings. The lord raised his head and laughed. Excellent. His noble phantasm, like yours, is also a reality marble. I believe it will be quite interesting. Zhou Lan anticipated. The conqueror king Iskander, the historical figure who once subjugated the continents of Asia, Europe, and Africa. Zhou Lan recalled information about him in his mind. Undoubtedly, he was no weakling. Although his master, Waver Velvet, was somewhat young and inexperienced, making him appear timid, he too was a prodigious talent of the clock tower. In his memory, Iskander had only lost to Gilgamesh by a narrow margin. The reason for his defeat lay in the divinity he possessed. Had the Lord, as a demon, lacked divinity, he would likely have been bound by the chains of heaven and would not have triumphed so easily. The Lord counted his remaining opponents on his fingers. And after a moment, he chuckled, My brother, after obtaining the Holy Grail, I am curious what wish you will make. My wish? Zhou Lan paused under the moonlight. The Holy Grail's ability to grant wishes is confined to the magical energy absorbed from the souls of its servants. In other words, it is not omnipotent. Furthermore, the Holy Grail has long been tainted. Even if a wish is made, it will be realized in a distorted manner. The eyes of a demon always pierce to the essence. With this in mind, Zhou Lan declared resolutely, Brother, what I have always needed is neither the Holy Grail nor the capacity to wish upon it. What I require is merely a vessel brimming with magical energy, nothing more. Just as that famous saying goes, the charm itself is never important. What matters is the magic within. Chapter 39, The War of Kings. A great fire buried everything. Fuyuki City was engulfed in anxiety. Beyond the gas explosions, the continuous arsons and bizarre deaths rendered this place perilous. Reports indicated that the residents of the Kodo Mine family had been consumed by flames, and Kirai Shinji, a descendant of the Kodo Mine family, had been taken into custody. This inferno seemingly originated from a man named Kirai Yagami, yet he vanished after the arson. The series of calamities appeared to foreshadow the impending conclusion of an unknown war. Fuyuki City was rife with undercurrents, while the instigator quietly awaited time. The night was the most suitable for battle. Secluded and somber, the moon shone beautifully, casting a subtle melancholy upon the fierce struggles of heroes. What do you think? Zhou Lan sighed lightly, her gaze directed toward the distant night sky. A thunderclap resounded, and a chariot named Distant Conquest descended from the heavens. The towering and robust servant finally arrived to fulfill the appointment. The chariot circled the night sky before gently landing on the ground. I am the Conqueror King, with the Holy Grail as my wager. I challenge you as a king. He bellowed, sword pointed skyward. On the chariot, Waver shrank back, covering his face with his hands. The kingly aura was undeniably potent, yet it also struck him as somewhat juvenile. In the air, Zhou Lan gently applauded. With her applause, the Lord emerged from his ethereal form, still in human guise. In the next instant, a searing flame enveloped him like a baptism, heralding the true form of the demon's arrival. Beneath the tranquil night sky, Zhou Lan cast a glance at the Holy Master, and an absurd feeling flickered within him. He slightly curled his lips, thinking that, given his abilities, he could be considered a Pokemon master, provided the Holy Master could be classified as a Pokemon. Fulfill your wishes, Weber murmured, simultaneously activating 3 command seals. Although he doubted his servant's victory as a master, he respected every choice made by Iskandar. I can sense your determination. Iskandar gently patted Weber's shoulder. This time without force, Zhou Lan addressed the Holy Master, who hesitated momentarily before exclaiming, Roar. Although he did not comprehend why Zhou Lan insisted on this course of action, the Holy Master surmised it was likely due to his peculiar sense of humor. After all, as an elder brother, indulging his whims was not entirely unreasonable. He stepped forward, his dragon-like feet leaving cracks in the ground. Iskandar raised his sword high, and almost simultaneously they both let out a roar. The sky transformed in an instant. A blood-red firmament engulfed the horizon, and the yellow sands of the desert spread across the land. Glory of the ancient demon and army of the king descended concurrently, both being noble phantasms of inherent boundaries, standing in stark opposition. The world shifted abruptly. A magnificent palace, paved with ornate tiles, materialized, while a tempest of yellow sand surged from the distance, swirling in a cloud of dust. Iskandar had unleashed his noble phantasm, army of the king, classified as a noble phantasm of inherent boundaries, with the effect of manifesting a scorching desert known as infinite expanse and summoning his loyal soldiers from his past life. Zhou Lan gazed calmly at the battlefield. With the inherent boundaries simultaneously deployed, the strengths of the Holy Master and Iskandar were evenly matched in terms of their noble phantasms. The blood-red sky and the sweeping yellow sands formed a glaring demarcation line at the heart of the world. The Holy Master sat regally upon his dragon chariot, raising his arms as the Dragon Legion surged forth. On the other side, within the searing desert, tens of thousands of heroic spirits formed an unassailable formation, led by the conqueror King Iskandar, as the army of the past king re-emerged. Their morale soared, and the aura of slaughter reached the heavens. This was a rare spectacle, reminiscent of epic tales. It was not merely a confrontation between kings, but a clash of the legions they once commanded. The tens of thousands of heroic spirits summoned by Iskandar undoubtedly had the advantage in numbers. They had followed the conqueror king in life, traversing the Eurasian continent in countless battles. These warriors were independent heroic spirits, endowed with full self-awareness and combat prowess, some even possessing noble phantasms. The contrasting energies clashed at the world's demarcation line. Iskandar drove his chariot, brandishing his sword, issuing commands befitting a king. He roared, "Conquer!" His voice thundered, resonating through the skies. The Holy Master's hoarse voice pierced through, commanding, "My soldiers." The Dragon Legion surged downward toward the demarcation line, and the formation of heroic spirits charged forth, engulfed in swirling dust to meet the enemy. The subordinates of the fire demon occupied the skies, flapping their wings, opening their dragon jaws to unleash torrents of flames. On the ground, the heroic spirits advanced against the inferno, unyielding even as the flames engulfed them. Upon contact, the battle grew exceedingly brutal. The rain of arrows shot forth from the heroic spirits darkened the skies, and dragons fell, wailing in agony. As they neared the ground, warriors on horseback intercepted them, their coordination flawless, reminiscent of their past lives. Hooves stirred flames, scorching under the heat of the desert. One by one, figures toppled in the fire. Within moments, the demarcation line was filled with bodies. The blood-red sky reflected hues of gold and crimson, exuding the oppressive presence of ancient beasts as it clashed with the swirling yellow sands. This was a war of nations. The contest extended beyond mere soldiers. It was a struggle of soaring ambitions. The sound of horns mingled with the roars of dragons, resembling the army of a foreign kingdom battling against a malevolent dragon. Brilliant lightning erupted from the ground as chariots drawn by thunderous steeds surged through the swirling sands. Iskandar, sword in hand, fought amidst the dragons. His body was enveloped in lightning, a manifestation of the legendary might of Zeus, granting him immense destructive power against formations and structures. He led the battlefield as he had in life, causing dragons to fall beneath the onslaught of rolling thunder. This was a king, a true king. In the distance, the Holy Master exhaled a breath, his form shifting in an instant. He carved a perfect line through space, standing at the center of the battlefield, blocking Iskandar's chariot. The thunderous steeds reared high, then stomped down heavily, charging with the intent to trample. Dazzling lightning struck toward the Holy Master, relentlessly tearing at his form. Yet, the noble phantasm-grade steed Talisman swiftly healed these injuries, his form swelling as he stood firm, gazing levelly at Iskandar. "Ha ha, delightful. Let the king conquer." Iskandar cried out exuberantly, swinging his sword down, accompanied by the might of 1,000 thunders. Chapter 40. The world is vast yet small, is it not, Zhou Lan? The thunderous power, a legendary force originating from the divine King Zeus, surged forth. The Holy Master raised his hand to block the sword's edge, as the thunder relentlessly sought to extinguish his life force. But was that enough? Not nearly. He roared, and the noble phantasm-grade steed Talisman glimmered, instantly restoring him to full strength, as he withstood the thunderous steeds and overturned the chariot. Surveying the surroundings, the Dragon Legion had indeed suffered from their numerical disadvantage, with only a few dragons circling in the sky amidst the rain of arrows. Behind, in the skies above the palace, more dragons were birthed anew. However, the speed of their regeneration could not keep pace with the heroic spirit slaughter. These heroic spirits had followed the conqueror king in life, forged into warriors through countless battles to conquer the world. In terms of legion warfare, they were immensely powerful. without a noble phantasm like Gilgamesh's, which could restrain all inherent boundaries. Facing them head-on would undoubtedly be a daunting task. Many heroic spirits had now freed their hands, galloping through the sands, raising their swords in a howl, encircling and hunting the Holy Master. Iskandar maneuvered his chariot, making a circuit in the desert before charging back into battle. Lightning flickered erratically. Countless murderous intents emerged, aiming to strike down the king who dared to venture into the heart of the battlefield. Shadows swarmed like fireflies drawn to the flame. The Holy Master stood resolute, and in the next moment, the overwhelming pressure of a noble phantasm erupted forth. He cracked a smile, releasing a colossal pillar of flame that tore through the desert, cleaving a corridor amidst the storm of yellow sand. In an instant, thousands of warriors fell beneath the noble phantasm-grade dragon talisman. Yet, the battlefield quickly filled again with yellow sands and warriors, charging forth fearlessly, each embodying the essence of conquest. Next came the noble phantasm-grade pig talisman, unleashing a powerful golden beam that swept across the battlefield. The Holy Master stood firm, like a lone sentinel amidst an onslaught, remaining unyielding in the face of the encroaching yellow sands. These bothersome insects, he rasped. Several commander-level heroic spirits finally surged forward, raising their swords high to rain down blood upon the yellow sands, only to retreat at the first touch. The Holy Master snorted coldly, all injuries fully restored. Although his 2 deadly strikes had obliterated numerous warriors, it was still insufficient. The Dragon Legion teetered in the firmament, their replenishment far too slow. In terms of legions, this was where the Holy Master found himself at a disadvantage. In his reign, he single-handedly subdued Asia, facing nearly no challengers bold enough to resist him. The Dragon Legion soared through the skies, and any who dared to oppose were brought to their knees. The experience and resilience of these heroic spirits were forged in the crucible of countless battles, establishing a stark distinction between them and their foes. Even Hassan found it arduous to contend with them one-on-one, especially considering the presence of numerous commander-level warriors wielding divine artifacts among their ranks. The sovereign forcefully parted the throngs of people, leveraging their momentum to leap backward. He cast his gaze downward, realizing that the Shadow Army was ill-suited for this battlefield. Yet, it mattered not. He possessed a more straightforward and brutal approach. With palms pressed together, the earth trembled beneath his feet. Before the resplendent palace, along the pathway leading to the Emperor's audience, 9 towering statues erupted from the ground. These statues, each over 10 zhang tall, bore grotesque visages, wielding swords, daggers, or polearms, clad in battle armor and brandishing deadly weapons. As the 9 statues rose, a majestic aura of iron and blood emanated forth. The sovereign growled, "Awaken, my commanders." He abruptly spread his arms wide, and 9 beams of light shot from his body into the statues. With the power of a divine artifact, the Mouse Talisman, which possessed the ability to transmute stillness into motion, the ground quaked incessantly as the statues began to revive, as if liberated from the shackles of time. Debris cascading around them. In an instant, the sacred sound resounded anew. The 9 commanders, their gazes fierce, surveyed the yellow sands. Who dares disturb our lord? United their voices into one, shattering barriers and advancing toward the battlefield's threshold. Zhou Lan's eyes flickered. Were it not for the sovereign's display of power, he might have forgotten that the opponent possessed such capabilities. He murmured, "Gather the warriors of the world to forge 9 golden figures before the palace. This is the might of the sovereign of all." In his vision, the 9 commanders, revived from the river of time, trod upon the yellow sands, beneath the vast sky. Charging into the fray, clad in battle armor, they radiated a blood-red glow, pressing onward. Despite being outnumbered, they remained undeterred. The heroic spirits of the Conqueror King could only gallop beneath their feet, each step stirring the sands to great heights. One commander swung his sword, cleaving the earth asunder. Another wielded a spear, sweeping through the sands as if traversing an uninhabited realm. Iskandar gazed at this spectacle in awe. He let out a fierce roar, fearlessly urging his war chariot forward, proclaiming, "What majesty! What spirit! My worthy adversary!" A surge of audacity filled his heart, and like a tempest, he charged toward one of the commanders, his own heroic spirit legion shimmering with the glow of divine artifacts. The resurrected warriors clashed with the magnificent behemoths. The battlefield grand and overwhelming, transforming the heavens and earth with the violence of their combat. Truly, it was an epic saga. Zhou Lan gently applauded. Meanwhile, Weber's eyes were filled with astonishment. With his limited experience, he found this grand scene capable of striking on to the hearts of many. The struggle for supremacy among kings had always been thus. Either slay the last enemy, or behead the enemy king. Only then could the tumult of war be quelled. Zhou Lan's gaze shifted. He He shared similarities with the sovereign, yet also stark differences. Both were demons, fundamentally alike, and could justifiably be called the lords of fire and moon. However, the sovereign reigned over ancient Asia, while Zhou Lan alone governed the moon. The sovereign could be called king, for beyond his demonic essence, he was indeed a monarch, a fact acknowledged by both Gilgamesh and Iskandar. Zhou Lan was different. The moon lacked soil suitable for human habitation. The only companions he had were the stars. This distinction elucidated why their demonic natures were so dissimilar. Identity shapes thought. The sovereign, accustomed to betrayal, even of his fellow demons, survived as the ruler of vast lands. In contrast, Zhou Lan possessed only the 7 siblings who commanded different elements on that distant azure planet beneath his feet. This sentiment, cherished and solitary, was known to Zhou Lan from the very moment he integrated with this soul. As an elder residing apart from the world, Zhou Lan held this bond in high esteem. Beyond the vast battlefield, he gazed upward at the heavens. The so-called solitary moon was but a reflection of his existence. The realm of the moon demon was vast, encompassing an entire universe indifferent to the world below. Yet simultaneously, it was small, limited to merely 7 siblings. Hell had consumed too much, not just wisdom. Even the faintest of sentiments could not escape the relentless passage of time. Hell resembled a blood-red millstone, where the so-called demonic wisdom and the bonds of brotherhood dissipated in the unchanging silence of millennia. Yet, fortunately, there was an elder who gradually began to recall everything. Chapter 41. The Pango Box Liberated, opening the gates of hell. As Zhou Lan's understanding deepened, an increasing number of memories returned. He was anew, an untainted soul unscarred by the influences of hell. At this moment, he beheld the sovereign commanding the battlefield with great prowess. That figure was the 6th among his 8 siblings. When did it all begin? Suddenly, he recalled the splendor of ancient times, when their relationships were far less rigid. Indeed, how could siblings at odds ever share this world and peacefully navigate the ancient era? Such a notion was impossible. The sole reason was hell. Wisdom, soul, emotion, all were eroded in that terrifying abyss. It was not merely a matter of power. The true might of the 8 immortal deities revealed itself at this moment. The reduction of power and the erosion of bonds led to estrangement among the once close siblings. After such a division, how could demons ever hope to rise again? There would be no day of reckoning. What a cunning strategy, Zhou Lan sighed deeply. His gaze toward the sovereign stemmed from having briefly glimpsed a semblance of the past within the latter in recent days. Not as a king, nor as a demon, but merely as a brother, nothing more. All demons had changed. To dwell on the past was futile. The only course left was to rescue all siblings from hell as swiftly as possible. Only with the return of glory could all tactics be thwarted. Zhou Lan, as an elder, had seen through it all. This was fortunate. With his gaze profound, he descended from the sky, quietly observing the battlefield. The Pango box emanated a soft blue glow, undulating in his grasp. This war had reached its zenith. On the other side, Weber's eyes widened, filled with excitement. He witnessed the unfolding of dramatic reversals on the battlefield. He saw how the sovereign tore through armies and led his legion to eradicate the dragons. The 9 commanders graced the battlefield, and his thoughts turned somber. Steering his chariot through the lightning, he personally confronted the commanders, relentlessly vanquishing what seemed like insurmountable foes. A surge of resolve welled within him. Weber's hands trembled with anticipation, feeling victory within reach. Would they win? Would they win? His heart raced with the fervor of a 6-sided warrior endowed with extraordinary powers. Yet at this moment, his speed waned, and the might of the divine artifacts had been expended, leaving only the indomitable essence of immortality to sustain him. Amidst the battlefield, one commander still struggled valiantly, while the legion of heroic spirits dwindled to a mere handful. Yet, though bloodied, his spirit soared high. He pressed forward, and wherever the battlefield of the Thunder Hoof Bull traversed, the thunder fell momentarily silent. This ancient king, who had conquered all, never halted his pace and continued on his path of conquest. In a daze, Weber's peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a slowly moving figure. Turning his gaze, he was momentarily taken aback, his heart sinking like ashes. Such an epic war stirred his spirit, yet it caused him to forget one crucial matter: Zhou Lan, the master. This man, no, this monster cloaked in human guise, a demon, possessed unparalleled power. At this very moment, he floated gently in the sky, calmly descending to the very center of the battlefield. The master sighed wearily as his Kandar surveyed the desert. The heroic spirits still charging behind him numbered scarcely 100. Yet he remained formidable and imposing. The ground was littered with corpses, heroic spirits, dragons, and shattered stone remnants of what once was. Zhou Lan cast a fleeting glance. Feeling neither joy nor sorrow, he raised his hand slightly, and the Panga treasure box began to rise slowly. Iskandar tightened his grip on the reins. His gaze solemnly fixed on the figure in the Taoist robe above. "My brother," Zhou Lan murmured. "I am here," the master replied. "You are about to witness a fraction of my power," Zhou Lan stated. The master raised an eyebrow, acknowledging that Iskandar was a formidable adversary, rivaling even the troublesome Gilgamesh. As Zhou Lan made his move, he felt no hesitation. Rather, a flicker of joy surfaced within him. As a younger brother, accepting the aid of his elder was only natural. A warmth unexpectedly blossomed in his weary heart, a feeling long forgotten, entirely contrary to his cold and callous nature. Yet, surprisingly, he did not despise it. "The Panga treasure box? I have long known it was in your possession," the master remarked. Zhou Lan nodded slightly. "Then you are aware of its remarkable utility? To open the gates of hell?" The master shrugged. "Indeed." A smile graced Zhou Lan's lips. He released gravity to elevate the Panga treasure box, allowing it to ascend gracefully to the highest point in the heavens. This extraordinary treasure radiated a soft blue aura, indescribably exquisite. "And then?" Zhou Lan asked, his smile enigmatic. The master pondered for a moment before suddenly realizing, "Only demons shall pass through the gates of hell." He murmured in disbelief. "Indeed, my brother, congratulations on your correct guess." Zhou Lan laughed heartily, gesturing lightly. In an instant, the Panga treasure box began to rotate slowly, opening. A beam of blue light shot forth, and soon after, a verdant scroll materialized in midair. This was the gate of hell. The lower end of the scroll slowly descended, revealing a deep crimson vortex within. From the inner side of the gate, a tremendous demonic aura surged forth. Including the master, all present stood dumbfounded, their gazes fixated on the scroll, on the gate of hell. Zhou Lan slightly raised the corners of his mouth, chuckling softly. "A guessing game. Who will emerge from here?" His voice echoed within the established barrier. Whether it was the master, Weber, or Iskandar, they all contemplated his question. Who would appear through this portal known as the Gate of Hell? Chapter 42. The Master Projection. Undoubtedly, whoever emerged from the Gate of Hell would be a demon. Weber and Iskandar struggled to grasp the significance of this power. It was a treasure and authority not of this world. Yet the master understood all too well. He had not anticipated that Zhou Lan possessed the ability to open the gates of hell from another realm. Contemplating Zhou Lan's challenge, he delved into thought. 8 siblings. Excluding Zhou Lan left 7. However, he too was present, so perhaps he should be excluded as well, leaving only 6. The demon of thunder, Su, the demon of mountains. Bagong, the demon of water, Basha, the demon of earth, Dikwai, the demon of wind, Xiaofeng, and the demon of heaven, Shimu. 6 siblings, judging by Zhou Lan's expression. Any one of them could potentially appear. The master's dragon-like eyes curiously scrutinized the gate of hell, a playful expression emerging on his face. After a long pause, he shook his head in resignation. With 6 options, he could not deduce who it would be. Any one of the 6 siblings was possible. He spread his hands, laughing. "In any case, it won't be you, and certainly not me." At his words, Zhou Lan's lips curled into a slight smile. Before his eyes, 7 demonic projections flickered. Indeed, the Panga treasure box had transformed from the original 6 summonable demonic projections to 7. Zhou Lan gazed at the additional projection, chuckling softly. "Unfortunately, you guessed incorrectly, my brother." "Guessed incorrectly?" The master was taken aback. "Could it be you? Surely it cannot be me." He stood right there. How could Zhou Lan summon him? Zhou Lan laughed heartily, finding it immensely amusing. "Come forth," he beckoned. Within the established barrier, an invisible wind surged, suppressing the swirling sands and the scent of blood. A green, dragon-like hand suddenly emerged from the gate of hell, firmly grasping the side of the scroll. Gazing at this hand, the master trembled in disbelief, staring at Zhou Lan. "Impossible!" he exclaimed in shock. Then, a dragon-like foot stepped forth from the gate of hell, landing firmly in the void. "What is this?" Weber stood frozen, his gaze darting between the master and the gate of hell. The answer was imminent. The one about to emerge was the projection of the fire demon, the master. It would fully step out with its fearsome and terrifying form. Flames roared, power surging. The gate of hell swiftly closed, returning to the scroll, which dissipated into the air. The Panga treasure box trembled slightly, drawn back into Zhou Lan's palm, quietly hovering. "The second one," Iskandar exclaimed, as if struck by lightning, unable to believe his eyes. The master, however, widened his pupils, his gaze fixed intently on Zhou Lan. He could sense that this was not truly himself. but rather a projection. Yet this projection possessed power equal to his own at present. How did you accomplish this, my brother? The master's expression was one of confusion. He could no longer fathom the depths of his brother's capabilities. Zhou Lan quietly observed the projection of the master emerging from the gate of hell, his heart swelling with joy. Who could have guessed? No one could. Even he himself only realized it at the moment of releasing the Panga treasure box. The Panga treasure box. Unlike the one in the original world that merely opened the gates of hell, serving as a bridge between hell and the present world, possessed a singular function, to summon the projections of his siblings, excluding himself. The only stipulation was that the summoned demonic projection could not be dead, and its power would align with its current demonic state. When Zhou Lan first acquired this treasure, the demonic projections he could choose from numbered 6, excluding the master. As at that time, the master was merely a sealed statue, devoid of any power. The Panga treasure box could not summon a statue that held no strength. However, at this moment, the master had his soul reshaped into his servant's body within this world. Even though his true form remained a statue, it did not hinder the Panga treasure box's judgment. Thus, the additional fire demon projection, the master, became available for Zhou Lan to summon. What an exhilarating turn of events. Zhou Lan laughed heartily. This was a masterstroke. He believed everyone would guess incorrectly. The projection of the master descended slowly, landing at the center of the battlefield. This projection possessed everything the master currently held. The hierarchy, the noble phantasm's inherent boundary, and even the magical attributes are entirely consistent, excluding the soul. He is an indistinguishable absolute replica. Zhou Lan lightly tapped his finger and commanded, "Let us commence the true game." As his words fell, the projection of the Holy Lord standing resolutely at the center of the battlefield emitted a passionate roar. And the noble phantasm ancient demon's glory was unleashed in an instant. A blood-red sky descended abruptly, overwhelming Iskandar's noble phantasm army of the king with immense force. The second palace towered in the searing desert, and the 12 sigils of noble phantasm erupted in a flash. At this critical juncture, where all hope seemed to falter, the emergence of another entity of equal might rendered the outcome all too evident. A dazzling beam of fiery light swept across the battlefield, causing the remaining heroic spirits to fall one after another. Iskander glanced around the boundary, the shock on his face still unyielding. He had become utterly isolated. From east to west, 2 imposing holy lords approached him, and an invisible pressure surged dramatically. Truly incomprehensible power, O Master, I shall deem you the mightiest. With a deep sigh, he cracked the whip and charged toward one of the holy lords with unwavering resolve. In the distance, Weber Velvet leaned back, collapsing onto the ground. He could not comprehend. In his gaze, there were 2 indistinguishable forms, identical in appearance, ability, and aura. But how could 2 identical existences possibly appear simultaneously? Since Zhou Lan unleashed the Panga treasure box in the sky, the trajectory of events had exceeded his understanding, shattering his shallow notions of sorcery. Yet, the reality unfolded right before his eyes. His gaze slowly shifted toward the seemingly nonchalant Zhou Lan in the distance. A sudden wave of dread washed over him. What kind of being was he battling against? Time and again, his opponent continuously reshaped his perception. Finally, a silver lightning enveloped all that remained on the battlefield, as both the Holy Lord and his projection emitted a low growl simultaneously. A tremendous force surged into the sky, causing the inherent boundary to tremble and dissipate. An uncontainable sense of panic surged within Weber's heart, as if he had lost something. With tears in his eyes, he looked toward Iskander's original direction. Indeed, he had lost something. Chapter 43, The Fate of the Little Holy Grail. White smoke curled upwards, wafting across the weathered face of a man. The room was dim and devoid of light. Emilia Karitziga sat on the bed, the floor littered with extinguished cigarette butts. Firearms lay scattered nearby. His brow furrowed. Stubble had grown thick in just 2 days, yet he found himself indifferent to its maintenance. As a representative of the Einsburn family in the Holy Grail War, he now saw no glimmer of hope. Mia was dead. His wife, Alice Phil, was in a dire state, though he wished to avoid it. She had repeatedly brought up Alice Phil's condition. The news of one contestant after another being eliminated continued to pour in. Even the Church of the Holy Grail had collapsed. The latest news indicated that battles were ongoing. The outcome of these battles was all too predictable. Some masters had no chance of victory at all. Henceforth, their objective would be singular. Was it finally his turn? He exhaled a plume of smoke. To uphold the justice within his heart, he could resort to any means necessary. Assassination was the most prevalent tactic. No matter how powerful a magician, They could not withstand the bullets that came from the shadows. Yet, that master was an exception. He had witnessed firsthand how the bullet was suspended in midair, disintegrating into harmless iron dust. Modern firearms lost all significance before that existence. He felt suspended in the air, like a wall hanging over his heart, boundless and omnipresent, constantly signaling that this path was impassable. Anficrecap crushed the cigarette but beneath his foot, his hand gently brushing against the body of a sniper rifle. Once an unfailing companion, it had now lost all its strength and means. With that fellow's power, he would certainly perceive the difference in Alice Phil. Thus, he intentionally eliminated other participants, leaving them for last. It had to be so. He suddenly stood up. Perhaps tomorrow would be the moment of resolution. In the castle prepared by the Einsburn family, he stood watch over Alice Phil with a profound gaze. Since her elimination, her injuries had healed, yet Alice Phil's condition continued to deteriorate. "Madam," she murmured. One by one, the souls of the eliminated servants were eroding Alice Phil, the artificial being of the Einsburn family. Her corporeal form was on the verge of collapse. From the very beginning, she had existed as a tool created through alchemy, designed to collect the souls of eliminated servants for the Little Holy Grail. This was a fate decreed by destiny, utterly inescapable. The curse, embodying all the evils of this world, had tainted the Holy Grail during the Third Holy Grail War, and this suffering and corruption gradually descended upon her. The world is a cruel place. This was especially evident in Alice Phil's plight. On the other side, the inherent boundary dissipated. The existence known as the Conqueror King Iskander vanished entirely from this world. He, who had to exert all his strength even to face a single Holy Lord, could not withstand the simultaneous presence of a projection of equal might. This battle of kings had finally reached its conclusion. The Fourth Holy Grail War had been eliminated. Two Holy Lords, identical in appearance, stood quietly upon the ground. The Holy Lord curiously regarded his projection. It was confirmed that this entity would not speak and lacked a true soul. The only certainty was that the projection's strength was entirely genuine, as evidenced by the earlier conflict. Such a wondrous power. The Holy Lord gazed at Zhou Lan in admiration. The strength displayed by his brother far surpassed his comprehension. Undoubtedly, Zhou Lan was now the mightiest among the 8 siblings. The treasure known as the Panga treasure box radiated an entirely different brilliance in his hands. "My brother, what manner of technique is this?" he inquired. Zhou Lan chuckled, pondering for a moment before responding. "Bond?" He did not provide a direct explanation, but instead replied playfully to the Holy Lord. "Bond." The Holy Lord murmured. Zhou Lan gently raised his hand, and the Panga treasure box once more shone brightly, opening the gates of hell. Of course, this was not the true portal to the world of origins, but merely a necessary process when utilizing the Panga treasure box. The Holy Lord's projection dove into the gates of hell, returning. Zhou Lan once again held the Panga treasure box in his palm, lightly rotating his wrist, and the artifact vanished in an instant. Now, apart from his own formidable demonic energy as a being of the moon, the Panga treasure box served as a powerful ally. It is worth noting that even the projection of the Holy Lord summoned earlier was only on par with the current Holy Lord's strength. Yet, this does not represent the pinnacle of the fire demon. He had already determined how to rescue the Holy Lord from the world of origin. Now, all remaining servants had been eliminated, leaving only anficRecap and his servant. Zhou Lan analyzed the situation before him. His thoughts quickly settled on one individual, Alice Phil. She was anficRecap's wife, and, at the same time, the Little Holy Grail, the key to unlocking the Greater Holy Grail. "We have but one final step, Holy Lord," Zhou Lan whispered. "At that time, your current form shall also depart from this world, and your soul shall return to the statue." "I understand," the Holy Lord replied, his expression devoid of joy or sorrow. If he had harbored any worries before, they had now dissipated. Having received the elder Zhou Lan's promise, impatience had entirely dissipated. The strength he displayed had far surpassed my expectations, rendering his commitment utterly reliable. "I eagerly await the day of fulfillment," he remarked calmly. The following day marked the last of this journey as designated by Zhou Lan. The only remaining target was Kiritsugu Amiya. He held no interest in the other eliminated masters. Kenneth had returned to the clock tower, and the defeated master, Weber, would likely depart soon. The master, Kiriyametu, after fulfilling his agreement, had set the Mata household ablaze, disappearing with Sakura-Matu. He had little time left. Zhou Lan could surmise his destination. Undoubtedly, that man harbored a profound hatred for Tosaka Tokiomi. Yet he also held deep feelings for Tokiomi as wife, Aoi. Truly a contradictory individual. Zhou Lan had no desire to entangle himself in their love-hate saga. Among these masters, Kiritsugu Amiya was indeed the most intriguing. Disregarding the gazes observing him along the way, Zhou Lan collected his thoughts and gently knocked on the castle's grand door. Smiling as he spoke, "Mr. Kiritsugu Amiya, I have come to pay you a visit." Chapter 44. The Throne of the Palm before Zhou Lan. The door swung open immediately upon his utterance. What followed was a piercing whistle. In the darkness, a bullet sliced through the air with remarkable speed. Almost instantaneously, as the gunfire erupted, the bullet descended before Zhou Lan, halting 3 inches from his forehead, slowly rotating, unable to advance further. This was a high-caliber sniper bullet, the most potent individual weapon Kiritsugu Amiya could procure, save for the explosives unsuitable for this location. Yet the assault did not cease. Gunfire erupted in rapid succession, the reloading executed with deft precision. The second bullet followed suit, tracing the same trajectory with not a hint of deviation. It pushed against the first bullet, which remained suspended in midair before Zhou Lan, forcing it to inch forward. Zhou Lan stood motionless, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he observed the bullet tethered by gravity. The third and fourth shots rang out abruptly, each bullet aligning in a row before him. With every subsequent shot, the line of bullets advanced slightly closer to Zhou Lan. Only when silence reclaimed the castle did Zhou Lan extend his hand, his fingertip gently tapping the first bullet's tip. The air rippled, and the trapped bullet disintegrated into a flurry of glimmering iron shavings. "Beautiful, yet despairing," he called out. "Mr. Kiritsugu Amiya, have you had your fill of games?" No response. Out of the corner of his eye, he heard rapid footfalls, accompanied by a low growl. An unseen sword, wrapped in the Wind King's barrier, sliced through the air towards Zhou Lan. Its speed was astonishing. The sound nearly grazed Zhou Lan's ear, and in the next instant, the stunning visage of Artoria Pendragon was before him. This was a premeditated battle. As Zhou Lan approached, the surveillance surrounding the castle had already detected him. "Is this a welcome gift?" Zhou Lan chuckled softly. The exquisite sword in his grasp appeared vividly clear. The Wind King's barrier, formed of magical energy, could not evade the eyes of a demon. The turbulent winds lifted Zhou Lan's hair, pausing before his calm visage. The distance was minimal, as if it were but a final step to sever his head. Yet the air felt as though it had solidified, rendering that slight gap eternal. Clad in battle attire, sword in hand, she unleashed all her might, striving to breach this invisible wall. As she exerted herself, the wind surged violently, exploding over the short distance. Yet the sword remained stagnant, with only their hair dancing in the breeze. At that moment, Zhou Lan turned his gaze slightly, observing her. Under the steady gaze of his unchanging eyes, she suddenly sensed a sliver of panic and danger, gripping the hilt of her sword tightly, yearning to escape. But the sword felt as though it were welded to the air by some unseen force, as if the entirety of the world's power coalesced within it. She strained against it, yet it remained immovable. Her pupils trembled, a flicker of fear passing through her eyes, quickly suppressed by determination. Zhou Lan surveyed his surroundings and smiled. It seems the local guild lacks manners. Demonic energy surged forth, propelling her backward, carving deep grooves in the ground until it finally came to a halt several meters away. The sword remained suspended in midair. From the moment he entered, Zhou Lan had sensed the positions of everyone within. As the bullet left the barrel, it disturbed the gravitational field, and the magical fluctuations from her battle attire announced her approach against the natural pull of gravity. Each movement as clear as a candle's flame in the night. This was his power. The moon demon commanded the gravitational forces within his domain, even the slightest change, as minuscule as an ant's movement or a firefly's flutter, could not escape his perception. The air fell silent for a brief moment before the castle illuminated. Above, Kiritsugu Amiya stood, his gaze melancholic as it fixed upon Zhou Lan at the entrance. He could not comprehend a figure like Zhou Lan, whose demeanor remained effortlessly composed throughout. It even stirred within him a sense of distaste. Zhou Lan gently floated to the center of the hall and raised his hand. The ground and walls trembled as irregular stones detached from the meticulously constructed edifice, twisting under Zhou Lan's grasp. The hard stones yielded to his manipulation as if they were pliable clay. Soon, a grotesque throne emerged, settling at his feet in the center of the hall. Only then did Zhou Lan take his seat, spreading his hands in a gesture of resignation. The host lacks courtesy, unprepared with seats. Thus the guest must arrive in his own style. It was only after his words ceased that Kiritsugu Amiya regained his composure from the shock. Arrogant and domineering, his perception of this unnamed entity deepened. Here, in another's castle, he molded a throne with ease, as though it were his own home. Such magic was unprecedented. Watching Zhou Lan warily, Artoria gripped her sword, which remained firmly anchored in the air, as if eternally etched there. Lowering her gaze slightly, she had never encountered such a peculiar adversary. As a servant, being disarmed in the very first instant of battle was a profound humiliation. Coming in and immediately resorting to violence, one might think you were some formidable demon, Zhou Lan scoffed, offering a kind smile. Footsteps echoed as Kiritsugu Amiya descended the stairs, standing beside him, facing the throne. Despite the intrusion being entirely unwarranted, standing there felt akin to seeking an audience with him, a sensation that was quite vexing. It seems you harbor a disdain for me? Zhou Lan inquired. Kiritsugu Amiya nodded, unreservedly admitting, perhaps it stems from fear, a fear of overwhelming power that transforms into aversion. Zhou Lan replied, you are quite sincere. To be bested by an opponent such as you, neither I nor the Einsburn family bear any resentment. Kiritsugu Amiya questioned. His situation starkly clear. His bullets were expended, his sword lost, while the other remained an enigma. Should he continue to fight? There was no hope. A tremor coursed through him. This game had concluded the moment they met. Disappointment? Perhaps. The feeling that resonated within was the sound of shattered ideals. Zhou Lan nodded slightly, stating, I have come for the Holy Grail. In other words, I have come in search of Alice Phil. The lady suddenly lifted her head. Chapter 45. Zhou Lan. I am hungry. Let me take a bite first. Alice Phil Waver's voice murmured. His pupils widened abruptly as he looked towards Zhou Lan. This guy knows everything. He hurriedly shouted towards Waver, relinquishing Alice Phil to Zhou Lan, for she would rather fight to the death. Waver spoke in a deep voice. I cannot allow myself to be without a sword, yet I charged towards Zhou Lan without hesitation. But in the next moment, the space trembled. An overwhelming surge of magical energy transformed into irresistible purple-black ropes, binding her hands firmly in the air, restrained by the bonds. She could only bend her waist and lower her head, her hands passively raised above her. Waver's expression twisted in fury. He had no choice. From the beginning, even the others had not appeared. It was Zhou Lan alone who had complete control over everything here. I understand this is cruel, but it is unavoidable. I am merely following the process, Zhou Lan said with a helpless gesture. He looked at Waver and said, Justice's companion, Mr. Waver. Waver trembled all over. His heart laid bare, incredulously asking, You know everything? Indeed, and I also know that your wish will not come to fruition. Your wish for world peace, is it not? Zhou Lan stated. Waver was an intriguing character, adhering to the principle of sacrificing a few for the happiness of the many. Before him, the dilemma that troubled everyone was no dilemma at all. He would undoubtedly choose to let the trolley crush the side with fewer people without hesitation. Similarly, if placed in Gotham City, perhaps the Joker would not have a chance at all. The conundrum posed by the Joker to Batman regarding which ship to detonate would hardly be a problem for Waver. He was a man of purity, unwavering in his convictions. The kind of person the Joker would deem uninteresting at a mere glance. Zhou Lan's eyes shifted slightly as he spoke. I shall offer you an irresistible condition. Waver abruptly raised his head. Attempting to stop him, Zhou Lan raised his hand, and magical energy surged, enveloping her mouth, rendering her capable only of muffled sounds. The Holy Grail has been tainted. Even if you obtain it, wishing for world peace will be futile. There is a greater likelihood that the Grail will simply eliminate everyone. Why? Waver asked in confusion. Because if there is no one left, the world will naturally be at peace. Is that hard to comprehend? Zhou Lan laughed. Such a simple yet twisted method, Waver remarked with a bitter smile, sighing. He believed Zhou Lan's words. Despite finding this character repugnant during their brief encounters, he saw no reason for him to lie. Zhou Lan had no inclination to deceive. And you? Waver inquired, what wish would you make using the Holy Grail? What significance does the tainted Grail hold for you? As the question lingered, Waver's heart began to race. What could someone of such formidable power desire from the Grail? Could it be to reach the source coveted by all magicians? Yet the issue remains that even those who have reached the source may not possess power as great as Zhou Lan's. I can purify the Holy Grail, Zhou Lan declared astonishingly. The contamination stemming from the soul of Ingramenu during the Third Holy Grail War is merely a side effect for me. I do not wish for anything. I only require the magical energy within the Grail. Lord, Zhou Lan called out. As he spoke, the imposing figure of the Lord appeared beside the throne, standing still. They exchanged glances, as if having reached some silent accord. Waver cast a glance at the Lord. I will cause self-destruction. Of course, his soul will be returned to another place, and the magical energy that constructed this body will be drawn into the Grail by me. Waver was momentarily taken aback. Is there truly an existence without wishes? Every participant in the Holy Grail War, whether master or servant, must have their own desires. Yet Zhou Lan's intent was clear. He seemed to harbor no wishes of his own. The Lord's dragon head shook slightly, a smile spreading across his face. My wish will be fulfilled by my brother in another world. His gaze remained fixed solely on Zhou Lan, as if everything else held no interest for him. And as for Zhou Lan, he looked towards the firmly bound and speechless Artoria. I hope she too can return to the Holy Grail. A sound of urgency emanated, yet remained indistinct. Thus, the magical energy of the seven servants must fill the Grail before it can be utilized, Zhou Lan stated calmly. Before it can be utilized. Waver silently pondered the implications of Zhou Lan's words. Even a Holy Grail filled with the magical energy of seven servants could only be deemed barely usable in his eyes. What exactly was he planning? For you, this is also a good thing, Zhou Lan slowly stated. I only require the magical energy after purifying the Grail. You may continue to participate in the Fifth Holy Grail War, and perhaps then the Grail will truly fulfill your wish. Furthermore, your wife, Alice Phil, is suffering from the curse known as the entirety of this world's evil within the Grail. Her fated life of suffering should not endure for so long, should it not? This was the condition Zhou Lan proposed, one that Waver could not refuse. Silence. Waver's gaze shifted between Zhou Lan and the Lord, weighing them both. The Holy Grail had been tainted by a curse. This was news he had not known. Such a Grail was not what he needed. Otherwise, he would rather see it destroyed. Yet, the condition Zhou Lan presented was one he could not refuse. To purify the Grail, transforming it into a true wishing machine. Waver. The righteous companion, your time is running short, Zhou Lan reminded him. How can I trust you? Waver asked bitterly. Zhou Lan smiled silently, then shook his head. He slowly rose from the throne, a terrifying magical power pouring forth, causing the sky and ground to tremble incessantly before him. The castle's roof was instantaneously torn away, revealing the pitch-black night sky. The immense magical energy surged towards the heavens like a tsunami. In an instant, Waver felt as if he were a small boat swaying amidst the great waves. The formidable magic enveloped the entirety of Fuyuki City, all surging skyward. Waver looked up, his expression startled. Above him, the night sky, that luminous full moon suddenly took on a faint black-purple hue, eerie and uncanny. The force of gravity materialized as flowing magical energy, the full moon resembling an overturned cup. The moon's gravity, akin to spilled wine, slowly cascaded from the sky towards Zhou Lan. Just in time, I am also hungry, he remarked. Chapter 46. Wait for me. The moon's gravitational force poured forth completely, and the endpoint lay within Zhou Lan. He possessed this power, the ability to draw upon the moon's gravitational influence. The full moon in the night sky resembled an overturned chalice, the gravitational power seeping down like wine. As he felt the surge of power, a satisfied expression crossed Zhou Lan's face. In terms of strength, among the 8 great demons, Zhou Lan was undoubtedly the foremost in growth potential. No siblings could match him in this regard. Waver gazed in shock at Zhou Lan, who was absorbing the entirety of the moon's gravitational force. The night sky returned to silence, as if nothing had changed, yet everything seemed different. At the very least, the Zhou Lan before him appeared even more formidable. The moon in the sky radiated a faint purple-black aura. Zhou Lan hovered silently. Absorbing gravity did not mean draining the moon. It was a reversal, an exchange of powers. A concept of higher-order rules. It is over. In truth, you had no choice from the very beginning, Zhou Lan stated calmly. He gestured towards the half-destroyed castle, and magical energy surged in response. A moment later, a resplendent golden chalice began to float gently towards him. The little Holy Grail, this was the key to unlocking the Great Holy Grail, suspended quietly in the air. Its appearance signified not only the demise of Alice Phil, but also the conclusion of this game. Zhou Lan whispered to the figure beside him, Lord, I am here. My brother, the Lord replied, extending his claw-like hand and plunging it forcefully into his own chest. Suddenly, he erupted into a maniacal laugh, wicked and unrestrained, reminiscent of some arcane sacrificial rite. His hand stirred within his own chest, seemingly devoid of pain, but rather filled with a perverse exhilaration. He was dismantling everything within this servant's body. Your soul will return to that place, Zhou Lan stated. I understand. This is for the best. At least you are my hope, are you not? The Lord murmured softly. Zhou Lan's gaze sharpened like a blade. Even the sword class, one of the 3 strongest, posed no resistance before him. He pointed a finger, and and a torrent of magical energy surged towards the already bound figure, rendered immobile. Her beautiful face was etched with unspeakable emotions. At that moment, Amiya Kiritsugu raised his arm, dispelling the command seals, and spoke in a deep tone. "I command you to take your own life." Only then did Zhou Lan's magic that had restrained her finally dissolve, and she half knelt on the ground, her pale hand gripping her own neck. As King Arthur, her magical resistance was formidable, although it had diminished due to the summoning contract. Yet, her will remained unyielding. However, Amiya Kiritsugu had used 3 command seals in one go. Kneeling on the ground, her face contorted in anguish, her superior magical resistance and formidable willpower slowed the process. In the air, Zhou Lan let out a sigh. He extended his palm, and the gravitational force responded to his command, swiftly closing in. In an instant, King Arthur, Ultria Pendragon, vanished from his grasp. "At least this way it won't be too painful, will it?" Zhou Lan remarked, displaying no interest in senseless torment. Indeed, possessing memories of his past life, he recognized that King Arthur, Ultria, was a resilient and beautiful being. Yet he was the demon of the moon, the cursed blue. His heart and will were indomitable. Nothing could obstruct his path. He gazed calmly at the moonlit sky, and after merging with the memories of his original self, the demon's protracted lifespan made him acutely aware of the truth. She was merely a replica of a heroic spirit long since dead, buried within the sepulchre of history. A decayed skeleton. Even he, or his 7 siblings, could easily tread the same path. After a servant's death, their memories and experiences would merely return to the throne of heroes. When it comes to suffering and torment, the true prison of anguish lay within the hell that was nothing but a sea of crimson. Amiya Kiritsugu observed this scene in silence. Zhou Lan slightly raised his hand. The little holy grail before him could just as easily be referred to as Alice Fill. Using this as the key, "I shall summon the 3rd magic, the holy grail of heaven," he murmured. In the sky, dark red clouds, nearly black, swiftly gathered ominously over Fuyuki City. This was the moment when Amiya Kiritsugu's gaze trembled. "Miracle? It is not a miracle, but rather destruction," Zhou Lan declared. The sky split open, and a torrent of filthy black mud cascaded forth. As Zhou Lan had stated, this was the annihilation that bore all the evils of this world. What he summoned was not the true 3rd magic, the holy grail of heaven, but rather the tainted black grail. "We cannot allow those things to descend." Amiya Kiritsugu shuddered. "Of course," Zhou Lan replied with a smile. He raised his palm upward slightly, causing the black mud pouring from the sky to suddenly stagnate. Immediately, a green light surged from below into the heavens. A magnificent magical beam of air struck into the clouds. The curse known as all the evils of this world began to dissipate under the influence of the magical force. Amiya Kiritsugu's gaze remained fixed, slowly directed towards the sky above. His expression grew resolute. Zhou Lan had not deceived him. The tainted black mud was indeed capable of obliterating Fuyuki City, and Zhou Lan was driving it away. He possessed such power, magic, or perhaps it could be called a miracle. "My lord," Zhou Lan stated. The lord nodded silently, his body finally completing its self-destruction. He closed his eyes, life gradually fading away. Thus, after gathering the 7 servants, the purified holy grail born from this act was the true power Zhou Lan sought. As magical energy surged, his robe billowed. Zhou Lan's figure instantaneously melded into the shadows, and soon a black crescent moon replaced his position. The true form of the demon emerged from the crescent moon in an instant. Amiya Kiritsugu gazed at Zhou Lan in silence. The power manifesting from this demonic form was far greater than the black mud above. Enormous energy coalesced in the air, saturated with magical power, swirling chaotically in Zhou Lan's grasp. He retracted his hand, and in a moment, the world returned to silence. "Return now, my lord, my brother," he murmured. The lord's soul was on its way back. Darkness enveloped his vision, and his consciousness became clear once more. Before him lay a pitch-black underground palace, and he returned to his statue form, immobilized and exceedingly frail. "How astonishing!" He sighed, as if deeply moved. The stark contrast between the grand miraculous experiences and the current silence he found himself in was striking. Here, it felt like eternal darkness, silent and still. Zhou Lan, and even the essence of another world, had vanished. He was left utterly alone, as if nothing had changed at all. But was it truly so? After a long while, a graceful whisper suddenly echoed from within the Lord's soul, the deep voice of Zhou Lan. "Wait for me," he said. Chapter 47. "I come to save you, my lord." Just 2 short words. Only 2 words. Yet to the Lord, they were more reassuring than anything else. This was the promise of a mentor, The vow of the eldest among the 8 siblings. He would surely fulfill it, the Lord believed wholeheartedly. All he needed to do now was to wait quietly. To wait for the moon to cast its light upon this old dragon. In the underground palace, he murmured softly, words only he could hear, "I am grateful. I made the most correct decision of my life." Meanwhile, in Fuyuki City, the Holy Grail War had come to an end, concluded by Zhou Lan himself. Amiya Kiritsugu's expression was devoid of sorrow or joy. He had lost so much, his wife, his assistant. The only thing he gained was hope, but that was enough. The tainted Holy Grail would only continue to claim more lives. Zhou Lan had truly purified the Holy Grail. The curse known as all the evils of this world had been stripped away, no longer existing. He did not know how Zhou Lan accomplished this. But facts do not lie. Beneath the night sky, Zhou Lan stood quietly. The purification of the Holy Grail was an exceedingly simple task for him. The world he now inhabited was different from that of his original self. The Holy Grail had been tainted by the soul of Ingramenu during the Third Holy Grail War. Perhaps others were powerless against it. But in the realm of Jackie-chan adventures, spells targeting souls abound like stars. Even in his father's antique shop, one could easily find numerous artifacts. If the positions were reversed, and the Peak Lord stood here, he too could achieve this. This was a power distinct from this world, from beyond the realm. It is well known that one can obtain powers that negate the world from beyond its confines. "What is your name?" Amiya Kiritsugu suddenly asked, gazing at Zhou Lan. Zhou Lan lowered his head, meeting his gaze, and smiled. "The demon of the moon, Zhou Lan. Such formidable power. With such strength, what is your purpose?" Amiya Kiritsugu inquired. Zhou Lan's silhouette shifted silently against the night sky as he spoke softly. "Everyone has something they wish to save. I am no exception. Is that so?" "You seem ready to depart," came the reply. "You're astute. I must return to rescue my brother," Zhou Lan declared with conviction. As his words fell, a golden portal abruptly opened before him, illuminating the darkness. His form floated into the golden gateway, which then snapped shut as if it had never existed. He left without a trace. Within the confines of the system space, the moon demon hovered in the air, his expression neutral, neither sad nor joyful. He extended his hand. The Pengu treasure box floating in his left palm, while a swirling mass of formidable magical energy gathered in his right. He reached out with a slightly smaller secondary hand. "Please, host, choose your reward," the system's voice resonated as projections flickered before his eyes. After each journey through a world, he was entitled to rewards. Much like the Pengu treasure box, his gaze swept across the numerous projections, and Zhou Lan fell into deep contemplation. The item he sought must aid him in his forthcoming plans. Thus, the choice was singular. He fixed his eyes upon the golden artifact before him. Steeling his resolve as he declared, "Then I shall take a gamble." Upon completing his selection, all projections vanished. From the emptiness of his secondary palm, several golden chains coiled like serpents around it. Zhou Lan chuckled softly, the chains then vanishing from sight. Surveying the system space, which contained nothing, he murmured, "It is time to return. I cannot keep my brother waiting too long. Please, host, choose wisely." Upon re-entering the world of Jackie-chan adventures, there is a 100% chance that He Xingu will appear once more. He Xingu, Zhou Lan recalled the ethereal figure. Indeed, even with the power acquired from absorbing the second moon, he could not guarantee victory over her. Zhou Lan smiled knowingly. The reason a rival remains a rival is due to absolute restraint. However, he whispered, "Gifts have been prepared. How could I not pay a visit to the fairy?" With that, the golden portal opened once more. Suspended before this gateway, a gust of wind surged, bringing with it the familiar essence of the world. A hint of confusion crossed Zhou Lan's face, only to be replaced by determination in the next moment. He spoke, as if questioning himself. "We had long agreed to rescue our brothers and sisters from hell, had we not?" With his hands clasped behind him, he floated into the golden portal. In the next instant, he surveyed his surroundings. This time, the portal opened once again in the territory of his ancient era, the moon. Having traversed a world, the moon demon had returned to his loyal domain. "I have returned," he proclaimed, extending his arm as the magical energy swirled violently, the immense power threatening to burst forth. "Lord," Zhou Lan called softly, "my brother." Meanwhile, within the shadowy subterranean palace, the Lord shuddered at a voice that pierced his very soul. "Brother," he echoed, following the call. The elder never lied, he had returned. Almost immediately after the Lord's return, he came to fulfill his promise. The moon demon had returned like a bolt of lightning. That guy. The Lord was filled with exhilaration. Far away on the moon, Zhou Lan pressed down upon the energy, unleashing a colossal beam towards Earth. In Asia, within the underground palace, the earth trembled as a solitary circular statue began to quiver. A tremendous force descended instantaneously, tearing the surface apart. Lord, see the light once more. The magical beam cascaded from the heavens, infusing the statue with power. Power, power. The Lord shouted joyously. The statue began to twist and reshape, and in an instant, the Lord's demonic form was fully realized. He stood amidst the shattered earth, howling to the heavens. Righteousness, I have returned. The vast magical energy, enough to fulfill desires, coursed through his being, now contained within the Lord. The ground swelled as the Lord gradually ascended. He extended his hands, roaring, "My power, return." In an instant, across the globe, 12 beams erupted, racing back towards him. In a mere heartbeat, they surged into the Lord's body. He laughed maniacally, "I lack for nothing now." His malevolent gaze turned towards the moon, where Zhou Lan quietly watched the gathering light. The two demons spoke in unison. "Lord, let us cause a cataclysm." Chapter 48. The might of the immortal deity. The demon's vengeance never waits. The anguish and torment had resided within their hearts for far too long. Zhou Lan could no longer afford to delay. Two entities stood, one on the moon and the other roaring in Asia. The world trembled in fear beneath their feet. Zhou Lan and the Lord knew precisely what was to come. Yet what of it? A complete demon fears no challenge. In San Francisco, within the antique shop, the old man furrowed his brow while Jackie Chan anxiously paced. The speed of Zhou Lan's return was astonishing. So swift that they only realized the Lord had resurrected after the fact. The old man sighed deeply. "Old man, the Lord has revived. We must stop him," Jackie exclaimed. "And Zhou Lan," the old man added, tapping Jackie's head, "I am not blind. The overwhelming dark energy nearly engulfs me. They have returned to their peak." "What then?" Jackie questioned as the old man's furrowed brow relaxed, sensing two immensely powerful auras coalescing. He sighed. As darkness rampages, righteousness will not stand idly by. On the other side, before Zhou Lan, emerald waves rippled from the void. A lotus bud imbued with divinity suddenly appeared, reminiscent of their first encounter. The immortal deity, Xingu, gracefully emerged from the verdant waves. "You dare to return?" She arched her brows, contemplating something, her expression softening. "But this may be a good thing." Zhou Lan, suspended in the void, beheld Xingu once more, maintaining his composure. "Of course I must return," he replied with a smile, his tone suddenly booming. "My brothers and sisters still suffer in hell. If I do not return, who will?" Xingu regarded Zhou Lan, shaking her head slightly. Her exquisite form hovering above the lunar surface, her gaze uncertain. "Strange, truly strange," she mused. With that, she extended her delicate hand, summoning a radiant light that coalesced into a mysterious lotus bud. Yet, it is also wondrous. Without hesitation, the lotus bud surged towards Zhou Lan. He chuckled softly, remaining still. As the bud floated midway, a ferocious pillar of fire erupted from the void, incinerating it to ashes. Xingu turned to look back. A streak of light shot upward from the azure planet. The Lord, propelled by fury, soon entered the lunar void, his rage nearly materializing in his eyes. The two great demons converged. "It has been too long, too long." The Lord roared. "Today is the day of vengeance." Now possessing the power of the chicken-rabbit talisman, he was scarcely slower than Zhou Lan in the cosmos. He immediately charged towards Xingu, resembling a meteoric force, and in the blink of an eye, he was before her, his immensely powerful arm swinging toward her face. Zhou Lan chuckled, saying, "My dear brother lacks my gentleness." The Holy Lord clenched his fist, only to suddenly collide with an invisible barrier before Xingu. A tremor coursed through his eyes. Before him stood an exquisitely magnificent sword, suspended in the void, emanating an overwhelming aura. A hand gently lifted the sword. Zhou Lan raised his gaze to behold a figure clad in a deep blue Taoist robe, with a beard like that of a deity, exuding an ethereal presence. The immortal El Dongbin. He stepped forward with the sword in hand. An overwhelming sense of pressure descending upon all. One hand stroked his beard while the other grasped the sword, and he declared with a hint of authority, "This sword shall vanquish the demon dragon." The rules inscribed in the annals of time now emerged. Two formidable demons had returned to the world, and their corresponding immortal counterparts finally manifested. The Holy Lord gasped, retreating to Zhou Lan's side. Stars twinkled around them. The ancient demons and immortal beings standing in opposition. At the moment El Dongbin appeared, the crimson hue in the Holy Lord's eyes intensified. "Revenge, revenge." The source of his anguish had now risen to the surface. To save his brothers and sisters, he must confront this insurmountable hurdle. In a fleeting silence, four figures suddenly darted forward. The Holy Lord charged toward El Dongbin without hesitation, while Xiangu reformed the lotus and advanced menacingly toward Zhou Lan. The lotus buds surged forth once more, and Zhou Lan pressed down with both hands, unleashing a torrent of demonic energy that caused his wide sleeves to billow. A tremendous repulsive force surged forth like mighty mountains and seas, keeping the lotus bud at bay. Xiangu's expression subtly shifted. After a brief absence, her curse had grown stronger. Zhou Lan raised one hand, drawing her form directly toward the lunar surface. A crater materialized upon the moon. He swiftly brought his arms together, causing the ground beneath the moon to rise dramatically, drawn together by the gravitational pull, burying and crushing the entire crater. With another hand pressing down, an infinite repulsive force struck down like a thunderous pillar. The moon trembled as if an earthquake had struck. Zhou Lan's expression remained impassive, relentless in his intent. He aimed to forcefully plunge Xiangu into the moon. Countless dark, demonic energies enveloped her, blocking her descent completely. Having acquired the power of the second moon, he was no longer the passive figure he once was. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the Holy Lord engaged in a fierce struggle with El Dongbin. The body, reshaped by the dark powers Zhou Lan had brought from another realm, radiated an immense aura. 12 forces aligned, all energies erupted. The Holy Lord appeared frenzied. This was his arch-nemesis. A vast torrent of fiery demonic energy surged toward El Dongbin, who merely wielded his sword, drawing circles to deflect all assaults. He then brushed his fingers along the blade, and in that instant, the sword shimmered with brilliance. The Holy Lord charged forth with great might. While El Dongbin swung his sword down upon him, Zhou Lan's gaze tightened. The sword descended toward the Holy Lord, creating only the faintest ripples upon impact, causing negligible harm. However, the moment the sword withdrew, a stream of light radiated from the Holy Lord's body. His aura diminished significantly. Demon Dragon, you shall face your reckoning. El Dongbin's expression remained neutral. What a divine being! With a single strike, a twelfth of the Holy Lord's power was severed. Zhou Lan sighed internally. Unlike him, the Holy Lord had far too many vulnerabilities. In the face of El Dongbin, who was born to counter him, the ability to restrain was indeed terrifying. The moon trembled as Zhou Lan regained his focus. A vibrant green light burst forth, revealing a colossal, vividly colored lotus flower that seemed to span the entire lunar surface, gradually unfolding its petals. Standing upon the lotus platform, Xiangu resembled a celestial maiden, one foot suspended in the air while the other kneeled slightly, hands forming intricate seals, her eyes glimmering with divine radiance. The verdant divine light spread forth, driving back the encroaching dark energies. You shall face your reckoning. The two immortal beings spoke in unison. In an instant, two gates to hell swung open in the void of space. A tremendous gravitational force suddenly engulfed them. Chapter 49. What does it mean? Our bond. The pressure surged. Zhou Lan summoned boundless demonic energy, pressing down once more toward the massive lotus platform on the lunar surface. The Holy Lord's situation was even more dire than his own. El Dongbin wielded his sword, continuously siphoning away his strength. With each strike, a twelfth of his power was taken. His essence transformed into streaks of light, scattering into the void. The Holy Lord's aura gradually waned. This was power that transcended ordinary rules. Even the talismans capable of dispelling all external forces were severed by El Dongbin's next strike. Zhou Lan raised his hand, manipulating gravity to support the Holy Lord. El Dongbin's might surpassed his expectations. Clutching the Panga treasure box and chains tightly in his hands, Zhou Lan's thoughts swirled. This was the gift he had prepared for the two immortal beings. This war was akin to a scale, with demons and deities standing on opposing sides. At this moment, the righteous and the dark forces were nearly evenly matched. The slightest tilt from either side would provoke a backlash. He had to seize a moment to act without granting any opportunity for reaction, swiftly tipping the scale to its breaking point. This moment could only be created by him alone. As the 12 streaks of light dissipated, the Holy Lord was already at the end of his tether. His face was grim, yet the hatred in his eyes remained undiminished. To willingly walk into a trap, is it not so? Xiangu cried out. The lotus platform surging upward through the demonic energy, barreling toward Zhou Lan. The gates of hell loomed ominously behind. Should he be sealed away once more, there would be no chance of emergence. In that instant, Zhou Lan withdrew his demonic energy, standing still. His gaze was as tranquil as water, fixed upon the infinitely rising lotus platform. He felt the hellish aura slowly manifesting from the swirling void behind him. There lay his brothers and sisters. He had never wavered, nor did he need to question his heart. The lotus platform charged forth, quickly ascending before Zhou Lan, unimpeded by any demonic energy. Xiangu extended her jade hand, wreathed in flowing light, pressing against Zhou Lan's chest, pushing him inexorably toward the gates of hell. This was the ultimate fate prepared for him. His form retreated swiftly, ensnared by vibrant light, leaving him devoid of any power to resist. The immortal beings indeed possessed an unstoppable might. As Zhou Lan returned, and the Holy Lord regained his peak strength, the power that accompanied them was capable of sealing everything once more. What had come would come again. What had been done would be done again. It was only right. But was it truly so? That despair, like the blood-red skies of hell, weighed heavily upon the heads of all his brothers and sisters. Could they not resist? I do not believe so. With that thought, Zhou Lan suddenly smiled as he sped toward the gates of hell. His form shot forth, the overwhelming gravitational pull yearning for all that he was. Holy Lord. Zhou Lan called gently, extending his hand toward the Holy Lord, the gravity pulling his dragon-like form toward him. I am here. The Holy Lord responded, propelled by the gravity toward Zhou Lan. As he gazed at the two immortal beings, Zhou Lan chuckled softly, willingly walking into a trap? Heh. Even the gentlest of elders has moments of wrath. Xiangu furrowed her brow, her expression perplexed. What do you mean? She instinctively sensed something amiss. An inexplicable sense of crisis surged within her, but its source eluded her understanding. The two great demons were but a step away from sealing an assured victory. Yet, from where did this sense of crisis arise? As he was propelled backward, Zhou Lan looked at his own hands, the Holy Lord already leaping toward him. His gaze flickered. Though it was a moment of despair, there was no trace of panic on Zhou Lan's face. Instead, he appeared to grasp victory firmly in his hands. He spoke calmly. My brother, accept the gift from your elder. In the next moment, as he was about to be engulfed by the gates of hell, the demonic energy erupted like a volcanic explosion. The tremendous force scattered in all directions as Zhou Lan resolutely self-destructed. At that instant, the Holy Master dove into the torrent of demonic energy unleashed by Zhou Lan. His palms clenched tightly, as if grasping something vital. Although he lost all of his original power, two spheres of demonic energy coalesced in the palms of his hands, one black and one purple. This was the entirety of Zhou Lan's explosive aftermath, a step he had meticulously calculated. The Holy Master's expression turned grave as he opened his hands, and the demonic energy promptly gathered and took shape. It resembled a moon, divided by the principles of Tai Chi, transforming into two talismans resembling yin and yang fish in the Holy Master's hands. Thus, he amassed all the powers of the moon demon. He closed his right palm, and the talisman representing gravity, dark moon, emitted a purple radiance. Then, he closed his left palm, and the talisman representing repulsion, full moon, radiated black magical energy. The Holy Master lifted his head, his expression no longer fierce, but instead revealing an unusual piety. He extended his right arm, and the 12 powers severed by El Dombin returned to him in an instant under the endless pull of dark moon. Was that all? Xiangu chuckled softly. El Dongbin charged forward once more, merely intending to strike a few more blows. After all, what clever tricks could a demon extinguished for millennia in hell possess? In an instant, the Holy Master regained his strength. Facing El Dongbin, he neither dodged nor shied away, standing proudly in midair. His palms suddenly came together, entwining the purple and black energies like a writhing dragon. A tremendous force surged forth, pushing the relentless undead deity away. He roared, "My brother, I have accepted the responsibility you bestowed upon me." As his words fell, the two talismans fused between his palms. In an instant, a massive moon, towering over 1,000 feet, expanded and stood amidst the cosmos. It manifested out of thin air, resembling a dark star, enigmatic and obscure. Within the dark moon, the presence of the moon demon, Zhou Lan, faintly echoed. His demonic essence materialized from the dark moon, clad in a purple-red robe, seated cross-legged with 5 hearts directed skyward. Eyes closed in meditation, as if in tranquil repose. The visage of his phantom remained calm, as though he had long anticipated the unfolding events. Having been unable to prevail moments ago, could he now? Xiangu sneered. As long as Zhou Lan and the Holy Master's powers remained at this level, these two demons would have no chance. Another sealing was merely a matter of time. The Holy Master fell silent, his form gradually lowering. In that moment, he shed his arrogance, silently burning himself to the utmost. All powers were devoted to the swift force before him, a true dark star, embodying the reconstruction of everything the moon demon Zhou Lan represented. Stop him! A beam of sword light sliced towards the Holy Master, accompanied by a verdant brilliance. The dark moon trembled, repelling both energies. Zhou Lan, having shed his true form, became unrestrained. The two undead deities found themselves momentarily helpless. The Holy Master, with his fierce dragon form, swiftly reached his peak speed, and in the next instant, he suddenly moved, not to battle the undead deity, nor to flee to the azure planet beneath him. Instead, he circled around this dark star, racing forth. He began to dash swiftly around the dark moon. The gravitational pull of the dark moon sought to ensnare him, while the repulsion pushed him away. Between the two forces, a delicate balance was achieved, maintaining the Holy Master at the edge of the dark moon. In this state of rapid motion, the Holy Master's gaze steadied, remaining silent. As he simply continued to circle the dark moon, his brother had already calculated everything. He merely needed to shoulder his responsibility. He resembled a traveler on the brink of dehydration in the desert, with the true oasis just ahead. That was hope, so he pressed on with fervor. His speed was astonishing, so swift that he left behind a series of dragon-shaped phantoms around the dark moon, each one a testament to his unending dash. Each phantom varied, countless images weaving together into a line. The Holy Master raced in the throes of gravitational and repulsive power. It was akin to an Ouroboros, where the tail of the serpent perpetually yearned to consume its own head, and the Holy Master was striving to catch up with his past self, his expression unwavering. He remained resolute, memories flooding his mind. He recalled not long ago, at the corner comic shop, flipping a comic book over and pointing to it, asking Zhou Lan, "What does it mean, our bond?" Chapter 50, Brother, I have returned. Bond? I do not believe in such things. In his memory, Zhou Lan had said as much. The world is harsh, believing only in strength. If merely shouting about so-called bonds could defeat everything, it would be too childish. Therefore, rather than using a term like bond, it would be more accurate to describe it as the resonance between powers. Resonance? Indeed. One can never triumph solely through emotional outbursts unless two powers can resonate with each other, merging to forge something far more potent. And this resonance surpasses any notion of bonds. Resonance, the Holy Master mused softly. Is this your thought, brother? His body was being drawn closer and pushed away by the dark moon in an unceasing cycle. Under this delicate balance, his speed intensified, becoming so swift it was almost imperceptible, leaving behind a series of phantoms forming a stellar ring around the dark moon. He was in pursuit of his past self. The self from the last moment, the last minute, the last second. Even with demonic sight, he could no longer discern the world before him. He had lost count of how many laps he had run. Stars flickered in his peripheral vision, appearing and disappearing, elongated into threads of shimmering light. The Holy Master roared, bellowing as he pushed his speed to its zenith. If this is what resonance is, then I believe I have understood it. The final phantom fell away. His speed had reached its utmost limit. The dark moon trembled incessantly, emanating boundless waves. At that moment, the Holy Master extended his hand forward, his palm passing through the phantoms, through the void, simultaneously transcending the light rings of gravitational repulsion. It felt as though he had touched something. He suddenly turned his head sharply, witnessing his own phantoms rushing towards him like flashes of light. Countless phantoms reached out their hands to touch him. It felt as though something had brushed against him. In that instant, the tail of the serpent finally caught the head. The waves of the dark moon engulfed the universe. And in the next moment, it violently expanded, then rapidly contracted. Time halted at this juncture. In the Arctic, snowflakes danced in the air, the clock's hands momentarily frozen. Then, countless snowflakes began to ascend against gravity, while the clock's hands began to move in reverse. A dazzling dark light erupted, consuming both the dark moon and the Holy Master. Time reversed. In a pitch-black void, the Holy Master opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. He gazed ahead, where countless dense points of light surged towards him. No, they were not points of light. They were threads, weaving time, stretched infinitely long, sweeping past the Holy Master and extending into the distance. The Holy Master advanced within time, still firmly gripping the two talismans that had separated. These talismans bore all of Zhou Lan's power. He traversed through endless timelines, utterly exhausted. Having just battled El Dongbin, he exerted every effort to reach the threshold capable of reversing everything. He was utterly fatigued. The once formidable and fearsome dragon form was no longer grand. His shoulders drooped as he trudged through the river of time. All of this was Zhou Lan's scheme, long before the Holy Grail War. When he confided in the Lord about possessing a method to save him, he had already shared his schemes. Traversing through time and space is not a daunting task. There exist myriad ways to accomplish it in this world. However, to reverse time while simultaneously returning with an acknowledged self in the powers of Zhou Lan is a formidable challenge. This was Zhou Lan's directive, and he candidly admitted that it was the only conceivable loophole. The Lord placed his trust in him and was willing to exert every ounce of strength for this purpose. Zhou Lan, the elder brother, could have easily walked away, indifferent to everyone, for his power allowed him to revel in a life of leisure beyond the world's reach. Yet, he chose to return and face the trials alongside his siblings. What reason did the Lord have not to believe in him? With a weight akin to 1,000,000 tons beneath his feet, the Lord struggled to maintain his balance, advancing step by step through the current of time's relentless flow. Following a tremendous exertion, the inevitable signs of aging emerged. He bore the burden with great difficulty. He had already been ensnared in this inescapable cycle of fate for far too long, had he not? Presently, this was the singular opportunity crafted by Zhou Lan. He had never lacked determination. He had faced failure numerous times, sealed away, cast out, and obliterated. Yet this time, he had to succeed. He must succeed, despite the overwhelming resistance. Retreat was not an option. Suddenly, a gentle push resonated through him. The Lord paused, glancing down at his palm. It was Zhou Lan's talisman, glowing faintly, lending him support. Did you foresee this moment? The Lord smiled quietly, a rare expression for him, as his usually fierce visage had never borne such a countenance. Even in laughter, he had always exuded a wild and wicked demeanor. The force propelling him was as steadfast as a mountain, urging him onward. With a low growl, the Lord quickened his pace. He needed to find the correct timeline and escape this place. After a considerable duration, he finally halted. Within the river of time, a hazy image emerged, a silhouette clad in a robe, long hair cascading down. It was Zhou Lan, suspended in the void of space. He had found him. At this moment, from this vantage point, that figure appeared as indistinct as a reflection on water or a flower in a mirror. The Lord, panting, silently regarded that silhouette. His vision began to blur. The figure slowly faded, and overlapping images appeared within his sight. The silhouette suspended in space gradually overlapped with the lonely figure he had once seen standing on a stone platform in hell. He blinked, and the scene shifted again, merging with the ethereal form of the spellcaster from millennia past. These were 3 distinct eras, 3 different silhouettes. In ancient times, the 8 great demons ruled the world with unrestrained confidence, and this current silhouette embodied that self-assuredness. Subsequently, the immortal gods sealed the 8 siblings away, casting them into hell, where they were ground down by the passage of time. The solitary figure now represented that moment. All these were images from his memory, scenes he had long forgotten, yet now inexplicably resurfaced. A flicker of realization crossed the Lord's mind. Indeed, how could he have forgotten the first day the 8 siblings were imprisoned in hell? The pain, the howls, the despair, the disputes, all relentless? It was Zhou Lan. As the elder, he had stepped forward, and despite his recent setbacks, he confidently promised the other 7 siblings, "I will find a way to save us all." Hell was a true realm of chaos. Years passed, perhaps a century, perhaps a millennium, and the Lord found it hard to recall. He only remembered Zhou Lan's unyielding journey through hell, his promise made and kept. Ultimately, he stood alone upon a stone platform, motionless and increasingly taciturn, reduced to a figure of desolation. The Lord knew that Zhou Lan had succumbed to the influence of hell. Forgetting that initial promise, along with his wisdom and magic, he had become as adrift as the stone platform beneath him, flowing with the blood-red currents of hell. Such a transformation in Zhou Lan filled the Lord with dread. He feared becoming that very image, and thus exerted every effort to escape hell, forsaking his 7 siblings. He fled alone, yet even he forgot the painful reality that his siblings still suffered in hell. But how could one forget? The Lord raised his hand, silently scrutinizing himself. Until just moments ago, the figure on that stone platform began to stir again. He appeared somewhat deranged, even forgetting his own name. The Lord perceived this change. Though he had not anticipated that Zhou Lan would remember everything, he recalled the promise made on that first day of their imprisonment in hell. He regained his memories, his strength, his wisdom, and his emotions. The Lord gazed at the hazy silhouette, light reflecting in his eyes with a hint of brilliance. He remembered everything. What of the Lord? He was the sixth among the 8 siblings, the demon of fire, and the weariness that had shrouded him for millennia dissipated. He lifted his head, straightened his form, and approached that image. Demons are neither aged nor mortal. The only force that can sway them is their own heart. Yet at this moment, the Lord seemed rejuvenated. He reclaimed himself, and all resistance vanished like smoke. He spoke, his voice no longer hoarse, but clear and resonant. His crimson eyes now devoid of haze, shining with clarity. Reaching out toward the silhouette within that image, he stepped forward, resolutely murmuring, "Brother Zhou Lan, I have returned to the divine city." Chapter 51. A gift of farewell. The Lord stepped forward. The lengthy timeline faded before his eyes. He succeeded, returning just before the gates of hell opened. The silhouette slowly turned. It was Zhou Lan, gazing at the Lord with gentle eyes, speaking, "You have returned." Then, his gaze seemed to linger on the Lord for a brief moment. A flicker of inexplicable emotion crossed his eyes, and Zhou Lan smiled subtly, saying, "The divine city. I have returned." The Lord nodded slightly, his demeanor now a stark contrast to before. He had rediscovered his true self. Though his physique remained unchanged, the essence of his being radiated a vibrant vitality, in stark opposition to the previous image of reckless arrogance that had so often displayed his impotent rage. In the river of time, he had reclaimed his identity, finding the ancient version of himself, the one who had just been born alongside his siblings, still spirited, yet devoid of the clownish pretense. After a moment of silence, Zhou Lan nodded slightly, expressing, "Very well." He genuinely felt joy for the Lord, for the divine city. Between brothers, no grand declarations were needed. A simple, "very well" sufficed. The Lord's clear and discerning gaze turned towards the distance, where El Dongbin had just appeared. And Xiangu looked at him with a bewildered expression. "Zhou Lan, Lord, Lord?" Her eyes darted back and forth, filled with shock. Who was this being that had just lunged at her, only to be repelled by El Dongbin? Why were there 2 lords, besides Zhou Lan? The Lord extended his hand towards him, stating, "Brother, I have fulfilled your mission, reversing time and bringing back both my power and yours." He opened his hands, revealing all the strength Zhou Lan had firmly grasped in the future after his self-detonation, just as they had initially discussed. "You have done well." Zhou Lan gently swept his hand, the power suspended in his palm. "Thus, this is the method to break the deadlock." He sighed. By harnessing the primal forces of the 2 demons, he could reverse time, tipping the scales of this war in favor of his side. This strategy had long been proposed by Zhou Lan and discussed with his brother. His sibling executed it flawlessly. He cast his gaze towards Xiangu and remarked with composure, "As the elder brother, I naturally cannot lag behind." The moment his voice fell, his aura surged, the strength from his future self under his command, elevating his abilities to a new pinnacle. Beside him, the Holy Master let out a faint smile, extending his hand towards another Holy Master, whispering, "Power." In Xiangu's eyes, the previously stable Holy Master suddenly began to distort, rippling like waves, absorbed into the Holy Master's body. This was the power Zhou Lan had brought back from another world, intended to reshape the Holy Master's statue. Yet, for the current divine city, it was no longer necessary. He laughed heartily, reaching towards the azure planet beneath him, declaring, "My demonic energy, return." As his words echoed, torrents of fiery demonic energy surged into his body like rivers flowing into the sea, instantly returning to his embrace. His presence remained unchanged, yet his eyes sparkled with renewed clarity and confidence. He had reclaimed his past self, retrieving his former strength. This time, he truly lacked nothing. Standing in the void, he embodied the complete form of the fire demon. But it was still insufficient. Xiangu nearly ground her silver teeth in frustration. A massive lotus manifestation blooming behind her, advancing towards Zhou Lan. Lu Dongan still wielded his treasured sword. Such a state of demonhood had been sealed in their ancient era once before. It was merely a reenactment. Yet Zhou Lan simply shook his head lightly. He soared upward, standing above everyone, emanating boundless authority. He extended his skeletal arm, and in his palm, the Panga treasure box radiated brilliance. A gate to hell thundered open. Not as a sealing door. With the Holy Master restored to his zenith, the Panga treasure box could naturally summon a projection of his peak self. The Holy Master projection stepped forth, standing shoulder to shoulder with the real one. Lu Dongbin's pupils trembled. Disbelief etched on his face as he gazed at the 2 Holy Masters before him. This time, there were truly 2. I have awaited this day for far too long. The Holy Master stood tall, as if reminiscing. Moments later, he and his projection lunged forth, moving at an unparalleled speed. The two identical figures, one to the left and one to the right, simultaneously pressed their fearsome hands against Lu Dongbin's deep blue robe, sending him flying. This was pure numerical superiority. Perhaps one of them was no match for Lu Dongbin, but two? It was merely a simple case of overwhelming numbers. It was time for you to experience the sensation of being besieged. The Holy Master roared, and in the void, only fleeting shadows remained. Meanwhile, the lotus across the void fully unfurled, with Yixiangdu standing atop the lotus platform, closing in on Zhou Lan. She glared fiercely, confident that Zhou Lan could not withstand her. Yet Zhou Lan remained still, merely casting a placid gaze. He extended a secondary hand, upon which brilliant golden chains slithered like serpents. "Fairy, I bring you a gift," he smiled. Heaven Lock. This was a reward Zhou Lan obtained from his previous world. One of Gilgamesh's treasures, not the original but a specialized version. God Binding, a one-time treasure effective against deities, its power determined by the target's divinity. The stronger the divinity, the greater the potency. Originally, the 8 immortal deities and 8 demons shared a common origin. Thus, the specialized Heaven Lock was fundamentally akin to its prototype. If Gilgamesh could not bind the Holy Master, then Zhou Lan ought not to bind Yixiangdu. However, the 8 immortals were an exception. They were deities, with countless myths spanning multiple worlds. The system merely adhered to rules. Target determined, Yixiangdu. Judgment complete. In the void, for golden chains shot forth like thunder, inescapably binding Yixiangdu's limbs. The lotus platform halted abruptly. She was now merely a step away from Zhou Lan, her overflowing divine radiance nearly illuminating his face. Yet she found herself unable to resist. Zhou Lan could almost discern the fury in Yixiangdu's eyes, so vividly replaced by fear. She was firmly bound before him, immobile. "What power is this?" she gasped. Her delicate wrists and ankles were all ensnared. In the opposing void, two figures stood in stark contrast, one black, one white, one yin, one yang. Zhou Lan adjusted his wide sleeves, slowly descending before Yixiangdu, their gazes locking. The abundant purple-black, demonic energy enveloped her, creeping up her face like a flame without warmth. Zhou Lan smiled, saying, "Fairy, this is a parting gift I, the Moon Demon, have prepared for you." Chapter 52. I sentence you to exile. Yixiangdu instantly panicked. She could not muster even a fraction of her strength. The tide of battle had far surpassed her expectations. Zhou Lan had returned after a few days with such formidable power. Her eyes wandered in confusion, a flicker of fear passing through them. Zhou Lan had changed, becoming increasingly troublesome. "This power does not belong to you," Yixiangdu declared angrily, for she knew Zhou Lan all too well. "This chain is not his authority." "Indeed, the fairy speaks true." Zhou Lan nodded in agreement. "Therefore, it now belongs to you." As his words fell, he gently pressed his palms together. The specialized Heaven Lock tightened abruptly, stretching Yixiangdu into a star shape, binding her in the void with no chance of resistance. "What do you intend to do?" She suddenly panicked. Zhou Lan hovered before her, extending a skeletal, pale hand to rest upon her fair visage. Through his fingers, her concealed gaze was still visible. Filled with panic and helplessness, demonic energy surged forth. This was the power the Holy Master had brought back from the future. Zhou Lan murmured, "In the name of my Moon Demon, with the power from the future, I shall seal the immortal deity Yixiangdu into my domain. Exile to the eternal silence of the Moon's dark side." As Zhou Lan spoke, all the demonic energy, the entirety of himself brought back from the future, was instantly expended. Simultaneously, in Yixiangdu's eyes, everything turned dark in an instant. The parallel timelines before her seemed to stretch infinitely. Bound by chains, with nowhere to escape, boundless darkness surged towards her, swiftly engulfing everything. In the next moment, she opened her eyes. Zhou Lan, the Holy Master, Lu Dongbin, all had vanished. Only she remained, isolated in a pitch-black space. Silent and unresponsive, it was a realm of utter stillness. Not even light could penetrate. Zhou Lan slowly withdrew his hand, unperturbed. He had successfully sealed Yixiangdu into the dark side of the moon, using the entirety of his power drawn from the future as the price. That place still existed within this world, yet it was neither the past nor the present. It was the future, a future named Eternal Silence. No one could seek it out except for him, the Moon Demon. Though it differed from hell, it was even worse, for there was no time, no hope. And even being shackled in chains rendered movement a luxury. Yixiangdu would gradually wear away in the unchanging silence, losing wisdom and strength akin to hell's slow erosion. She deserves it. At this moment, the Moon Demon's revenge was complete. The situation on Zhou Lan's side was, of course, witnessed by the Holy Master and Lu Dongbin. Xiangu is gone. Even if sealed in hell, there should at least be a door to open. But she vanished before the eyes of the crowd. Dongbin was frantic. A resplendent aura enveloped him, and his sword radiated an imposing energy. Yet, compared to his formidable presence, his heart was filled with anxiety. He could not contend with the Saint Lord. The two Saint Lords before him were indistinguishable, rendering him unable to discern between them. An overwhelming tide of dark magic surged around him. Recovering his Saint Lord was not merely about the 12 fundamental powers, it also involved the enhancement of primal magical energy. The Saint Lord, the Divine City. He recalled every dark incantation he had ever learned. Spells rained down like starlight, relentlessly suppressing Dongbin's aura. His strength ebbed and flowed like the tide. It was the activation of ancient weakening spells. At times, he found himself momentarily distracted, watching his sword drift away. As if entranced. Only after regaining his composure did he realize it was the influence of a soul-binding spell. The Saint Lord's incantations were relentless. With the support of primal magic and the might of his own dragon talisman, the energy was boundless. This was the complete manifestation of one of the three most powerful demon sorcerers of ancient times, the demon sorcerer of the Divine City. More crucially, this fully realized demon sorcerer had an identical duplicate. Nevertheless, these were not the source of Dongbin's greatest anxiety. Among the three supreme sorcerers of ancient times, aside from one still sealed in hell, forgotten, only recalling the flapping of wings, the demon of heaven, Shimu, there was the other, the demon of the moon, Zhulan. Leisurely observing nearby. Even in dire circumstances, Dongbin could not help but exclaim that he was truly at the end of his rope. The moment Xiangu vanished, the scene transformed into a 3-against-1 scenario. No matter how sharp his sword was, endowed with the power of the rules, it still needed to strike a target. Yet the reality was that whenever he swung his sword, he was uncertain which Saint Lord he struck, the real one or the projection. After finally seizing an opponent and severing a portion of their power, the magic energy in the Saint Lord's hand surged, forcibly reclaiming the dissipated strength through spells. This inevitably reminded him of their encounter with the 8 demons upon their emergence. It was indeed a similarly troublesome affair. Just then, amidst the already precarious situation, Zhou Lan made his move. He summoned repulsive forces, forcefully pushing Dongbin into the black magic spells released by the Saint Lord. Dongbin was struck by the incantation. Shrouded in obscurity, Zhou Lan yanked him towards another spell. This back and forth was akin to manipulating a marionette. In a moment, the divine light upon Dongbin faded, replaced by a swirling black mist. He had reached the end of his strength. It seemed to be the era of dark energy. He sighed softly. A fierce glint flashed in the Saint Lord's eyes as he clapped his hands together, unleashing a tremendous force of attraction. The sealing spells cast into hell were not limited to the 8 immortal deities. As he brought his palms together, an inverted gateway to hell instantaneously opened. A swirling red vortex twisted within. Zhou Lan's eyes widened in surprise as he glanced at the Saint Lord. When did you learn this? The Saint Lord exchanged a glance with him, smiling. Just now. The powerful force pulled Dongbin's body toward the gateway to hell. He struggled to escape, but his form remained inexorably drawn toward the portal. In a moment, the hellish gateway, having devoured Dongbin, closed like a scroll, vanishing into thin air. The Saint Lord's projection slowly dissipated. My brother, we have succeeded. The Saint Lord exclaimed, our era has returned. His gaze swept across the universe. At long last, he had achieved the revenge he had long desired. And all of this was due to one existence. His intense gaze fixed upon Zhou Lan. He said, brother, this world once again belongs to us. On the other side, within the blood-red depths of hell, Dongbin floated helplessly between the suspended stone platforms. Above, Shimu flapped his wings, soaring past him, excitement in his voice. Oh, look who has arrived. A flash of lightning illuminated Zhongsu. Wielding a thunder spear, it seems we have new entertainment. He hurled the spear, shattering a stone platform and revealing Dongbin's fleeing form. The demon of earth, Dikue, pushed several platforms to obstruct him, his thunderous voice roaring. Are you here to visit? Visit? My brother, it seems he is trapped here with us. Chuckled the water demon, Basha. I'm hungry, Bogan declared, seated on a stone platform, his eyes fixated on the tiny figure. A gust of wind seized Dongbin. The wind demon, Xiaofeng. He looked up at the sky, his gaze dazed. Brothers and sisters, it appears the elder has not forgotten us. The days of our suffering are not far off. Dongbin found himself trapped in the center of hell. From all directions, 6 demons with crimson eyes fixated on him without blinking. Chapter 53. This glory shall not be mine alone. In that moment, Eldongbin truly panicked. Who could have imagined that as one of the 8 immortal deities, he would have the opportunity to traverse hell? If it were only that, it might be bearable. The problem was that the other 6 demons were also in hell, now watching him with predatory intent. The accumulated resentment of millennia now manifested as ardent crimson gazes fixed upon him. He began to piece together the situation. Xingu was likely sealed away by the moon demon, Zhou Lan, in another location. A demon capable of defeating an immortal deity would not be a fool. He surely would not kill Xingu. So why was it not himself who was sealed by Zhou Lan? He had no desire to engage in a prolonged dialogue with these other 6 demons. Yet, the primary concern remained. As an immortal deity, wielding his sword with ease was one thing, but that was directed at the Saint Lord. The 8 immortal deities and the 8 demons were paired from the very beginning. Since his inception, he was born to counter the Saint Lord. Now, having just survived a fierce battle, he was still bound by the Saint Lord's dark magic. That was a spell cast by the peak of the most powerful demon sorcerers, one he could not unravel after being cast into hell. Currently, he was not much better off than the demons who had languished here for millennia. Moreover, there were 6 of them, while he was alone. It would be more advantageous if it were a 1-against-3 scenario. The demon of heaven, Shimu, spread his wings and soared through the blood-soaked realm of hell. His gaze locked onto Eldongbin. I say, why not divide this fellow among us, 1 portion for each of the 6 siblings? His suggestion sent Eldongbin's heart plummeting. Before he could react, Bogan chimed in. Eager, Bogan wants the biggest piece. At this, Eldongbin's grip on the sword hilt trembled involuntarily. He wished to flee. But this was hell. Aside from the corresponding gateway with the authority to release it, there was no way in or out. The platforms bearing the demons drew ever closer. Their gazes utterly bare. They were adversaries. And this was hell. Here, the demons sealed for millennia, even if Eldongbin wished otherwise. He had to acknowledge this was their domain. What benefit would there be in dividing him? Humph. The demon of earth, Dikue, scoffed. A feminine voice followed behind. Why not ask him how he got in? It was the water demon, Basha. At that moment, the previously silent wind demon, Xiaofeng, spoke. We cannot kill him. If Eldongbin dies, righteousness will give rise to an even stronger foe. Zhuan and the Saint Lord are still outside. We must trust the elder's promise and not add to his troubles. Xiaofeng's reasoning resonated with the other demons. Hearing his words, Eldongbin felt a momentary sense of relief, but soon after, Xiaofeng gazed at him and said coolly, however, the torment endured by my brothers and sisters shall not be diminished in your presence. Among all his siblings, he alone bore the least wear of wisdom and emotion. The demonic stone platform gradually descended, encircling Eldongbin and revealing an overwhelming presence. The other 5 demons concurred with Xiaofeng's assertion. In the next moment, their gazes converged. And they spoke in unison. So, are you prepared to face our wrath accumulated over millennia? In the abyss of hell, there was nothing but emptiness. Even the luxury of entertainment to pass the time was an unattainable dream. Yet now, the enemy stood before him, within his grasp. The outcome would be splendid. On the other side, in the external realm, the fully restored Lord surveyed everything with keen interest, his gaze unabashedly fixated on the azure planet beneath him. There lay his former dominion, all that belonged to ancient times. Countless times, he yearned to escape that lawless void, but he was either sealed away or exiled, even struggling to maintain his corporeal form at times. One after another, those adorned with halos shattered his hopes, leaving him to collide against the unbreakable cycle of fate, bloodied and bruised. Yet now, everything he longed for, the freedom and the glory of the past, had finally been restored with the help of the Elder. No one could fathom his current emotions. But one thing the Lord was certain of, the demon of the moon, Zhou Lan, still genuinely cared for the fates of his siblings, as he always had. This world has returned to our hands once more, brother, he declared with fervor. Of course. Zhou Lan's demeanor was calm, his nod slight. I have long proclaimed that this glory called freedom shall not be mine alone. Now, 2 complete demons had re-emerged in this world. Undoubtedly, it was an era dominated by dark energies. The Lord was currently overwhelmed with excitement and joy, while Zhou Lan contemplated far more. This was a world where good and evil were in constant conflict. This rule was etched into the very essence of existence. It was an immutable truth. No matter how powerful they became as demons, they could not shake this principle, for they were born from the essence of this world. Once, the 8 great demons roamed freely in ancient times, only to be sealed by 8 immortal deities. The dark energies represented by the demons plummeted to the depths, while righteousness held the upper hand for an extended period. The 8 immortal deities exploited the sealing methods, resulting in this outcome, simultaneously with their experiences in mind. Zhou Lan had learned this technique, to banish He Xiangu to the dark side of the moon and seal El Dongbin in hell. To seal but not kill, just as they had done previously, allowing He Xiangu and El Dongbin to occupy the positions of righteousness, thereby curbing the emergence of even more potent forces of justice. This was a method of returning the favor, using their own tactics against them. However, even so, it was not a long-term solution. Sealing could last 1,000 years, 10,000 years, but what then? The lifespan of demons was infinite. Measuring in millennia was not a safeguard. He could not be certain whether the victory he and the Lord had achieved was merely a rebound from the depths of dark energies. The rules of this world were cold and terrifying. Perhaps the world itself could grow stronger through the struggle between righteousness and darkness. But the cost was far too cruel for demons. One side's demise meant the other's growth. In the repetitive cycle of this, the price was the extinction of both demons and immortal deities. Zhou Lan did not wish to witness such an outcome. There were only 2 methods. Either fundamentally alter this rule or swiftly rescue the remaining siblings from hell, escaping this world. Zhou Lan wished to attempt both. As an elder, he had to consider every angle, making no missteps. He turned to the Lord and said, "Do not forget the other siblings." "Of course, my brother." The Lord replied with a hearty laugh. He would not forget. He would not make the same choices as in the past. The 8 great demons, bound by blood, were meant to share in adversity and glory alike. He gazed at Zhou Lan, his eyes earnest and sincere. "I trust in all your decisions, brother Zhou Lan." Chapter 54. It seems you fared poorly after leaving me. The 2 pinnacle demons re-emerged into the world. This was the era of dark energies. Zhou Lan watched the Lord's silhouette as he returned to his territory. He reclaimed Asia, while the other regions of this azure planet were reserved for the remaining siblings. He would not interfere, as before. Although they still lingered in hell, the Lord had unwavering faith that Zhou Lan, as the elder, would rescue them, just as he had rescued himself. In the meantime, the Lord needed to cleanse this world in preparation for his siblings' return. As he observed the Lord's departure, Zhou Lan offered a few words of caution before pondering ways to liberate the other siblings. The harsh realities of this world dictated that the balance of good and evil could not be disrupted. One side's rise meant the other's fall, without considering an escape. Perhaps the existence of one individual was of utmost significance, Xiaoyu. As the one most adorned with a halo, she was unique. Her presence was neither repelled by dark nor by righteous energies. She could serve as an agent of the 13 districts or the queen of the Shadow Legion. A delicate equilibrium could be established between righteousness and darkness through her. Perhaps she should be positioned as the anchor to balance everything, to lock in the cruel rules of this world. But this must be after the other 6 demons departed from hell. With this thought, Zhou Lan extended his hand. Dark energies swirling, he anchored his true form in space, casting a soul spell upon himself. Indeed, it had been a while since he had last encountered his siblings. It was time to see them. A slight smile graced his lips as he directed his soul straight toward hell. In hell, as Zhou Lan entered the blood-red realm, a stone platform rushed toward him. It appeared to be quite lively. "It seems this place is bustling," Zhou Lan remarked, his voice resonating in hell, announcing his arrival. "Boss." A voice filled with astonishment echoed. "You truly haven't forgotten us?" With wings slicing through the air, Shimu landed on the stone platform, his gaze fixed intently on Zhou Lan. "Siblings, the elder has returned." As Shimu's words fell, several presences converged, encircling Zhou Lan. "You have finally returned," Basha exclaimed, her tendrils fluttering by her face. "It seems you have procured a ticket back," Dekue remarked. "I believe you have something to say to us," Zhangsu added, tossing his thunder spear into the distance, prompting a cry of anguish. Xiao Feng's unwavering gaze fell upon Zhou Lan as he spoke. "It seems the world outside has changed." Zhou Lan surveyed his 6 siblings, nodding slightly. Even in his soul form, he kept his hands tucked within his sleeves, exuding an air of tranquility. "I have resumed control of the dark energies." Before the other demons could inquire further, he continued, "The Lord has also regained control of the dark energies." As these words settled, silence enveloped hell for a brief moment. They understood what this signified. "It appears our era is upon us," Zhangsu proclaimed, standing tall as lightning flickered with his excitement. "I promised long ago that I would find a way to save all my siblings, remember?" Zhou Lan stated. Shimu shook his head. Zhangsu remained silent, Basha turned away. De Kue slightly lowered his head, while Bogan continued to gaze into the distance at El Dongbin. You did mention this cursed place, Shimu interjected. Hell had worn down too much. They had forgotten. I still remember, Xiao Feng suddenly spoke. His crimson eyes dimmed for a moment. You said you would not give up on finding a way out together. He lifted his head, exclaiming, it has been far too long. Perhaps in 100 years or two, even I shall forget. Zhou Lan quietly gazed at the howling wind. If memory served him correctly, his emotions were among the least worn by the demons. In the original timeline, he was the only one who, upon emerging from the hellish gate of the Panga treasure box, first thought of rescuing his brothers and sisters. Zhou Lan remarked, at least you remember now. It is not too late, is it? He pointed solemnly at El Dongbin and asserted, he shall neither be the first nor the last. Everything that was taken from us will inevitably return. This is the elder's promise, utterly unfaltering. Zhou Lan's voice, though light as a feather, resonated with profound solidity. It echoed in the ears of the other 6 demons, reverberating like thunder within their hearts. Their gazes trembled slightly. Zhou Lan had already taken the first step. The Holy Master had regained his freedom, which meant they too had a chance. It was merely a matter of time. The elder was steadily fulfilling his promise. And nothing could be more reassuring in this world. Moments later, Zhou Lan departed from hell, returning to his true form. Such good news must first be shared with his brothers and sisters. Next, he would check on El Dongbin's condition. The latter was bound by the Holy Master's dark curse, utterly defenseless against the 6 demons, which allowed Zhou Lan to relax. Neither he nor the Holy Master could directly extract the other 6 brothers and sisters from the gates of hell. They could traverse back and forth but could not breach the rules to bring anyone out. This was an unavoidable reality. They possessed only their own authority. To rescue the other brothers and sisters required a different method, one that did not exist in this world. Earth. A magnificent aura suddenly descended, enveloping everything in an instant. The Holy Master wandered within his former domain. Before anyone could react, the ancient demon arrived in his loyal territory. San Francisco, Old Man's Antique Shop. Old Man. We are doomed. Cheng Long paced anxiously, having learned of the Holy Master's resurgence. The immortal deity has not defeated the demons. The old man furrowed his brow, horrified. The age of demons has returned. Cheng Long exclaimed, what shall we do, old man? We must force the demons back. Did you not say that only magic could defeat magic? Oh, Cheng Long. Do you wish for the old man to battle the peak Holy Master? Meanwhile, on another front, Dalong was controlling the steering wheel, bringing the bus to a stop at the station. His face was stubbled, his expression bitter. Ever since the last time he had been possessed by the Holy Master, they had met with failure once again. Money, glory, comrades, all had slipped away from him. He was returned to the prison of the 13th district, where, as the boss of the Black Hand Gang, he was undergoing community rehabilitation. With a heart like ashes, he performed well, becoming a bus driver. Just as he lamented that life was likely to remain this way, a robust figure boarded the bus. As the doors closed, Valong habitually called out to please hold on, preparing to press the accelerator. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind, one he had heard countless times, so familiar it was. Even with slight tonal changes, Valong would never mistake it. The owner of that voice had once reprimanded him, seized his body, and had not once failed to promise him wealth and prosperity. More than that, he had betrayed the multitude of promises once made to him. Yet at this moment, that voice ignited his heart almost instantaneously. It seems you've been faring poorly since you left me, Valong. Valong had already discerned the identity of the person behind him. Strangely, his hands trembled slightly, and he felt a sudden constriction in his heart. From the boss of the Black Hand Gang to now a bus driver, he found himself unable to articulate the bitterness within. And the root cause of it all was this man behind him, the Holy Master. Had he not encountered this individual, Valong would have been able to live a carefree and superior life through his own wisdom and means. Looks, charisma, charm, talent, Valong lacked none of these. It should be noted that even the vast organization of the 13th District had been brought to its knees countless times by the Black Hand Gang. Never in his life had he experienced such misfortune. Valong chose to ignore him and continue driving. He glanced in the rearview mirror. The Holy Master had taken human form. Casually leaning back in a suit, with his polished shoes resting on the front seat's backrest, exuding an air of nonchalance reminiscent of Valong's former self. How is it that you were sealed and yet now revived? Valong inquired. The Holy Master shrugged, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, Valong, do you have an elder brother? His unexpected question left Valong momentarily stunned, unable to grasp the connection between the two matters. No, Valong replied. As he spoke, the bus jolted over a speed bump. Do you mind the road, driver? The Holy Master chuckled. Valong's lips twitched involuntarily. He sensed a change in the Holy Master. A surge of resentment rose within him, only to dissipate just as quickly. He could not overpower the Holy Master, even in his previous incorporeal state. The latter could subdue him with ease. It could be said that experience had proven that even if the Holy Master possessed no abilities, he was still a master at manipulating Valong. The Holy Master seemed utterly unaware of the extent of damage his words could inflict on Valong's heart. He merely shrugged and continued the previous topic. What a pity. It is no wonder you are struggling. A look of triumph appeared on his face, indicating that he was in remarkably good spirits. So, you have come to mock me, Holy Master? Valong exhaled deeply, urging himself to maintain his composure. Of course not. The Holy Master placed a hand on Valong's shoulder, his gaze lowered towards Valong's back. I am here to assist you, Valong, he stated nonchalantly. Having personally sent his only foe, Eldon Bin, into hell, nothing in this world could hinder him now. The Holy Master carried himself with an air of calm assurance. Assist? Valong nearly lost his composure. You ought to consider your own situation. Chung Long will undoubtedly learn of your revival. And then, the Holy Master smiled. My advice is that you disembark immediately, lest you bring trouble here. Valong retorted, Chung Long? He is no match for me. Valong. The Holy Master's voice suddenly rose slightly. Your words hold no weight with me. I can no longer trust you, not even a single word. Valong angrily spat a string of words. His gaze fixed on the windshield, his eyes aflame. This man feigned righteousness, claiming to rescue him from dire straits. But Valong was fully aware of how those dire straits had come to be. He knew all too well that collaborating with this individual had never led to a genuine success. He only sought wealth, yet not only had he failed to acquire it, but his savings had dwindled and his skills had diminished. Now, he found himself driving a bus. He had never imagined he would fall to such depths in his lifetime. He slammed his fist on the steering wheel, the sharp blare of the horn expressing his pent-up fury. At that moment, a burly arm suddenly draped over his shoulder. Holy Master? Valong was taken aback. When had this man approached him without a sound? He glanced at the rearview mirror, where the Holy Master appeared to have anticipated him. Meeting his gaze with a smile, Valong quickly averted his eyes, almost forgetting that the Holy Master was a demon. It seems you harbor quite the grievance against me, Valong. To dare speak to me thus, the Holy Master remarked leisurely, squeezing Valong's shoulder. No, I cannot dare to. This is the nadir of my life. Do you comprehend? I am utterly exhausted and no longer wish to pursue a career. My sole desire now is to drive my vehicle well. Valon lowered his head, appearing utterly drained. He resembled a forlorn stray dog by the roadside. It seems you do not truly believe me, Valon. It is well known that you lack integrity, he retorted instinctively. The Lord, with a downward gesture of his hand, adjusted Valon's driver's uniform and gently patted him, embodying the demeanor of an authority figure. Valon, what does your belief in my integrity have to do with me? He inquired. Valon was momentarily taken aback. Are you not the Lord? His confusion was palpable. I am the divine capital, Valon. The Lord is but a relic of the past, though you may continue to address me as such if you wish. Valon silently repeated this name to himself. I have returned to reclaim dominion over this world. Do you remember the words I once shared with you? Which words? Open the gates of hell, and wealth shall flow abundantly, the Lord reiterated. A flicker of hope suddenly blossomed within Valon's heart as he murmured. I thought you were deceiving me. Even the mightiest ruler requires subordinates. You possess a commendable spirit, yet driving a bus is beneath your potential. The Lord remarked with a nonchalant air. Then what am I suited for? A glimmer of bewilderment flashed in Valon's eyes. His spirits had all but dissipated, leaving him momentarily stunned. Ask yourself, what is your true desire? My wish is to lie atop a skyscraper, counting endless stacks of money, Valon affirmed confidently. Excellent. The Lord replied with satisfaction, instructing him to stop at the upcoming intersection. Valon could not refuse the Lord's request. He pressed the brake, halting before a grand edifice. A glance revealed it to be a bank. What do you intend to do? He questioned, uncertainty creeping in. It seems you have somewhat forgotten your original skills. The Lord chuckled, but fret not, I shall assist in rekindling your memory. He pulled Valon from the vehicle, standing at the bank's entrance. In that instant, Valon felt an overwhelming surge of power, as though he wielded all 12 talismans. His eyes widened in disbelief. Do you require me to teach you the next steps? The Lord inquired, his tone laden with implication. Valen stared incredulously at his own hands, his gaze landing on the Lord's enigmatic smile, feeling as if he were ensnared in a dream. The Lord? Assisting me? Had he fallen asleep? What you are experiencing is akin to what I have felt, Valen. The Lord stated. What do you mean? Valen asked, perplexed. The Lord spread his hands, exuding exasperation. This is precisely why you, lacking an elder brother, cannot comprehend. Chapter 56. The gathering of the Black Hand. Valen sensed that the Lord had indeed transformed, as if he had become an entirely different entity, a demon. It was not merely his voice that had changed, but his very essence, having returned by his former customs. He should be hastening to reclaim his former powers and confront the likes of Dragon, should he not? Go on, the Lord gently urged him. Wait, Valen suddenly interjected. There are other matters at hand. He rushed back to the vehicle, with the Lord leisurely following. Valen pressed the accelerator, the bus speeding down the road. Moments later, he halted by the curb and sounded the horn. Often looked up, clad in a uniform and wielding a broom, diligently sweeping the roadside, his profession as a street cleaner. Boss, what are you up to? Often asked, puzzled. Valen said nothing, merely calling out, Black Hand, a symbol. Often momentarily froze. He was aware of Valen's transformation into a bus driver, yet this man had previously descended into a state of despair, driving by day and drowning his sorrows in drink by night. Valen did not rush him, quietly counting down. 1, 2, 3. Go. Boss, which bank are we targeting? Often exclaimed, tossing aside his broom and leaping into the bus. Meanwhile, the Lord sat casually in the back row, observing the scene with quiet amusement. Valen indeed possessed a certain charisma. Despite multiple failures, it seemed he could command the loyalty of others with but a single word, leading them to undertake grand ventures. It was no wonder that after the Lord had sought him out with promises of wealth, Valen's first instinct was not to seize riches for himself, but to rally his fallen comrades. Soon after, Valen also located Zhou and Lan, who were washing dishes in a restaurant. With merely a few words, both abandoned their work and boarded the bus. There was also Afu, whom Valen had collaborated with only once, yet with a single utterance, he too was drawn back into the fold. The once fallen Black Hand was once again united within this bus. Boss. The four men gazed intently at Valen, their eyes burning with anticipation. Valen pressed the accelerator and turned towards the bank. The Lord has returned. He still remembers us, Valen declared solemnly. Where is he? Lan suddenly rose, a hint of trepidation in his demeanor. Valen pointed behind him. The Lord lounged in the back seat, gracing them with a smile. Lord, you've been resurrected. Zhou quickly realized. The group wore expressions of despondency, having only recently faced failure and gained nothing. The Lord surveyed them. I have returned to reclaim dominion over this world. So, where are we headed? Should we not first summon your former palace? Often suggested tentatively. Regret washed over them suddenly. The Lord scoffed, stating, foolish. The times have changed. Dominion over the world rests not upon palaces, but rather upon strength, wealth, and power. You speak truth, indeed, Zhou flattered, scratching his head, sensing the Lord's newfound cunning. Was he not supposed to act like an old-fashioned tyrant, hastily seeking to summon his palace in Asia to vent his wrath? What about Dragon? Afu inquired. That man has thwarted our plans time and again, nearly becoming a psychological shadow for us. Dragon, my old acquaintance, I shall handle him. The Lord replied in a low voice. Moments later, the sharp wail of police sirens pierced the air, racing down the street, passing by Old Man's antique shop. It begins. The world is about to descend into chaos. Old Man glanced at Tilu and Dragon, who were busy tidying an antique vase, urging them to hasten. The Lord will surely come seeking us. We must leave before he recalls us. Where shall we go? Tilu asked, puzzled. To a place far from the 13th district. We are in the age of dark energy. Old Man, are you not capable of standing against the Lord? Tilu questioned. He has only just been resurrected. We could use magic to seal him once more. Dragon pulled back the errant Xiaoyu. Perhaps we could find a powerful spell, just as Uncle Long suggested. Xiaoyu raised a finger, agreeing. Clap. Old Man struck Tilu on the head with a finger, saying sternly, You think I can accomplish what even an immortal deity cannot? His voice gradually sank, a tremor of fear creeping in. The resurrected Lord can defeat righteousness. He likely has no weaknesses. My energy magic is no match for him. Not even if Lopez were revived. Perhaps there exists a spell to seal him, Tilla pondered. There is no such magic, Old Man murmured. The Lord himself is a formidable demon sorcerer. Even if he possesses a weakness, he would conceal it. I cannot contend with him. Then why has he not annihilated humanity? Tilu scratched his head. Tilu, demons are not true devils. They harbor no intent to destroy humanity, nor do they possess any goodwill. In the aftermath of the ancient era, all humans have merely become their servants. Rather than being termed the 8 great demons, it would be more apt to call them the 8 sovereigns. Tilu understood. Much like how higher dimensional beings regard lower dimensional beings, Xiaoyu astutely remarked. Indeed. We must distance ourselves as far as possible before the Lord of the Saints reclaims dominion over the world. Father will attempt to conceal us using elemental magic, evading the Lord's pursuit. This is our only recourse. Father uttered each word with gravity. The pinnacle of demons is virtually unstoppable, save for the undying deities. However, if even the undying deities succumb to their might, unless this world can once again nurture formidable forces of righteousness, no outcome can alter this fate. With righteousness in abeyance, new powers will inevitably arise to fill the void. He was unaware that El Dongbin had already been sealed away. We must endure until the forces of righteousness can react. But how long that might take remains uncertain. This is our sole path, Father murmured. At that moment, a sudden knock echoed from outside the door. It was neither hurried nor frantic, but rather calm and measured. The visitor seemed unperturbed, allowing the knock to resonate before falling silent. Changlong, go see who has arrived. I know, Father. I am quite occupied. Changlong replied, teetering under the weight of a large stack of books. I shall assist Uncle Long in opening the door, Xiaoyu exclaimed. Bounding toward the entrance, a stranger stood there, unfamiliar in appearance, clad in a tailored suit exuding an air of composure. Hello. This is an antique shop owned by my father, but we are not open today, Xiaoyu spoke rapidly. I am here to seek someone. Seek someone? Uncle Long? Father? Or perhaps Telu? The visitor shook his head. I am searching for my servant. Servant? Sir, there are no servants here, Xiaoyu replied, puzzled. No, I have already seen him. He strode directly into the antique shop, powerful demonic energy surging forth, forcefully intruding into the space. In the next instant, Father suddenly lifted his head, a tremor coursing through him. His gaze locked onto the newcomer, causing the book in his hand to plummet to the ground as panic washed over his face. Oh no, he has come. Chapter 57. 3 ancient spells regarding the actions of the Lord of the Saints. Zhou Lan chose not to intervene. He had remained dormant for far too long. Any actions he undertook were to be expected. However, Zhou Lan was somewhat taken aback to discover that the Lord had seemingly adopted a different approach. Just as he had stated, only an antiquated fool would insist on erecting his ancient palace atop the world. Times have changed. Methods of dominion extend far beyond a singular approach. Sitting in a dragon carriage or a high-end armored vehicle, the passage of time renders little distinction. A servant need not be clad in navy blue livery. Kneeling in submission, they may equally don suits and traverse the heights of skyscrapers. The world is changing. Yet certain elements remain persistently unchanged. Having reclaimed his essence, the Lord of the Saints appeared to grasp this truth. He regained his wisdom, leading him to make distinct choices. Zhou Lan, naturally, was among those choices. In this current world, nothing could obstruct him, not even Changlong or Father. Meanwhile, the elder brother of the 8 demons pondered matters of far greater significance. Though he currently could not directly extricate his remaining siblings from hell, having transcended this rigid cycle and acquired the ability to leap into other realms, the means to accomplish his aims had undeniably multiplied. Armed with the experience of having been sealed and witnessing the Lord of the Saints imprison El Dongbin, the demon sorcerer's insight allowed him to discern the true nature of the hellish sealing spell. This enchantment did not merely affect the soul or the corporeal form. It sealed away the very essence represented by demons or undying deities. It was a matter of elemental affinities: earth, wind, water, fire, and so forth. The hellish sealing spell fundamentally locked away 8 distinct powers. Consequently, as the full embodiment of this force, the demons were bound within hell, unable to re-emerge. Having uncovered this essence, Zhou Lan began to formulate a plan. He closed his eyes, nodding thoughtfully, surrendering to contemplation. He stood in a vacuum, the invisible winds of the cosmos brushing against him. In his mind, spells from antiquity to modernity manifested, countless in number. Soon, 3 ancient incantations, long forgotten in the dust of history, became vividly clear in his thoughts: the root spell, the absorption spell, and the exchange spell. At this moment, his true form remained poised upon the moon, his former domain. These 3 spells were birthed from the efforts of himself, the Lord of the Saints, and Shimu. The absorption spell was of his own creation, during his initial landing on the moon, when his magical energy was still tenuous. He utilized this spell to assist in drawing from the moon's gravitational pull, or rather, to help him reclaim his inherent powers. This spell could reach directly to the source. The root spell was under the dominion of the Lord of the Saints, while the exchange spell was the creation of Shimu. In ancient times, the three demon sorcerer brothers shared glory and knowledge. All three spells were mastered by the trio, though Shimu had likely forgotten them by now. Zhou Lan opened his eyes. Having attained clarity, simultaneously, on Earth, an unending tide of wealth and power coalesced in the hands of Wolong. He had ascended to be the new underground emperor of this world, a harbinger of terror. Clad in an expensive dark green suit, he exuded the air of a superior, while four subordinates, equally well-dressed, accompanied him. In the blink of an eye, the Black Hand Gang had infiltrated everything, transforming into a true aristocracy. Wolong's conviction was not misplaced. Indeed, money could drive all actions. With this foundation, coupled with his exceptional leadership charisma and capabilities, he had become the godfather of the new world. He extended his hand to Zhou, presenting him with a gift box. Boss? Zhou hesitated for a moment. He opened the box to find a bank card and a plane ticket for the following day. Wolong patted his shoulder, casually stating, "You shall oversee matters in Asia." Zhou glanced at the ticket, which was for a flight from San Francisco to Hong Kong. There is an old saying in your country, a wealthy man who does not return home is like a brocade-clad figure walking in the night. You have endured much hardship alongside me over the years. It is time to return and see your family. Wolong's words, delivered with nonchalance, struck a deep chord within Zhou. Many years ago, he had come from Hong Kong to America, vowing to establish a grand enterprise. The underbelly of America was no easy place to navigate. He had washed dishes and driven, only to finally make something of himself today. He had not anticipated that Wolong would remember. He recalled the significant moments of everyone else's lives but never used them as leverage. Zhou turned away, removing his sunglasses and rubbing his eyes. Meanwhile, within a specially designed super-luxurious mansion for the Lord of the Saints, he lounged lazily in an outdoor hot spring. He was bathing. Nearby, Changlong, dressed in a fitted servantess attire, busied himself with manicuring the Lord's nails. Changlong, my servant, over here, and here, the Lord of the Saints comfortably squinted his eyes. As Father had mentioned, the demons possessed a rather simplistic mindset. To them, humanity held but a single meaning. Even Changlong, who had thwarted his hopes multiple times, had not met his demise at the hands of the Lord. The demons adhered to a straightforward rule of governance. The world had simply exchanged masters from humans to demons. And that was all. It seemed as if nothing had truly changed. Yet, as the Lord of the Underworld had stated, if a ruler must emerge, why could it not be a demon? At the very least, they did not engage in wanton slaughter. In fact, from certain perspectives, as long as they were tended to comfortably, their tempers could hardly be deemed severe. History is replete with tyrants known for their indiscriminate killings. Even during the reign of the 8 demons, from ancient times to antiquity, until they were sealed by the 8 undying deities, they never waged war against one another. Nor did they instigate conflict. Such actions could have led to the extinction of countless lives. Compared to these beings, demons could be regarded as exemplary representatives of noble governance. Otherwise, if the Lord desired, the world would not resemble its current form, as the Lord savored the attentive service provided by Jackie Chan and other servants. A familiar whisper echoed in his mind. "My brother, I am about to embark on a distant journey, but I shall return shortly." The Lord opened his eyes, understanding that Zhou Lan was diligently working to liberate their other siblings. "As long as you have need, the divine shall always be present," he promised. Though he did not believe any obstacle could deter his brother, the Lord still expressed his sentiments. If possible, he hoped that Zhou Lan could grant him a reprieve as well. Time held little value for a demon. "Perhaps you should also take some time for yourself," he suggested, convinced that their other siblings would share the same sentiment if they knew of their brother's endeavors. "I will." Zhou Lan's whisper gradually faded in the vacuum of the lunar landscape. He stood quietly as a golden portal erupted open. He gently floated into it, ready to fulfill his resolve, eagerly anticipating that it would not take long. Chapter 58. Return to Chicago train station. A human life is exceedingly long, yet when dissected, it consists merely of one choice after another. Making the right choice leads to tranquility, while a misstep could plunge one into irrevocable regret. Choice, a term that, by its very nature, seems to embody a certain cruelty. At the Chicago train station, Lu Mingfei held a soda in his hand, his gaze fixed intently on the man before him. The station workers were on strike, causing the originally scheduled 1,000 express trains from Castle Academy to be delayed by a week. Finally encountering a lovely junior sister with a charming smile, Lu Mingfei felt compelled to present himself. Just the thought of the beautiful junior sister, Xiaomi, batting her starry eyes and asking him where he had procured the soda, filled him with visions of proudly declaring it was all thanks to his brother's experience. His unwavering gaze remained fixed on the man, who stood amidst a sea of discarded paper, placards, and cans, quietly poised. Lu Mingfei sensed an ethereal quality about him, as if his feet barely touched the ground, perhaps separated by a mere centimeter or a few millimeters. He could not be sure. The man appeared middle-aged, with a meticulously trimmed beard, lean yet dignified, clad in a well-fitted suit, and his black hair was elegantly styled into a bun. Lu Mingfei felt certain this individual was no ordinary man. He exuded the air of an artist or perhaps a wandering Taoist seeking enlightenment in the mundane world. His appearance merged Eastern and Western aesthetics seamlessly, without a hint of discord. In the midst of a strike, the presence of such a distinctive figure suggested he was likely affiliated with the academy. Lu Mingfei shook off his reverie, contemplating whether to greet the man. As the artist seemed to be assessing him in return, perhaps this could be considered a serendipitous encounter with a fellow countryman. After all, the man unmistakably bore the features of a Chinese individual. Brother, Lu Mingfei thought he had chosen an address that suited the man's taste. Lu Mingfei. The man called him directly by name. You know me? Lu Mingfei was taken aback. Of course, the man replied, casually crossing his arms in front of him. His hands appeared somewhat thin, with pronounced bone structure, causing Lu Mingfei to involuntarily think of the phrase skeletal. Only you could manage to bring soda as if it were a festive offering for relatives. The man seemed to understand him rather well. Lu Mingfei pursed his lips, about to retort, but upon glancing at himself, he realized the man's observation might indeed hold some truth. The station was on strike, and he had covertly acquired the soda. Ordinarily, it would cost $1 a cup, so he had essentially scored a freebie, naturally feeling a twinge of guilt. Zhou Lan, that is my name. The man introduced himself. Just as Lu Mingfei was about to mimic his introduction, he suddenly realized that the man already knew his name. Facing this enigmatic figure, he felt an inexplicable nervousness and lowered his hands to appear more composed. The man emanated a certain aura, reminiscent of the first time Lu Mingfei encountered the little demon, Lu Mingzi, at the train station. In the vision aboard the Thousand Express train, Lu Mingzi spoke of the Black King Nidhogg descending upon an iceberg, where countless humans climbed to drive iron spikes into its body. Lu Mingzi had claimed that was history from millennia past, and the overwhelming ancient aura had left an indelible impression on him. Zhou Lan's presence evoked a similar sensation within him. Indeed, it seemed the current timeline was awry. This is the world of the Dragon Clan, Zhou Lan murmured. Before me stands the protagonist of this realm. Lu Mingfei, a hybrid of Castle Academy, a solitary soul. He calculated the timing, realizing that upon his arrival, he had headed straight for the location where the Earth and Mountain King was to awaken. Unfortunately, at this moment, the Earth and Mountain King had yet to merge into the death deity Hell and had not truly grasped his dominion. Zhou Lan's objective was straightforward: to utilize 3 magical incantations to exchange the powers of other worlds for his own gain, thus achieving the result of retrieving souls from Hell. Once he transcended the limitations of a singular world, many challenges would effortlessly resolve themselves. Recognizing that he had arrived prematurely, he made his way directly to the Chicago train station, only to unexpectedly encounter this young man. Hey, brother, Lu Mingfei waved the soda. Unless there's something else, I'll be on my way. The moment his words left his mouth, he hurried off towards the hotel, almost as if fleeing. We shall meet again, Zhou Lan whispered to his retreating figure. He closed his eyes slightly, deep in thought. In the world of the Dragon Clan, the supreme powers, aside from the fabled Black King and White King, were the 4 Dragon Lords, the Earth and Mountain King, the Ocean and Water King, the Bronze and Fire King, and the Sky and Wind King. In his timeline, the Bronze and Fire King had just perished, while Lu Mingfei was preparing to return to Castle Academy after summer break. The next target would undoubtedly be the Earth and Mountain King, to acquire and enhance his dominion, establishing it as the anchor point for the exchange spells. Not too far off, Zhou Lan mused, glancing at the figure that had receded into the distance. He slowly faded from view. Adhering to tradition, he walked to the roadside and opened the door of a black Maserati, sliding into the seat as if it were his own taxi. Castle Academy, he stated. You've taken a wrong turn, a voice from the driver's seat replied. The speaker was an elderly man, robust and dressed in a tailored black suit. His silver hair slicked back with an air of flamboyance. It seems I am right where I need to be, Zhou Lan observed. glancing at the red rose pinned to the man's suit pocket, comfortably reclining in the back seat. This was Hilbert Ong, the principal of Castle Academy and a dragon-slaying warrior, who, like Zhou Lan, was in Chicago due to the strike and auction. Zhou Lan swiftly found the striking Maserati, and Ong lowered his glass of ice wine, his eyes flickering as he scrutinized this unexpected intruder. Clad in a suit of similar hue, its brand indiscernible yet evidently of high quality. The tailored attire conveyed a sense of elegance when worn by the man. He bore an expression of ease, as if this vehicle had been expressly prepared for him. Meanwhile, he, Hilbert Ong, was merely the driver waiting by the roadside. Few could command him to play the role of chauffeur. "My car door is locked," Ong remarked. "I am aware," Zhou Lan replied nonchalantly. The Maserati was no ordinary vehicle, protected by both central locking and mechanical locks. Even a typical brute would find it difficult to pry open. The man behind him was no simpleton. Ong sensed neither malice nor hostility. Yet that was far more unsettling than mere malevolence. Without any forewarning, Ong Lu moved almost instantaneously, gripping the folding knife in reverse and thrusting it backward, akin to a lion suddenly springing forth in a narrow sedan. With fluidity and grace, he intended to afford his opponent no opportunity for retaliation. He was confident that few in this world could match his swiftness. The lethal intent was almost palpable the moment he drew the knife from his sleeve. In the fleeting moment before his action, the domain of his linguistics, the realm of time zero, enveloped the Maserati. This was his linguistic power, wherein his own temporal flow remained unchanged while the time within the domain was compressed to its utmost limits. Everything within that realm appeared to him as if in slow motion. A mere 1/100th of a second later, Ong Lu lifted his gaze. The knife met with resistance, a slender, well-defined finger firmly blocking the blade's tip, immediately gathering the oncoming malice. The knife did not genuinely touch him. There was a minuscule distance separating them. Yet it felt insurmountable. Ong Lu sensed that should he apply more force, it would only be his weapon that shattered. The once pouncing lion now lay as calm as a puppy. "Perhaps we need to converse. It's unwise for someone of your age to become easily enraged. Don't you think?" A hint of amusement danced in Zhou Lan's eyes. In moments of tranquility, the demon's demeanor was often surprisingly amiable. He flicked his fingers lightly. The knife flew back, embedding itself in the center console. The once invincible domain of linguistics shattered the instant his words fell. Yet he merely withdrew his hand nonchalantly, as if he had performed a trivial act. The Holy Master was right. Perhaps he indeed required a brief respite, and this moment seemed a fortuitous choice. The awakening of the King of Earth and Mountains was imminent. For him, a brief span of time was nearly equivalent to a fleeting instant. Half-blood? Or perhaps the Dragon King? Ong Lu felt a jolt of astonishment within. He possessed little in the way of resistance. Only the Dragon King could reach such heights. Zhou Lan seemed to grasp his thoughts, snapping his fingers. "Congratulations, you were entirely mistaken," he remarked coolly. "Perhaps you should address me as elder." Ong Lu repeated the term elder within his mind. His command of Chinese was proficient, and he understood its meaning without misinterpretation. Yet this middle-aged man had the audacity to refer to himself as elder in the presence of one he deemed an old man. He immediately concluded that this individual was not human. However, the other dismissed as speculation. In this world, aside from the Dragon King, what else could possibly endure the passage of extensive time? "It seems you possess an abundance of knowledge." Ong Lu's demeanor and fortitude had long been sharpened. He naturally drew back the knife from the console, stowed it carefully, and once more lifted the glass of ice wine. Clearly, the situation was not in his favor. The willingness of his counterpart to converse was, at least, a positive development. "Mr. Ong Lu, our objectives align." Zhou Lan retracted his hand, crossing it before him, exuding an air of composure. "The Dragon King? Indeed, you wish to slay the dragon, while I seek the dragon's bones, a mutually beneficial transaction. I believe the elder possesses the capability, yet the ownership of the dragon bones is not for me to decide. As the principal of the Castle Academy, a renowned institution for dragon-slaying training, even Ong Lu found himself constrained when confronted with the remains of the Dragon King. "Take me for a spin," Zhou Lan smiled, his gaze directed at the driver's seat. "You need only drive. I shall devise the means." Despite the damage to the console, the luxury vehicle's performance remained unaffected. Ong Lu turned the key, and the black Maserati emitted a fierce growl. The man possessed the prowess to compel him into the role of driver. "If you can manage the board of trustees, I have no objections." He pressed the accelerator firmly, the streamlined body of the car darting forth like an arrow. In a mere 2 seconds, he elevated the speed beyond 80 miles per hour, the powerful acceleration forcing him against the seat. A glance at Zhou Lan revealed a figure as steadfast as a mountain. He was an adversary not to be underestimated. Ong Lu was certain of that. The sports car raced through the streets of Chicago, Ong Lu pushing the speed to an astonishing 160 miles per hour, a perilous threshold. Yet, it was evident that the patrolling officers were preoccupied with dealing with striking workers, leaving them indifferent to such transgressions. A vacation? Castle Academy is hardly a place for leisure. Ong Lu listened to the sounds from the back seat, where madness reigned. All were fixated on how swiftly and accurately to plunge a blade into the flesh of dragons. Or at the very least, to gnaw off a few scales with their teeth. For me it is, Zhou Lan replied coolly. He harbored no deliberate intention of siding with either justice or malevolence. To him, the distinction held no significance. It was merely a process, and he valued only the outcome. He was unfamiliar with this world, having relied on memories from his previous life to navigate here. In the wake of the Dragon King's resurrection, his only task was to await patiently. A part of his memory seemed to linger in this world, tinged with regret. Zhou Lan found it increasingly difficult to discern when those memories belonged to him, hazy as if he were attempting to grasp the moon reflected upon a lake. Yet he was certain they constituted a fragment of his being. Hilbert instructed Ong Lu, this aging speedster, to halt along the shoreline of Lake Michigan. Naturally extracting a high-end cigar and clipping its cap. Looking down at his phone, the artificial intelligence, Norma, from Castle Academy, rapidly compiled every detail regarding the name and visage of the elder. Norma's permissions and computational abilities were formidable, having scoured global databases during their drive. All in search of one individual, the one known as the elder. Utilizing the name, height, physique, and even the minutiae of a single eyelash provided by Ong Lu. Norma delivered her verdict. The result was 0. No information could be found. Only a few individuals in Asia shared the same name. Yet none matched the appearance of the man before him. It was as if he had emerged from nowhere, discovering himself, displaying overwhelming power, with but one desire, the dragon bones. The remnants of ancient beings. For Ong Lu, as long as he could slay the Dragon King, he would not hesitate to sacrifice even his own life for those ancient remains. A divine figure? Or perhaps an extraordinary individual from one of the ancient Chinese clans. I agree to your request, he stated. Zhou Lan nodded slightly. This was the anticipated outcome. In this world, where hybrid beings inheriting the bloodline of dragons battled the ancient sovereigns of the resurrected dragon lineage, lay the roots of all conflict. The Dragon King wielded a fragment of power in this realm. Ong Lu aimed to slay the dragon, and he sought the dragon bones. Their goals aligned, devoid of conflict. The smoke from the cigar rose languidly, obscuring Ong Li's aged visage, while Zhou Lan gazed at the placid surface of the lake, suddenly inquiring Ong Lu. Have you ever seen a dragon? His question caused Ong Lu to hesitate momentarily. As a professor of introduction to dragon family genealogy and an indisputable expert in dragon slaying, being asked if he had seen a dragon was as absurd as inquiring whether that unfortunate fellow, Lu Mingfei, had ever harbored secret affections for a girl. I mean, a true dragon, Zhou Lan clarified. In my recollection, this world lacks the concept of false dragons. Ong Lu suppressed his bewilderment. Zhou Lan smiled. A figure emerging in his mind. What you will encounter is far beyond the inferior reptiles. It is a true dragon, he declared. In the original world, Asia. The holy master suddenly opened his eyes, glancing at the person attending to his pedicure. Cheng Long, someone was thinking of him. A brother? The thunderous clash between the carriage and the tracks resonated almost incessantly, accompanied by the piercing shrieks and cries of the visitors. Lu Mingfei instinctively recoiled. Each time the roller coaster swooped down overhead, he felt as if that sound were colliding directly against his forehead. Not long ago, Principal Anger had approached him, inviting him to participate in an auction teaming with the elite, having just ostentatiously spent $1 billion on an alchemical sword. Lu Mingfei felt he had glimpsed a world of grandeur. However, the burgeoning pride swelling within him was swiftly crushed by the reverberating sounds surrounding him. A sudden pang of regret washed over him for coming here. Had he known that Chu Zihong and his junior sister Xiaomi would be at this amusement park, he would have preferred to linger a while longer with Principal Anger. Although the old man had a penchant for speed, Lu Mingfei found that the current experience was far more terrifying than any roller coaster ride. Being perceptive by nature, he had noticed a crack in the Maserati's dashboard, presumably caused by a blade, and had attempted to jest about it, only to be met with vague dismissals. It felt as if the world were unfolding some grand event behind his back, while he remained blissfully ignorant. Redirecting his gaze, he fixated on the towering Ferris wheel. He had to concede that although Chu Zihong typically bore a stoic expression, he certainly had a knack for charming girls, as evidenced by his choice to bring his junior sister to ride the Ferris wheel. Through the glass, Lu Mingfei spotted the silhouettes of the two within a cabin. The massive wheel turned slowly, lowering them towards the platform. Quite romantic, he muttered to himself. Is it? A voice suddenly responded beside him, startling him into nearly jumping. Hey, buddy, you can't just appear out of nowhere like that. It's illegal to scare someone. Lu Mingfei glanced at the man who had unexpectedly materialized behind him. They had met not long ago. He was the uniquely charismatic middle-aged gentleman. Zhou Lan stepped closer, seemingly waiting for someone, his gaze following Lu Mingfei's to the cabin. With a hint of nostalgia, he remarked, humans always yearn for the sky, attempting to encase themselves in grand machines to draw nearer to the heavens. I once felt the same. Lu Mingfei paused, momentarily bewildered by the implication that he himself could soar into the sky. Could this man truly be an angel with wings? At Principal Anger's behest, I am to guide you through the itinerary for the coming days, Zhou Lan stated, and fortuitously, I am also headed to the academy. Lu Mingfei clapped his hands in realization. Indeed, the man was affiliated with Castle Academy, though he hardly appeared to be a mere staff member. His demeanor suggested he was a professor. Having recently enrolled, Lu Mingfei had not encountered him before. After all, with so many foreign instructors at Castle Academy, it was only natural that there would be a Chinese teacher. Ah, a professor. It is an honor to meet you. Lu Mingfei bowed slightly, donning a beaming smile. It made sense that the man knew his name. After all, they had crossed paths before. Despite this being only their second meeting, Lu Mingfei was eager to cultivate a rapport with the professor, uncertain of whether he might select his course in the future. Lowering his voice slightly, he feigned profundity as he spoke. Indeed, how can humans compare to birds? No matter how high we soar, we cannot touch the sky, and even if we could, the moon still looms above us. In truth, his thoughts were consumed with what Chu Zihong might be discussing with the lovely junior sister in the cabin. Zhou Lan regarded him with an amused glance, recognizing the folly in his musings, yet he smiled and nodded. You are correct. The cabin drew near to the platform, its door opening to reveal two vibrant youths within. Upon spotting the two figures waiting outside, Xiami appeared momentarily startled, then broke into a radiant smile. Senior brother, what are you doing here? Chu Zihong glanced at Lu Mingfei before shifting his gaze to Zhou Lan, scrutinizing the uniquely charismatic man. He was certain he had never encountered him before. A person with such an aura would be unforgettable. Ding ding. Professor Zhou Lan, you should know Senior Chu, right? Principal Anger, recognizing our hard work, specially sent someone to accompany us. Lu Mingfei introduced, his excitement palpable. Hard work? He mused, recalling his endeavor to guide Xiami only to be regaled with tales of her brother's tragic story. Chu Zihong lowered his gaze slightly, being a half-blood. He possessed an excellent memory, and he discerned that the man before him was not someone he had previously encountered. He instinctively wondered if Lu Mingfei might have been deceived. Xiami also turned her attention to Zhou Lan. Compared to the other two male classmates, the emotions stirring within her were far more complex. She sensed not a hint of draconic essence in his bloodline, yet her instincts warned her of a faint danger. In an instant, she came to a realization. This man was more perilous than even Principal Anger of Castle Academy. Zhou Lan shifted his gaze to meet hers, offering a gentle smile. Xiami, female, a new student at Castle Academy this year. Simultaneously, she was one of the twin offspring of the Earth and Mountain King, a dragon king wielding authority within the realms of power. She was also one of his targets for this journey. The reason for referring to her as one of many was simple. A singular dragon king was simply too weak, utterly inadequate. Perhaps in this world, the title of Dragon King struck terror in the hearts of many, as it represented absolute dominion, a being that countless individuals both aspired to become and desired to vanquish. Even merely awakening such a being could incite widespread panic. However, to Zhou Lan, possessing dominion over a singular power rendered the Dragon King little more than a tool. Such authority, even if cast into the depths of hell, would scarcely stir a ripple. Dragon Kings were always twins. Only through mutual consumption could they evolve into true kings. Only through the fusion of power and authority could a genuine Dragon King be forged, and only then could Zhou Lan refine them further, rendering their strength barely adequate. Otherwise, the so-called Dragon Kings in this world, in Zhou Lan's eyes, bore little difference from humans, both physically and mentally, equally feeble. A fully realized Dragon King could unleash a word of power capable of obliterating an entire city, and perhaps even exert some influence over the continent. nothing more. Yet, at present, she was merely a lively young girl. Even with the perceptiveness of a Dragon King, she remained utterly oblivious to Zhou Lan's true nature. Perhaps he should instill in her a sense of urgency, compelling her to locate her brother, the other Dragon King, to achieve their ultimate evolution. Xiaomi blinked, her gaze fixed intently on Zhou Lan. The young Dragon King, still uncomprehending of the man before her, would eventually come to grasp the significance of his existence, heralding the culmination of her draconic lineage. Chapter 61. Didn't he tell you not to move? Didn't you hear? Zhou Lan needed to become the catalyst within the narrative, thus naturally accepting the task from anger, taking his place here. Suddenly, Xiaomi's face lit up with excitement as she gazed up at the roller coaster soaring overhead. Let us ride that, she exclaimed, enthusiastically pointing towards the departing tail of the roller coaster. No way. Lu Mingfei gasped, his mouth agape. Zhou Lan turned his attention to the roller coaster racing above them. Named the Serpent of the Courtyard, it soared 50 stories high, reaching speeds of up to 250 kilometers per hour. Truly the most exhilarating roller coaster in the world. Professor Zhou Lan, perhaps you could dissuade her? Lu Mingfei pleaded, his face a mask of dread, his legs feeling weak at the mere sight. I'm not a professor yet. I just started my position. Zhou Lan replied. Senior brother, you wouldn't be thinking of backing out now, would you? Xiaomi teased, narrowing her eyes playfully as she grasped Lu Mingfei's shoulder. Of course not. Lu Mingfei quickly glanced at Chu Zihong. He suddenly realized that even someone as typically cold and composed as Chu Zihong, an exceptional mixed blood, appeared somewhat hesitant at this moment. Hey, senior brother, don't tell me you're afraid to? Lu Mingfei whispered. Chu Zihong's expressionless face twitched slightly. I'm merely afraid of motion sickness. Lu Mingfei felt a surge of joy. A man as formidable as Chu Zihong, who could wield a blade without flinching, was surprisingly apprehensive about roller coasters. Come on, both of you. Xiaomi had already begun to jog ahead. Oh, and we have a new teacher. Let's go together. Xiaomi had no intention of letting them off the hook, already beckoning them from the end of the long queue. As they settled into their seats on the roller coaster, Zhou Lan mimicked Lu Mingfei's actions, fastening the safety harness around his waist with a calm demeanor. Xiaomi, having dragged Chu Zihong to the front row, noticed his pale complexion. Lu Mingfei couldn't help but appreciate that whether on missions or during leisure, he was surrounded by strikingly charismatic men like Xiaomi and Zhou Lan. He briefly wondered if he might be misjudging his own appeal. A glance at Zhou Lan revealed a tranquil expression, reminiscent of a well-seasoned individual who remained unfazed amidst chaos. Reliable adult male, Lu Mingfei suddenly thought. With the mechanical clatter signaling the roller coaster's launch, it accelerated like a supercar, plunging into the flashing red warning lights on either side of the tracks. The immense acceleration pressed all passengers firmly against their seats. As they hurtled through the acceleration tunnel, Zhou Lan heard Lu Mingfei and Chu Zihong's screams mingled with Xiaomi's cheerful laughter. While he remained composed, his demeanor unchanged. The speed was hardly overwhelming. The wind howled past them. He was here with a purpose. The roller coaster, the Serpent in the Courtyard, was destined to encounter a catastrophic track break midway, an opportune moment to subtly reveal himself to Xiaomi, instilling a sense of urgency in the young Dragon King. Of course, there was also another matter he intended to address. As the roller coaster reached its peak, Lu Mingfei let out a wild cheer, feeling a sense of euphoria. Surging 50 stories high, clouds and birds rushed by, rendering everything surreal. He thought he heard a soft sigh near his ear. Brother, you have 9 seconds left. After 9 seconds, no one will be able to save you. A gentle sigh echoed in Lu Mingfei's ears. He froze, scanning his surroundings. Time seemed to stand still. The amusement park enveloped in shades of gray, while the serpent in the courtyard hung, suspended in the air. His self-proclaimed younger brother, the little demon Lu Mingze, sat on the track with an ice cream cone, gazing at him with melancholic eyes. What nonsense are you talking about? Lu Mingfei retorted. Accustomed to Lu Mingze's abrupt temporal manipulations, this self-proclaimed brother possessed unimaginable power but seemed to exist solely within his own world. From Lu Mingze, he had traded a quarter of his life for the formidable strength to slay the Bronze and Fire Kings. A quarter of your life, and I can save everyone, Lu Mingze declared, pointing a finger. Following his gesture, Lu Mingfei saw the clear cracks spreading along the track of the serpent in the courtyard. The track was about to shatter, and from a height of 150 meters, the outcome was inevitable. Help! Lu Mingfei trembled in fear. He glanced at the front row. Chu Zihong gripped the rail tightly, while Xiaomi raised his hands high. Except for Lu Mingze and himself, No one realized the train was hurtling toward doom. How about it? A quarter of your life, and it's all sorted, Luming's attempted. His gaze suddenly narrowing on Zhou Lan. His pupils constricted slightly, revealing a hint of confusion as he reached out towards Zhou Lan's face. Hey, what are you doing? He is a teacher at the academy. Lu Mingfei noticed Lu Ming's unusual behavior. In this frozen world crafted by Lu Mingze, he could do nearly anything. However, the man beside him was merely someone he had just met. Yet, Lu Mingze ignored his protest and extended his hand toward Zhou Lan. In the next instant, Lu Ming's finger froze mid-air. In this photograph-like stasis, he suddenly saw the inscrutable man before him move. Zhou Lan blinked and calmly said, "Did he not tell you to stay still? Didn't you hear?" Silence followed. Lu Ming's eyes widened in shock, while Lu Mingfei was utterly astounded. This was Lu Ming's private domain, an unassailable territory where no one could intrude, not even the principal or the Dragon King. It was akin to an unbreakable cheat. Yet Zhou Lan had shattered that rule. He moved within Lu Ming's realm. A shocking revelation akin to the first person discovering an ancient Egyptian tomb only to find the mummy still alive. "Who are you?" Lu Ming's voice deepened. And Lu Mingfei had never seen him so serious. His youthful face tightened as if confronted with a monster. Zhou Lan rose from his seat, standing upon the cloud-high tracks. It was only then that Lu Mingfei realized he hadn't fastened his safety harness at all. How was he maintaining balance at 250 kilometers per hour on the serpent in the courtyard without being thrown off? Zhou Lan did not answer the question of his identity. He surveyed the surroundings, extending his hand into the air as if grasping something. A suitable source of nourishment. It appears to be just what I need to cultivate what I desire. He turned to Lu Mingze, smiling as he clapped his hands and declared, "All right, it's over." Lu Mingfei watched as Zhou Lan's hands came together, and in that instant, the grayness of the world dissipated. The world returned to normal. The serpent in the courtyard roared onward toward the broken track. Lu Mingfei mechanically turned his head. Zhou Lan had expelled Lu Mingze from the realm he had created. Chapter 62. There is more than one world. The moon is not just one phase. The train bound for hell descended from its apex. Zhou Lan stood calmly on the roller coaster. The wind howled fiercely, making it difficult for Lu Mingfei to open his eyes. He could only see Zhou Lan standing there. The space around him seemingly frozen, the tumultuous wind failing to disturb even the edges of his clothing, as if it dared not approach him. The boy who claimed to be his brother had vanished alongside Zhou Lan's departing applause, leaving no words behind. A hint of bitterness arose in Lu Mingfei's heart. Inexplicably, he felt that something was amiss. At that moment, Zhou Lan suddenly turned his gaze toward him, inquiring, "Lu Mingfei, do you believe you have the makings of a dragon slayer?" Lu Mingfei was taken aback by this peculiar question at such a moment. He instinctively shook his head. Those who inherited dragon blood, known as mixed bloods, possessed supernatural abilities termed word spirits. This cohort of mixed bloods wielded immense power, lurking in the shadows of the world, waiting for the opportunity to slay dragons. This entire world was a battleground between mixed bloods and dragons, and he, Lu Mingfei, could never be a contender in this dragon-slaying endeavor. In his self-perception, he was merely an inconsequential underachiever. For the first 17 years of his life, he had barely made a mark. With the greatest aspiration of marrying the girl he secretly adored in high school and leading a blissfully mundane life. Although the Bronze and Fire Kings had fallen at his hands, it was due to Lu Ming's efforts. True dragon-slaying material should be someone like Chu Zihong, whose stoic demeanor and exceptional capabilities made him an undeniable force. Many have proclaimed him to be exceptionally gifted, the principal of Angers, and a professor at the academy. Upon his admission, he was designated a level hybrid, the highest rank within the institution. He was propelled forward, and his life was similarly thrust along its trajectory. Suddenly, a chilling sound pierced the air, and Lu Mingfei's gaze snapped to the source of the noise. The fissures had finally consumed the entire track. Within half a second, a segment of iron rail detached, twisting grotesquely into a spiral before plummeting to the ground. "This is it," he thought. Despairing screams echoed in his ears. From such a height, even Ultraman Digga would falter, Lu Mingfei mused. In an instant, Chu Zihong reacted, but the serpent of the central courtyard, laden with passengers, reached the severed track almost instantaneously under the force of gravity. The speed was such that there was no time for last words. Just as he turned around, Lu Mingfei's eyes reflected terror, while the previously unseen new teacher stood calmly behind them. In the final moment, Chu Zihong paused, witnessing the other extend a hand. And once again, the bone-cracking sound resonated. The broken track reformed in a thousandth of a second, as if time had reversed, aligning perfectly under an invisible force, rejoining seamlessly. Xiaomi's face paled in that fleeting moment. The serpent of the central courtyard thundered across the track, as steady as a mountain. Throughout, Zhou Lan had performed but a single action. He simply tightened his grip, and thus the world moved in accordance with his will. Everything was well, nothing had transpired. As if it were meant to be, if only Chu Zihong and Lu Mingfei had not witnessed the descent of the track. What kind of formidable power could so effortlessly lift a steel track, thick as a tree stump, laden with passengers? On the platform, Lu Mingfei exhaled sharply. Chu Zihong's complexion was ashen, having nearly witnessed the track separation firsthand from the front row. Footsteps approached as Zhou Lan casually inquired, "How was it? Was it entertaining?" "Not entertaining at all," Lu Mingfei replied, gripping the railing. The serpent of the central courtyard was brought to an abrupt halt, and a group of uniformed personnel rushed up from both sides of the platform to conduct repairs. Many had seen the track's disconnection. It was an unimaginable event, threatening the lives of hundreds. Thankfully, with Zhou Lan's presence, Lu Mingfei managed to finish retching and wiped his mouth. Was it a manifestation of language spirits? Yet he did not see the other activate golden eyes. The golden gaze, almost a hallmark of hybrids, transforms entirely during the use of abilities, a symbol of dragon lineage, often accompanied by an overwhelming sense of pressure. However, Zhou Lan did not possess golden eyes, just like him. Throughout, the color of his pupils had not shifted even slightly. Not even the oppressive aura of dragons had manifested. "Thank you," Chu Zihong managed to say, regaining his composure as he expressed gratitude to Zhou Lan. Regardless, this previously unfamiliar teacher had indeed saved their lives. From such a height, plummeting at a speed of 250 kilometers per hour from 50 stories, even the first-generation dragons would find it dire. Moreover, they were merely hybrids who had inherited bloodlines. Complete dragons were far superior to genetically mixed hybrids, beings that could only be defeated with advanced technological weaponry. As they conversed, the repair personnel descended from the high track, their expressions puzzled as they reported into their walkie-talkies. "To be honest, there appears to be no issue whatsoever. The track is as pristine as it was on the day it was built. I suspect this might be a collective hallucination." On the platform, Chu Zihong quietly regarded Zhou Lan. This was his handiwork. Xiaomi appeared somewhat discontent, having just narrowly escaped death, while Lu Mingfei felt considerably better after expelling the contents of his stomach, seemingly having refined his composure from the recent mission in Bronze City. These two were his juniors, one a year below, and the other 2 years his junior. Thus, Chu Zihong was not as oblivious as they were. As the president of one of the Academy's two major societies, the Lionheart Society, and a seasoned hybrid, he keenly sensed something amiss and stealthily approached Zhou Lan. "What exactly are you?" His voice held an imperceptible tremor of fear, a rare emotion for him. Yet, in the presence of Zhou Lan, even he could only lower his voice to inquire. Hybrids do not possess such power to effortlessly raise a 1,000-ton iron track, nor to meticulously repair it. Among high-level language spirits, indeed, some possess formidable abilities, but that merely pertains to destructive power. For hybrids, the more potent the language spirit, the more challenging it is to control. This is an unassailable truth. Unless, of course, the individual standing before them, appearing so nonchalant, is a dragon king disguised in human form. Thus, he could elegantly raise his hand, causing the world to shift like a stage beneath his command. He clenched his hidden hand tightly, his knuckles turning pale. "Interesting. You, like Angers, have posed the same question," Zhou Lan remarked, glancing at Chu Zihong. His voice rose slightly, ensuring that even Xiaomi, who was eavesdropping, and the Dragon King Yamoja could hear him clearly. "If you could transcend the confines of a singular world as perspective, perhaps many of your questions would cease to be." Chu Zihong shook his head in confusion. Xiaomi, however, blinked, her gaze trembling as she looked at Zhou Lan. In this world, there exists no entity capable of wielding superhuman abilities without possessing dragon lineage, except for one possibility. A notion too audacious for ordinary minds to entertain. What if the other does not belong to this world? Indeed, within this realm, dragon kings are nearly invincible, akin to the supreme masters in martial arts novels, sweeping through the world. But what of the heavens? Xiaomi lifted her head, unaware of the encroaching twilight. The ethereal white moon hung high above everyone, its light dimming momentarily in their sight. The moon had been rising unusually early these days, reminiscent of a product reserved in a store, eagerly showcasing itself to a significant patron. In the days that followed, tranquility prevailed. Xiaomi, once lively, suddenly became subdued, and Lu Mingfei felt somewhat unaccustomed to the absence of her banter. 7 days later, the 1000th branch express finally arrived at the train station. setting off toward the hidden Dragon Slayer Academy, Castle Academy. This institution boasted a classical Western architectural style, with castle-like structures and lush green lawns adorned with pathways of crimson cobblestones. The incident involving the serpent of the central courtyard had been reported to the school, and Chu Zihong and Lu Mingfei would recount every detail, including Zhou Lan's intervention. This should have been a grave topic, the sudden emergence of a being with immense power within the academy. Yet, as the report passed through the principal's office, a hand erased this crucial detail, leaving the board of trustees staring blankly at the straightforward summary. Are you saying that 3 students single-handedly managed to realign a track weighing at least 1,000 tons? Anger scoffed. Do you take me for a fool? In Rome, Italy, Franz Tagitis sat behind an opulent desk, laughing derisively at his assistant, Pasigatus. The Tagitis family, one of the primary financiers of Castle Academy's board of trustees, was also a core member of a hybrid organization known as the Secret Party, wielding immeasurable power and wealth. They were also one of Ajay's greatest headaches among the board members. We should have replaced Anger's long ago. As for the Dragon King's dragon bones, they should not be buried beneath the academy. That was rightfully ours. In the whispers of legend, the dragon bone serves as a vessel of power and authority, should one successfully decipher the strength contained within it. The prospect of immortality would not merely be a fantasy. Meanwhile, in the office of the academy's president, the conversation unfolds. So, you mean to suggest that the opinions of the Gattuso family should be considered regarding the Dragonbone Cross of the Bronze and Fire King? Zhou Lan gazes at Anger, who sits behind the desk. Anger nods, his eyes fixed on Zhou Lan. He is a formidable man, revealing his origins without the slightest concealment. He does not belong to this world. It is no wonder that, despite Norma's extensive searches, no information about him could be found. Yet Zhou Lan possesses immense power, capable of obliterating the might of the Dragon King. Engaging in a transaction with such a person carries considerable risks, but Anger seems unfazed. Even at their first meeting, he has struck a deal with Zhou Lan, regardless of the nature of the power, as long as it can vanquish the Dragon Clan. Anger is more than willing to sweep aside any dust and warmly welcome even a demon. The board of directors presents significant resistance. They covet the dragon bone with the same fervor that a dog has for a meat bone, not to mention the numerous external forces at play. Anger lights a cigar with a flamboyant lighter, embodying an old gentleman who epitomizes elegance in every facet. His attire, demeanor, and every gesture exude sophistication. He savors the finest red wines, indulges in the most exquisite cigars, drives the sleekest sports cars, and wears the most luxurious watches. Even his suit is adorned with a striking red rose pinned to the lapel. All luxuries harmonize with him. Indeed, one must acknowledge his elegance upon first glance. Yet, in the presence of Zhou Lan, even this flamboyant figure must concede a certain inferiority. Some elegance is constructed from wealth and status, while others emanate intrinsically. He is well acquainted with all luxuries befitting a man, yet he cannot discern the brand of Zhou Lan's suit, which appears as if conjured from thin air. The man bears no embellishments to enhance his presence. Apart from his attire, everything else is stripped down to the bare essentials. Nevertheless, Zhou Lan's aura remains undiminished, emanating a natural essence born from within. A term suddenly springs to Anger's mind, ancient charm. It is akin to a treasure unearthed from millennia past, exuding an innate grace refined by the passage of time. Standing before Zhou Lan, he experiences a disconcerting detachment, as if gazing upon an antique in a museum. As a seasoned collector, Anger has traveled to China, a country steeped in history. He recalls wandering through a museum there, where he encountered a bronze mask unearthed over 1,000 years ago. Behind glass, he found himself locked in a gaze with the mask, its antiquity radiating an aura of time-worn elegance. The artist of that ancient age had etched the essence of an era into every intricate line of the mask. The glass of the museum delineates 2 epochs, much like the feelings he experiences now in Zhou Lan's presence. Zhou Lan bears a resemblance to that bronze mask. His facial lines are equally sharp and defined, and from their first encounter until now, his expression remains as tranquil as still water, seemingly indifferent to everything. He does not smile nor exhibit excitement or any other emotion. Perhaps Anger muses, if you can resolve these troubles, I would gladly gift you that dragon bone. He gestures with an outstretched hand, the cigar held delicately between his fingers. The bronze mask appears to respond. Is it truly that simple? Anger's lips twitch, and he exhales a plume of smoke, stating, the families within the board of directors are essentially at the core of the secret society, wielding astonishing power. Nearly half of the wealth in this world belongs to them. He leaves unspoken thoughts lingering. In his mind, Zhou Lan has nearly become synonymous with entities like the Dragon King. Yet even the Dragon King is not omnipotent. This is the modern age, where an array of advanced technologies proliferates. No matter how formidable a carbon-based life form may be, all must bow beneath the mushroom cloud of a nuclear explosion. The secret society possesses the means to wield such power. Zhou Lan's gaze gradually shifts downward, as if he peers through barriers into a depth of nearly 100 meters, landing upon the Academy's underground, at the very core of an alchemical matrix. The skeletal remains, resembling a crucifix, known as the Dragon Bone Cross, stands serenely in that place. I believe you're mistaken, Zhou Lan asserts. The Dragon Bone holds little value for me. Oh? Anger narrows his eyes. I am merely a scholar. Taking this opportunity to conduct some research, Zhou Lan replies. Everyone wishes to study it. Anger expresses some confusion. Sensing that Zhou Lan's gaze seems to imply he is already aware that the Dragon Bone is hidden deep within the Academy. The ice cellar's lowest level, called the Abyss of Annihilation, is the safest place in the entire Academy and the most suitable for concealment. Perhaps Zhou Lan does not fully understand the secret society, but Anger believes he has explained sufficiently and expects Zhou Lan to abandon his pursuit. As night falls, Zhou Lan declares, I will personally retrieve it. Anger's lips move, seemingly on the verge of saying something, yet he remains seated in his specially crafted comfortable chair until Zhou Lan departs, only to be jolted by the burning of the cigarette but against his lips. Chapter 64. The Ice Cellar's Depths, a lively gathering. The Dragon Bone Cross, both in substance and significance, is invaluable in this world. It presents the opportunity to study the authority of the Dragon King, and conversely, it can be transformed into the Philosopher's Stone, a weapon known as the Fifth Element. Zhou Lan's intentions regarding this object are straightforward. The authority of the Bronze and Fire King holds little significance for him, as the Holy Lord has already departed from hell, rendering any similar artifact unnecessary. However, he seeks merely to glimpse whether the world's authority aligns with his aspirations, to ascertain if it serves as a suitable substitute for the spell he desires to replace. For Anger, this is not a query but a notification. The possessions favored by the Demon of the Moon cannot escape, even if they take flight. That night, beneath the Academy, in the Ice Cellar, the Dragon Bone Cross of the Bronze and Fire King is securely stored, heavily fortified, rivaling the safety of the 13th District. Zhou Lan does not approach through the front entrance. Instead, he selects a spot and directly opens a passage from the ground. With a resounding rumble akin to an earthquake, he forcibly creates a dark tunnel resembling a deep well. Gravity elevates his form, suspending him within the tunnel, as the earth beneath him parts to the sides, as if a colossal shield machine were clearing his path, yet at a much swifter pace. He plunges into the water, navigating through the stainless steel pipes that circulate water to the ice cellar. In silence, a repulsive force pushes the water within the pipes away in all directions, flowing upward through the passage he has forged, as if fearing his very presence. Suddenly, he catches a whiff of a familiar scent. It seems someone has gotten ahead of me, Zhou Lan murmurs, as the repulsive force disperses the water, allowing him to drift leisurely toward the Abyss of Annihilation where the Dragon Bone is stored. This scent he had only recently encountered. Summerme, or the Dragon King Jormungandr, has come to seize the Dragon Bone of the Bronze and Fire King. It appears we have chosen the same path. Zhou Lan hums an unnamed tune, his figure ethereal as the water parts to grant him passage. Meanwhile, a shadow resembling a fish swims effortlessly through the currents, the figure of Summerme, who breezes past the layers of defenses in the ice cellar, reaching its lowest depths. Ahead lies a dead end. The pipeline extends in another direction, and the shadow stands against the wall, extending a hand to unleash her own domain. With a gentle push, she breaks through the wall of the pipe end, cutting her wrist, allows her blood to seep into the water, using her high-purity dragon blood to obliterate the protective spell array that obstructs her path. The shadow continues forward, revealing a vast natural cavern before her, at the center of which stands a circular metallic altar. The Dragon Bone Cross of the King of Bronze and Fire lies quietly in this place. The shadow has come here for this very reason. She ascends the altar, gazing upon the relic, murmuring, "We meet again." Her tone is somewhat detached, her gaze fixed upon the desiccated remains of a boy. The copper-hued bones interlock seamlessly, with delicate arms outstretched, grasping the slender bones that once formed a pair of wings, reminiscent of Jesus nailed to the cross. In the world of hybrids, the Dragon Bone Cross is also referred to as the Holy Grail, a testament to its preciousness. The shadow's gaze drops, and she slices open her artery, allowing her dragon blood to flow freely, attempting to awaken the dormant skeleton before her. "Rise, Constantine," she whispers, invoking the name of one of the twin sons of the King of Bronze and Fire, the very name of the skeletal figure. Time passes slowly, yet the bones remain undisturbed, nourished by the dragon's blood. The Dragon King is notoriously difficult to kill, but this skeleton has truly succumbed to death. The King of Bronze and Fire has irrevocably vanished from this world. The shadow's eyes brim with despair as she embraces the remains, her heart heavy with a shared sorrow. In the next moment, she turns her head to another shadow lurking not far away. "I apologize, it seems I have interrupted your endeavors." The other shadow stretches languidly. She possesses a remarkable physique. Even as a mere shadow, her graceful curves are evident. Zhou has also come for the dragon bone. Not affiliated with Castle Academy or the secret society, she operates under her own organization, working for an individual known as the boss. The task of stealing the dragon bone had been assigned by the boss prior. Though she has been unable to contact him lately, she still feels compelled to fulfill her duty. Hence her arrival. The shadow ignites a torch, her gaze fixed on Zhou. With arms crossed, her long hair tied into a high ponytail, two sharp blades secured to her striking legs, she inquires, "I come to pay tribute to a friend. What brings you here?" The shadow speaks nonchalantly, seemingly unperturbed by the unexpected encounter. "Why, to steal, of course." Zhou gestures toward the dragon bone on the altar, casting her gaze into the darkness beyond. However, it appears we are not the only ones interested in this treasure. As if in response, a third voice emerges from the shadows where their gazes converge. How ironic that so many vermin would emerge in the ice cellar so rigorously guarded by Castle Academy. The third figure sighs. "Vermin? Aren't you just another thief?" Zhou smirks. At that moment, the third figure steps into the light, clad in a light gray suit with a cravat, appearing as if attending a soiree. "Pasagatuso," he states boldly, "as a member of the Board of Trustees, everything within the Academy is the board's property, and I, Pasagatuso, have every right to inspect it." As he finishes speaking, applause resounds. A figure wearing a KFC paper bag over his head emerges, his appearance eliciting suppressed laughter. "What a lively gathering. Mind if I join?" he asks. The unexpected fourth individual reveals himself from the subterranean ice cellar. "This complicates matters. It seems we all aim for the dragon bone," Zhou remarks with resignation. "It appears we must resort to more primal methods." "I second that." KFC man raises his hand, his muscular frame imposing. The atmosphere in the cavern grows tense. All four present share the same objective, and none are to be trifled with. The shadow closest to the dragon bone suddenly exhales deeply. She stands slowly, saying nothing, casting a final glance at the relic before surveying the others. "To vie with me, one must possess qualifications. Then it seems we lack the necessary qualifications." Zhou smiles charmingly. "Indeed," the shadow shakes her head. In that instant, a visible, translucent field rapidly expands from her center, fracturing the metallic altar beneath, sweeping toward the remaining three like a hammer. Within the field, the magnetic forces shift violently, and countless shredded metallic fragments are propelled into the air, coalescing into a palpable aura of lethal intent. This is the power of a word spirit, an unknown and extraordinarily formidable one. The other three individuals' expressions change dramatically. KFC man's muscles swell as he hastily channels his own word spirit, attempting to counter the field's expansion. Pasagatuso reacts even more swiftly, his singular golden eye gleaming intensely as he unleashes his silent domain to clash with the encroaching force. Only Zhou remains motionless, her word spirit, the veil of the underworld, a master of concealment. Yet, against such a powerful word spirit's all-encompassing assault, she possesses no means of resistance. All have underestimated the shadow's might. The situation tilts precariously after she unleashes her word spirit. The swirling metallic shards wreak havoc. Even the dragonbone cross at the altar cannot withstand such destruction. The three watch in despair as the skeletal remains are gradually decimated amid the chaos. This power is far beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. Pasagatuso draws an antique flintlock from his coat, prepared to make a desperate stand. The shadow crushes them almost instantaneously. From the outset, this was never a fair contest. Just then, torrents of water erupt from above, cascading to the ground. Following is a rhythmic applause. The applause halts, and the voice from above resonates in the cavern, as if the speaker stands suspended in midair. I ask you, what are you ruffians doing with my belongings? Chapter 65. Leave professional matters to the professionals. The swirling metallic fragments freeze in midair at the sound of the newcomer's voice, and the shadow's expression shifts dramatically. Your belongings? Does this relic have an owner? Giodamai's face pales. She barely escapes the impending danger as the metallic shards nearly slice into her flesh. Forcing herself to remain composed, the situation has evidently spiraled beyond control. The appearance of the fifth person seems to intimidate the shadow at the altar. KFC man halts, gazing upward, confusion evident in the eye holes of the paper bag. The Dragonbone Cross is the property of the Board of Trustees, Pasagatuso asserts firmly. Is that so? The fifth person replies softly, this afternoon, anger entrusted it to me. Anger? That scoundrel. Pasagatuso grits his teeth, he has no authority. Indeed, the fifth person concurs, but regrettably. I do. As his words settle, he descends from the air into the shadow's word spirit domain, effortlessly parting the debris. Four pairs of eyes turn toward him in unison. He is a man of considerable charm, dressed in a suit, his long hair styled in a bun, exuding a casual demeanor as if he were merely passing by on a spring outing. Zhou Lan. He stands resolutely on the battlefield, suspended in midair, unabashedly meeting the gazes of the others. Quite elegant, but I must confess, I prefer younger handsome fellows, Giodamai quips, even after narrowly escaping a life-and-death situation. Zhou Lan's gaze shifts to her, his eyes narrowing. Giodamai's expression changes abruptly, an overwhelming sense of danger pricking at her spine. With a subtle flick of his fingers, she is propelled backward, crashing against the cavern wall with a dull thud. Disrespecting the elders, lacking in manners. Zhou Lan remarked with a hint of indifference. From the very moment he appeared, he became the sole focus of attention. His gaze swept across the others, a faint smile gracing his lips as he spoke. All right, children, the game of house is over. Let us leave this to the elders. In that instant, Parky swiftly loaded a bullet infused with the Philosopher's Stone into his firearm and pulled the trigger. The antiquated flintlock erupted, launching the bullet towards Zhou Lan with astonishing speed. The man, unprotected in every regard, became the target of a projectile bearing the name of the fifth element. Should it strike, even the Dragon King would be affected. This was Parky's ultimate move. He had come with a mission, determined that no one should abscond with the dragon bone. However, unexpectedly, the shadow that had been wreaking havoc and nearly annihilating them all suddenly fell silent upon Zhou Lan's arrival. As Parky pondered this anomaly, a tremendous force collided with him, propelling him against the stone wall. His bones shattered in an instant, and beneath his golden locks, his one golden eye dulled. A wave of shock swept through him, and he spat out blood. He had not even caught sight of his assailant's movements before he found himself utterly depleted of strength, unable to muster the energy to reignite his golden eye. A creeping dread enveloped him, akin to ants crawling over his skin. This was a monster, without a doubt. Zhou Lan regarded the bullet containing the Philosopher's Stone, allowing it to come to a halt beside him, stripped of its momentum and crashing to the ground. The bullet cannot touch me. You will have ample time to grasp this truth, for I shall not take your life, he declared, crushing the bullet and fixing his gaze on the incapacitated Parky. I shall spare your existence, for it remains your only value. Return to the Gattuso family. Inform the Board of Trustees, and tell them of the elder's presence. He extended a finger, and Parky's form was lifted as if he were a mere insect, soaring along the path Zhou Lan had traversed, thrusting him into the stream of water, expelled through the aperture he had created. He lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. And as for you, his gaze turned to Mr. Kentucky. Let me be clear, I surrender. Mr. Kentucky quickly raised his hands. A wise choice. Zhou Lan nodded slightly, for he was no bloodthirsty demon. Very well. You need not concern yourself. I shall take my leave post-haste, Mr. Kentucky bowed repeatedly before vanishing into the shadows. What an amusing fellow, Zhou Lan mused, fully aware of his identity. Fingal, a close friend of Lu Mingfei, a rather elusive individual. Surveying his surroundings, Zhou Lan's gaze landed upon the shadow at the altar's center. He recognized who it was. The individual who could elude everyone else could not escape his acute sense of presence. Yet Zhou Lan did not rush to confront her. Instead, he gently descended to the wall's edge, his eyes fixed on the pale, bloodless woman beneath. Had I known, I would have refrained from idle chatter, Giodamai uttered, panting. Several of her bones were fractured, waves of pain assaulting her, yet she managed to endure. She tilted her head to gaze at the figure before her. Truly terrifying, she remarked. More lethal than the pain was the oppressive aura emanating from the man, heavy as a mountain, suffocating everyone beneath its weight. making even breathing a laborious task. The Elder? This was the first time she had heard such a name. Is it my turn? Geodamai managed a feeble smile. She was not one to fear death. Life is fraught with surprises. Akin to encountering a car crash on the road or facing an entity comparable to the Dragon King while on a mission, it seemed rather normal. Your employer has likely gone missing recently? Zhou Lan spoke with an air of detachment. The moment his words fell, Geodamai's expression shifted drastically. She sensed something far more dreadful than death escaping Zhou Lan's lips. What have you done to him? She gritted her teeth, fear flickering in her eyes. Her words spilling forth. Her employer, in a sense, was Lu Mingze, the very Lu Mingze who engaged in banter and transactions with Lu Mingfei. I had a brief encounter with him, Zhou Lan replied with a gentle smile. He made a minor error. After all, he is just a reckless child. A few days of confinement will suffice. His tone was neither light nor heavy, yet it struck Geodamai like a cataclysm. Her employer was no ordinary individual. Rather, he was almost omnipotent in her eyes. If he desired, he could acquire all the riches, power, and status in the world in an instant. Yet such a person had vanished without a trace, merely for Zhou Lan's assertion of a minor error? No wonder he had gone missing recently, Geodamai thought. Terror gripping her. He must have left behind many plans before his departure, Zhou Lan continued. Geodamai nodded. Concerning Lu Mingfei, Zhou Lan pressed on. Geodamai nodded once more, finding herself unable to fabricate lies in the presence of this formidable being. He was asking her with the knowledge of the answers. Excellent. Your sincerity towards the Elder is commendable. Zhou Lan casually waved his hand. You still hold value. Suddenly, Geodamai felt a shift in her perception. She was flying close to the ground, and in the blink of an eye, she plunged into the water. Upon reopening her eyes, she discovered Parky Gattuso lying nearby. Barely clinging to life. A monster, she murmured in disbelief. In the cavern, Zhou Lan slowly turned. Gravity clearing the remnants of debris in the air as he descended before the shadow. Throughout Zhou Lan's emergence, she had not moved a muscle. Centered around the altar, an irresistible force had enveloped her the instant Zhou Lan appeared, rendering any movement a distant fantasy. She was not silent. Rather, she was utterly immobilized. Who are you? The shadow's voice was elongated as if dragged by gravity. She was nearly certain that he had unequivocally discerned her identity. He had deliberately bound her, keeping her for last. He must have his own motives. This being known as the Elder was a terrifying presence from another world. Xiami, Zhou Lan stated. It is I, Yemengate. Zhou Lan called her name once more. Xiami fell silent. She felt her body becoming riddled with wounds, exposed under Zhou Lan's unwavering gaze. Like a squirrel trapped beneath the scorching sun, she felt utterly bare. The man's gaze was strikingly raw, penetrating all. Yet the focus of his attention was not her physical form nor her soul, but something far more significant. Go find your brother, Zhou Lan gestured, shattering the realm of spoken words and propelling her out of the ice cavern. Thus, the world fell silent at last. Zhou Lan finally turned his attention to the skeletal remains before him, the dragon bone of the king of bronze and fire. Bronze and fire, he murmured to himself. Verification of this authority shall not pose a challenge. Such matters should be entrusted to specialists. Coincidentally, a certain professional individual should be rather unoccupied at present. As the image of that individual surfaced in his mind, Zhou Lan's lips involuntarily curled into a smile. In the underground ice cavern of Castle Academy, a golden light suddenly flickered into existence. A golden portal materialized within the cavern. Simultaneously, the master, reclining in his opulent mansion, abruptly opened his eyes. He gazed at the golden portal that had unexpectedly appeared before him, from which emanated a familiar aura. Brother? He called into the portal. The echo reverberated through the cavern, reaching Zhou Lan's ears. He responded, It is I. Chapter 66. Borrowing a wisp of the fire demon's essence, Zhou Lan emerged from the portal, landing before the master. The master quickly rose, dismissing his servants. Zhou Lan's return, mere moments after his departure, signified he had matters to discuss. Brother? He inquired. Zhou Lan extended his hand, gravity cradling the dragon bone of the king of bronze and fire, slowly presenting it to the master. With a smile, he said, Taste it. A flicker of realization crossed the heart of the Lord, affirming his instincts. Indeed, the sense of being thought of in recent days stemmed from his elder brother. Yet, he had not anticipated that even after crossing into another realm, the other still harbored thoughts of him, even to the extent of returning to bestow some local specialties. He nodded slightly, his demeanor serious, as a wisp of fiery demonic energy enveloped the withered bones, reducing them to mere powder in an instant. "How is it?" Zhou Lan inquired, gazing at him. "Very faint," the Lord remarked, "somewhat akin to my demonic energy, yet of considerably lesser potency. It holds little value for me at this juncture." "How low?" Zhou Lan furrowed his brow, needing to ascertain whether this power could meet his minimum requirements. In his living days, it might have served as a minor supplement, but not significantly. Zhou Lan closed his eyes in contemplation. The Lord implied that the power and authority contained within these bones were rather rudimentary, yet if it were the living Dragon King, it would likely suffice. After all, enhancements were still necessary. If the dominion of the Bronze and Fire Kings could serve as a supplement, then surely that of the Earth and Mountain Kings could as well. With this thought, Zhou Lan felt reassured. He relaxed his brow, casting a gentle smile towards his brother. If anger were present, witnessing Zhou Lan's demeanor, he would undoubtedly overturn his initial impression of him. Zhou Lan was not devoid of smiles, nor was he perpetually indifferent. Rather, it depended on who stood before this elder. Suddenly, a most intriguing and delightful thought flashed through Zhou Lan's mind. "My brother," Zhou Lan spoke, "I require your assistance." As his words settled, the Lord's excitement surged instantaneously. In the blink of an eye, his aura intensified, a formidable presence sweeping across the realm, altering the very hue of the sky. "The gods are ever present," he intoned gravely. Zhou Lan chuckled softly, gesturing for him to calm down. The Lord's demeanor suggested that a mere utterance from Zhou Lan could compel him to rush out, regardless of who stood before him. "I need to borrow your demonic energy." "Ah, I see." The Lord's energy receded in an instant, rendering the atmosphere clear, as if nothing had transpired. He then extended his hand, powerful flames coalescing into a formidable mass that swiftly filled the courtyard. Perhaps fearing it insufficient, he separated a large portion, inquiring tentatively, "Is this enough?" Gazing at the immense mass of demonic energy before him, resembling a small mountain, Zhou Lan displayed a hint of exasperation, waving his hand dismissively. "That's too much." "Too much?" The Lord was taken aback, retracting half. Zhou Lan replied, "Cut it down by half again." The Lord promptly followed suit. Zhou Lan envisioned a figure in his mind, assessing once more. "Still too much. Reduce it further." After a moment, the Lord stared at the minuscule wisp of energy resting in his claw, bewildered. Seeing that Zhou Lan seemed poised to speak again, he hastily interjected, "Brother, it cannot be diminished any further." At this moment, that wisp of energy could be replenished with a mere squint, and any less would be genuinely insufficient. "Very well." Zhou Lan smiled, accepting the fragment of fiery demonic energy from the Lord. A golden portal opened behind him as he faced the Lord, gradually stepping back into the gateway. The golden light enveloped him, exuding an indescribable grandeur. It was not until the portal closed that the Lord blinked, momentarily dazed. He had come and gone in a flash, traversing myriad realms, with only one destination in mind, Castle Academy. The earthquake from the previous night spread like wildfire within the academy, igniting fervent discussions across the forum. Akin to a bubbling cauldron, there was no shortage of gossip in the world, whether among hybrids or ordinary humans. The forum primarily debated who had created a great chasm in the academy's surface, a question that was destined to remain unanswered. In the dormitory, Lu Mingfei wore a troubled expression as he munched on potato chips. His roommate, Finger, had half of his body dangling off the bed, reaching for Lu Mingfei's chip bag. A knock echoed twice before halting abruptly. "Who is it?" Lu Mingfei opened the door, astonished to see the visitor's face. "Teacher Zhou Lan," with the light casting a glow. Finger peered outside, nearly tumbling off the bed in shock. "Cough, cough," he cleared his throat. "I'm so tired. It's time for bed." With that, he disregarded the situation and hastily buried himself under the covers. He had already uncovered some information about Zhou Lan, who seemed to be collaborating with Principal Anger at the academy. Did Anger really give him the dragon bone? Finger's mind raced with thoughts. This man was undeniably powerful. The pressure exerted in the ice cellar last night felt akin to that of a deity's presence. Every movement was beyond resistance. "Is he here to see Lu Mingfei? Do you need something from me?" Lu Mingfei asked, puzzled. Zhou Lan nodded slightly, casting a glance around the somewhat chaotic dormitory. "Let us converse here." As soon as he spoke, Finger fell to the ground with a thud, still clad in his pajamas, and bolted from the room, exclaiming, "You all chat. I just remembered a junior is looking for me for a date." He dashed out of the dormitory. Lu Mingfei was left in a state of bewilderment. It was hard to believe that anyone would seek Finger out for a date. Did he seem to fear Zhou Lan? As Finger's figure disappeared, Zhou Lan smiled. He held no disdain for those who were considerate. He stepped into the dormitory, and the door closed of its own accord. Is there something you need from me? Lu Mingfei sat quietly on the edge of his bed, using fingers discarded clothing to wipe his fingers of chip residue. This teacher had saved his life, and although somewhat enigmatic, he appeared to harbor no ill intentions. His gaze fell upon Zhou Lan's feet. Now he could confirm that the latter was indeed not touching the ground. The seemingly grounded leather shoes hovered slightly above the surface, though it appeared as though he walked. His steps were taken in the air. This was an extraordinary being, Lu Mingfei was certain. The entire academy was shrouded in the Night Watchman's incantations, under strictures that rendered ordinary individuals incapable of utilizing their abilities. Yet, Zhou Lan seemed to wield his powers freely. The only conclusion being that he surpassed the Night Watchman significantly, to the extent of completely disregarding their restrictions. Moreover, Zhou Lan had managed to expel the little devil, Lu Mingze, from his domain. This was an entity of incomprehensible strength, and it appeared he wished to engage in conversation with Lu Mingfei. Chapter 67. Call out his name. The little devil you traded with has likely been too preoccupied to attend to you lately, Zhou Lan began. Lu Mingfei's realization dawned. So that's why that little brat hasn't shown up recently. What is it like to make a deal with the devil? Zhou Lan inquired, his gaze fixed upon him. Not great. Lu Mingfei shuddered slightly, recalling his previous encounter with Lu Mingze, which cost him a quarter of his life. With devils, one must always pay a price. Lu Mingze's demands were steep. He refrained from probing how Zhou Lan knew all of this, for he was capable of forcibly confining Lu Mingze. You seem rather melancholic of late. Huh? Am I that obvious? Lu Mingfei scratched his head, his gaze lowered, appearing somewhat listless. More than that. If sorrow were a form of incantation, your domain would never cease, Zhou Lan chuckled. Is it due to the engagement between Caesar Gattuso and Shin Madong? What? You all know? Lu Mingfei slumped against the bed, feeling like a puddle of mud. It was as if everyone in the world was aware of his feelings. Wondering who his crush was, everything about him seemed laid bare, as transparent as a blank sheet of paper. Caesar Gattuso, an exceptional hybrid, heir to the Gattuso family. A born leader, handsome and wealthy. Of course, he was also the rightful boyfriend of the girl Lu Mingfei secretly admired. Shin Madong, known as Nono, is the enchanting senior who rescued Lu Mingfei from his melancholic state and is currently the object of his secret affection. You cannot compete with Caesar. Especially in matters of love, Zhou Lan remarked mercilessly. Are you here to help me see reality? Lu Mingfei pouted. Do you believe you possess any qualities that surpass his? Zhou Lan inquired. Lu Mingfei fell into contemplation, and after a long pause, he shook his head. He never considered himself someone who could be associated with excellence. Even in the act of slaying the king of bronze and fire, it was Lu Mingze's merit. That power did not belong to him, ultimately. He was merely a failure. A failure should lie quietly in a corner, awaiting the flames to extinguish and transform into a charred stick, subsequently crushed into dust by those who hold power. I understand you wish to enlighten me. In truth, I am aware of everything. After all, I am but a lump of mud, and mud cannot support a wall, Lu Mingfei muttered. Upon hearing this, Zhou Lan shook her head. Mud can indeed support a wall. Not all mud is destined to languish in the mire. It merely requires a flame to harden it. Easier said than done. Where is such a flame that could transform me, this lump of mud, into bricks? Lu Mingfei sighed, admitting that turning to ash was more plausible. Lu Mingze had vanished, and he no longer even had the opportunity to bargain with the devil. Zhou Lan stood before him and slowly extended her hand. The devil has been driven away by the demon, thus a new opportunity for a transaction lies before you, Lu Mingfei, she stated calmly. A demon that abides by promises and integrity seeks no loopholes and requires no contract. The cost is remarkably low. In her outstretched hand, a flame blazed brightly, illuminating Lu Mingfei's face. His expression morphed into one of visible shock. He had witnessed Chu Zihong wielding the language of spirits, known as Junyan, which signified a temperature capable of melting steel. Yet the flame that danced in Zhou Lan's palm bore no heat. It merely floated there, serene and resplendent. From that flame, he sensed a chilling aura. As his gaze sharpened, a pair of vertical pupils flashed before him like an illusion, the flame nearly scorching his vision. Why do you wish to help me? What do I have that is worthy? Lu Mingfei curled up, hugging his knees. I have already stated, this is a transaction. A pact with the demon, Zhou Lan replied unhurriedly. Besides, your words are rather sweet, aren't they? This power, he paused. Images of the Saint Lord slicing away demonic energy flickering in his mind. It is formidable. In comparison, the language spirit Junyan appears as a firefly against the sun. And the cost is but one thing, Zhou Lan explained. What is the cost? Lu Mingfei raised his head. He was not a fool. Having read numerous novels and watched countless anime, he understood that greater power comes with a greater price. If Zhou Lan's description was accurate, this power far surpassed Junyan, implying that its cost could be more terrifying than a quarter of one's life. Could it be the kind of ultimate move that could only be used once in a lifetime, leading to immediate demise? No, Zhou Lan asserted firmly. It does not require life, nor is it a one-time use. This is a power that is directly bestowed and remains constant. The sole price is your faith. Faith. Lu Mingfei pondered this term. He felt as if he were watching an anime or walking down the street when suddenly an elderly man resembling a wandering monk selected him, offering a stack of martial arts manuals and asking which one he wished to cultivate. Meanwhile, he stood there, sniffling and licking a lollipop, pulling out a manual called the Buddha's Palm. Is this an alien evil god? Lu Mingfei shuddered. You may interpret it that way, but it is not an evil god. Zhou Lan nodded slowly. I was joking. There is no such thing as something from beyond the world. That is more common in anime, Lu Mingfei replied, reaching out slowly towards the flame. The little devil he had been negotiating with had disappeared. And now another demon had emerged to make a deal with him. Was he inherently suited to be sold? His gaze sank into the fire. Could a lump of mud, through the searing flames, become a hard brick? He was curious about the answer to that question. It seems you have made your choice, Zhou Lan said with a smile. Of course. After all, what is the harm in trying? It's merely faith. I believed in Rei Ayanami during high school. And I didn't have an Eva descend from the heavens for me, Lu Mingfei rambled nonsensically. Regardless, Lu Mingze had disappeared, and perhaps soon. The entire world of superpowers would drift away from him. He could never return to the past, to everything in that small southern city. If, at this moment, someone claiming to be a demon emerged and asked him if he desired power stronger than his invincible senior Chu S. Junyan, and the cost was merely an ethereal faith, it would be a disservice to his years of watching anime not to give it a try. He reached out to grasp the flame. The instant his fingers made contact, he suddenly understood passively what it was. Demon energy of fire. This was the true name of the flame. The fiery demon energy surged into his entire being, enveloping him in flames before vanishing without a trace. He patted himself, feeling as if nothing had occurred. Is that it? He wondered. He had expected something akin to the martial arts novels, where one would undergo a transformation, opening the meridians and becoming invincible. What kind of language spirit is this? Lu Mingfei questioned, pondering that if it were a language spirit, it should be spoken in the dragon script. This language spirit bears no name, Zhou Lan replied with a peculiar tone. When you use it, you simply need to call out the name of its master. I understand. Lu Mingfei exclaimed, spreading his arms theatrically, praying to the heavens, or rather, to the divine, and expecting a response. So what name should I call out? Demon Lord? He danced with excitement. The divine. Zhou Lan replied coolly. The divine? Lu Mingfei repeated softly. The moment the words left his lips, a powerful flame engulfed his entire body. He was utterly astonished, gazing at Zhou Lan in disbelief and stammering. Teacher, are you serious? What else would it be? Zhou Lan smiled. I thought you were joking. Chapter 68. Mingfei drifting half a lifetime. Yet to meet a wise master, Lu Mingfei felt as if he were on fire. He glanced at his hands and body, suddenly realizing his instincts were correct. He truly was ablaze. Threads of flame clung to him, emanating as if from his very marrow. This fire was not particularly scorching. It felt as though he had been draped in a magnificent garment. Gradually, he calmed from his initial panic. Zhou Lan had not deceived him. If this was indeed a pact with a demon, then, as the demon, Zhou Lan was remarkably trustworthy. To be honest, Lu Mingfei could not help but believe her. After all, Zhou Lan had an appearance that seemed incapable of deceit. Such a person would merely trample over any ulterior motives, for lies were likely foreign to her. The aura that Zhou Lan exuded was profoundly transparent. As the flames dissipated, Lu Mingfei examined himself once more. His outstretched wrist and fingertips were now adorned with dense, grayish-green scales that surged forth. He hurriedly reached up to touch his face, feeling the scales growing from his jawline towards his cheeks. Is this dragon transformation? Lu Mingfei murmured. When a hybrid's bloodline surpasses 50% of the threshold, dragon-like traits naturally emerge on the body. The more one surpasses the threshold, the more pronounced the dragon traits become. And the cost is an uncontrollable power and nearly frenzied side effects. For fundamentally, dragon bloodlines are inherently bloodthirsty. Yet now, he had seamlessly entered a state of dragon transformation. Was there an uncontrollable force within him? No. A clear mind? Still intact. Effortlessly simple, akin to swiftly consuming half a bottle of cola, it posed no challenge whatsoever. Remarkably, this occurred under the vigilant watch of the night watchmen and their sacred edicts, and yet he seamlessly transformed into a dragon without the slightest sensation of restraint. Lu Mingfei cast a disbelieving glance at Zhou Lan, who might very well be a demon, powerful enough to bestow strength at will. A benevolent figure granting favors today and sharing his might tomorrow. Could it be that this lump of clay could indeed be uplifted? He picked up his phone from the bedside, scrutinizing his reflection in the dark glass, momentarily frozen, as he shook his hands around his eye sockets. His golden eyes were absent, and dragon transformation was a state reached after surpassing the threshold of blood. The more prominent the dragon lineage, the more pronounced the golden eyes should be. High-blood hybrids often wielded golden eyes that could intimidate those of lower lineage. Yet, despite his evident dragon transformation, his pupils remained unchanged, imbued with a hint of naive clarity. Lu Mingfei's puzzled gaze shifted to Zhou Lan, who, with an air of calm, placed his hands before him, exuding an unhurried demeanor. "You must grasp a fundamental truth," he stated. "What truth?" "I'm listening," Lu Mingfei replied, momentarily taken aback. Zhou Lan continued, "Only hybrids require golden eyes, whereas a king merely needs to occupy his throne." With a downward press of his palm, a gravitational force compelled Lu Mingfei to sit at the edge of the bed. In an instant, Zhou Lan's words transported him to another realm. The soft sheets beneath him morphed into a cold, unyielding throne as he gazed upon the universe. The ethereal form of a green sovereign loomed, dominating the world, its grandeur echoing from an ancient era, leaving him awestruck. The sovereign, with the heavens above and the multitude beneath, cast its gaze upon him. Lu Mingfei felt dazed, suddenly realizing that he had just uttered the name of this sovereign. This fiery demonic aura was a gift from him. He had seen dragons before, even crossing paths with the legendary king of bronze and fire, one of the four sovereigns. Yet, the sovereign before him, elusive and majestic, emanated an aura so grand that even the dragon king would retreat in fear. The dragon lineage traced back infinitely to the black dragon Nidhogg, the progenitor of all dragons, who, according to myth, had resided at the roots of the world tree since its inception, gnawing at its base until the cataclysm of Ragnarok. A shiver ran down Lu Mingfei's spine as he unconsciously replaced the legendary dragon ancestor Nidhogg with the green sovereign before him. If myths truly existed, perhaps this sovereign could effortlessly uproot the world tree as if it were a windmill. A chilling realization struck him. Could it be that the demon spoke no falsehood? It seemed he truly had faith in an otherworldly deity. He pondered, believing in Rei Ayanami, yet the Evangelion would not descend from the heavens for him. He had accepted the fiery demonic aura, trading for its corresponding cost, and this sovereign genuinely regarded him. No jest. Lu Mingfei felt as though he had been seen across an expanse of infinite time and space. Had he become a vassal of this being? His head felt somewhat light. Snapping back to reality, he observed Zhou Lan gazing at him with an inscrutable smile. After learning to fly, the first time one lands and walks can feel somewhat disorienting. Much like encountering higher powers, he explained calmly. Lu Mingfei swallowed hard, fervently repeating in his mind, "Withdraw," as the scales receded from his skin like a receding tide. "Is it too late for me to regret this?" he lamented, feeling as if he had unwittingly sold himself short. "Certainly. But the demonic aura upon you is not within my jurisdiction. Even if it were to be retracted, it would have to be done by him personally." Zhou Lan replied with a smile. Forget it. Lu Mingfei quickly waved his hands. The thought of that entity personally retrieving it sounded as though the apocalypse were imminent. If, on the way, some ill-fated soul were to be crushed, would he not become a timeless pariah? Perhaps he would find himself akin to a witch bound to a cross and pyre in the Middle Ages. While hybrids lashed him with saltwater-soaked whips, cursing, "Lu Mingfei, you brought this otherworldly malevolence into our realm." As this notion crossed his mind, he shook his head vigorously. The demon had departed, yet the malevolent entity occupied his space, maintaining an elegant demeanor that rendered him devoid of any loathing. After all, he had indeed bestowed upon him a measure of fire. That otherworldly evil, oh, no. Lu Mingfei quickly silenced himself, hastily adopting the role, his hands clasped in prayer, beseeching. "My lord, who is it?" Zhou Lan smiled and shook his head. "That teacher. How do you possess his, inheritance? No, demonic aura?" Lu Mingfei gazed intently at Zhou Lan, sensing that this man was anything but ordinary. His life's guiding principle was simple. When encountering a sturdy leg, one must cling tightly. He had latched onto one. Yet, as the saying goes, One leg can be broken, but two cannot. With two hands, one could embrace two legs. More legs meant more paths. You are truly intriguing, Zhou Lan remarked, offering his assessment. Though you may be inept, your self-awareness is unparalleled. It's quite simple, Zhou Lan stated softly, because I requested it from him, and thus, he granted it. You asked him for it? Lu Mingfei momentarily struggled to comprehend. You asked him, he granted it, and then you brought it to me? That sounds so natural. In the next moment, Lu Mingfei blurted out, natural my foot. That guy is as formidable as a deity. Please don't tell me you two are as close as brothers, sharing everything. Of course, Zhou Lan replied with a slight narrowing of his eyes. A hint of amusement surfacing. Because he is, in fact, my brother. Lu Mingfei froze for a moment. Almost instantaneously, his reaction outpaced his thoughts, and with a thud, he half knelt on the ground, proclaiming passionately, "O father, I have drifted for half a life," lamenting the absence of a true sovereign. Chapter 69. Monsters have their own ways of thinking. Zhou Lan had to concede that aside from the sovereign, Lu Mingfei was indeed the first person to truly amuse him. The fiery demonic aura borrowed from the sovereign had already fused with Lu Mingfei. This power was far beyond what the so-called dragon lineage in this world could compare to. Though the singular price was a small one, it left behind a unique anchor point belonging solely to the sovereign in this world. As for the implications, that was not a concern for Zhou Lan. He was merely a transient being. Perhaps in the future, the sovereign or other siblings might wish to escape the peculiar cycle of their original world, and this anchor would serve its purpose, just as he had previously stated. The myriad realms of existence were far too splendid to remain confined to a single location. In the dormitory, Lu Mingfei performed a little display, although it appeared somewhat exaggerated. Deep down, he was indeed a person of nuanced thought. Lonely children are often like this. The sorrow brought by the dragon lineage, known as the blood lament, inevitably plunged all hybrids into a fate of solitude. However, every emotion possesses its highs and lows, and even loneliness can be distinguished by its magnitude. Even in solitude, one must consider how to compare it. When compared to the relentless erosion of hell over countless years, the blood lament that surrounded all hybrids hardly seemed significant. Zhou Lan. Sir? Lu Mingfei called out, since Sun Ti do, shall we exchange contact information? He shamelessly sought Zhou Lan's details. This situation resembles a game of StarCraft, where a formidable figure suddenly appears on the server, compelling one to add them as a friend, whether for practice or simply to bask in their glory. One must find a way, after all. Lu Mingfei embodies the type of individual whom others deem foolish, yet he possesses a remarkable wit that is often unrecognized. At least, he perceives himself in such a light at times. Zhou Lan nodded slightly and reported a series of numbers. Lu Mingfei promptly opened QQ and entered the friend request. As he gazed at the screen, he was captivated by the profile picture that depicted a dark purple crescent moon. How stylish. It exuded an air of sophistication. In an era where most still utilized the default avatars, the other's choice of a dark moon spoke volumes about their taste. He refrained from voicing this sentiment aloud, lest he overdo it. With determination, he sent the friend request, his gaze falling upon the other's nickname, a single character, Moon. Lu Mingfei paused, his attention drawn to the elder before him, who seemed to possess a unique understanding of the moon. Reflecting on his high school days, Lu Mingfei recalled his solitude. Though he did not consider himself lonely, he inhabited a small world within a home filled with the shouts and complaints of relatives. His sanctuary was a rooftop, where the air conditioning unit hummed, offering a view of the city's nightscape, a place where he often found himself alone. On countless evenings, he would sit on that rooftop, surveying the small southern city, inevitably casting his gaze upon the solitary moon hanging in the sky. Sometimes it was a crescent, at other times a waning gibbous, or perhaps a full moon. Its phases were ever-changing, yet it remained a singular presence illuminating the night. Lu Mingfei always felt that the moon was inherently lonely. The lights of the city, though clustered together, could not match its brilliance, each one huddled together, their radiance unable to reach the heavens. Thus, his thoughts during their time at Six Flags were indeed heartfelt. Whether human or bird, no matter how high they soared, the moon would always be overhead. Consequently, those who cherish the moon must surely be solitary souls. As for Zhou Lan, this elder perhaps held a distinctive significance for the moon. I've added you. Please remember to confirm, Lu Mingfei said, shaking his phone. Zhou Lan nodded slightly. Lu Mingfei, he began, this power serves a purpose, but not in this moment. Lu Mingfei momentarily felt disoriented and retorted, I understand. I lack the ability to commandeer the boss's wedding car. He has treated me quite well. He assumed Zhou Lan believed he would harness this power for audacious endeavors. Zhou Lan shook his head. The king of the earth and mountains is about to awaken. Lu Mingfei shuddered. Was it the Dragon King? He quickly interjected. Well, with you around, there's nothing to worry about, even if the Black King awakens. He was sincere in this belief. Zhou Lan smiled softly. At that time, I will have other matters to attend to. Moreover, seeking my support is no simple task. You must demonstrate your worth. I understand. Lu Mingfei straightened. Realizing that the transformation from clay to solid brick was destined to strike someone on the back of the head, he began to grasp what Zhou Lan required of his power. It made sense. Masters like the sweeping monks seldom reveal themselves, effortlessly guiding their disciples with a mere gesture. Therefore, when the time comes, I, Lu Mingfei, shall embody the brick that strikes the Dragon King on the back of the head, he declared passionately. Yet others might see me as a monster, thus I'd be the monstrous brick. However, Zhou Lan merely shook his head. His gaze seemed to pierce further into the distance, beyond Lu Mingfei's current understanding, as he spoke softly. You possess a keen self-awareness, yet a monstrous brick must indeed strike the Ultraman on the back of the head. Lu Mingfei scratched his head, perplexed by Zhou Lan's meaning. Was this a narrative of monsters rescuing each other, determined to defeat the righteous Ultraman? His voice softened as he murmured, Sometimes I fantasize about becoming a monster one day, with Ultraman pointing at me, declaring that I must be eliminated. Oh, really? Zhou Lan turned his gaze, intrigued. What would you do? Of course, I would resist. Lu Mingfei puffed out his chest. There's only one Ultraman, but a multitude of monsters. What if I fall? What will happen to the other little monsters? They would be quite pitiful. Once transformed into a monster, thoughts of previously being human, of once being Lu Mingfei, would fade away. He spread his hands, just like you. Teacher, if you became a monster, would you still ponder your former humanity? No, Zhou Lan replied. Exactly. Monsters have their own way of thinking, protecting their fellow monsters, and fighting against the righteous Ultraman to the end. Lu Mingfei hesitated, torn between his identity as human or monster, wondering if it mattered whether one was a human-turned-monster or a monster-turned-human. Would it hold any significance? He reasoned that thoughts should guide actions. Though he sometimes struggled to comprehend his own life, what he spoke now seemed surprisingly profound. Silence enveloped them. After a moment, Zhou Lan slowly remarked, You are indeed an intriguing individual. He tilted his head slightly, his gaze transcending barriers, staring into the infinite distance, where the unseen moon resided. You speak the truth, he affirmed. Chapter 70. The 7 Deadly Sins. Far across the ocean, in the heart of another nation, subtle changes were occurring unbeknownst to all. It all began with a tremor. As everything remained tranquil, everyone lived in peace until a transformation occurred. One powerful enough to eclipse the sun and shroud the world in darkness. Late at night, in the principal's office, Anger sat comfortably in his chair, gazing at the man partially obscured by moonlight and shadow. After meeting with other professors and his appointed team, tasked with confronting the Dragon King, he had matters to discuss with this enigmatic figure. The Dragon King has awakened, he stated. I am aware, Zhou Lan replied, his expression calm, seemingly unfazed. An entity such as yourself can consider facing the Dragon King a form of holiday, I suppose? Anger slowly articulated, his gaze piercing. If there were a ranking of enemies of the Dragon Clan, Hilbert would undoubtedly claim the top spot, unshakable by any, particularly the Dragon King, who represented a life-and-death adversary. He toyed with a folding knife, a remnant of a friend's weapon, reformed from fragments, that friend having perished in the war against the Dragon Clan. The knife's edge was sharper than any mundane weapon, yet recently, the man before him had effortlessly neutralized its threat, flicking it away with a single finger. The location of the Dragon King's awakening had been pinpointed, right in the heart of another nation. Anger shared this information. Someone will go. I have chosen the individual, Zhou Lan asserted. Lu Mingfei? Anger had already learned that Zhou Lan visited Lu Mingfei's dormitory today and had a lengthy conversation. It seems we have selected the same person. He is my designated candidate, of noble bloodline, endowed with extraordinary abilities. Not merely bloodline, Zhou Lan replied. That boy is quite eloquent. As a reward, I granted him some additional benefits. Benefits? Anger furrowed his brow, trying to comprehend Zhou Lan's notion of rewards. Do not place too much emphasis on bloodline, Anger. It may hold significance in the eyes of mortals, but one thing is clear. He surpasses all others. Lu Mingfei possesses such talent? Anger chuckled. At the very least, he knows how to endear himself to his elders. Zhou Lan's voice was subtle, his tone laced with nuance. Suddenly, the folding knife in Anger's hand halted mid-air. For a fleeting moment, he felt as though he had truly aged. Unable to keep pace with the current times, he found himself somewhat perplexed by the meaning behind Zhou Lan's words. If this could indeed be deemed a form of extraordinary talent, then surely he was adept at charming women. Why, then, had no one come forth to commend him? Thus, was it the Elder's accolades that endowed him with the fortitude to confront the Dragon King? I believe you are mistaken, Anger. Zhou Lan's voice echoed. It is the Dragon King, facing him directly. I eagerly anticipate witnessing that moment when the ignorant youth raises his blade, compelling the so-called dragon race to confront despair. This thought brings me delight. And you, Anger, in that instant, will comprehend the essence of my words. Anger's thoughts drifted back to the lakeside, to the moment Zhou Lan had intruded uninvited, when he had told himself that he would encounter the true dragon. So, the man before him was, in fact, a master of genetic modification, transforming the wilted Lu Mingfei into what he described as a true dragon, capable of commanding all false dragons to submit. His gaze fell upon the table, where the alchemical sword and blade set had recently been acquired for a staggering $100 million from the hybrid auction. The 7 deadly sins. Crafted by the king of bronze and fire, Norton, these unparalleled alchemical weapons possessed the might to slay the true progenitors. Norton had forged this set with the singular intent of vanquishing other dragon species. When meeting the Academy team poised to hunt dragons, he attempted to have the 3 members draw forth the alchemical blades: lust, gluttony, greed, sloth, pride, envy, wrath. 7 swords of various shapes and colors. Their formidable power having birthed truly sentient beings. Only those acknowledged by the sentients, or hybrids of such formidable lineage that they could disregard the conditions, could forcibly overcome the powerful magnetic pull of their sheaths and draw forth this dragon-slaying treasure. Among the trio designated by him as dragon slayers, excluding Lu Mingfei, who lacked the strength to wield the subsequent weapons, the other 2, Feng Er and Chu Zihong, one a former elite and the other a current one, were unable to draw all 7. This was a weapon meant solely for true dragon slayers. Anger extended his hand, pushing the 7 deadly sins forward, addressing Zhou Lan. Would you care to give it a try? Is it I who wishes to try? Or you who wishes for me to attempt? Zhou Lan replied coolly. Engaging with the astute is always like this. Nothing escapes their notice. Anger sighed, feeling helpless. Zhou Lan was shrouded in mystery, and as a collaborator, he was eager to understand more about him, by any means necessary. Consider it a request from an old man. Anger's gaze was keen. I too long to witness the moment these 7 extraordinary weapons are drawn. Anyone capable of easily blocking him cannot be halted before the 7 deadly sins. Only the sentient weapons would acknowledge him. Anger flipped the dagger, its sharp tip cutting a fine line across his palm, blood dripping into the 7 deadly sins. The alchemical weapons, thirsting for blood, let out a low growl. The 7 swords instantly invigorated, as if 7 distinct hearts trembled. Every artifact possesses its peculiarities, and the 7 deadly sins must be awakened by blood to become the dragon-slaying instruments they were meant to be. This treasure was forged by the king of alchemy, Norton. A true bane to the dragon race, without question. The sentient beings awakened, roaring as an invisible pressure emanated from them. Anger extended his hand, politely stating, please. His gaze remained fixed on Zhou Lan, as if fearing to miss any detail. Even he could not guarantee that he would be able to draw the 7th sword of wrath. Do you know? Zhou Lan's unwavering gaze met Anger's, the pressure of the alchemical weapons failing to approach him. His tone was calm as water. You are destined to be disappointed. The sentient of this weapon will not acknowledge me. Anger paused, confusion etched on his face. Why? Because it fears me. Upon uttering this, Zhou Lan's figure vanished from the principal's office. Anger's eyes fell upon the 7 deadly sins. In his gaze, these 7 artifacts, once considered divine, had suddenly become silent and dormant, like a frostbitten eggplant, obediently resting within their sheath, as if they had never awakened. Anger's expression grew grave as he extended his hand. Dripping blood anew. The bloodthirsty weapons, having imbibed his blood, would surely reveal their brilliance once more. Yet, as the moon gradually sank, Anger waited for a long while. The office was suffocated by silence. He could sense that the 7 deadly sins had awakened, just as before, with several students roaring in a bid for their recognition. Yet at this moment, the sentient beings appeared to shrink back, unwilling to act recklessly. Unbeknownst to Anger, they seemed to have endured an exceedingly terrifying experience. Chapter 71. Have you learned now? Seeking the acknowledgement of the sentient beings of the 7 deadly sins from Zhou Lan was indeed a misstep. It has always been the strong who recognize the weak, and the 7 deadly sins, this so-called dragon-slaying treasure, were far from deserving such recognition. The king of earth and mountains had awakened. The academy received word and dispatched 2 teams. One comprised Lu Mingfei, Feng Er, and Chu Zihang, while the other was led by Caesar Gattuso, with Xiaomi and Qin Monong assisting. Zhou Lan did not intend to intervene personally. All he required was authority. To act at the opportune moment to strip that authority away. The rest could be entrusted to Lu Mingfei, who had acquired the fired demonic energy. As an elder, there was no need for him to involve himself at every turn, especially for merely a small dragon. Lu Mingfei would know what to do. Of course, more importantly, Zhou Lan was eager to see to what extent the Lord's trace of demonic energy could manifest in this world. However, prior to this, Anger conveyed another piece of news. During the ice cellar incident, he had thoroughly exposed his identity under the spotlight. Passy Gattuso had reported his existence in detail to the Gattuso family. Anger was eager to learn more about himself, to possess greater confidence when facing the Gattuso family. After all, it was his choice to engage in dealings with Zhou Lan. From Chicago to the Land of Flowers, the dragon-slaying youths were preparing to raise their blades against the awakened Dragon King. Meanwhile, Zhou Lan had similarly boarded the same flight as them. The Gulfstream 550, named Sleipnir, after Odin's 8-legged steed from Norse mythology, symbolizing its unparalleled speed. This was Anger's personal vehicle, luxuriously modified throughout, every detail reflecting the refined taste of this elegant old dragon slayer. It must be noted that after reaching an agreement, Anger had indeed loosened his grip, willing to provide all his resources, solely in pursuit of vengeance against the dragon race. Inside the cabin, Zhou Lan discarded the lavish seat, leather sofas, and premium liquor cabinet as if they were mere rags, silently hovering in the air. No earthly pleasure could stir even the slightest interest within him. The gaze of an elder never descends upon such mundane trappings. In his perception, a faint energy was breaking through the earth's gravity, swiftly approaching. Zhou Lan opened his eyes. It seemed that the Gattuso family's vengeance was upon them. Sleipnir tore through the clouds, a pillar of flame and light swirling toward the noisy private jet. The assailant, 3 kilometers away, piloted a F-16 Fighting Falcon, having pressed the missile launch button 30 seconds prior. Anyone daring to provoke the Gattuso family's authority would inevitably face retribution. The pilot reported from the cabin. He was aboard Anger's vehicle, the Gulfstream 550, which lacked interception capabilities. At this distance, survival was impossible. He was connected to a significant figure far away in Rome. All movements within the academy were under their watchful eye, from the moment Zhou Lan boarded Sleipnir. The plan had already commenced. Anger had invested considerable resources in modifying that Gulfstream. A voice resonated from the other end, of course. This was the price he must pay for opposing the family. How was Passy's situation? There was a moment of silence on the other end. He was utterly ruined. As if crushed beneath a steamroller, his bones shattered, clinging to the last breath. The individual collaborating with Ong was no ordinary person. The pilot's gaze pierced through the clouds, fixated on the private jet that was on the verge of plummeting. Even for a first-generation entity, survival from such an altitude was improbable, after all. Even the Bronze and the King of Fire could not withstand the might of a storm torpedo, could they? The moment the missile locked onto its target, the revenge was already sealed. Perhaps the explosion's force would not entirely obliterate him, the being known as the Elder, but at this moment, Sleipnir was a staggering 11,000 meters above the ground. From such a height, unless the opponent sprouted wings, he could conceive of no way to survive. This was the price for provoking the family. No one could escape. Even Ong would not dare to go this far. It was indeed time for a change in the Academy's leadership. The missile tore through the clouds, resolutely hurtling toward Sleipnir. Damn! A gasp erupted from the cockpit of Sleipnir. A searing blaze erupted instantaneously, illuminating the clouds beneath in a fiery red. Mission accomplished. Observing the dot vanish from the radar, the Falcon tilted its body and headed toward the predetermined landing site. Well done, came the voice from the other end of the call. The Falcon darted through the clouds like a nimble fish, a mere trifle among the resources controlled by the Gattuso family. In this nation, as long as one was willing to spend, nothing was unachievable, and the Gattuso family was never short of funds. The pilot sighed, preparing to depart. In the next moment, his eyes, hidden within the flight helmet, widened in astonishment. A figure cast a shadow upon him through the cockpit's windshield. Instinctively, he glanced at the radar, which had shown no response whatsoever from the beginning. Damn it, am I dreaming? He exclaimed in terror. What's wrong? Report the situation, came the inquiry over the call. The target was not destroyed. He has reappeared. Where? The pilot swallowed hard, hesitantly glancing at the figure that was closely tailing him through the clouds. Outside the plane. No. He had landed on the fuselage. Damn it, I must be dreaming. The pilot instinctively looked at the airspeed indicator. 1,400 kilometers per hour. That was his current speed. This was a supersonic aircraft, the absolute pinnacle of modern technology. The sonic boom clung to the aircraft's exterior like a battle skirt. Even the Dragon King could not match his speed. Yet the target kept pace. Like a ghost from a dream, he clung tightly to the Falcon's body. His calm gaze silently scrutinizing the pilot through the windshield. This was undoubtedly beyond human capability. No, even a dragon could not achieve such a feat. Yet it all transpired just so. Zhou Lan's shadow enveloped the aircraft, the supersonic turbulence seemingly incapable of affecting him. Dressed in a suit, not a single hair was out of place. He stood leisurely outside the windshield, as if strolling along a cobblestone path after leaving the academy. Zhou Lan extended his hand, and the Falcon, which had undergone countless tests on the production line to withstand modern aerial warfare, abruptly began to tremble. How it was manufactured, assembled, and pieced together. So too did it revert to its primal state, disassembled under an invisible force. Like a puzzle laid out on a table, it was effortlessly dismantled into countless pieces. Yet the aircraft did not crash. The disassembled components were hurtling through the clouds at speeds exceeding 1,000 kilometers, advancing alongside him. This bizarre spectacle left the pilot speechless. He truly could not utter a sound. Deprived of the cockpit's protection, he remained in his original position, firmly pinned to the ejection seat. Hundreds, even thousands of components were eerily suspended around him. The aircraft was disassembled, yet he continued to fly. A tremendous pressure bore down upon his corporeal form, blood rushing to his brain. Darkness enveloping his vision. Flesh beneath his skin churned, fragmented parts cutting fine lines into his body. Thus, crimson blood was forcibly expelled, trailing behind him in the wind, forming long, bewitching arcs. This scene was breathtakingly beautiful. Report immediately. A frantic shout echoed from the other end of the call. This voice came from Rome. Within the opulent office of the Gattuso family. Silence, he has fallen asleep. An unfamiliar yet elegant voice resonated from the call. The office fell into an instant hush, akin to a realm of the dead. Hell, there was not even a whisper of wind on the other end, quiet as a basement. Had it not been for the knowledge that the Falcon had yet to touch down, one might have believed it was over. Elder? Greetings, Frost Gattuso. Zhou Lan's voice emanated from the call, like a specter. How did you accomplish this? Frost's voice was low, laced with a tremor. Zhou Lan did not respond. Only calmly remarked, "Look ahead, young man. I know where your family resides." Frost's gaze went blank, staring ahead, seeing nothing but the intricately patterned wall. In the next moment, a powerful tremor surged forth, an immense crisis descending instantaneously, making Frost feel as if he were in a plummeting elevator. The elevator fell from the 10th floor to the basement in an instant. The sky has collapsed? No, the earth has sunk. A piercing alarm melded with dust, rising into the heavens. The tremor came abruptly and vanished just as quickly. Amidst the cacophony, a whisper echoed in Frost's office, its penetrating clarity akin to a voice at his ear. It spoke. You seem to lack the necessary respect for the elder. Have you learned now? Chapter 72. Family in distress far away, on a foreign journey, preparing for a dragon-slaying expedition, Caesar suddenly received a message. He glanced at his phone, then silently set it down. What is the matter? Xiaomi was engrossed in mint-flavored ice cream, her eating style somewhat reminiscent of Lu Mingfei, with a dab of pale green on her nose. Chen Modong shot her a glance, having seldom seen Caesar wear such a countenance. It's nothing. The emotions in Caesar's eyes were somewhat inscrutable. Rome has experienced an earthquake, he stated. What the hell? Xiaomi paused, her slender fingers shaking the spoon, if memory served. Captain, you should be a noble of Rome, could it be? Caesar nodded. The family has nearly been wiped out. The ground has sunk nearly 15 meters in an instant. The losses are incalculable. His tone was flat, leaving one unsure whether it was devoid of emotion or tinged with sorrow. Xiaomi, at a loss for words, lowered her head, cautiously continuing to scoop her ice cream. After a moment, she spoke. Come on, Captain, even if you have to beg on the way, you should still fare better than others, after all. Your circumstances are quite favorable. Chen Modong blinked, thinking how carefree Xiaomi's heart was. Not to that extent yet. Caesar cast a glance at Xiaomi. The family business was not solely in Rome, but it was certain that they had sustained significant damage. His uncle was hospitalized, in a state of uncertainty, and that fellow Pompey Gattuso had been summoned back to take over affairs. Chen Modong blinked, seemingly crafting her words in her mind. Pompey Gattuso was Caesar's father. A stallion-like man, the kind of irresponsible patriarch who always shirked his duties. That he had been summoned back temporarily underscored the magnitude of this situation. Total annihilation. A term that sounded inherently sorrowful. The two were in the phase of discussing marriage. It was uncertain what impact this would have at this moment. Caesar exhaled deeply, maintaining his tone. Family matters are for family members to address, and our task remains singular, to slay the dragon. His relationship with his family cannot be described as harmonious. This matter was not something he needed to concern himself with, merely a necessary notification. Moreover, throughout history, those who achieve great things must possess the composure of a mountain, unyielding in the face of adversity. However, within the message from the family, there was one noteworthy piece of information. Beware of the elder, he murmured the name softly. Beside him, Xiaomi's expression shifted dramatically. She turned her gaze away, her eyes deeply fixed on the melting ice cream in her hand, lost in thought. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sleipnir was swiftly descending through the clouds. The luxurious private aircraft appeared unscathed, showing no sign of damage. The pilot, nonchalantly smoking and humming a tune, had just witnessed a missile explode beside Sleipnir, almost believing it was the end. Yet, it seemed as though some unseen force had shielded them. Sleipnir was in excellent condition, completely unaffected. Since they had survived, there was no need for concern. They would continue with their tasks, for he was no stranger to aerial combat at such a distance. His mission was straightforward, to transport the esteemed guests in the cabin to their destination, nothing more. The rest was of no concern to him. However, once back, he could boast to Ong about his experience. Sleipnir emitted a heavy noise as it descended slowly, approaching the heart of the nation. All information was being relayed through Ong to Zhou Lan. The resurgence of the Dragon King, the arrival of 2 squads, and bounty announcements in the internet hunter market. Ong disclosed everything without reservation. The phone to add Lu Mingfei as a friend had been gifted by Ong, who deemed it a token of their collaboration. To be honest, when Ong first discovered that Zhou Lan did not possess a mobile phone, he was somewhat taken aback. He surmised that she might truly be an antiquity. In the literal sense, 6 days had passed since their arrival at their destination. During this time, aside from Chu Zihong, who was engrossed in data, the others had been leisurely enjoying themselves. His relationship with Xiaomi had grown increasingly amicable. Although he was a stoic ice prince, Xiaomi was no ordinary girl. Meanwhile, Fingal continued to be his quirky self, a true foodie. In another dragon-slaying squad, Caesar's girlfriend, Chen Modong, was wandering alone in the city. Her spontaneous nature reminiscent of the time she rescued Lu Mingfei from despair in the cinema. As an undercover sister, Xiaomi maintained a close rapport with Chu Zihong, often bringing him sustenance, carbonated drinks, and fast food. The family's crisis seemed not to have affected Caesar's psyche, undeniably. He was a good man who held Chen Modong in high regard. Not even the impending end of the world could shake his determination to marry this whimsical girl. As for Lu Mingfei, who had been chosen by Zhou Lan, he had spent every moment since their arrival in an underground internet CAF, mercilessly dominating in the realm of StarCraft. Each individual finds solace in their comfort zone, where they can discern their purpose, until one fateful night, when a girl approached Lu Mingfei, initiating a subtle shift in circumstances. Even having faced the Dragon King and glimpsed the vast world, Lu Mingfei often had to concede that, at times, he truly was a loser. He strolled through the dimly lit subway station, illuminating the scant area with his phone's flashlight, helping the girl he had secretly adored in high school find her missing ex-boyfriend. What a ludicrous scenario. Yet, he not only accepted the challenge, but actually ventured into the subway station to undertake it. At times, he genuinely questioned his sanity. However, when Chen Wenwen, the girl he had pined for over 3 years, reappeared before him in a drenched white dress from the pouring rain, he found himself incapable of refusal. It was always like this. He would promise things he should not have, only to regret it shortly thereafter. He felt utterly pathetic. The last known location of the missing individual was the subway station. Zhao Minghua. Zhao the great talent. Lu Mingfei raised his phone toward the dark tracks, admonishing, "Don't be foolish out here. Chen Wenwen is worried sick about you." He spoke timidly, apprehensive that something might leap from the shadows at any moment. With a heavy sigh, Lu Mingfei lamented his self-awareness. He recognized himself as a conflicted individual. Yet, understanding himself changed nothing. He remained trapped in an abyss of his own making. As he passed through the subway turnstile, the scene before him shifted unexpectedly. Lu Mingfei stared blankly at the vintage posters from the 1970s and 1980s plastered on the walls and scattered across the floor. Had he taken a wrong turn? Chapter 73. The King's Arrival Requires Witnesses. The Regal Hotel. This was the resting place of Chu Zihong's dragon-slaying squad. Being a sharp-minded science student, he had been diligently collecting seismic data since the moment they checked into the hotel, aiming to pinpoint the location of the Dragon King's impending resurgence. And now, he had succeeded. The newly acquired data all pointed to one place, the subway station. He slung the black box containing the alchemical sword and the 7 deadly sins over his shoulder and resolutely headed toward his destination. Xiaomi had invited him to her home for lunch at noon the following day. The torrential rain poured down as he opened his umbrella, hoping to make it in time, provided he survived. Chu Zihong did not fear death, but if given the choice, he would prefer to perish on that rain-soaked overpass. Meanwhile, in a luxurious hotel suite, a girl dressed in a white short-sleeve top and light blue jeans rummaged through a bag of chips while gazing at her stunning companion. The boss has vanished. Do you really think our actions hold any significance? Of course, you've already transmitted the data to Chu Zihong. Everything is proceeding according to the boss's wishes, if this can be considered a final request. Jioda May tied her cascading black hair into a ponytail. The image of the middle-aged man, who referred to himself as the Elder, flashed through her mind. He had spared her in the ice cellar, inquiring about their plans before departing, claiming he still had a role to play. Perhaps that time was now. What reason did they have not to follow through? Executing the plan laid out by the boss before his disappearance? By the way, why does it seem that everyone is fixated on that loser? Suanxi, the chip girl, chewed loudly, as if trying to extract something from him. Yet what could he possibly possess worth their attention? The boss song, and even this inexplicably appearing elder, none of them seemed to make sense to her. She spread her hands in confusion. Jioda May remained silent for a moment. Anyone worthy of investment must possess some merit. The thoughts of influential figures are often inscrutable. But one thing you said is true. Suanxi, everyone seems eager to gain something from Lu Mingfei, even that elder. Gain what? That guy could easily send you flying with a single slap and leave that Pasquale Gattuso crippled. What could possibly draw such a presence to him? Who knows? Anyway, our mission is simply to be good spectators. Jioda May shrugged and turned her gaze to the computer screen. This night was destined to be extraordinary. Shen Modong had almost entirely vanished in this city. Caesar attempted to call her, but the line was disconnected. He posted a bounty online, promising immediate rewards to anyone who could locate the girl driving the red Ferrari. Ultimately, a fortunate individual received this reward. What was conveyed to Caesar was a photograph of a vibrant red Ferrari parked forlornly by the entrance of the subway line 1. Without hesitation, Caesar recognized that Shin Mato was the type of girl who might whimsically decide to try the subway experience after tiring of driving. However, a glance at his watch revealed that, at this hour, all subway services should have ceased operations. With no time to ponder, he dashed towards the subway. Just as he had envisioned, even if the world were to end in the next moment. He was determined to profess his romantic proposal to this red-haired enchantress and present her with his diamond ring. All eyes were drawn to a particular spot in this city. According to legend, the fates weave the threads of destiny, and these threads occasionally intertwine at certain junctures, entangling the fates of all. Perhaps by chance, or perhaps by some external force, the threads of destiny ultimately coalesced. Gazes converged. The arrival of the king required a witness. In the dim shadows of the subway station, Zhou Lan spoke to the old man on the screen of his phone. So, you have confirmed the location of the awakening of the king of earth and mountains? I see all the students are rushing towards you. Anger took a sip of red wine. They were on video. Indeed, Zhou Lan smiled. Anger, noticing the smile on his face, recalled that it was the first time he had seen him express such joy. What could possibly bring happiness to an elder? Is the arrival of the king to be witnessed by Lu Mingfei? Anger inquired. Zhou Lan slightly lifted the corners of his mouth, his silhouette flickering in the changing light. Yes, and no, he replied cryptically. So, what am I about to witness? Is my student Lu Mingfei truly going to transform into a genuine dragon and vanquish those false dragons? This is what you promised I would see. He remembered Zhou Lan had mentioned a true dragon. It seemed that moment had finally arrived. However, Zhou Lan merely smiled and said, yes and no. Anger felt uncertain, as it was clear he was not in the mood to engage in Zhou Lan's riddle. The Dragon King was about to awaken, and he was the most invested party. The video remained active, the phone gifted by Anger hovering silently in the air, following Zhou Lan's movements. Normally, the signal in the subway station would be poor. Yet the video signal was unwavering. Presently, All qualified spectators had entered the subway station. This was Nibelungen, the mythical land of the dead, and also the realm of the Dragon King. Meanwhile, Lu Mingfei watched as the train before him departed from the tracks. He jumped off the platform, crossing the railway ties in the direction the train had headed. By the time he realized it was futile to call out for Zhao Minghua, it was already too late. He could not go back. As he explored the subway station, it felt as if he had stepped into the last century. Everything suggested that this place was not of this world. He had no choice but to move forward. Perhaps there was another way. He fumbled through his contacts for the friend with the avatar of a dark purple full moon, trembling as he pressed the call button. He had little hope. The signal here was poor, and as a penniless individual, he had not paid his phone bill. Yet, surprisingly, the call connected. Teacher Zhou Lan. I'm trapped in the subway station. Help. He shouted fearfully into the phone. Move forward, Lu Mingfei, came Zhou Lan's calm and elegant voice from the other end. Move forward? Lu Mingfei repeated. Have you forgotten? You possess power, or has your continuous defeat caused you to lose confidence? Also, I asked anger for your number and paid your bill. Lu Mingfei clutched the phone tightly. It seemed the other party had anticipated his predicament. The reliable impression of an adult man was not mere facade. Indeed, he possessed power. Yet, he often forgot this fact. He had made a pact with Zhou Lan. However, there was a price to pay. The small demon, Lu Mingze, demanded a significant cost, while Zhou Lan's price was something termed faith. Although he could cavalierly dismiss faith as inconsequential, in moments of peril, he always felt fear. The price of faith, could he truly bear it? The little demon constantly threatened him, as if the lives exchanged for the cost were of utmost importance. Yet the flame he received from Zhou Lan felt insubstantial. However, sometimes, what seemed light as a feather bore the weight of mountains behind it. He understood this principle. Chapter 74. The curtain rises. The audience had taken their seats, all awaiting the grand performance to commence. Zhou Lan hung up on Lu Mingfei, reconnecting with the silent old man. A splendid feast was about to unfold, and all qualified individuals would be invited to witness it, not a single one omitted. As the host of the banquet, it was not yet his time to make an entrance. In the subway station, Chu Zihong lingered at the end of the train. This train, which should not exist in this world, finally came to a halt after traveling for a while. He jumped off, moving deeper along the tracks. The 7 deadly sins weighed heavily upon him. He was inherently a solitary figure. It was not until 2 somewhat familiar silhouettes appeared before him that he halted, furrowing his brow. Caesar, Chenmadong? He murmured. The figures turned. It was Caesar, lost in thought, with a hint of surprise on his face. You've made it here too, Chu Zihong, he stated, standing tall in the middle of the tracks, amidst the scattered black coal. It appears you already know where this is. Nibelungen, Caesar whispered, the legendary land of the dead, the domain of the Dragon King, and the most perilous place in the world. Indeed, we are all trapped here, Chu Zihong replied, his voice heavy as he glanced at Chenmadong. It felt as though an invisible hand had drawn everyone together here. No one could escape. Why were Caesar and his girlfriend present? Was it a curious adventure for the young nobleman and his companion? His gaze trembled slightly as he asked, what about Xiami? His voice echoed through the empty tunnel. It seems you have someone you care about, Caesar chuckled softly. I'm here. A gentle voice chimed in, and from the shadows emerged a girl in a flowing bohemian dress, jogging towards them. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear, Chu Zihong frowned. I went to the hotel to find you, but the front desk said you had left. I asked my way here. Xiami squinted her eyes and smiled. Now, aside from Lu Mingfei and that fellow Fingal, the 2 dragon-slaying teams were complete. It seems your team abandoned you. Or did you forsake them? Caesar raised his chin. The 2 dragon-slaying teams were also a competition between the board of trustees and Anger. Representing the board, it was evident his team held the advantage, with at least 3 members present. Competing with Chu Zihong was one of the few things that excited him. Suddenly, Xiami raised her hand. Captain, may I defect? She playfully asked, but before Caesar could respond, she quietly sidled over to Chu Zihong. 2 against 2, she stuck out her tongue, inching closer to Chu Zihong with a hint of smugness. After all, I was originally an undercover. Expectedly, Caesar's expression remained unchanged. His thoughts were entirely on Nono, who lacked the ability to speak and needed his protection in Nibelungen. Meanwhile, Nono appeared somewhat indifferent. She had but one reason for being here. A certain elder had sent her a message, inviting her to witness a performance. The title of the drama is intriguing. Named Metamorphosis into a Dragon. She has always been unafraid of death. So here we are. However, it seems that until now, She has yet to catch a glimpse of the other party. In the midst of their standoff, a sudden wail echoed from the depths of the track, a sound strikingly familiar to their ears. Lu Mingfei. The pupils of several individuals trembled in shock. How did that fellow manage to come in? Nono's expression turned anxious. Yet, Chu Zihong suddenly dashed forward, rushing into the unknown depths without hesitation. Wait for me. Xiaomi closely followed behind him. At the end of the track, Lu Mingfei sat on the ground, fearfully surveying the massive entity before him that writhed like a colossal serpent. It was the neck of the Earth and Mountain King, Fenrir. Lu Mingfei braced himself against the ground, desperately trying to retreat. Just moments ago, he had followed the track all the way until he reached the end. But beyond a stone wall, there was nothing. The glaring yellow light above hung down before him, illuminating the creature's eyes. He found himself facing the Dragon King. In that instant, Lu Mingfei was nearly paralyzed by the overwhelming sense of pressure. What force, what cost? All were driven from his mind by the terror that loomed before him. In a fleeting moment, he returned to a familiar version of himself. The sound of hurried footsteps approached from behind, and a searing flame surged forward almost instantaneously. Lu Mingfei, hide. Chu Zihong's voice thundered through the tunnel. This killer. Upon seeing the Dragon King, charged forward without a moment's thought. The spirit flame of the word king erupted around him, radiating its intense heat. Behind him, a gust of wind lifted Xiaomi's body, causing her to hover in the air like a celestial being, perfectly synchronized with Chu Zihong's flame. The restless heat melted the coal-laden tracks into pure power, which, aided by the Wind King's eye, surged toward the Dragon King like a blazing sun. This was the relationship between hybrids and dragons. No words were necessary. They were natural enemies. The light illuminated Lu Mingfei's face, allowing him to witness the scene before him. The latter half of the Dragon King's body was ensnared within the stone wall, its neck, measuring several dozen meters long, arched high. The joy that had flickered in its golden eyes quickly morphed into something else. The flames also illuminated the figure of Caesar charging toward them from the rear, his leader. And there was Nono, standing at the side of the track, beckoning him to move away from the battlefield. What a disaster, Lu Mingfei thought. His previous plight had undoubtedly been witnessed by them all. He stood up, and the terrifying explosion finally struck the Dragon King's essence, producing a mournful wail. The searing domain melted a pile of neglected bottle caps clutched tightly beneath its neck into blackened residue. An old television caught fire, hurled into the air by the explosion, crashing against the stone wall and becoming utterly wrecked. The war between dragons and hybrids was imminent. Lu Mingfei momentarily froze. A sudden force gripped his arm as Nono, having appeared at his side, yanked him away from the edge of the explosion. Her strength was unexpectedly great, and they both tumbled to the ground, their hair singed by the intense heat. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Leave this to Chu Zihong and the others. Why are you making a scene? Nono scolded, a hint of anger in her voice. Lu Mingfei was momentarily taken aback. In an instant, he nearly reverted to that helpless child, being half pushed away by Nono from the movie theater. Sister, I actually have power now, he pouted, attempting to assert himself. Don't talk. I already know you. Even with power, you wouldn't use it, Nono retorted, dragging him away. A pang of sadness struck Lu Mingfei. Sister, have you accepted Caesar's proposal? He asked, his gaze falling on the engagement ring on Nono's finger. Not long ago, her hand had been bare. Nono instinctively hid her hand behind her back. Caesar was an exceedingly romantic fellow, proclaiming that the bravest man should propose to the woman he loves in the most perilous place, and Nibelungen was a fine choice. She had donned the diamond ring. It was unnecessary for her to feel like a thief. Accepting Caesar's proposal should have been a natural thing, just as having cake on one's birthday is expected. Yet, seeing the crumpled expression on Lu Mingfei's face made her inexplicably hesitate. I was just asking. I meant nothing else. Lu Mingfei hurriedly waved his hands. Just as he was about to speak, a more significant tremor struck, shaking the ground violently. With the fury of ancient times, the wrath of the Earth and Mountain King swept across Nibelungen. Chu Zihong and Xiaomi's coordination was seamless, and Caesar's confidence was equally unwavering. Not long ago, he had just acquired the same explosive blood ability from Chu Zihong's assistant. It was a dangerous power, yet one that could greatly amplify his own strength. These were the most elite students from Castle Academy and hybrids in combat. Others could only stand by and watch in awe. Meanwhile, in a hidden location above them, a figure in a suit hovered quietly, observing everything unfolding below. It seemed the end was near, though the reason remained unclear. The Earth and Mountain King appeared devoid of fighting spirit, while my students were indeed remarkable individuals. From a distance, anger gazed intently at the battlefield below. Through Zhou Lan, he witnessed everything. The battle of dragon slayers was nearing its conclusion. The Dragon King would perish, and the blood within his aging body trembled as if boiling. Not yet. Zhou Lan's gaze fell upon the terrified youth below, and then shifted to Xiami hovering in midair. This was a fine performance, and the curtain had only just risen. As an audience member, one must exercise patience, mustn't they? Chapter 75. Metamorphosis into a dragon after a distance from the battlefield. Nono forcibly dragged Lu Mingfei to a seemingly safer location. Unlike the fierce individuals capable of confronting the Dragon King directly, Lu Mingfei was a well-known underachiever. And Nono herself lacked any verbal spirit. Being too close to the battlefield was not a good thing. Sister, you're worried about Caesar, aren't you? Lu Mingfei observed the moving shadows not far away. Tremors coursed through the ground, the wrath of the Dragon King causing the cold dust on the tracks to dance erratically, as if engaged in a solo performance. That engagement ring was simply exquisite. Caesar was a man of taste, naturally. The engagement ring he chose for his beloved was the finest in the world, illuminated by the flames from the spirit flame. The beautiful diamond on the ring emitted a soft glow. Diamonds are remarkably hard and sharp, just like Nono, both beautiful and willful. That soft glow flickered in the dark track, cutting through Lu Mingfei's eyes, revealing the faint sadness hidden within. Nono understood what Lu Mingfei was thinking. She clenched her fists, often wishing to punch his twisted face. Yet she couldn't bring herself to do it. She was, after all, quite sentimental, though she knew she shouldn't give this child any false hopes. She found herself unable to look away. In that cinema in the small southern town, when she saw everyone conspiring against Lu Mingfei, orchestrating a confession from Zhao Menghua and Chen Wenwen as if it were a prank, her heart felt heavy at the thought of his expression. People inevitably make numerous decisions throughout their lives. That lengthy existence can be broken down into one choice after another. If one makes the right choice, all is well. But if one makes the wrong choice, it could lead to irreparable consequences and a lifetime of regret. Choices are indeed such entities. Lu Mingfei remained silent, clenching his fists as he gazed into the distant flames. This sort of child was the most bothersome, neither crying nor making a fuss, merely standing at a distance, silently observing you, even when wronged, only wrinkling their face in silent discontent. Yet, you knew he had done nothing wrong. He merely harbored a flickering hope, as fragile as a candle flame. Now, however, you had donned the ring, utterly shattering that faint hope of unrequited love into dust. In the engulfing darkness, Nono tousled her dark red locks. She pondered many words, yet she was not adept at offering comfort. Just as she prepared to speak, a voice filled with disbelief pierced through the firelight. Xiami. It was Caesar's voice, trembling with fear. In her line of sight, a shadow descended from the heavens, pinning the boy to the ground. The Dragon King at the end of the track was Fenrir, one of the twin offspring of the King of Earth and Mountains. Every Dragon King is a twin. One wields authority, while the other possesses strength. Fenrir, as the one endowed with power, was foolish, possessing the formidable physique of a reptile yet only the intellect of a 4 or 5-year-old child. Its greatest delight was to play Texas Hold'em with unfortunate souls who stumbled into Nibelungen, wagering bottle caps, an art it had learned from an old color television. Its favorite snack was potato chips, and it adored its sister. It felt as though ages had passed, and finally, its sister returned, bringing several friends along. However, its sister's friends were fierce, and even she seemed to have changed. With a mournful cry, Fenrir's exposed neck drooped helplessly to the ground. At that moment, Xiami no Emer revealed her fangs. In the blink of an eye, she transformed from an adorable, mischievous girl into the dragon-formed Emer. With claws and scales, she ambushed the unsuspecting Chu Zihong from above, while suppressing Caesar with her word spirit. Next, all she had to do was consume Fenrir. As a twin Dragon King, only by devouring the other half could she attain her complete form. As for the other two, Nono and Lu Mingfei, who were outside the battlefield, they posed no threat whatsoever. She had plotted extensively. This was the final moment. Amid the dwindling flames, she whispered to Chu Zihong. She spoke of many things, about Xiami, about her classmates at Zhulan High School, and about Emer. The flames gradually dimmed, and the scent of blood filled the air. Lu Mingfei staggered toward the stone wall, witnessing a shocking scene. Chu Zihong was drenched in blood, a gaping wound in his abdomen, while Xiami, if she could still be called Xiami, stared blankly at the sky. A Japanese sword, the Murakumo, was embedded in her waist. Emotions? Strength? No one could say for certain. It was a battle that would leave both sides devastated. Looming Fei. Where's No? Caesar gasped, his condition scarcely better. Xiami had suddenly turned against them, her explosive domain nearly stripping him of his skin. If not for the blood still surging through him, he would have collapsed. As he spoke, a dark red figure darted past Looming Fei's periphery, rushing to Caesar's side to support him. It was No. How affectionate, Looming Fei mused. Even the Dragon King had perished at their hands. Any man would be compelled to marry in such circumstances. He averted his gaze toward Chu Zihong, whose eyes were fixated on the dragon-formed Xiami, despite his weakened state. Looming Fei withdrew his gaze, forcing a smile. Whether in life or death, it seemed everyone had someone by their side. What was this? This was the mark of a life well lived, the virtuous maiden and the villainous which had both been preordained, while he remained here, a mere light bulb illuminating their path. The couple exuded both bloodshed and warmth, while he could only stand there, dumbfounded, before the fallen reptile. It appeared that if he were to ally with anyone, it could only be with this Dragon King, though it was already dead. As Looming Fei lifted his foot, preparing to approach Chu Zihong, a black shadow lunged forth like a bolt of lightning, seizing Xiami's body and swiftly retreating. Chu Zihong's pupils contracted, his gaze fixated on the shadow, ultimately landing on the stone wall. Finra slowly raised its neck, engulfing Xiami in its maw, its jaws snapping shut in an instant. It wept for its sister. A tremendous power enveloped Nibelungen, as this terrifying creature consumed its twin, thereby merging the powers of the king of earth and mountains. The goddess of death, Hela, descended in fusion. In that instant, everyone trembled involuntarily. Perhaps it was out of fear of the Dragon King. Or perhaps it stemmed from the shock of Finra pretending to be dead, then suddenly reappearing. Nibelungen quaked incessantly, countless Shinigami howling and soaring through this land of the dead. Despair and madness permeated the atmosphere. Run! Caesar and Chu Zihong shouted in unison. The situation had spiraled beyond expectations, and the course was irrevocable, the fused goddess of death. Hela was about to unleash her word spirit. The Shiva dance, a legendary word spirit that had obliterated an entire ancient Indian city. Its grotesque form broke free from the stone wall, moving gracefully, like the most agile and beautiful of dancers. It began a dance of annihilation. Looming Fei felt himself being dragged away. Before he could comprehend, No, with one hand supporting Caesar and the other grasping him, was pulling them towards safety. Chu Zihong summoned his last reserves of strength, half-bent and poised before the devastation of the Shiva dance, silent and motionless. I must go back to save my senior. Looming Fei broke free from Nono's grasp, standing resolutely on the track. Are you mad? This is the time Chu Zihong fought for with his life. Are you going back to seek your own demise? Boss, senior sister. Looming Fei tightened his grip, assessing himself. Do you remember what I said? I have power now. His voice floated away, melding with the howls resonating through Nibelungen. Nono was taken aback. Nothing had evidently changed, yet Looming Fei's gaze seemed transformed. The once timid eyes suddenly gleamed with determination after his words fell. It was as if they concealed a flame, potent enough to incinerate everything. At that moment, Nono's phone rang abruptly. She hurriedly pulled it out, opening a message from the elder. Not just Nono. Everyone's phones chimed in unison, receiving the same message. It was from the elder. Please take your seats promptly. The climax of the stage is about to unfold. In the pitch-black underground, it felt as though two spotlight beams illuminated the scene, one casting light upon the dancing Dragon King, while the other fell upon Looming Fei's head. He turned his back to everyone, striding toward the goddess of death. The shadow of that frail boy, illuminated by the spotlight, suddenly enveloped the entire track. Looming Fei. Nono called his name. The frail boy paused, turning back, his expression resolute. At this moment, he was the only one brave enough to march against Hela. This once feeble boy had never appeared so formidable. He uttered that name, and flames engulfed him, draping him in a magnificent garment of fire. Gods! He roared. Chapter 76. Witness. The final act of the drama. The timid child burned in the flames. The fierce blaze washed away the mundane, leading to metamorphosis and transformation into a dragon. The demonic energy of fire coursed through his body, its oppressive force instantly enveloping the underworld. Yet it was unlike the scorching heat of the word spirit, Junyin, when Looming Fei called out that name. The eruption was not of the searing heat akin to Junyin. The fiery vestments acted as a baptism, swiftly shedding away. In the astonished gazes of all, fine scales surged like a tide, cloaking his exposed skin. Cheeks, soles, and arms began to transform into dragon-like features. The fire finally blazed fiercely, scorching the hardened youth before it. Meanwhile, Zhou Lan watched from a high vantage point, witnessing the unfolding events. There exists an intriguing psychological concept known as learned helplessness, and Lu Mingfei was evidently ensnared within its grasp. Yet, it only takes a single moment, after savoring the intoxicating wine of power. Even a frail boy can begin to grow, as the complete embodiment of the Earth and Mountain King. The death goddess Hela had cultivated a powerful incantation called the Dance of Shiva, formidable in strength, yet one that could not be voluntarily interrupted. It unleashed an indomitable domain, channeling the might of Nibelungen beneath its graceful movements to ensure the incantation's completion. When the incantation's reading concluded, all would perish. However, beneath its feet, Lu Mingfei had already undergone his evolution. The fiery demonic energy derived from the Holy Master had reshaped his body, representing a transformation far surpassing that of the hybrid beings of this world. Chu Zihong turned quietly, witnessing a monstrous figure approach from behind. The creature extended its hand, effortlessly drawing the seventh sword, Rage, from its sheath. The colossal blade felt as light as a toy in its grasp. The dark-scaled hilt twisted and melded with the scales on his palm. Lu Mingfei, Chu Zihong spoke. Senior brother, I have returned. In the next heartbeat, Lu Mingfei surged forward like a bullet, wielding rage with such might that he soared into the air, only to descend from the heavens. This long-dormant alchemical weapon tore through the domain of the Earth and Mountain King. With a stride, he stepped into the fray. The wooden sleepers, coal cinders, and shattered stones within the track transformed into a tempest of raw, unrefined energy, propelled toward him by the dance of Shiva. Lu Mingfei remained motionless, flames flickering across his form. This tempest, capable of extinguishing the lives of all present, ripped through his tattered outerwear, crashing against his scales. Beyond that, there was no sound. His dragon-like transformation endowed him with terrifying defenses. The domain released by Hela could not harm him. From the moment he uttered that name, he was already in a position of invincibility. Lu Mingfei's body sank slightly as the visage of the green monarch materialized in his mind. Gazing at the dragon before him, whose size far exceeded his own, he unhinged his jaw, now replaced by a more formidable structure, sinuous and winding like mountainous paths. A torrent of immense and searing energy coalesced within him, and in the next blink, it surged forth. Chu Zihong, witnessing the spectacle, stood frozen, empty-handed. Even the king's flame required energy to be concentrated within a short radius to unleash its full potency. Yet, Lu Mingfei's display clearly exceeded this norm. The column of flame erupting from his mouth was violently powerful, boasting a range and strength beyond the understanding of hybrids. The beam shot directly toward Hela. The moment it made contact, the intricate and unstoppable dance came to a halt. The column melted through the dragon's scales, flesh, and blood, instantly creating a black hole, which then twisted gently, cleaving the massive foe in two. The Dragon King howled in anguish, collapsing to the ground. Caesar and Nono stared in disbelief at the unfolding events. The deceased child claimed to possess power, and he had not lied. This power transcended everyone's comprehension. The severed body of the Dragon King fell apart with the ease of a hot knife slicing through butter. Everyone could sense it. The boy who once spoke aimlessly had transformed in that moment. The beam pierced flesh and bone, yet it did not cease. Lu Mingfei plunged rage into the earth. Arching back to roar, the fiery column rampaged through Nibelungen. His roar carried a hint of sorrow, as if he sought to release all the pain of his 18 years of life. The fleeing weasels ignited in the scorching waves and fell, wailing. As a lesser dragon, they perished upon contact. The column of flame tore through the fog of the land of the dead, and a torrential downpour descended, adding a touch of brutal reality. This kingdom of the Dragon King was forcibly torn asunder by Lu Mingfei. The overwhelming force shattered everything, and the severed remnants of Hela's body writhed in agony upon the ground. Death was fermenting. Lu Mingfei withdrew rage from the ground, leaping onto the dragon's body, wielding the massive blade as he plunged it into the dragon's belly, dragging it across Hela's colossal form. Splattered blood erupted into a crimson cloak, and he reveled in madness. People often say that the gaze of youth harbors the spirit of a lion. Yet when that lion truly leaps forth from the eyes, an unspoken silence envelopes them all. All returned to stillness as Lu Mingfei half kneeled upon the dragon's body, staring at the faint purplish-black demonic energy adorning his palm. It bore Zhou Lan's essence. The final act, marking the conclusion of this drama. Zhou Lan's voice echoed in his ear. Lu Mingfei nodded silently, his gaze sweeping over the dazed audience, then crossing the dimness above to lock eyes with Zhou Lan. "Thank you, teacher," Lu Mingfei whispered softly. "I understand you have your own purpose, but that matters little. I had long been willing to forsake my life. I merely needed someone to push me forward." His heart raced violently within his chest. He could feel it, the essence of the monarch. It felt as though a gaze from an immeasurable distance was cast upon him. Yet his faith had long since transformed into a bargaining chip in a deal with demons. Without hesitation, he gritted his teeth, swinging the blade infused with lunar demonic energy downward. In that instant of rage piercing flesh and bone, an otherworldly, fearsome power surged forth. The overwhelming demonic energy enveloped the realm, and in the silent chaos, a scarlet portal quietly opened. This portal stood nearly 100 meters tall, reaching to the heavens, emanating a majestic ancient aura that belonged neither to this era nor this world. "What are you doing?" Across the ocean, anger shouted in shock at the video feed. Zhou Lan hovered in the air, watching the portal with a silent smile. "I mentioned long ago that you would witness the true dragon," he chuckled. "That should be Lu Mingfei, shouldn't it? Does he not resemble a dragon now?" Anger's voice trembled. "Indeed, but I do not recall saying you would see it only once." Zhou Lan's low laughter pierced through the dark rain, slowly descending to stand before the red portal. "Shedding the chrysalis to become a dragon, the final chapter," he proclaimed grandly. As the portal rippled, a fearsome green dragon claw emerged, firmly grasping the edges of the gateway. "The arrival of the king requires witnesses." Zhou Lan reiterated that phrase. And only at this moment did its true significance reveal itself. "I have arrived." The voice of the Holy Master resonated throughout the world. Chapter 77. A thread of demonic energy, a whirled the winds of another realm swept in, carrying an uncontrollable heat from the newly opened portal. This warm breeze swept away the dust, heralding the arrival of the true king. Zhou Lan had never intended to engage in a game of turtle soup with anger. His words embodied two meanings. It was Lu Mingfei, yet it was not Lu Mingfei. But only upon seeing the monarch emerge from the red portal at a great distance could anger comprehend this. The elder had indeed spoken no falsehood. If he said he would witness it, then he would undoubtedly witness it. At that very moment, the Holy Master's true form emerged from the red portal. Standing tall amidst the crumbling Nibelungen, he slightly unfurled his figure, his aura sweeping across all. Thus, the already broken Nibelungen could sustain itself no longer, dissipating in a lament under the Holy Master's oppressive presence. The audience was struck with horror, their gazes fixed upon the newly emerged king, whose presence radiated an overwhelming aura. A primal emotion known as fear fermented within their chests. As the finest of hybrids, he could wield a slaughtering knife even in the face of ancient dragons. Yet now, merely looking at the Holy Lord made his hands tremble uncontrollably. This was a being far superior to the so-called dragon race, an entity that deserved reverence from birth. All information regarding him was shrouded in enigmatic question marks. Summoned forth by the elder from the Crimson Portal, "Brother," the Holy Lord exclaimed upon his arrival in this world, quickly glancing at Zhou Lan. Upon seeing him gently hovering in the air, his heart instantly settled. Just moments ago, he was within his opulent mansion when an inexplicable force began to guide him. This power bore a familiar essence, and the Holy Lord did not resist. His brother could never wish him harm, so he followed. At this moment, he stood in this unfamiliar world, for the first time in his lengthy existence, in a complete form. He had assumed that he was summoned for battle. Otherwise, there would have been no reason for his brother to call upon him suddenly unless assistance was required. Yet, it was evident that he had miscalculated. The instant he entered this realm, he discerned the true nature of all the spectators. They were feeble. They could not possibly challenge his brother. And thus the answer became apparent. "Divine City," Zhou Lan spoke slowly, unhurriedly, "is the gift I present to you." A slight smile graced his lips as he surveyed his surroundings. His gaze did not settle on any specific individual or object. Instead, it pierced through all, scrutinizing the essence of this world. His gift was this very world itself. The Holy Lord's eyes quivered as he bent slightly and could not help but inquire, "How did you accomplish this?" He understood that Zhou Lan possessed the ability to traverse worlds through a golden door to another realm. However, Zhou Lan had never taken him on such a journey. Just moments ago, he had suddenly found himself with a portal of his own, akin to a bridge constructed in reverse from this world, guiding him effortlessly to this strange place. "How did I achieve this?" Zhou Lan laughed heartily. As a demonic sorcerer and one of the three most formidable ancient demon sorcerers, his abilities and wisdom were not to be underestimated. Before arriving in this world, he had prepared 3 spells: absorption, root, and replacement. These were initially intended to replace his siblings from hell, to prepare for the authority of the king of earth and mountains. Yet, having traversed two different worlds, his knowledge as a demon had only expanded. Using the fire magic as a catalyst, designating Lu Mingfei as an anchor point, and merging the root and replacement spells, he created an entirely new incantation that allowed the Holy Lord to descend through the anchor point. This was his second layer of strategy. In the original world, dark and righteous energies were incessantly intertwined, and one day, whether it be tomorrow or 10,000 years hence, a storm would inevitably erupt. Thus, he continuously wielded his wisdom and abilities to prepare this contingency. For his siblings, he crafted a backup world. At the very least, in this new realm, they need not fear becoming pawns of dark and light energies, destined to dissipate one day. This was a perfect retreat, an ultimate plan that Zhou Lan had devised for his siblings. This idea had long existed in his mind. He simply preferred to conceal his responsibilities and thoughts until the moment of fruition. This was the burden of him, the demon of the moon. Now he had succeeded. The fire demon Holy Lord had successfully descended into this world. In the future, without Zhou Lan, he could also arrive through his own anchor point in this realm. That anchor point was Lu Mingfei, the price of faith upon completing their transaction. The Holy Lord could sense the threat of fire magic within Lu Mingfei. In his enormous dragon eyes, emotions swirled, difficult to decipher, trembling slightly as he pondered deeply. A thread of fire magic was not a precious item. As he had stated before, it could be replenished with a mere slumber. Zhou Lan desired it, and thus he provided it. The Holy Lord had considered what Zhou Lan might wish to do with his magic. As a demon sorcerer, Zhou Lan certainly had his own motives. The Holy Lord never doubted the purity of his intentions. Yet, he had thought long and hard, and had never anticipated this outcome. His brother requested a thread of magic, and then, merely days later, gifted him an entire world? A transaction? No, this barely qualified as a transaction. This was a gift. Precisely as he had described, a present from a brother. Upon regaining his wisdom and power, he instantly comprehended the significance of Zhou Lan's actions. Thus, he fell silent, his gaze trembling softly, resting upon Zhou Lan in quietude. He was at a loss for words. Yet in that moment, he clearly understood the true meaning of their shared bloodline. This was never an empty phrase. Zhou Lan not only sought to rescue them from hell, but also meticulously planned a flawless retreat. His promise was worth more than an entire world. He spoke, he acted, and he never broke his word. After a prolonged silence, the Holy Lord finally spoke, his voice unwavering. Brother, this world belongs to you, to me, and to all our siblings. Divine City, Zhou Lan began, is merely the first step. I have prepared 7 gifts for you, and you have only unwrapped the first. He waved his hand, resembling a diligent father, his eyes reflecting a hint of satisfaction. The Holy Lord bowed, his massive form vanishing without a trace. As a king, he was destined to inspect his rightful realm. With the fire demon gone, the pressure drastically eased. At this moment, Zhou Lan slowly turned to the audience in the stands, proclaiming, "Witnesses, you should feel honored. At the very least, you are qualified to witness a new history." Chapter 78. The moonlight shall illuminate all realms. Zhou Lan gently descended before Lu Mingfei, scrutinizing the boy who had just emerged from the tumult. Lu Mingfei had always been quite astute. He understood his limitations, recognized that Lu Mingze had departed, and acknowledged that he had never truly been given a choice from the beginning. Some transactions would be executed by demons in alternative, perhaps more violent, manners, even if one did not acquiesce. From the moment he called the name of the divine city, everything began to unfold as if scripted. This was the inevitable outcome. Lu Mingfei looked at Zhou Lan, pouting slightly, and said, "Teacher, you truly weren't jesting. I really have been sold for a good price." His tone was light, clearly fatigued, not from battle, but rather from his body struggling to fully bear the surge of fire magic. With such power, Hela could not affect him. "Lu Mingfei." Zhou Lan called his name. "You are a clever lad. From the moment I first uttered that name, you likely discerned the outcome, did you not?" Lu Mingfei nodded. He simply had a habit of wrapping himself up, but was by no means foolish. "At least I managed to accomplish something." He scratched his head, grinning. "I saved my senior brother and the boss, as well as my senior sister." "You did exceptionally well," Zhou Lan praised. Lu Mingfei's expression shifted as he anxiously added, "If one day they label me a pawn of the evil god, you must certainly speak on my behalf." He did not wish to become a historical scapegoat for the arrival of the outer evil god. "Of course," Zhou Lan replied with a gentle smile, using gravity to assist Lu Mingfei in standing upright. Your support, your faith, does not rest with ordinary beings. Ah, that's a relief. I'm utterly exhausted. Lu Mingfei rubbed his face. I think I may need to lie down for a week to recuperate. Lu Mingfei comprehended his current predicament. No jest. He had indeed latched onto a formidable ally, one whose stature rivaled that of a mountain. In the midst of their conversation, the Lord had already surveyed this realm, returning with the swiftness of lightning. Regrettably, there were no formidable adversaries to contend with in this world. His gaze swept over Lu Mingfei, and a surge of fiery demonic energy cascaded upon him. Initially taken aback, Lu Mingfei soon felt all his weariness dissipate. The Lord, in his human form, appeared even more robust than Caesar, exuding an ethereal aura. Although still physically frail, with some nurturing, he could certainly be molded into something extraordinary. The Lord offered his assessment of Lu Mingfei. Lu Mingfei's eyes darted about. While the notion of offering devotion sounded somewhat daunting, in essence, it merely entailed serving as a subordinate. Moreover, this leader seemed rather accommodating, which was quite favorable. This was a task in which he excelled effortlessly. Greetings, my lord. Lu Mingfei saluted earnestly, only to let a playful smirk creep onto his face as he rubbed his hands together. My lord, might you require a shoulder rub or a foot massage? Surely, your long journey must have been tiring. The Lord paused momentarily, casting a glance at Zhou Lan, internally acknowledging the wisdom in his brother's choice of anchor. Indeed, he was the type to flourish with a mere opportunity, radiating brilliance with even a hint of sunlight. No need, he replied with satisfaction. I have satisfactory servants. I'm quite skilled, professionally trained. Lu Mingfei boasted about his own abilities. The Lord chuckled softly. My servant is commendable as well, but alas, I cannot bring them here, so I entrust this to you. I will usually remain elsewhere, he stated. A flicker of confusion crossed Lu Mingfei's eyes. What did he mean by that? You are responsible for managing everything here on my behalf. There is no need to worry about anything else. If you find yourself at a loss, I can assist you in consulting those who are knowledgeable, the Lord generously explained. This world was a gift from his brother, and naturally, he intended to manage it well. Furthermore, as it was the first world bestowed upon him by his brother, he felt compelled to set a precedent. Faced with the anchor chosen by his brother, and one who had adapted to his fiery demonic energy, there was no need for pretense. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he intended for this individual to assume the role of a vassal in this world, wielding money, status, and power as his proxy. When you refer to here, what exactly do you mean? Lu Mingfei blinked in bewilderment. The Lord regarded him and replied, This world, to put it simply, refers to this planet. Is that so difficult to grasp? Of course, do not disturb the moon. Upon hearing this, Lu Mingfei abruptly sank to the ground, shaking his head as if to dispel a haze. Hey, I'm just an 18-year-old young man, still a sophomore at university. It's hard to fathom a scenario where a mere second-year student is approached by someone who casually declares, from now on, this planet is under your control. Do a good job and don't embarrass yourself. Furthermore, what does it even mean to leave the moon alone? Do I possess such capabilities? What is this? Is this how demons operate so brazenly? Just like that, a world, a planet, is at stake. What tyrannical dragon clan? To you, it seems like a mere triviality. If you encounter any difficulties, merely call out to me in your heart. I will hear you, the Lord added. Lu Mingfei nodded, his mind swirling with astonishment, joy, and confusion, akin to a tsunami crashing into his thoughts, leaving him momentarily dazed. He felt as though the formidable ally he had embraced had grown to an ungraspable size, his arms unable to encircle it fully. Room for improvement, the Lord succinctly remarked, shifting his gaze toward Zhou Lan. Brother, he called out, in the deep of night. With the moon hanging high and casting a gentle white glow, Zhou Lan slightly nodded, raising his hand to invoke the lunar phase. Thus, the eldest of the 8 demons left a unique mark upon the world, as he had done in the past, lofty above the heavens, showering his moonlight upon the dominions of his siblings. One could foresee that in the future, the illumination of that moonlight would not merely grace a single realm, but would ultimately reflect across myriad worlds. In hell, Zhou Lan traversed through the Veil of Souls, standing silently in the blood-red abyss. He raised his hand to sever the lingering cries, summoning his brothers and sisters. I have returned. Chapter 79. The World Endures. The story continues. This world has undergone a transformation. When Zhou Lan and the Lord departed, the immense pressure dissipated, restoring tranquility. The witnesses gradually gathered, gazing at the chosen king. Chu Zihong, Caesar, and Nono silently watched Lu Mingfei. In truth, What Zhou Lan did not articulate was that Lu Mingfei's actions could hardly be classified as treason. He merely sold a world that inherently belonged to him at a favorable price. Had he not been so persuasive, Zhou Lan would have possessed myriad methods to acquire what he desired, and the outcome would not have been so serene. All of this had been predestined upon Zhou Lan's arrival. Junior brother, Chu Zihong murmured, calling his name. Caesar and Nono remained silent, having clearly heard the earlier exchange between Zhou Lan and the Lord. As the chosen anchor, the two demons did not impose pressure upon him. Yet the witnesses were not so fortunate. They found themselves unable to interject during the previous dialogue, their thoughts stifled simply by the presence of those two formidable entities. Consequently, at this moment, they were utterly at a loss on how to confront Lu Mingfei. The world had changed hands, and his second master now stood right before them. This was not merely a piece of land, a city, or a nation. It was an entire world, the very planet beneath their feet. Such a notion was inherently bewildering. Yet the demeanor of those two terrifying presences did not suggest jest. Junior brother, you've really made something of yourself. Nono chuckled awkwardly, instinctively reaching out to pat Lu Mingfei on the shoulder, but her hand hesitated in midair. Lu Mingfei glanced at her. The dragon transformation had receded, yet the fiery demonic energy had permanently altered him in certain respects. Gazing into his tranquil eyes, Nono instinctively took a step back. This was no longer the boy she had brought out from a small town. This was a fierce beast. Lu Mingfei regarded her in silence. People do grow, and some believe that a person's essence, once formed, remains immutable, as if etched into their very bones. Lu Mingfei once held that belief until he encountered Zhou Lan and experienced this magnificent drama. Strangely, his heart began to settle. Perhaps it was growth, or perhaps a newfound clarity after confronting two terrifying presences, or perhaps the side effects of the fiery demonic energy. He smiled, looking at Nono and Caesar, half-jokingly saying, "When are we holding the wedding banquet? Be sure to invite me as the best man." Before they could respond, he assisted the nearly toppling Chu Zihong, "Senior brother. You too. Next time don't charge recklessly ahead on your own." Lu Mingfei rambled on, then leaped into the remnants of Finra, as if searching for something. After a moment, he exclaimed joyfully, "Found it." Chu Zihong's pupils dilated as Lu Mingfei emerged from the bloodied remnants, cradling a figure in his arms. The figure was curled up, like a wounded kitten, frail and defenseless. Lu Mingfei handed the figure to Chu Zihong, scratching his head and laughing. "I sensed something was off during the fight. Finra didn't consume junior sister, he merely held her. Teacher Zhou Lan has removed the powers of the king of earth and mountains. She is now an ordinary person, senior brother." Lu Mingfei spoke softly. Chu Zihong cradled Xiaomi, his gaze deeply moved. He opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but no sound emerged. After a while, he finally spoke softly. "Thank you." Lu Mingfei waved his hand dismissively. It was but a trivial effort. He returned to his previous state of emptiness, turning his back to the others as he walked away along the track. The upper part of the ground had already been torn away, the torrential rain had diminished significantly, and fine droplets descended from the sky, transforming into a hazy mist in the heat as they approached him. He was enveloped in this ethereal vapor, rendering him elusive. Turning back to the others, he called out, "What are you still dawdling for? Go back to your homes and find your mothers." Chu Zihong found it difficult to describe Lu Mingfei at that moment. He sensed a certain loneliness about him, yet he seemed to finally embody a semblance of manhood, with a latent strength emanating from his not-so-tall frame that made it hard for anyone to refuse his words. Often, a boy's transformation requires only one thing, one fleeting moment. The air was silent, the rain drizzled softly, and Lu Mingfei stepped into the shadows. He paused and softly called into the emptiness, "Lu Mingze, come out and see me." As his words fell into the darkness, the world began to change quietly, and faint footsteps approached from a distance. A young boy, dressed impeccably in a tailcoat, with a weary expression, slowly stood before him. "Brother, you've changed." Lu Mingze looked at Lu Mingfei with an impassive face. "You possess greater power than I. You no longer need me." His voice carried a hint of sorrow, his small face crinkled. "How could that be?" Lu Mingfei crossed his arms and smiled. "Did you not see that they all have partners while I do not?" "Oh," Lu Mingze feigned a shiver, then sighed softly. "Brother, even your demeanor when speaking to me has become more at ease. You have indeed changed." "Of course," Lu Mingfei replied, squinting slightly. "After all, I have a knack for latching onto the right connections. It's merely a matter of finding a new ally." "Are you still going to slay dragons, brother? Those rebels?" Lu Mingze asked sorrowfully. Lu Mingfei slowly stepped forward, gazing gently at him. Of course, he replied softly, we are still comrades. Upon realizing that there was no need for further transactions between them, Lu Mingfei suddenly found Lu Mingzhe more agreeable. You are right, they are indeed rebels. He reached out boldly, ruffling Lu Mingzhe's hair, the texture surprisingly pleasant. However, that is not the only reason. He took Lu Mingzhe's hand and began walking outward, his voice resonating in the darkness. We shall cleanse this world, not for the sake of a so-called king, but for the divine. Brother, you really have sold yourself for a good price. You ought to convey that statement to that entity. Pledging loyalty from behind is of no use. By the way, you have changed quite rapidly. Your secret crush no longer likes you, and you've accepted it. Is this what it means to be a man? Lu Mingzhe remarked. Who told you I no longer liked her? One must always make choices, constantly longing for another's spouse. Am I a villain? Lu Mingfei scoffed. If I were you, I would thrash Caesar and seize the woman I love, much like the villainous dragons in stories. Who hasn't faced setbacks? I believe there will be a girl waiting for me, and I must seize the opportunity when it arises, Lu Mingfei murmured. Do you truly believe that fellow's words? He kept me imprisoned for a long time, only releasing me once everyone had left. I believe, Lu Mingfei affirmed. The footsteps of the two, one large and one small, gradually faded into the darkness. As long as the world persists, stories shall continue. It merely changes form, that is all. Chapter 80. Going to eat, Sister Hell. Upon Zhou Lan's arrival, 6 demons stirred, drawn by the sound. They encircled Zhou Lan, their gazes ablaze with intensity. Boss, you're back. Who's next? Shimu asked excitedly, voicing the question that each sibling yearned to know. Zhou Lan did not lie. Even El Dongbin had been cast into hell, so rescuing them was merely a matter of time. Having endured countless years in hell, this brief period was insignificant to them. They awaited with anticipation to see who the next fortunate soul would be. Zhou Lan stood calmly, his eyes gently surveying his siblings. Having returned from that realm, he wasted no time, heading straight for hell. This journey had not been in vain. He brought back a crucial item of great importance. Soon, this item would manifest its intended power. The soul of the Lord had also journeyed to hell, ready to witness this significant moment. Zhou Lan looked at the 6 demons, extending his hand, a faint glow emanating from the essence of power extracted from another world. He gazed upon the authority drawn from the king of earth and mountains. This power was not overwhelming, as he had initially anticipated. Even after his enhancement, it barely reached a usable level, despite the impressive title in another world. The essence was still considerably weaker than that of the demons. Zhou Lan's gaze drifted among the 6 demons, ultimately landing on the towering figure. Bogan, my sister, he called. The mountain demon, Bogan, ranked second among the 8 great demons, second only to Zhou Lan, making her the second eldest among the demons. Oh, it seems Bogan will leave before us, Shimu exclaimed. The other demons turned their attention to Bogan. As expected, the demons were stirred, but there was no contention. In hell, time was the least valuable commodity. Since the elder was fulfilling his promise, the order of departure was merely a matter of sequence. In fact, witnessing Zhou Lan save the other siblings became the prevailing emotion of hope. Bogan is finally leaving this cursed place. No more hunger for her. Bogan joyously thumped her body, causing a rumble. In hell, every demon had suffered some degree of wear and tear, with varying conditions. Some, like Xiaofeng, retained more memories than others. Others, like Shimu, had nearly forgotten their magic and had been reduced to a pitiful state. Bogan's situation was similarly dire. She had been worn down to the point of barely recalling the instinct to feed, although she had not fared much better in ancient times. At least back then. She had merely struggled to control her appetite, while the resources in that world were exceedingly scarce. Now, she could hardly remember anything but the urge to eat. My sister. Do not fret, Zhou Lan gently reassured her. A wisp of lunar demonic energy propelled the authority in his hand, merging it with hell, slowly infusing it into the blood-red heavens of the underworld. Zhou Lan activated the newly improved triune spell, his robe billowing erratically as he endeavored to integrate the authority into the rules of hell. Meanwhile, his mind raced with thoughts. Bogan was different from the other demons. Her danger surpassed that of her siblings. If left unchecked, she would inevitably consume the world. If that were to happen, by the time the other siblings were freed, they would find nothing but a barren, desolate world awaiting them. Zhou Lan could not allow her to linger in this world for too long. If havoc was to be wreaked, it must not be now. He needed to swiftly transport her to another realm. With a pronounced tremor, hell began to quake incessantly. In this realm of despair, two powers of the mountain demons suddenly emerged, creating a conflict within the established rules. This was precisely the effect Zhou Lan sought. A torrent of demonic energies surged forth, and Bogan suddenly felt a force pushing against her massive form. The thrust expelled her, and in accordance with her brother's words, she offered no resistance, allowing this force to gradually intensify. In the next instant, her vision blurred. As if expelled, she was cast out of hell. At last, she beheld the light of day. Bogan excitedly waved her tiny hands, her gaze greedily surveying everything before her. It was a magnificent mansion. I am hungry. I have been hungry for such a long time. Her stomach growled uncontrollably, causing the ground to tremble as the human servants scattered beneath her feet. In the next moment, her steps abruptly halted. It was the Lord, standing before Bogan, helplessly stating, "This is my domain." He had feared this, which is why he hurried back the moment Zhou Lan's spell was completed. That was close. They nearly lost their home. But what of Bogan's domain? "I can no longer contain myself," Bogan shouted, her impatience evident. With that, Zhou Lan's spirit returned after bidding farewell to her other siblings. She glanced at El Dongbin's situation. It was manageable. The one less Bogan on the hellish side posed little issue. El Dongbin was also not a significant threat. In fact, it was a miracle that he could still leap about after enduring persecution from the 6 great demons for so long. Yet, faced with Bogan, even Zhou Lan felt a sense of helplessness. She was an existence capable of devouring the heavens and the earth. Satiating her hunger was no simple task. In the past, her domain was in Japan. In ancient times, it was a land comparable in size to Asia. However, her insatiable appetite led her to consume the continent until it was reduced to a solitary island. Had the Lord not intervened just now, this place would likely have ceased to exist. The second sister, freshly released from prison, had come to devour their home, and the Lord wished to avoid such an unfolding. With a wave of his hand, the fleeing servants regrouped, carrying enormous, salt-encrusted insects, ready to feed her. Bogan clapped her hands in excitement, her short arms eagerly grasping an insect and shoving it into her mouth. This was food cultivated by the Lord in advance. He had promised to welcome the remaining siblings in this world, ensuring he did not indulge solely in his own enjoyment. The servants lined up, bearing the demons' offerings as they rushed towards Bogan. However, even this could only alleviate her immediate hunger. The Lord turned his gaze toward Zhou Lan. A hint of helplessness reflected in his eyes. Though he remained silent, everything was conveyed without words. Zhou Lan sighed. This was the burden of an elder. He gently raised his hand, and a magnificent golden portal appeared. Demonic energy enveloped Bogan, and together they floated toward the gateway. "We're leaving," he called out. Bogan paused, her hand stilling, and queried in confusion, "Where to?" Zhou Lan gently pushed her with a soft yet irresistible force, whispering, "Of course, to eat, my sister." Chapter 81. Ethereal aura at the summit of Kunlun Mountain. Through the portal, they arrived in another world. Zhou Lan gazed at the somewhat bewildered Bogan, lost in contemplation. Unlike her other siblings, Bogan's situation was rather unique. Even before her imprisonment in hell, she was a demon unable to suppress her insatiable appetite. Moreover, after being worn down in hell for countless eons, the one thing that had not changed was her ability. This meant that apart from her craving for food, she had nearly forgotten everything else. Yet, therein lay an advantage. Zhou Lan had now discovered a means to help them reclaim those lost aspects. With the return of glory, power would accompany wisdom and emotions. This method would prove equally effective for Bogan. It merely required continuous feeding to enhance her strength, surpassing a certain threshold to suffice. At this moment, Zhou Lan and Bogan stood at the foot of a mountain shrouded in mist. "Where is this?" Bogan's face reflected confusion as her tiny hands flailed. Zhou Lan looked toward the mountain peak, his vision extending far. In his sight, a continuous black line rested along the ridge. A throng of countless figures lined up in a queue. He withdrew his gaze, grasping a wisp of delicate mist, and said to Bogan, "Give it a try." Bogan, though puzzled, complied, abruptly opening her mouth to inhale the entire wisp Zhou Lan had offered. The potency was such that Zhou Lan felt the very air at the mountain's base had become significantly clearer. "How is it?" he inquired. "Not filling, but it seems somewhat effective. If it were salty, it would be better," Bogan replied, lowering her head. Upon hearing this, a satisfied expression graced Zhou Lan's face. He knew a bit about the foundations of his siblings. Bogan's gluttony stemmed from her uncontrollable, innate craving for power. She grew stronger through consumption. In ancient times, The reason she could devour the continent and reduce it to an island was due to the meager power contained in the food of the original world. Thus, before she could digest it, her belly was once again empty. Inadequate quality could only be compensated for by quantity. In simpler terms, the ingredients were subpar. Therefore, to prevent Bogan from indiscriminately consuming the world out of hunger, the key was to enhance the power level of the ingredients. With this thought, he transformed. A dark moon appeared instantly at his location. Zhou Lan then emerged from the dark moon, his form subtly altered. His black hair was styled into a bun, and he donned a crimson robe adorned with faint purple accents, hovering in the air. He appeared as a man in his 40s, slender and handsome. With dark hair and an aura of tranquility, his demeanor calm and collected, like a serene pool of water. Anyone who beheld him would surely exclaim, "What a celestial being!" Zhou Lan turned to Bogan. "You must transform as well." "I want to eat," Bogan stubbornly replied, her gaze lingering on the ethereal energy swirling around the mountain's base. "First, listen to me," Zhou Lan said gently. "I will ensure you have good food soon." Bogan nodded, grateful that shapeshifting was an innate ability of demons. She assessed Zhou Lan's form and mimicked him. Moments later, a youthful and curvaceous woman appeared before Zhou Lan, dressed in a light green palace gown. Her hair neatly styled in a bun. The woman Bogan had transformed into appeared mature, yet her eyes and expression bore an innocent yearning for food, making her seem quite childlike. After enduring for so long, her demeanor and actions leaned more towards that of a child. Mountains are admired for their majestic forms, and Bogan naturally reflected this. As the demon of mountains, her transformed figure was voluptuous, yet not overly so. Underneath her innocent aura, she resembled an unwed young woman, somewhat chubby and blissfully unaware. "This is splendid," Zhou Lan nodded in satisfaction, instructing her, "Speak little and act less, obey me in all matters." Bogan's gaze followed the dissipating mist as she gulped, silently nodding. "All right, let us move," Zhou Lan exclaimed cheerfully. Bogan stepped forward, and suddenly the earth trembled. Zhou Lan paused, then realized that even though his sister had taken on a new appearance, her essence remained that of the largest and heaviest among the 8 demons. A trace of helplessness flickered in his eyes as he utilized gravity to cloak Bogan's attributes. Gravity lifted them both toward the mountain peak, through layers of mist. At the summit, a grand mountain gate floated in the sky, exuding an extraordinary aura. Beneath the gate, along the ridge, countless figures appeared like a dark line. These were mortals seeking enlightenment and transcendence. Zhou Lan laughed heartily. Upon entering this world, his demeanor seemed to have changed slightly, exuding greater composure. Gazing at the scene before him, he softly chanted, "At the summit of Kunlun, ethereal oars waft, multitudes bow in reverence to the teachings." Indeed, this world was a realm of immortals. Yet, unlike the conventional wilderness, it was a place endowed with the so-called demon orbs and spiritual pearls, the world of demon children. In this realm, the protagonists are the 2 reincarnated beings, Neza and Ao Bing, embodiments of the demon pill and spirit pearl. Before them lies the magnificent scene of the current Taoist temple, the Jade Void Palace on Kunlun Mountain. What Zhou Lan seeks resides within Kunlun, amidst the teachings of the Tao. If there exists something forged purely from the essence of power, capable of satiating the hunger of the gluttonous Bagong both mechanically and hierarchically, it is the treasured elixirs and magical artifacts. To refine scattered energies into solid forms is the most profound method within the realm of immortality. The techniques from the original world are too simplistic and lack reliable artifacts. Even with Zhou Lan's prowess, he has merely grasped repulsive powers and dark sorcery. Immortal arts and magical treasures are the hallmarks of other worlds. Yet, demons can learn anything. The fundamental laws of earth, wind, water, and fire also govern this world. Within the teachings of the demon child world, there exists a magical artifact known as the Heavenly Origin Cauldron, a priceless treasure for alchemy, belonging to the primordial heavenly venerable. Coincidentally, this is precisely what Zhou Lan requires. His sister's diet is far too plain. As her elder brother, how could he not provide her with something exquisite? In an instant, he accelerated, leading Bagong directly toward the entrance of the Jade Void Palace. The clouds enveloping the mountain peak parted before him, a striking crimson hue piercing the heavens. At the ridge, countless mortals yearning for immortality gazed upwards, their eyes shimmering with anticipation and envy. An immortal has appeared, someone exclaimed. Such splendid demeanor and remarkable presence. Whenever the mortals cast their gaze upon that crimson figure, they could not help but marvel. "Dear friend, please hold." A disciple clad in a light golden robe hurriedly approached, blocking the entrance. Zhou Lan gradually halted, the gravitational pull gently cradling Bagong, ensuring her steadiness. Esteemed friend, may I inquire the purpose of your visit? Chapter 82. The door has been devoured. The disciple of the teachings could not help but scrutinize the figure before him. Clad in a striking crimson robe, he stood out against the pale backdrop of the Jade Void Palace, though his actions were somewhat audacious. The calm demeanor etched upon his brow suggested he was not one to boast. Observing Zhou Lan's countenance, his long beard and hair, his extraordinary aura, and his slender form, one might mistakenly assume he was a celestial being descending to investigate. In contrast, the palace-clad woman silently standing beside him possessed, remaining mute at this moment. The sight of these two individuals, one tall and slender, the other short and stout, standing outside the door was rather amusing. Esteemed friend, I am but a wandering immortal, seeking refuge in the Jade Void Palace. Would you kindly announce my arrival to the elders? Zhou Lan stated. His expression neither servile nor arrogant, his posture upright as a pine tree. The gatekeeper disciple could not suppress a frown. A wandering immortal is merely one without affiliation. Yet, the visitor appeared to lack proper etiquette. The renowned teachings of the Tao required a degree of respect from their disciples. He replied curtly, the venerable one is in seclusion, and the elders are occupied. Please wait outside. He turned to leave, casting his back toward Zhou Lan. Just as he had taken a few steps, a sudden cracking sound echoed in his ears. He whirled around, his eyes widening in shock. The palace-clad woman, whom he had previously dismissed, had inexplicably breached the barrier and was rather indecorously clinging to the door of the Jade Void Palace, her posture unabashed. It was evident that a portion of the jade door had been gnawed away. Impudent. This door is crafted from divine jade, worth a fortune. Oh dear. You have committed a grave mistake. In an instant, he was frantic, rushing to Bogang's side, attempting to pull her away. Yet, regardless of how he strained, she remained immovable, as if he were trying to budge a mountain. Bagong, I'm hungry, she murmured between bites. In the blink of an eye, the door of the Jade Void Palace had been devoured to the tune of 70 or 80%. The disciple of the teachings slumped in midair, terror in his eyes. Choking on his words, it's over. The door has been eaten. The immortal will surely be furious. Beside him, Zhou Lan smiled, taking a keen interest in the scene. Bogang's actions were, of course, his tacit approval. He sought the elixirs and the heavenly origin cauldron, and thus, he was not inclined to grovel. In the world of demons, the figure in charge at this moment was the eldest disciple of the 12 golden immortals of the teachings, the infinite immortal, an evil peach. Zhou Lan certainly had his methods to handle him. The disciple of the teachings was genuinely flustered, momentarily rendered speechless with fear. Pulling and tugging proved futile. His face flushed with anger. He finally cast a spell, unleashing a stream of golden light toward Bogang's back. You brought this upon yourselves. Do not blame me for taking action, he admonished. In his gaze, the golden light surged toward Bagong, and just as it was about to make contact, Bagong suddenly reacted. Her movements quick and agile, unlike that of an ordinary person. She swiftly reached out, grasping the stream of light, gazing at it in confusion. This spell was firmly imprisoned within her palm, unable to escape. The next moment, she unceremoniously stuffed the stream into her mouth, as if nothing had transpired. She turned back to her previous task. In an instant, the disciple of the teachings was left aghast. His binding spell had simply vanished. That was celestial power. Effortlessly consumed by her? He stood frozen, unsure of how to respond. It was not until the door had entirely disappeared into Bogang's mouth that he finally comprehended the situation. The entrance was gone. He glared furiously at Zhou Lan, exclaiming, "This is all you're doing. Come, we shall go before the immortal." Zhou Lan merely smiled in response, moving uninvited. As he passed by Bagong, he extended his hand to guide her, saying, "Let us go." The gravitational force lifted her as they drifted toward the grand hall of the Jade Void Palace. "How was it? Did it suit your taste?" Zhou Lan inquired. Bagong remained silent for 3 seconds before finally responding, "I'm hungry again." Zhou Lan chuckled softly. Well, lasting for 3 seconds is commendable. He then followed her gaze forward. Before them stood a grand hall entirely crafted from green jade, suspended atop Kunlun Mountain, exuding majesty. Zhou Lan quickly adjusted the gravitational pull to redirect Bogang's attention. "That cannot be eaten, at least not now. You just finished devouring the door. Do not covet the temple as well. Steal from others, but not in this manner. Exercise a bit of patience. I shall handle everything." He spoke gently to Bagong. The disciple of the teachings soared into the grand hall of the Jade Void Palace, casting furtive glances toward the rear, where the two audacious figures had nonchalantly followed. He directed his gaze to the center of the hall, where a diminutive figure with a large, round head floated upon a cloud, holding a wooden cane. "Immortal! Immortal!" he called out repeatedly, bowing deeply. "Rash and unruly, what manner of conduct is this?" The infinite immortal scolded, frowning. The disciple of the teachings turned around, pointing, lamenting. "They have invaded. The door of the Jade Void Palace is gone." "Is that so?" The infinite immortal's expression shifted in astonishment as he followed the direction of the pointing finger toward the entrance of the hall. "They have arrived." The disciple retreated to the side, gritting his teeth as he glared at the approaching figures. This seemingly amiable elder was the spokesperson of the Jade Void Palace. The eldest disciple of the 12 Golden Immortals, the infinite immortal. There was no one he could not subdue. Logically, he should not have acted so recklessly, directly bringing them into the hall, but his anger had clouded his judgment. Zhou Lan maintained his composure as he settled before the infinite immortal. The elderly figure, reminiscent of a peach, was precisely the individual he sought, the so-called greatest antagonist of this world. Simultaneously, he was a character wholly devoted to the teachings of the Tao, willing to employ any means necessary. The power hierarchy of the demon child world does not compare to the true primordial realm. It is not particularly formidable. The infinite immortal's strength is also not top tier. In truth, only the primordial heavenly venerable, currently in seclusion, could contend with him. However, there is wisdom in delegating specialized tasks to those most adept at them. At the very least, the infinite immortal possesses one commendable trait. He is exceptionally skilled in alchemy. The so-called immortal elixir is a creation of nature, possessing the remarkable ability to replace a decade of arduous cultivation for an ordinary celestial being. In terms of quality, it far surpasses mundane items. Zhou Lan, however, had come to acquire skills and treasures. He possessed strength, yet lacked finesse and tools. With a smile, he calmly declared, "I am the scattered immortal Zhou Lan, here to seek refuge in the Chan sect with my younger sister." "Refuge? The Chan sect?" The infinite elder was taken aback. He scrutinized the middle-aged man before him. In terms of stature and demeanor, the man was hardly inferior to the 12 golden immortals. Yet, he could not discern his strength or background. The infinite elder furrowed his brow. "How peculiar. My disciple has informed me that the gates of Yusu Palace have been destroyed by you." Zhou Lan replied earnestly, "My younger sister, Meng Lang, has a gluttonous nature, but she is inherently simple." The infinite elder's gaze shifted back and forth between Zhou Lan and Bo Gang. Were they truly siblings? They appeared quite dissimilar. Chapter 83. Innate background clearing his throat, the infinite elder spoke slowly. "Seeking refuge is commendable. My Chan sect is the foremost sect of the universe. To have destroyed our gates at the entrance to my domain is indeed extraordinary. However, many seek to ally with my sect, and ultimately, one's background must be considered." Zhou Lan thought to himself, as expected. In any world connected to the primordial era, background was of paramount importance. Simply put, background refers to one's origins. Are they human or monster, immortal or demon? It is a time that places immense value on one's lineage. "That is certainly acceptable," Zhou Lan replied with a smile. He released his restrictions, and a chilling aura began to emanate from him. Bo Gang followed suit, her presence grand and majestic as a mountain. The infinite elder was taken aback, murmuring in disbelief, "From where do you hail?" Zhou Lan remained silent, pointing upwards. The infinite elder, sensing he was beginning to grasp the answer, inquired uncertainly, "When?" "Born innate," Zhou Lan replied coolly. "Is there a true form?" The infinite elder pressed on. Zhou Lan shook his wide sleeves, his expression subtly changing. "I am not one of the furry, horned, or amphibious kind." Upon hearing this, the infinite elder staggered back several steps. These two were, indeed, innate beings. The term innate beings refers to those who existed before the primordial deity Pangu separated heaven and earth. Zhou Lan had not misled him. In their original world, the siblings were born from the source. Although they had not witnessed Pangu's creation, their status was undeniable. This lineage would not be considered inferior even if a golden immortal were present. "Excellent. Truly wonderful. My Chan sect shall flourish." The infinite elder's face beamed with joy. He excitedly paced in the clouds. No wonder they did not bow upon meeting. In terms of background, these two were inherently close to the source of the great Tao. After a while, he regained his composure and asked, "I have not previously encountered such beings. May I ask your reason for seeking refuge in the Chan sect?" Zhou Lan adjusted his sleeves and stated, "I have heard that the War of the Gods is about to commence, and during this grand celestial gathering, My sister and I naturally seek a suitable place. The infinite elder's heart leapt with joy. Zhou Lan's words resonated deeply with him. He too was preparing for the war of the gods. The Chan sect shall rise with two such individuals. He could not help but exclaim. At that moment, a disciple beside him whispered, "Elder, the gate." The infinite elder frowned and pointed his staff. The disciple was abruptly flung out of the entrance. Lacking discernment, he admonished. He then turned back to Zhou Lan and Bo Gang with a beaming smile. "From your words, I take it this is your esteemed sister?" "Truly, truly." He rubbed his hands together, his long white brows rising in delight. After a moment of silence, he continued, "What a remarkable pair." Zhou Lan nodded slightly. "My sister is not fond of speaking, possessing a nature that is both mischievous and gluttonous. I hope the elder can be accommodating." "Not at all." "Not at all." The infinite elder chuckled, his eyes twinkling. "Such background is rare even in this world. Might I inquire if you have any other siblings who could join us in the Chan sect?" "There are others." Zhou Lan glanced at him, revealing that he had 6 more siblings, of which he was the eldest. "Where are they?" The infinite elder scanned the surroundings. Zhou Lan sighed slowly. "My siblings were ambushed several epochs ago and trapped in a peculiar realm, and I too have only recently emerged. I see, how lamentable." The infinite elder sympathized. He raised his hand, calling for an aid. "He-Tong, prepare a feast and bring forth the celestial dew." Heeding the order, He-Tong, donned in white, quickly complied. Moments later, an array of celestial delicacies was laid out. Zhou Lan observed Bo Gang indulging voraciously, sweeping his fingers across the table to push a share towards her. The hall fell silent. The infinite elder watched in astonishment as the celestial dishes vanished into Bo Gang's mouth, feeling a mix of pain and shock. This gluttony was no ordinary greed. "Does your sister seem a bit dim-witted?" The infinite elder ventured cautiously. Zhou Lan shook his head. "Her nature is such. They say the eldest brother is like a father, and I can only keep her by my side. Elder, please bear with us." Hearing this, the infinite elder feigned nonchalance, waving his hand. "No matter. The Chan sect has abundant resources. Surely your sister won't consume all of Yusu Palace?" He chuckled awkwardly, while Zhou Lan remained silent. She can indeed, he thought, as her insatiable appetite seemed boundless, devouring everything in sight. This hunger was a manifestation of her thirst for power. Her need to consume was an embodiment of her desire to compensate for lost strength. Even when satiated, she would continue to eat. For the 8 great demons, each possessed unique abilities, and Bo Gang was one such entity who could grow stronger through consumption. In truth, her potential seemed to rival Zhou Lan's. Previously, she sustained her title as the demon of the mountain merely by consuming insects and powerless soil. If she were to feast on potent treasures and elixirs, the consequences would be unimaginable. Reflecting on this, Zhou Lan gazed at her. "It seems you care deeply for your sister, a bond that is truly touching," the infinite elder praised. He subtly signaled to He-Tong under the table to halt the serving of more dishes. Yet, maintaining a composed demeanor, he shifted the conversation. "Currently, my master is in seclusion, and I manage the affairs of the Chan sect. Though I acknowledge your background, we must adhere to certain protocols." "Speak freely," Zhou Lan encouraged. The infinite elder's expression grew serious. "In these times, demons run rampant. The Chan sect has established a demon hunting team to ensure the safety of the populace. I propose your assessment be to capture a demon king. What say you?" "Agreed," Zhou Lan nodded. He-Tong, the infinite elder, summoned another capable aide. "Are there any unsubdued demon kings?" The handsome and bright-faced He-Tong bowed and replied, "Indeed, there is a demon king named Shi on the demon hunting roster. Shall we designate this as the assessment target?" As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Zhou Lan, his heart pounding. A celestial being who could warrant such a grand feast from the master was undoubtedly extraordinary. "That is certainly acceptable," Zhou Lan replied, pausing briefly before adding, "I have one request." "Speak freely," the infinite elder replied calmly. "My sister was recently rescued from a plot by thieves and is currently in a weakened state. I have heard that the elixirs of Yusu Palace are profoundly effective." Before he could finish, the infinite elder readily agreed. "Naturally. The Chan sect has a tradition of providing elixirs to its disciples." With a wave of his hand, several elixirs fell into a neat row. "Let these be given to your sister to sample." Bo Gang gazed longingly at the elixirs, opening her mouth as an overwhelming suction force suddenly erupted. Chapter 84. The Marvelous Effects of the Elixir. Bo Gang swallows mountains. The individuals present barely had time to see the shadows of the elixirs before they vanished without a trace, flying into Bo Gang's mouth and disappearing. The immortal elder, alongside the deer boy and crane boy, could not help but marvel at the extraordinary sister of this celestial family. However, upon reflecting on her innate identity as a being of primordial essence, their astonishment seemed somewhat acceptable. "What do you think?" Zhou Lan inquired of Bogang. Bogang nodded slightly, responding, "A little." "Excellent, as long as it proves useful," Zhou Lan remarked, never one to dawdle. "Let us depart." Since the celestial elixir indeed held significance for Bogang, there was no reason to hesitate. Having endured a prolonged period of deprivation in the underworld, she was in dire need of sustenance imbued with power, be it earthly elements, spiritual energy, or even demonic forces and incantations. For Bogang, all could serve as nourishment. In fact, concentrated elixirs would enhance her vitality far more rapidly than mere consumption of the land. He had promised to bring Bogang to feast, and he would not go back on his word. Naturally, considering future sustainability, it would be prudent to acquire the skills of alchemy and a cauldron. As an elder brother, it was not beneath him to take on the role of a cook for his sister as future. "Very well, let us set forth." 2 hours later, amidst the mountain ranges, a group of disciples from the Chan sect stood at a distance on the clouds, quietly gazing at the two figures suspended in the air. The so-called assessment involved capturing a demon king. Zhou Lan, however, surveyed the mountains, absorbing all information around him. The assessment was trivial. His mind was occupied with grander thoughts. Since they had come this far, it would be folly to leave without acquiring some skills. The most precious treasures in this world were the spirit pearl and the demon pill. Judging by the current timeline, these two treasures must have reincarnated as Neza and Ao Bing. It was rumored that the heavenly origin cauldron could refine them into celestial elixirs. He glanced at Bogang, contemplating whether she needed nourishment. After all, it was only reasonable to seize the opportunity to gather something along the way. With this in mind, he turned to Bogang, saying, "The next steps are in your hands." Bogang nodded and leaped towards the towering mountain before her. Zhou Lan released the gravitational force that had been supporting her in midair, and Bogang landed with a thunderous impact. Within the mountain's core, the stout and dusky-skinned Shiji trembled. She set aside her mirror, postponing the inquiry of who was most beautiful, and angrily demanded, "Who dares disturb the tranquility of my meditative practice?" Strangely, her appearance bore some resemblance to Bogang's transformed state. One was a mountain demon, the other a stone spirit. At their core, they were intrinsically linked. As Bogang descended into the earth, finally liberated from Zhou Lan's side, she could no longer contain her hunger. She opened her mouth wide, and vast expanses of land vanished within. The tangible materials, upon entering her mouth, transformed into the purest energy, devoured in an instant. Suddenly, the dear boy trembled, his gaze fixated on the towering mountain, which began to sink visibly into Bogang's belly. She relinquished her restraints, consuming at an alarming pace. Inside the mountain's depths, Shiji panicked. The mountain Bogang was consuming was her very essence. In the brief moment of tremors, she sensed that her corporeal form had nearly vanished by half. An overwhelming dread began to fester within her heart. What kind of being was this? Even the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect could not treat her as mere fodder. Closing her eyes to concentrate, she sought to reconnect with her essence. Suddenly, the stone mountain materialized before her, taking on a humanoid shape. Shiji returned to her original form, her voice booming with authority as she declared, "Who dares to gnaw at me?" The upper half of the stone mountain revealed two hollows resembling eyes, scanning the ground until it spotted a figure of similar stature, seated and clutching her leg. That mouth resembled a black hole, consuming all vitality and essence that drew near. If this continued, she would be the first demon king to be devoured alive. The most terrifying aspect was that this process was entirely painless. She shuddered, rocks cascading down. It was unfathomable to think what might happen if she encountered such a fate while asleep or in meditation. She would likely awaken to find herself utterly depleted. "You shall perish," Shiji roared, her massive form lunging downward with the force of an entire mountain. Yet, Bogang at the foot of the mountain seemed unfazed. She neither understood her actions nor acknowledged the unfolding events. Zhou Lan was correct. Her memories had been reduced to mere cravings. Fortunately, she still remembered her other siblings. As the stone mountain descended, just as it neared Bogang, Shiji abruptly halted, taken aback by the sight of the corpulent figure seated on the ground. "What is happening?" Behind her, the dear boy appeared astonished, questioning the sudden ceasefire. Zhou Lan, well informed, watched with crossed arms, intrigued. Shiji's form bent toward the ground, her large eyes fixated on Bogang. She opened her mouth, preparing to speak, when Bogang suddenly moved. She tilted her head, locking eyes with Shiji. Instantly, Shiji trembled, exclaiming, "So beautiful." Every detail of Bogang's appearance was laid bare before her, unfazed by the imminent danger. Bogang merely glanced at Shiji before returning to her feast. The hollow feeling within her began to resurface. In a panic, Shiji extended her hand toward Bogang, fearfully warning, "Whoever you are, those who dare to touch my essence shall suffer dire consequences." A tremendous pressure emanated from the sky. Bogang sat on the ground, indifferent, as if she were still in the underworld. Suddenly, Shiji's colossal hand hovered in midair. She gazed at Bogang, who, despite taking no action, seemed to magnify the weight of her presence. Rubbing her eyes, she focused once more. Perhaps due to their similar natures, she finally discerned Bogang's true form. There was no human seated there, but a being vastly larger than her mountain essence. A creature immeasurably greater in size. If there were concepts of cosmic laws, Shiji felt she was now encountering one. How terrifying. She trembled, gravel cascading from her body as she instinctively retreated. This divine embodiment of beauty was murmuring something. Straining to listen, she finally discerned the low rumble emanating from Bogang's mouth. Hungry, Bogang reached out, effortlessly seizing the fleeing mountain. Unbeknownst to her, she unleashed a tremendous force. With a swift pull, the entire mountain was drawn into her embrace. Before her, an enormous maw loomed ever closer. Despair enveloped Shiji. Chapter 85. One law leads to all laws. Was this how it would end? The deer boy stared in shock as the colossal mountain swiftly vanished into Bogang's mouth. Such primordial beings were indeed fearsome, and this was without the intervention of that figure clad in crimson robes who observed from a distance. As an elder brother, he ought not to be weaker than his sister. Suppressing his astonishment, the deer boy commanded, "The demon king has been subdued. Withdraw. Return to Yushu Palace." He turned to see Zhou Lan walking alongside Bogang. These two required utmost caution. Behind them, Zhou Lan waved a hand in front of Bogang, conjuring a diminutive stone figure that spoke in a high-pitched voice. "I thank you, great sir, for sparing my life, preserving a sliver of intelligence for Shiji." The little stone man bowed earnestly. Zhou Lan's gaze then fell upon Bogang. "It seems beauty is always accompanied by peril," he remarked. "You certainly have a knack for interesting conversation." Zhou Lan gazed at her, adhering to the decree of Yushu Palace that mandated her capture alive. "Lord Zhou Lan," came the voice of Lu Tong beside him. With the demon king subdued and the opposing party destined to enter the Chan sect, he decided to change his address. This demon king would be better handled by the demon capture team, he requested. Zhou Lan nodded slightly and handed the small stone figure to Lu Tong, who surprisingly had prepared a small cage to confine the little stone creature. This stone figure, though rather adorable, held no interest for Zhou Lan, and he feared it might be devoured by Bogang. Following the demon capture team, the group returned to Kunlun Mountain's Yushu Palace at a remarkably swift pace, hardly longer than the time it would take Bogang to have a meal. Behind them, Zhou Lan inquired of his sister, "How do you find this journey?" Bogang nodded, noting that the essence of the stone figure, a mountain, was unlike ordinary mountains and was imbued with greater spiritual energy, ideally suited to her taste. Zhou Lan had embarked on this journey with a semblance of pure intent, drawing from the experience of the Holy Master. He wished to take his siblings to traverse the myriad realms and behold the diverse landscapes. As he had expressed upon his first departure from the original world, how could they not witness the splendor of this world? Perhaps due to having consumed some power, Bogang's gaze had grown clearer. She observed the steadily advancing demon capture team and murmured, "These individuals appear earnest, yet they seem bound by some unseen constraint." Zhou Lan raised an eyebrow, noting the team outside the Yushu Palace, like a cluster of stars returning to the sea. Bogang was not truly foolish. The wisdom dulled in hell would gradually return with the restoration of her power, yet Zhou Lan had advised her to speak and act sparingly from the outset. This world is, after all, replete with constraints. Zhou Lan asked, "How's the taste of the elixir? Is it effective?" Bogang replied solemnly, "If it were concocted by my brother, it would surely be better." Zhou Lan chuckled softly, "Once I achieve my goals, I shall depart." Moments later, the infinite immortal elder, having listened to Lu Tong's report, displayed a satisfied expression. He stroked his long beard and remarked, "You have entered my Chan sect. According to our customs, those who have yet to attain immortality are granted one opportunity to select a chance treasure, and though you are already an immortal, you still retain this privilege. However, prior to this, while you need not ascend to immortality, you must inscribe the immortal incantation of my Chan sect to receive the immortal jade token." which will serve as identification and a foundation for your future endeavors in the world. The infinite immortal elder's tone was probing as he began to chant the incantation. Golden light swirling around them. Naturally, Zhou Lan replied, his expression unchanged. Excellent, excellent. The infinite immortal elder's satisfaction peaked as he chanted the incantation, which enveloped both Zhou Lan and Bo Gang. After a while, the golden light of the incantation faded. Having issued the jade tokens, he led Zhou Lan and Bo Gang away from the Grand Hall. Shortly thereafter, with a wave of his hand, the treasure vault of Yusu Palace unfolded before Zhou Lan's eyes. Thousands of swimming fish formed a dazzling array, drifting towards them, each fish representing a treasured item. Zhou Lan cut straight to the chase. Do you possess methods for alchemy? Of course. The infinite immortal elder replied confidently. Alchemy is a specialty of Yusu Palace. He summoned a fish and presented it to Zhou Lan, stating, Is this what you seek? Logically, since the other party was also an immortal, they should not lack alchemical methods. Yet as Zhou Lan had posed the inquiry, the elder did not press further. Zhou Lan nodded slightly. The method contained within the swimming fish unfolding before him, transforming into a luminous veil of knowledge. This method encompassed the most prevalent paths of alchemy in the present day. Exceedingly intricate, mastering it would likely take centuries. The infinite immortal elder observed Zhou Lan as he scrutinized the alchemical method and cautioned him, but suddenly, he found himself at a loss for words. Zhou Lan remained still, and the knowledge veil abruptly transformed back into a swimming fish, swimming away. So that is how it is, he murmured. The infinite immortal elder's expression froze in disbelief. Have you mastered it? How is that possible? Only a few seconds have passed. The veil had unfolded before Zhou Lan for no more than half a moment. Zhou Lan smiled slightly. I have learned it. In the myriad realms, diverse powers emerge incessantly. Yet at their core, they all adhere to a singular principle. Mastery of one law yields mastery of all laws. What he lacked was merely a catalyst. Demons, by their very nature, are born from the primordial essence and inherently possess power. Like a river that never runs dry, once a channel is opened, the flow will surge forth unimpeded. The infinite immortal elder expressed his admiration and inquired, Your sister also has an opportunity. As soon as he finished speaking, Bo Gang interjected, I require an alchemical furnace. Very well, very well. The infinite immortal elder chuckled heartily, fully aware of the intentions of the two before him. He summoned another fish and extracted a bronze cauldron from within. This is a replica of my master's Tianyuan Ding. In terms of alchemical capability, it is not inferior to ordinary treasures. As for the true Tianyuan Ding, you shall see it shortly. Zhou Lan nodded, and with a flick of his hand, the bronze cauldron visibly shrank, floating in the palm of his hand. Bo Gang, being sensible, refrained from making any further recommendations. Knowing that Zhou Lan had already selected his opportunity, the infinite immortal elder floated towards the Grand Hall, having received word that his junior brother, Tai Yizhenren, was on his way to Yusu Palace with the reincarnated Neza, the disciple of Ling Zhu. After arranging matters for Zhou Lan, he needed to meet with his junior brother. Look, that is the Tianyuan Ding. He pointed proudly to the side. A massive cauldron, mostly shrouded in clouds and mist, appeared before Zhou Lan. The Tianyuan Ding possesses unparalleled alchemical capabilities. Even ordinary materials refined through this treasure can enhance their quality, the infinite immortal elder stated, stroking his beard. Zhou Lan took a glance and then withdrew his gaze. Seeing his apparent lack of interest, the infinite immortal elder felt reassured. This treasure was beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. It was a relic of Yuan Shi Tianzuan. Even he merely possessed the right to use it. I shall have He Tong escort you to the cave for rest. My junior brother is coming to pay a visit. I must take my leave. No need for formality. Immortal elder, Zhou Lan raised his hand in farewell. The infinite immortal elder's junior brother, Tai Yizhenren, was responsible for guiding Ling Zhu. Yet the so-called Ling Zhu was, in fact, the reincarnation of a demon core, and it seemed he had arrived just in time.